Special Agents Rebirth, the Almighty Goddess of Quick Transmigration Chapter 1 to Chapter 76. When she woke up again, Xianxia only felt dizzy. She could barely see that she was sitting in a luxury car, but it had not been professionally modified, so it was a waste of such good resources. The former car king Xianxia did not want to change the car at this time, she just narrowed her eyes to look at the surrounding environment. She was sitting in the back seat, and a very beautiful young man was sitting in the front passenger seat. Through the rearview mirror, she could see that the young man's eyes were very indifferent. The streets outside the window were getting more and more prosperous. This situation is very wrong. The CEO of the FBI alliance was still begging her not to participate in their war with F continent. How could he appear here in the next second? Xianxia looked at her somewhat calloused hands, and her pair of slightly languid eyes suddenly paused. She had calluses on her hands, but those were the stomach calluses left by playing with guns and computers all year round. And the calluses on the hands of this body are not. This is not her body, ding. System start, 008 to serve the host is ready to receive the plot. A cold voice sounded in the depths of her mind. Xianxia had not yet reacted, and a bunch of information was poured into her brain. This is a parallel world, and her current body is 18 years old this year, a high school student, also called Xianxia. This world Xianxia is the eldest miss of Yi family, but she was the daughter of his dead wife who grew up with her old-fashioned grandfather. After her grandfather died, she was received into Yi family. She walked into the upper class like an ugly duckling, and was incompatible with the entire Yi family. In particular, she was not outstanding in all aspects. Her half-sister Yiku, who was 1 year older than her, was a genius from childhood. At the age of 17, she collaborated with others to develop a new software. The whole Ningqing was a sensation, and she was called a genius IT girl. Compared with her, Xianxia felt even more inferior. Yiku's fiancé, Fu Jiechen, was also a powerful young talent, but Yiku inadvertently discovered that he was a playboy who was reluctant to part with the flowers. She also took a fancy to a high-ranking official in the capital, so she persuaded Yi family's parents to replace the person who fulfilled the engagement with Xianxia. Fu Jiechen was handsome and rich. The 18-year-old Xianxia inevitably had a good impression of him. Under Fu Jiechen's offensive, she quickly fell into the net. In fact, what kind of vision does Fu Jiechen have? There was also the perfect Yiku in front of him. How could he look at Xianxia who was gloomy and had no characteristics? He just wanted to use this to attract Yiku's attention, but Yiku was already together with the son of a high cadre. Fu Jiechen had no other way. Finally, he openly regretted the marriage at the engagement banquet and ruthlessly humiliated Xianxia. Everyone in the upper class knew how arrogant the eldest daughter of the Yi family was. Xianxia's grades continued to decline because of the successive blows. Her English was not good. The head teacher of the first class did not want to accept her, who dragged down the class's enrollment rate. After this incident, she applied to the school to expel Xianxia. Yiku's future was bright. Mother Yi told Father Yi that Xianxia would make Yiku lose face and unable to enter the national laboratory. Father Yi did not think about it and directly drove Xianxia out of Yi family. After being repeatedly humiliated, Xianxia collapsed and committed suicide. Yi family just hastily arranged the funeral and did not pursue it. When Fu Jiechen learned the news, he also sneered. Little Ku has invested in a software project by herself. She committed suicide when she encountered this kind of thing. If she did not resist the pressure, she would die sooner or later in this class. In the whole story, Yiku did not take Xianxia seriously at all, and other people did not put her in their eyes. Even if she died, she could not stir up any waves. In the end, Yiku married the son of a high cadre in the capital. Fu Jiechen could not forget her. Except for Xianxia, everyone lived a very good life. After digesting these news, Xianxia finally knew that she, the chief agent, was reborn into the useless and finally committed suicide. Host, your main task is to change the tragic fate of Xianxia. Novice completion of the task has double points reward, please take it seriously. WTF. If you don't get enough points, you can't buy props to go back. Of course, unless you want to go back to reality and be a corpse. Then let me go back and be a beautiful corpse quietly. Xianxia leaned back. 008 is still cold. According to your reality, you don't even have the function of a corpse now. Yi Xiaohua, MMP. After listening to the words, Yi Xiaohua's face was not particularly good. She was unexpectedly set up. She, Yi Xiaohua, is the world's top hacker agent. She can play with the entire alliance system by controlling a computer thousands of miles away. She is the FBI's most troublesome object. They once used an inescapable net to catch her alone, but she still ran away. Her name is still the first on the international wanted list, and the bounty price has reached $500 million. Still, no killer organization dares to take the risk to take the task. Yi Xiaohua knows that the truth of her sudden rebirth into this body must be more complicated than she imagined. The first quality of a top agent is to be adaptable. Since she can't go back for the time being, she will do this task well. When she gets enough points, she will return to reality. Let's see which blind person moved on her head. The car has slowly stopped, and the luxurious door is right in front of her. Yi Xiaohua knows that the whole plot has just begun. The co-pilot is her half-brother, Yi Han. Today, he just took her back to Ye's house from the town. She lowered her eyes and followed Yi Han to get off the car. At the moment of lowering her eyes, the temperature in the car suddenly dropped to the freezing point. At this time, it was still morning, the sun shone through the clouds, and her eyebrows and eyes were very delicate, but no one saw that the deep eyes were still revealing a trace of cold evil. As soon as they got off the car, there was a group of people coming out of the mansion. The leader was a middle-aged man. When he saw Yi Han, his eyes were full of love. "Young master is back. Madam and Miss are waiting for you in the house. Fu Xiao is also here. Go in." Why did Fu Dage come back? Seeing the housekeeper, Yi Han's cold face also showed a little smile. He finished the cooperation ahead of time and came back from the capital. The housekeeper said while leading the way. When he saw Yi Xiaohua, his eyes suddenly became cold, and his voice became indifferent. "Eldest miss, come with me." Yi Xiaohua put one hand in the pocket of her jeans and obediently followed the housekeeper inside. However, the way she walked was different from Yi Han's. Yi Han directly entered the main door, but the housekeeper took her upstairs from the back door, then pointed to a room upstairs and said, "This is the room madam prepared for you. There are new clothes and shoes inside. You can come out after you change. Today, young Master Fu is also here. He is the fiancé of the second miss. Don't offend the distinguished guest." Yi Xiaohua lowered her eyes and entered the door. She didn't raise her head all the way, like a local girl from a small county who suddenly came to a rich family. She seemed to be afraid, but in fact, she was sorting out the information 008 gave her. The housekeeper took back his scrutinizing eyes. Yi Xiaohua closed the door, glanced at the room Yi family prepared for her, and changed into a white dress. The dress was a little big. But Yi Xiaohua was not the original body. There was no gloomy aura on her body. The pure white dress was worn on her body. It was a little big, but it just made her look slender. Her black waist-length hair was draped behind her head, making her eyebrows and eyes look even more beautiful. The housekeeper had already urged her outside the door. Yi Xiaohua slightly closed her eyes, put away her sharp spirit, opened the door and went out. The housekeeper had seen Yi Xiaohua's information long before she came. In his impression, Yi Xiaohua's mother died early, and she had been following her grandparents, so she was full of melancholy and had an ordinary temperament. But now he felt that the person in front of him was somewhat different from the investigation. However, good-looking people always have privileges. After seeing Yi Xiaohua's somewhat stunning face, his tone also rarely slowed down. "Eldest miss, come downstairs with me." Downstairs, a group of people sat in the living room and talked about business matters. The atmosphere was harmonious. Yi Xiaohua saw the girl sitting with her back facing her and still wearing the school uniform of Ningqing No. 1 Middle School. She knew that the other party was her half-sister, Yi Ku. The housekeeper whispered to her, and his tone was very proud. "That is the madam, this is the second miss, your sister. She is the IT genius that Master Lianqing praised." Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but stretch out her slender fingers to press her thin lips, and then smiled. IT genius, TSK, the world's top hackers do not dare to call themselves IT geniuses in front of her. Yika seemed to hear the housekeeper's voice. She looked at Yi Xiaohua's side, and her voice was polite. Elder sister is back. Fu Jiechen, who was next to her, also heard from Yi Han before he came back that there was still a young miss in Yi family. He turned around and looked at her curiously. Yi Ku was a famous figure in Ningqing, no matter from which aspect. Although Yi Xiaohua was also a miss of Yi family, she slightly lowered her head, and could see her nose and half of her face. It could be seen that the arc was perfect. At first glance, she and Yi Ku were rare beauties, but one grew up in a rich and powerful family, noble and elegant, an IT genius. The other grew up in a small county, gloomy and timid, a person that even the number 1 middle school didn't want. The two people have the same surname Yi, but the gap was too big. Fu Jiechen glanced at Yi Xiaohua, who had her eyes drooped, and retracted his gaze. Before he came back, he heard Yi Han mention that this eldest miss of Yi family grew up with her grandfather. Unfortunately, she did not learn well. Her education was taken by the housekeeper to number 1 middle school. With the power of Yi family, the teacher in charge of the number 1 middle school did not want to accept her. Thinking of this, Fu Jiechen secretly shook his head. Then he continued to talk to Yi Ku in a low voice. The lady next to Yi Ku also turned her face. As soon as her eyes touched Yi Xiaohua, the smile on her face faded a bit. You came back just in time. Jiechen just came back from the capital and also brought your gift. Yi Xiaohua followed Madame Ye's gaze and saw a man in a black well-made suit sitting next to Yi Ku. She knew that this was Fu Jiechen. Fu family's eldest young master's demeanor was naturally extraordinary. His facial features were sharp and angular, his eyebrows were like swords, and his appearance was also first class in the entertainment circle. No wonder the original Yi Xiaohua fell in love with him at first sight. The housekeeper was next to Yi Xiaohua. He felt Yi Xiaohua looking at Yi Ku and Fu Jiechen, especially when her eyes were still on Fu Jiechen's body for a while. His eyebrows wrinkled in an instant, then he looked at Yi Xiaohua with a very cold gaze and whispered, "Eldest miss, young Master Fu is the fiancé of second miss. Fu family and Madame's family are also good friends for generations. Since Madame is willing to take you back, you should honestly be the eldest miss of Yi family. I don't ask you to be grateful, but don't be delusional about things that don't belong to you." Wait, after listening to the housekeeper's words, Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but pick her ears with her fingers. Was this housekeeper warning her? Did he think that she was jealous that Yi Ku had a fiancé like Fu Jiechen? So he told her not to be ungrateful, not to be delusional about Fu Jiechen, or else she would be sent back to the small county town. Did he really think that she was made of mud? Yi Xiaohua was so angry that she laughed. She looked sideways and said in a light tone, "You can rest assured, my eyes are really not that bad." She was still standing at the top of the stairs, and the corner of her mouth was still hooked up into a shallow smile. The housekeeper noticed the biting cold in her clear eyes. His pupils shrank. Did he see it wrong? Eldest miss, how could she have this kind of eyes? A young girl brought up by an old-fashioned feudal old man would not have such a breathtaking look. The housekeeper secretly shook his head, thinking that his eyes were blurred. Madame Yi slowly took a sip of tea and found that Yi Xiaohua was still standing at the top of the spiral staircase and did not dare to come over. She looked like she was shocked by the bustling scene in front of her. She lowered her eyes to cover the trace of contempt in her eyes, and then opened her mouth. "Come and sit." Yi Xiaohua walked over to this side, and a dark light quickly flashed in her dark eyes. If she was really the girl who grew up with her grandfather, she might be scared by the glorious Yi family and the extraordinary people. But she was not. She was the number 1 agent that even the FBI had a headache. Want to shock her? Sorry, the top assassins in the world do not have that ability. Digression first, this article does not accept plagiarism, nor does it accept blending. If you really like Huahua, don't do this kind of thing that makes Huahua sick. It is already very difficult to be original. This point is very important. I will put it first. Second, this article is fast forward. Maybe you guys are a little unfamiliar with it, so Huahua will start with the modern novels that you are most familiar with. The pace will be very fast, and the outline will be super cool. I have been working on it since last year. I hope you guys like it. Third, this article is before the Heavenly Queen. Some people in the group know that Huahua has been preparing to write fast forward since last year. But at that time, you guys voted that you guys wanted to read the modern novels, so Hua could only open a Heavenly Queen novel first. Now, this novel can be considered as an explanation to you guys. Third, Hua does not know the specific update time. If you like it, you can add more. What if Hua sees that there are too many favorites and can't help but update? Fourth, if there are physical gifts from the Heavenly Queen, please manage the private chat as soon as possible. Since Auntie's family has something to do, I won't stay any longer. This was also Yi family's matter. Fu Jiechen did not stay to watch the fun. Madame Yi asked Yi Ke to send him off, leaving only Yi Han and the housekeeper in the hall. After they left, the expression on Madame Yi's face instantly became cold. She asked Yi Xiaohua a few words and told the housekeeper to let him take Yi Xiaohua to familiarize with Yi family, and then she did not care about Yi Xiaohua. If it was just the time of marriage, Madame Yi would still mind Yi Xiaohua's existence. But now, Yi Ke and Yi Han have been smart since childhood. Compared to Yi Xiaohua, who is average in all aspects, I don't know how many times better they are. So this time, when she heard that Yi father wanted to take Yi Xiaohua over, Madame Yi did not refuse. Yi father's ex-wife's daughter was not as good as her pair of children. Seeing Yi Xiaohua, she had a strange sense of victory. Eldest miss, today is Sunday, I will take you to report tomorrow. The housekeeper ordered. Yi Xiaohua stretched and carelessly responded. The servant handed her a glass of water, and she took it. Yi Han just stood up from the sofa, and it sounded like he was talking to someone on the phone. His voice was not deliberately lowered, and he seemed very excited. The preliminary competition starts at 8 o'clock in the evening. I will use my car, a limited edition car that my dad got from abroad. Hearing this sentence, Yi Xiaohua turned around and suddenly remembered something. She couldn't help but smile. Younger brother, your car's engine is not horsepower enough. If you participate in the competition, you will have an accident. Yi Han had already hung up the phone. When he heard Yi Xiaohua's words, he couldn't help but tilt his head, and his voice was somewhat unruly. Engine horsepower is not enough? Do you know what kind of car I have, and you dare to say that? Also, don't call me younger brother, I only have one sister. After the housekeeper and the servant heard Yi Han's words, they looked at Yi Xiaohua, and their eyes were cold and piercing. It seems that this eldest miss is not as obedient as she looks on the surface. She just came to Yi family and she was already pointing fingers at the second young master. Did she really think that she was Yi family's eldest miss? Yi Xiaohua put the cup of water on the table. When she left, she also hooked her lips at Yi Han in a good mood. Believe it or not, it's up to you. In the original plot, Yi Han has always been a cold-faced, warm-hearted teenager. Although he was very fierce to Yi Xiaohua, he was also the only one who fought with Fu Jiechen for Yi Xiaohua. In the evening, Yi Han did not come back. Yi father was busy with the company's affairs and came back very late. It was not until the next morning that Yi Xiaohua saw all the people of Yi family. Yi father was reading the financial newspaper. Yi Han was sitting on the side full of worries. His face was not very good. Yi Ke was holding the computer. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Yi Xiaohua went downstairs and saw Yi Ke sitting on the sofa with the computer. Yi Xiaohua was either working undercover or being rushed to shoot by her agent. She didn't have time to rest all year round. Now it's rare to have time to relax, and she rarely wakes up naturally. Xiaohua has also grown so big. I heard from your former class teacher that you are very good at Go, and you also won the first prize in the city. When Yi father saw Yi Xiaohua, he was obviously stunned. Yi Xiaohua looks very similar to her mother, but her predecessor has always been self-abased. Her very beautiful appearance was damaged by her. Now it is replaced by Yi Xiaohua. Naturally, there will be no self-abased situation. Yi father's ex-wife can be vaguely seen through her eyebrows, and Yi Xiaohua has a more mysterious beauty. Seeing Yi father's attitude, Madame Yi carelessly wiped her mouth with a tissue. Aku, don't be busy with your research. Eat first. Later, let the housekeeper take you to the first high school to ask for leave. When Yi father heard this sentence, he reacted. His eyes also turned to Yi Ke, full of love. I almost forgot, how is Aku in the laboratory? Speaking of this, Yi Ke typed the last line of code. No matter how mature she is only 17 years old. To have such achievements, the arrogance in her eyebrows can't be concealed. Teacher Ching asked me to follow him to do research after I went to the capital's university. Speaking of Yi, father has a very high talent for business. Madame Ye's family is also a wealthy family, but Yi Ku, such a child prodigy, has a very high talent for computers since childhood. After participating in a competition in high school, she was specially recruited to the national laboratory. A person like Yi Ku really has the capital to despise her peers. The national laboratory is in a confidential form. This Master Ching is the person in charge of the laboratory, and he is also an academician of the capital's university. Even the mayor of Ningqing has to give him 3 points of face. Xiaohua, look, this is your sister. Your sister is very powerful. She is a genius. Ningqing's #1 newspaper has reported her many times. You have to learn from her. Yi father happily put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at Yi Ku with pride. Compared with Yi Ku, Yi Xiaohua's go is not enough. Madame Yi saw that Yi father forgot the existence of Yi Xiaohua. She picked up her cup again and lowered her eyes to cover the irony in them. After breakfast, Yi family's driver drove the nanny car to send the 3 people to the first high school. Yi Ku seems to be very busy. She is also busy writing code in the car. This kind of thing looks like a mess to people who don't understand. Yi Xiaohua sat next to Yi Ku. She knew the original plot. Yi Ku is a computer genius, so she glanced at Yi Ku's computer and was a little curious about Yi Ku's level. What are you looking at? When the housekeeper saw this scene, his brows wrinkled. He remembered that the eldest miss who came back halfway was restless. Looking at the code. Yi Xiaohua glanced at it and retracted her gaze without interest. Can elder sister understand it? Knowledgeable people will be amazed when they see the speed of Yi Ku's programming. However, Yi Xiaohua just glanced at it. It was clearly just a layman, so Yi Ku deliberately asked. But she didn't know that in front of her was the ancestor of playing with computers. In this task world, if Yi Xiaohua wants to say that she is second, few people in the world dare to say that they are first. That's why her eyes are so dull. Yi Xiaohua put her hand on the window and propped up her chin lazily. It's okay. It's okay, right? The housekeeper looked at Yi Xiaohua and faintly said, eldest miss, second miss can develop new software by herself at the age of 15. She is the youngest person with the greatest potential in Ningqing's laboratory. Okay, Uncle Wang, what are you explaining to this kind of person? Yi Han has been taking the time to look at Yi Xiaohua, his eyebrows were dyed with doubt. Last night, his new car really had a problem. If it wasn't for the fact that he had warned the driver before the race, the driver of their club would have already died. When he thought of this, he broke into a cold sweat. Naturally, he also thought of the things that Yi Xiaohua reminded him. However, he had long heard that Yi Xiaohua grew up with her in a place below a third-tier city. How could she understand racing? Yi Han absolutely did not believe that even the club's professional racer could not see it. Yi Xiaohua could see it, so this should just be a coincidence. Yi Xiaohua accidentally hit it. Yi Ku also covered her lips and smiled. Sister doesn't understand this, don't blame her. Yi Xiaohua picked her ears. This level of programming technology, in her previous organization, with a little bit of training, can be done. So she really doesn't think that Yi Ku is particularly powerful. After that, the people in the car had their own thoughts and did not speak. After arriving at the first high school, the housekeeper took Yi Xiaohua to find the principal. Yi father donated the library to the school. Therefore, the principal was familiar with Yi family. He directly assigned Yi Xiaohua to the best high school, the first class, and personally took Yi Xiaohua and the housekeeper to the first class. Teacher Zhang, the head teacher of the first class, received Yi Xiaohua's school registration yesterday. At this time, he saw the principal coming with Yi Xiaohua at the class gate. He directly frowned. Principal, I have considered it. This student cannot be accepted by our first class. The principal did not think that Teacher Zhang would not give him face. He pushed his glasses. In front of housekeeper Yi, can you at least give me some face? And student Yi is also among the best in her previous school. Teacher Zhang heard the words and directly shook his head. Principal, we are doing official business. The first class is the experimental class of the first high school. Everyone is the future pillar of the country. Student Ye's results, you have seen it yourself. Her school's first place cannot enter our class. If she is in our class, I am afraid that it will affect the study of our top students. The college entrance examination is coming soon. I don't want to affect the study of the students in our class because of her and drag down the entrance line of our class. The average score of each class and the exam ranking are linked to the performance of the head teacher. When Teacher Zhang got Xianxia's school registration, he did not intend to let her enter his class. Digression babies, long time no see, the goddess has updated, moi updated every day, tentatively scheduled for 9 a.m. PS, I didn't expect to receive gifts as soon as I opened the pit. Thank you all for your diamond flowers. Dehua has a strong feeling of being kept. 23333 Father had not seen Yi Xiaohua for many years. He felt indebted to Yi Xiaohua, so he wanted to make up for her. Knowing that she was in an important period of high school, he specially arranged for her to go to the third class. Teacher Zhang was the wife of the principal, so he dared to refuse directly. Housekeeper Yi frowned and picked up the phone to contact Yi father to discuss this matter. Don't bother, Yi Xiaohua, who had not spoken, finally opened her mouth. She glanced at Teacher Zhang and then put her eyes on the principal. Principal, please arrange another class for me, after all. Yi Xiaohua leaned against the wall behind her. When the top students in Teacher Zhang's class don't do well, it will not be good to blame me. Eldest miss, don't talk nonsense. Housekeeper Yi heard Yi Xiaohua say this and immediately refused. The lines between his eyebrows became more obvious. Sorry Teacher Zhang, our young miss didn't mean it. After saying this, he took a step back and lowered his voice. Eldest miss, don't talk nonsense. The first class is a talent preparation camp. Most of the teachers have been spent here. You will get more systematic learning in this class. No, principal, you can rearrange it. Yi Xiaohua repeated, her expression was very calm, and the breath on her body was also extraordinarily elegant. It did not seem like a joke. The principal glanced at Housekeeper Yi and wanted to ask the other party's opinion. Housekeeper Yi originally wanted to fight for Yi Xiaohua, but seeing the other party's indifferent attitude, he frowned and nodded to the principal. The principal immediately helped Yi Xiaohua arrange the second class. Teacher Zhang watched Yi Xiaohua walk away from her. She was still a little surprised. She did not expect this Miss Yi to be so easy to send away. In particular, the other party's expression was very cold. Teacher Zhang was a little confused for a while. This Miss Yi seemed to have a somewhat awe-inspiring aura, an aura that did not belong to her identity at her age. This thought only lasted for a moment, and Teacher Zhang did not think about it anymore. She was now in an important period of promotion. There was a top student in their class who had been the first in the city for 3 consecutive exams. It was very important for Teacher Zhang to teach a student who was the first in the college entrance examination. She could not make a mistake. At this time, she had no time to care about a poor student like Yi Xiaohua. If the other party was Yi family's second miss, Yi Ku, she might be surprised, but the other party was Yi Xiaohua. On the other side, Housekeeper Yi didn't pay attention to Yi Xiaohua after sending her to the second class. Instead, he called Yi father to make it clear. After hanging up the phone, he glanced at class 2, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that this young lady was not as smart as she had imagined. Normal people would choose to go to class 1. With the Yi family as their backing, there was nothing to be afraid of. It was a pity that this young lady did not have any foresight. She was provoked to change classes with just a few words. Such a person would never amount to anything great. Madame Yi attended a charity gala and returned home very late. But when he came back, he knocked on the door to find Yi Xiaohua. Xiaohua, I heard that you rejected the first class today. Your father is a little angry. You also heard how good the teaching quality of the first class is. If you regret it, can I help you say it again? Madame Yi said unhurriedly. Yi Xiaohua closed the computer with a paw sound and slightly looked sideways. Don't worry about me. I like the atmosphere of the second class very much. Although Yi Xiaohua's tone was not good, Madame Yi was not unhappy. Instead, she wanted to clap her hands and laugh. Sure enough, it was just as the housekeeper had said. Such a brainless person would never achieve great things in the future. So after saying a few words, she left. She didn't care about the computer that Yi Xiaohua played with. In her eyes, at Yi Xiaohua's age, she would only play online games. What she didn't know was that after she left, Yi Xiaohua turned on the computer, which displayed extremely cumbersome instructions. Seeing that the door was closed, Yi Xiaohua reached out and pressed the enter key. The computer interface full of programming instantly turned into an exchange station. This was the secret exchange station of the world's top hackers and programmers. Generally, people without technical skills and accounts could not enter. It was also a website that Yi Ku was extremely eager to enter. As a sideline hacker queen, Yi Xiaohua naturally wanted to return to her old profession. She also received a program in the forum. This program seemed to be somewhat difficult. After hanging for a long time, no one picked up the order. The most important thing was that the reward was very high. Yi Xiaohua registered an account with the name Y to pick up the order. 3 days later, when she handed over the completed software to the employer, she didn't know that a group of people far away in the capital had already exploded. Third young master, third young master. Look at this software. My God, how can this be done by a human? The man who was called the third young master heard the words, slightly turned his face, printing a particularly deep and beautiful facial features, but at this moment, the usually cold face had some cracks. Who did it? Check it carefully for me. A few hours later, the man stood at the window with a piece of information that was not much. His eyes were particularly deep. Ningqing? I remember that Jing Yan and his friends are in Ningqing, right? Yi Xiaohua, who was in Yi family, did not receive the other party's payment for several days, which was somewhat strange. However, she didn't think much about it. There were not many people in the world who dared to owe money to a hacker, especially to a powerful hacker. Yi Xiaohua thought, as long as the other party's brain was not stupid, they would never want to offend her. She took the cup and went downstairs to the kitchen to pour water, but she didn't expect to find several people in the living room when she went downstairs. Yi Xiaohua knew Yi Ku, Yi Han and Fu Jiechen, but she had never seen some noble men sitting next to Fu Jiechen. However, the other party didn't look at her, he just chatted with Yi Ku with a serious face. Yi Xiaohua echoed the plot provided by the system, and suddenly remembered that this was the high-ranking son that Yi Ku liked in her previous life. The two people became acquainted because of programming. The high-ranking son was addicted to hacking and particularly appreciated Yi Ku. That is, the person who indirectly harmed Yi Xiaohua in her previous life. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua slightly lowered her eyes. Fu Jiechen also saw Yi Xiaohua. He paused for a while on the other party's overly elegant face, but after a moment, he moved away. He remembered what Yi Ku told him. This Yi family's eldest miss was abandoned by the class leader of the first class, and she also took the initiative to go to the second class. Who is that person? The noble man apparently felt Yi Xiaohua's gaze, slightly twisted his eyebrows, somewhat impatient. Aka's sister, Uncle Ye's ex-wife's daughter, was picked up a few days ago. Fu Jiechen shook his head slightly. A girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, fifth young master doesn't have to care about her. When the fifth young master heard the words, he did not say anything and turned back to talk to Yi Ku again. Yi Xiaohua came back from the kitchen after pouring water. When she passed by Yi Ku's side, she glanced at Yi Ku's computer interface and couldn't help but pause. That was the software programming that she handed over a few days ago. Yi Ku was obviously learning it again, but she could only remember half of it and had not succeeded in making it. Sister, are you looking at the code? Seeing Yi Xiaohua, Yi Ku deliberately tilted her head and asked. Yi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes, "N. Do you understand it?" Yi Xiaohua took a sip of water. Naturally, hearing that Yi Ku actually talked to Yi Xiaohua, the housekeeper and Fu Jiechen's brows wrinkled, especially Yi Xiaohua's last sentence. Both of their faces were a little black. They really don't exist. Yi Ku has learned such a complicated code for a long time, can this Yi Xiaohua remember it after reading it once? The Arabian Nights is not like this. It's just that Yi Ku did not care about them, but looked at Yi Xiaohua with a smile. This is the programming of the new software that fifth young master gave me. Since sister is so confident, why don't you try it? Yi Ku was deliberate. This software is a recent craze in the laboratory, but the code inside is too complicated. Even teacher Qing in the laboratory does not understand it very well. She memorized it for a day and only memorized a small part of it. She doesn't think that Yi Xiaohua can remember it. Even a genius will not remember so many things in a short period of time. So after seeing that Yi Xiaohua really took the computer, Yika shook her head and smiled. She felt that this Yi Xiaohua was more brainless than what the housekeeper told her. But what Yika didn't know was that Yi Xiaohua is not only a genius fighter, but also a giant in the hacker world. With Yi Xiaohua's next action, Yika's smile suddenly solidified. Digression. Thank you little cuties. Huahua delayed updating until now, but just in time to accompany everyone for the new year. PS. This article is tentatively scheduled to be updated at 9 a.m. every day. First in Xiaoxiang, QU will be delayed by 20 minutes, and will be updated at 9:30 a.m. One update every day, but this update has a lot of words, almost 3,000, too little. Look at my pair of big copper bell eyes, are you afraid? Yi Xiaohua did not sit on the sofa, but leaned against the edge of the sofa. The laptop was placed on her lap, and a pair of slender hands pressed the keyboard. Her fingers were flexible, and her hand speed was abnormally fast. The people around her could almost see the afterimage of her fingers. She was wearing ordinary casual clothes, and there was no heavy makeup on her face. Usually, it was not obvious, but when her fingers touched the keyboard, her face was so dazzling that people did not dare to look directly at it. Don't say that Yika couldn't believe it. Even Gu Jingyan, who was originally irritated, could not help but look at Yi Xiaohua. His dark eyes flashed with a layer of bright light. Yi Xiaohua finished pressing the code. If it wasn't because this was the hall, she would have whistled. She slightly narrowed her eyes and finally pressed the enter key. A 100% progress bar immediately appeared on the computer screen, which was a sign of success. In other words, Yi Xiaohua typed out all the codes without a mistake. Gu Jingyan raised his eyes and looked at Yi Xiaohua with blazing eyes. He himself was also a person from the laboratory, but he was from the Beijing laboratory. He had an outstanding talent in programming. It can be said that the only thing he was interested in his life was programming. In the original plot, it was because of Yika's talent in IT that Gu Jingyan took a fancy to her. So now that he saw such an outstanding Yi Xiaohua, he stood up excitedly. Perfect. It's perfect. He was very clear that only he had this programming, so it was absolutely impossible for Yi Xiaohua to have seen it in advance. The only possibility was that Yi Xiaohua was the kind of genius with a photographic memory, a genius suitable for programming. Yika's face was already stiff to the extreme. If she could, she would rather Yi Xiaohua never return to Yi family. However, her reason overcame her jealousy. She knew Gu Jingyan's character better than anyone else, so she approached Gu Jingyan through Fu Jiechen. She did not expect that at this moment, she almost made a wedding dress for Yi Xiaohua. However, Yika still had the only remaining reason. She pinched the corner of her clothes. Sister, didn't you only learn Go in your grandfather's house? How come I never heard that you can also program? I haven't learned. Yi Xiaohua put the computer on the sofa, and then picked up the cup of water again. She heard the words and smiled at Yi Ku. However, I have a very good memory, the kind that I never forget. Seeing that she was about to go upstairs, Gu Jingyan stepped forward and wanted to stop her. His eyes were still shining. Miss Yi, my name is Gu Jingyan. I am a member of the Beijing Scientific Research Institute. I want to formally invite you to join our organization. Believe me, you are a natural-born person. It was not strange for Gu Jingyan to have a photographic memory in other places, but this was code, a tedious code without any rules. Even so, Yi Xiaohua could accurately type out all the codes. Gu Jingyan had never heard of such a terrifying talent. He could imagine how bright a star would be in the future programming world. Gu Jingyan was so excited that his hands were shaking. The only thing he didn't expect was that after hearing his words, Yi Xiaohua didn't even think about it and directly refused. Gu Jingyan was stunned. He still wanted to say something, but Yi Xiaohua pulled his collar and went straight upstairs. She carelessly threw him 3 words, not interested. She didn't know that after she said these 3 words, Yika's high-hanging heart calmed down. But when she saw that Fu Jiechen's eyes were also looking upstairs, and he seemed to be absent-minded, Yika's head suddenly burst with pain. Gu Jingyan originally wanted to chat with Yi Ku for a few words. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and seemed to see a number. His face changed, and he hurriedly said hello to the two people and left. Fu Jiechen froze for a moment. He had never seen Gu Jingyan like this. With Gu Jingyan's identity, who would call him to make him show such an expression, but he didn't think much about it, because at this time he saw Yiku's pale face. Ah Ku, what's wrong with you? At this time Yiku finally opened her eyes. He didn't know why, but Fu Jiechen felt that her eyes were much more vicissitudes of life than before. Yiku saw Fu Jiechen and seemed to be stunned for a moment. After a long while, she opened her mouth. Jiechen Ge, my engagement with you is our father's agreement. At that time I was not born, and Dad's business was not so big. At that time you should be engaged to my sister. What nonsense are you talking about? Fu Jiechen heard Yiku's words, and his eyebrows tightened. However, Yiku didn't want to talk to Fu Jiechen at this time. She bluntly said that she was tired and wanted to rest. She went upstairs directly, and Fu Jiechen left with suspicion. Upstairs, Yiku stood outside the windowsill and looked at Fu Jiechen's back as he left. Her eyes flickered. After a long while, she smiled. Reborn, I was actually reborn. Rebirth happened when everything had not happened yet. It was at this time that the housekeeper outside knocked on the door. Miss, Madam said that she will not come back tonight. Let you and eldest miss eat first. Hearing the housekeeper's words, Yiku remembered Yi Xiaohua, her half-sister. When Yi Xiaohua returned to Yi family in the last life, everyone was not optimistic about her. Yiku did not put her in her eyes, so she did not care about her. But who would have thought that Yi Xiaohua, who was not very popular, became a national player of Go, married Gu family, and sat in the position of an official's wife. The whole Yi family had to rely on Yi Xiaohua, and she, a talented woman in Ningqing, was not admitted to the national laboratory. Finally, she married Fu Jiechen, and was just a merchant in Ningqing. But she was reborn 10 years ago, when Yi Xiaohua had just come back. At this time, Yi Xiaohua had not yet taken the college entrance examination, had not yet picked up Go, and had nothing to do with Gu family. Thinking of this, Yiku smiled. The time was just right, she could catch up with Gu family before Yi Xiaohua. The most important thing at the moment was to break the engagement with Fu Jiechen. After her rebirth, her memory was particularly clear. She remembered almost all the major events that happened in a few years. She also knew that the network editing project that would be popular all over the world, the financial fluctuations, and several rapidly developing business giants. Although Yi Xiaohua just said that she had a photographic memory, this was somewhat different from the previous life. In the previous life, Yi Xiaohua did not have any outstanding performance in the network editing. At that time, Yiku was not afraid. She grasped the world's first opportunity, and there was the peak software 10 years later. Even if Yi Xiaohua had a photographic memory, could it be compared with the results of the Global Hacker Alliance's 10 years of research? Yiku knew that her time has come. In this era, no one can produce a more advanced network editing technology than the software she will come up with. After all, after 10 years of network development, no one can surpass this gap today. She will rely on these successes to enter the Beijing laboratory and develop Yi family globally. She not only wants to be Madame Gu, but she also wants to stand at the top of the world. She wants to make the name of genius worthy of its name. As for Yi Xiaohua, Yiku clenched her hands. In this life, let alone marrying into Gu family, she will not even let Yi Xiaohua touch Go again. Yi Xiaohua, without Go, without Gu family, what do you use to fight with me? Digression Gaji, the command area is so deserted. Oh, you don't like to wear it quickly. Upstairs, Yi Xiaohua is reading in her room. In another month, the college entrance examination will be held. 008, which I haven't seen for a long time, finally appears again. According to it, it went to upgrade before. Seeing Yi Xiaohua like this, it is very sad to cover his chest. Host, you are still in the mood to read? Have you forgotten our oath to complete the mission? Yi Xiaohua turned a page, and her hand paused. Sure enough, it was upgraded. Don't do this, Dad loves you. I'm not listening, you're not working hard at all. 008 hasn't finished a sentence yet. At this time, Yi Xiaohua's mobile phone on the table rings. It shows the information transferred from the bank. Yi Xiaohua's 5 million reward has arrived. When he saw this message, 008's voice stopped abruptly, and then quietly hit in Yi Xiaohua's mind, feeling deeply ashamed of his behavior. In the next few days, Yi Xiaohua, as usual, went to school to review. She had doubts before, but Yi Ke didn't seem to have the intention to do anything to her. During this time, Yi Xiaohua finally found something wrong. These days, every time Yi Ke looked at her, her eyes were forbearing and happy, her eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. Yi Xiaohua suddenly realized and finally understood the point that she couldn't figure out. Previously, she didn't know why Yi Ke was so hostile to the original owner in the original plot. Now it seems that in the original plot, Yi Ke was originally reborn, so she did not have any feelings for the original owner. Yi Xiaohua touched her chin. Just in time, she thought that the current Yi Ke was not fun, this time it was fun. After her rebirth, Yi Ke did not go to school. She had to follow Yi father to participate in the company's affairs. She also received several investment cases that others were not optimistic about. However, just a few days later, this investment project that they were not optimistic about was acquired by the government. The entire upper class of Peace City was shocked. Yi Ke also gave Ming Cheng's laboratory a newly developed software. It is said that Teacher Chim called the upper management overnight. Yi Ke was also an exception and was sent to the capital's university in advance, becoming one of the members of the capital's university laboratory. On this day, Yi Xiaohua went to take part in the college entrance examination. Yi's family discussed important events at home. After knowing that Yi Xiaohua chose the second class, she didn't care much about it. What could she do with her results? What's more, the current Yi Ke is too outstanding. Yi father did not remember that he had another daughter. His mind was now full of Yi Ke. What is the background of that Gu Jingyan? We have known the Fu family for so many years. Isn't this not good? Madame Yi was somewhat at a loss. She was biased towards the Fu family. Gu family. Is it the Gu family in the capital? Yi father suddenly asked. Yi Ke nodded inscrutably. Dad, do you want to be an ordinary businessman for a lifetime, or do you want to take a step forward? Father Yi hesitated. But, the Fu family. When you agreed to the engagement, you didn't say who it was. Didn't big sister just come back? Yi Ke smiled very gently. Xiaohua, but. Yi father frowned. Will she agree? That's it, Madame Yi was firm when she heard that Gu Jingyan came from the capital. As for Xiaohua, being able to marry into the Fu family is a blessing that she will never be able to achieve in her life. She is too happy. What's more, living under someone else's roof must have the consciousness of living under someone else's roof. Would this Yi Xiaohua dare to resist? Is it hard to explain to the Fu family? Yi father still felt that it was inappropriate. Yi Ke quickly took out a file bag. Dad, I was going to tell you this. Jie Chen is entangled with several female stars. Even if there is no Gu family, I will not marry into the Fu family. Seeing the file that Yi Ke took, Yi father and Yi mother flew into a rage. They felt injustice for Yi Ke and acquiesced to the idea of letting Yi Xiaohua replace Yi Ke. Yi father did not think that it was not appropriate to let Yi Xiaohua, who did not accept the etiquette of a wealthy family, go to the Fu family. It was wrong to let Yi Ke marry into the Fu family. Because in his heart, 10,000 Yi Xiaohua can't compare to one Yi Ke. Yi father and Yi mother took the photo and went to the Fu family, while Yi Ke waited for Yi Xiaohua to come back from the college entrance examination and then went to her room. Yi Xiaohua chatted with a few people in the hacker forum. Those people begged her to go to the Beijing laboratory. Yi Xiaohua closed the lid and did not return. She just began to pack up. What are you doing? Seeing Yi Xiaohua packing up, Yi Ke froze for a moment. Moving out, the college entrance examination is over. I am also an adult. I can move out and work to earn my tuition. Yi Xiaohua closed the computer. Moving out? Are you sure? Yi Ke looked at her back, and a coldness flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Compared to letting Yi Xiaohua marry into the Fu family, she preferred Yi Xiaohua to move out. After all, who knows if she will go to the Fu family to learn Go again. She also has to think about how to deal with her. Now, if she wants to move out, it will be easier to deal with her. After all, there are so many unlucky people in the world. Sister, you have to think about it. Your grades are not good. If you leave the Yi family, how will you go to college? At that time, Dad can help you arrange a good university. Don't you like go? At that time, you can also choose to study again. What do you say? Yika said while observing Yi Xiaohua's expression. Younger sister, you are still so young. You can find your own investment and make money for Yi family. I believe that I can also work hard on my own. Yi Xiaohua picked up her bag and looked for something that she did not miss. Hearing Yi Xiaohua say this, Yi Ku was relieved. No wonder the choice was different from the previous life. Sister, do you really think about it? You don't want Dad to help you learn Go? Yi Ku asked again and again. In the previous life, Yi Xiaohua's grades were not good. The only thing was that she was exceptionally good at Go. If it weren't for Yi family helping her and using a lot of resources, she would not have become a national player of Go. This time, without the help of Yi family, with Yi Xiaohua's grades, how can she go to college? Although she wanted Yi Xiaohua to get out immediately, Yi Ku still patiently asked Yi Xiaohua 3 times if she really didn't want to learn Go. Until it was confirmed that Yi Xiaohua was real, Yi Ku pretended to regret and went out. Sister, you can rest assured, I will help you persuade Dad. Yi Ku left Yi Xiaohua's room, and her eyes were very contemptuous. She thought that Yi Xiaohua would be difficult to deal with, but now it seems that it is just like this. When Yi Xiaohua can't go on living outside and wants to come back, Yi family will already be in the hands of Yi Ku. In the room, Yi Xiaohua's mouth also sneered. She replied in the computer chat interface, I am in Ningqing. Digression summed up a few points that everyone has doubts about. 1. Isn't Yi Xiaohua the second miss of Yi family? How did she become the eldest miss? A. Because this is a mission world, her identity in each mission world is different. This is not the original world of Great God Yi. She can only return to her own world after completing the mission. 2. Yi Ku and Yi Xiaohua's memory problems. A. Someone in the comment area has already sorted it out. In the memory of Great God Yi, Yi Ku was reborn. It's just that Yi Xiaohua in the original plot did not know about it. Now, Yi Ku's memory is the world before her rebirth. In that world, the original Yi Xiaohua was very successful. Yi Ku's life was not good. Yi Ku's rebirth is to change her own fate. Yi family hall, Yi father and Yi mother have returned. When they saw Yi father and Yi mother get a stack of photos of Fu Jiechen and other women, the Fu family was speechless. Now Yi Ku is so outstanding that it is impossible for the Fu family to give up such an excellent mistress. So when Yi father and Yi mother came back, they specially brought Fu Jiechen to Yi family to apologize to Yi Ku. However, Yi family's attitude is very tough. It was at this time that Yi Xiaohua came down from upstairs. Seeing her, Madame Ye's eyes brightened, and then gently waved to Yi Xiaohua. Xiaohua, come here, then said to Fu family, Ah Ku has been disappointed with Jiechen, but our father's marriage cannot be broken. We have discussed the country, let Xiaohua replace Ah Ku, and the friendship between the two families will still exist. Hearing Madame Ye's words, Fu Jiechen frowned first. Now Yi Ku is overflowing with talent, and the geniuses in the laboratory listen to her. How can Fu Jiechen easily give up such an outstanding person? So after hearing Madame Ye's words, he refused first. Other people in the Fu family also disagreed. Madame Fu directly said, our Fu family only has Jiechen as an heir. In the future, Jiechen will inherit the Fu family. His wife will be the mistress of the Fu family. Not only will she have to deal with the Fu family's affairs, but she will also have to attend various banquets. Madame Yi, do you think Yi Xiaohua is suitable? This sentence of the Fu family in front of Yi Xiaohua did not give her a little face. Can learn? Before Yi father finished, he was interrupted by Madame Fu. I just want to ask you, will Yi family have her in the future? Why, don't you answer? My son is at least the heir of the Fu family. How can he marry such a person and let people laugh at him? Hearing Madame Fu's words, Fu Jiechen looked at Yi Xiaohua standing on the side. There was some hesitation at the bottom of his eyes. He remembered the way the other party typed the code a few days ago, and his eyes slightly paused. Old Fu, don't go too far, Xiaohua is still here. Yi father finally said a sentence for Yi Xiaohua. Madame Fu originally wanted to say this sentence to Yi Xiaohua. When she heard Yi father's words, she smiled. Xiaohua, don't mind it, but what I said is also the truth. You know very well that you've stayed in Y County for more than 10 years. Although I don't want to say anything, our Jiechen is also one of the top figures in Peace City. The gap between the two of you isn't just 1 or 2 points. At this point, Madame Fu's eyes narrowed. Ah Ku is the perfect madam of the Fu family that we have our eyes on. As for you, don't even think about it. It's impossible between you and Jiechen. Do you understand what I mean? Okay, Yi Xiaohua picked her ears. It was estimated that such a thing happened in her previous life, but the original owner did not know. Yi Xiaohua didn't want to know how Yi father and Yi mother persuaded the Fu family. She put her backpack behind her. I don't want to participate in the things between you. Yi Zong, from the time you wanted to exchange me with Yi Ke today, you have lost a daughter forever. As for Madame Fu, Yi Xiaohua carelessly patted her lapel. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Madame Fu, don't bully the youth for being poor. Maybe one day, I will be better than Yi Ke in programming? After saying that, she directly left the Yi family before anyone could react to her words. After waiting for a few minutes, the people in the hall recovered from the indescribable momentum. Yi father was the first to react. He fiercely slammed the table. Unfilial son. She can marry into the Fu family is a blessing that she can't cultivate in her life. She doesn't look at her own identity. Without me, she can't marry into the Fu family in her next life. I also thought that she would definitely not be able to pass the college entrance examination, so I arranged a good school for her. Now it seems that it is not necessary. Okay, don't be angry, Madame Yi patted his back, and her drooping eyebrows showed a smile. You have more than one daughter. If she left, then she left. It's not worth it to be angry for that white-eyed wolf. Thinking of Yi Ke, Yi father's mood eased. Now Yi Ke has been recruited by the National Laboratory. She also brought new software to Yi Clan. Yi Clan's profits have risen by 5% recently. If Yi Xiaohua left, then she left. Later, there will be no daughter, and Yi family will not lose anything. Yi Ke just came down from upstairs. When she heard Yi mother's words, she laughed softly. It seems that in this life, she doesn't have to do anything. Yi Xiaohua is walking towards a dead end. A few days later, a coffee shop in the center of Ningqing. Gu Jingyan was sitting in a seat by the window. He was also sitting next to a man with a straight posture. Gu Jingyan's face was also rare in the entertainment circle. However, in front of this man, it still looks dull. It was at this moment that a slender figure, after asking the waiter, came straight to their table. Gu Jingyan's hand trembled. Don't tell me, you are the Y God. When the man next to him heard his words, he finally raised his head. The sun shone through the window, and the cold face on the side was printed with a little warmth. It seems that she felt the line of sight. Yi Xiaohua's head, which was originally looking down at the phone, was raised, and a pair of clear black and white eyes were reflected in the eyes of the two people. She put the laptop in her hand on the table, then looked at the two men opposite her, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Why, don't you look like me? Gu Jingyan opened his mouth. After a long while, he wiped his face and said with a blank expression, I just didn't expect the legendary Y God to be so young. What can't your Gu family find out? Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua said carelessly. I'm afraid that my family has been found out by you, right? How is it possible? Miss Yi misunderstood. How can we find Y's information? The man next to Gu Jingyan chuckled, his eyebrows and eyes were indifferent. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him and didn't speak. She just turned on the laptop, reached out and typed a few lines of code on it, and then pointed the computer screen at the two people. Gu Jingyun, Beijing's Gu family's third young master, passed the Global 001 training camp at the age of 18, took control of the China Intelligence Agency at the age of 20, was named a Major General at the age of 25, and became the head of the China Hacker Alliance at the age of 26. The Prime Minister of T country is living under your eyes, right? You said that you can't find my information, should I believe it? After listening to Yi Xiaohua's words, even Gu Jingyan couldn't believe it and looked at Gu Jingyun. Presumably, even the Gu family doesn't know this top-secret information. Gu Jingyun froze for a moment. He looked at Yi Xiaohua and finally smiled helplessly. Yes, I can't hide it from you. Okay, that's it, don't mess with me later. Yi Xiaohua put the computer in her backpack, pushed the chair and left. Gu Jingyan sat in the chair and did not move, but Gu Jingyan was anxious. Third brother, I'm going to find her. Not far from the coffee shop, Yiku was sitting in the car. At a glance, she saw Gu Jingyan who was chasing Yi Xiaohua. The two people were still pulling each other. Stop. Her complexion changed greatly. When she got out of the car and found Yi Xiaohua, she found that Gu Jingyan was no longer there. Yiku looked at Yi Xiaohua, and her tone changed significantly. How can you be with Gu Xiaohua? In her previous life, Yi Xiaohua's main fortune was Gu family. She has done so many things in this life, why can Yi Xiaohua be so familiar with Gu Jingyan? What does it have to do with you? Yi Xiaohua looked at Yiku, and the corner of her mouth slightly hooked. She didn't give the other party time to react, and directly walked into the crowd. Yiku returned to Yi family, and the whole person was not in the right state. Yi father and Yi mother were there, but recently, Yiku often wandered, so the two were not surprised, and just casually said something. At this time, the phone in the living room rang. The housekeeper picked it up, but after he said a yes, he did not speak for a long time. Yi father was a little strange. What's wrong? It's a call from the principal of the eldest miss, saying that the eldest miss's college entrance examination scores have come out. The housekeeper felt that his voice was floating. College entrance examination scores? Yi father heard the words, and his brows directly twisted. What score can she get? Yi mother pretended to sigh. I heard that teacher Zhang of the first class refused to teach her. With her grades, AI, this child is not obedient, or else she would have listened to your arrangement and entered a school. Hearing Yi father and Yi mother's words, Yiku reacted, and her fluctuating heart slightly calmed down. It's okay, in her previous life, Yi Xiaohua just took an ordinary exam. In this life, there is no Yi family, what school can she get into? Thinking of this, she finally put down her heart that was hanging all the way. At this time, housekeeper Yi looked at Yi father with a complex face. Eldest miss, she took the exam in the whole city, no, the province first. Off topic, thanks to everyone's care, Huahua finally got a silver medal today. She could still remember the excitement when she got a bronze medal. But the road ahead is still very long, we still have to go down together, right? Huafu will always be here, right? This is the provincial champion. There is only one in a year, and it is 30 points higher than the second place. Madame Yi, who was waiting to say a few words of ridicule, heard this sentence, and the gentle smile on her face suddenly solidified. Madame Yi's hand could not help but clench the cup. She stared at the housekeeper. Housekeeper, are you sure this is true? With her results, how could she be the provincial champion? Didn't they say that the class teacher of the first class will not accept her? It's true, housekeeper Yi took a deep breath. The headmaster will not lie to us about this. He also said that Ningqing New newspaper and the Education Bureau want to interview the eldest miss. Yika suddenly turned to look at housekeeper Yi. She took his phone and asked the headmaster several questions until she got his affirmative answer. Her whole face instantly became gloomy. Seeing Yika's expression, housekeeper Yi and others were a little stunned. They have never seen the gentle Yika look so terrible. However, Yika did not care about them. She was a little neurotic. No, it shouldn't be like this. Yika hung up the phone. No one could remember the things of the last life better than her. Yi Xiaohua only got an ordinary second grade, and that was the result that could only be obtained in the first class. In this life, Yi Xiaohua is in the second class. How can she get the provincial champion, unless the other party is also reborn like her, and has the ability to predict? But that's not right. If Yi Xiaohua is reborn, she will not be stupid enough to go against Yi family, nor will she not learn Go. So where did she go wrong? After her rebirth, Yiku has been smooth sailing. This is the first problem she encountered, and she knows that the world is not as simple as she imagined. It was at this time that Yi Han came back with the car key. When he heard what the housekeeper said, he was stunned, but there was no other expression on his face. It seemed that he was very happy for Yi Xiaohua. Seeing Yi Han like this, Yika looked at him with a deep gaze. She still remembered that Yi Han had the best relationship with Yi Xiaohua in her previous life. She begged Yi Han to tell Gu family to let her go to the national laboratory, but he refused. This younger brother, his heart will eventually go to Yi Xiaohua's side. Yi Xiaohua's college entrance examination was originally aimed at the provincial level, so she was not surprised when she knew her results. Ningqing First High School was the best school in Ningqing, and also had the best of the best students. Upon hearing that there was a dark horse in number 1 middle school who was not only the best in the city but also the best in the province, the homeroom teacher of class 1 felt as if his soul was floating. Apart from the top student in her class, who else in number 1 middle school could have such a result? However, he didn't expect that the student who originally thought that he would only be able to get the first place in the city would exceed his usual standard and get the first place in the province. This was the number 1 student in the province, a student she had personally taught. She was definitely going to be promoted this time. Thinking of this, she ran to the dean's office without stopping. Unexpectedly, when the director heard her intention, she was quite surprised. In the end, she gently told her that this student was not their usual dark horse, but Yi Xiaohua, who she originally looked down on in the second class. When he heard this, Teacher Zhang stared at the results on the computer in disbelief. And after seeing the first place, 723 points behind the 3 words Yi Xiaohua, she fell on the chair. Yi Xiaohua? Was it really Yi Xiaohua? Teacher Zhang's face turned red and he almost couldn't breathe. But she had seen the other party's previous results, which were obviously very ordinary, so she refused to accept her under the pressure of the Yi family. Miss Lin, the Provincial Education Department has just issued a notice. Because you have taught a provincial champion, you have been specially hired to work in the Provincial Education Department. Congratulations. The headmaster took a document and said to the homeroom teacher of Class 2. The homeroom teacher of Class 2 was a middle-aged man who stared at the document in disbelief. Provincial Education Department? He felt that life was a bit mysterious, but he also knew that everything was because of the new transfer student in the class. He didn't expect that after accepting Yi Xiaohua, who was ridiculed by Teacher Zhang, there would be such a great benefit. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Teacher Zhang. He remembered that the headmaster wanted to give the provincial champion to her class. There were other teachers in the office. These were all here to watch the excitement. There hadn't been a provincial champion in Ningqing for many years. This time, there was one. Everyone was very happy and proud. However, when they saw the name of the provincial champion, everyone's eyes on Teacher Zhang changed a little. Although it was not obvious on the surface, their eyes had the meaning of watching a good show. They all knew that Teacher Zhang didn't want Yi Xiaohua for the place in the education department, but they didn't expect that she personally pushed out the provincial champion. Teacher Zhang's face was blue and white. Every time she thought that she refused Yi Xiaohua to come to her class, she regretted it. Is there anything more regretful than almost getting it, but being abruptly thrown away by yourself? Yi Xiaohua didn't know what Teacher Zhang thought. Even if she knew, she didn't care. When she appeared in front of people again, it was the day of filling in the application. Because of her name as the provincial champion, the schools in the capital have called the headmaster more than once to invite Yi Xiaohua to their school. However, Yi Xiaohua refused all of them, and didn't even fill in the application. This action made the headmaster somewhat puzzled. I have received the notice of Stanford CS major today. Yi Xiaohua took out an envelope from her backpack and said with a smile. CS, short for computer science, that is, computer science. Stanford is a world-famous institution, and the capital's university is not as good as it. If you want to enter this school, you must have personal achievements. After the headmaster heard it, he was even more surprised by Yi Xiaohua. Yiku also came to the first high school today. After knowing Yi Xiaohua's results, she didn't sleep well these days. She was afraid that Yi Xiaohua would choose Go like in her previous life, and finally dominate the world and become a national Go player. Unexpectedly, she heard from the headmaster that Yi Xiaohua actually studied computer science. Yiku's restlessness in the past few days disappeared in an instant. She even wanted to look up and laugh. Computer? Yi Xiaohua, do you want to learn computer science? Then just wait to be stepped on by her for a lifetime. Yiku clenched her hands. Her mind was filled with computer programming software for the next 10 years, and she was in control of the development of the internet. Even if Yi Xiaohua was admitted to Stanford, what about it? Can she compare with the top network programming in the next few decades? Yi Xiaohua, if you choose Go, I may still be afraid of you. Others say that you are a genius, but you chose the computer that I am best at. What about Stanford CS major? You will soon find out that this will be the worst choice in your life. Digression God Yi, oh, sorry, I am also best at computer science. After Yi Xiaohua got the notice, she went to M country. After Yi father knew that Yi Xiaohua was the provincial champion, he also thought about looking for her to come back, but he did not expect that Yi Xiaohua was like a missing person. He could not find any news about her. Gradually, whether it was Yi family or Ningqing, they almost forgot Yi Xiaohua at the back of their minds. It was not until 2 years later that a game company called Galaxy Network appeared in the M Nation and developed an IT called Star Network and a game that relied on brainwave sensing. Although it was still in the trial stage, it shocked the world instantly. No one knew who was behind the scenes of this company. Everyone only knew that the Galaxy Network was listed for only a month, and it dominated the M continent. Even the big shots in the IT industry did not dare to deny that Galaxy Network company. This will be a century of reform in the network era. Countless businessmen wanted to participate in this Galaxy Network company, but they could not even find the person behind the scenes. And Yiku in China also showed her talent. She was reborn 10 years ago, so in these 2 years, she directly jumped to the capital's university, and with 3 advanced software, she was successfully recruited by the National Laboratory. Not only that, she also had the rhythm of financial changes in recent years, so she controlled several stocks, successfully acquired several companies during the financial market changes, and finally moved Yi family's headquarters to the capital. Most importantly, the software she produced was recognized by the Hacker Alliance. She was the darkest horse in the business world in recent years, and a dazzling star in the computer world. Many senior figures in the National Laboratory had to ask her for advice on the software she developed. Everyone on the internet exclaimed that she was the national goddess. She was Yiku. At this time, Yiku was in the capital's first computer company. This company was the largest company in China. On the surface, it was no different from an ordinary company, but Yiku knew that the person behind the scenes of this company was actually the chief genius of the International Hacker Alliance, and also the champion of the last global hacking competition. Most importantly, his father was a senior military and political official. If it weren't for the memory of her previous life, she wouldn't have known that this seemingly low-key company had such a terrifying background. In this life, she had long planned to have a good relationship with Gu Jingyan, the manager of this company. She didn't lack anything, she just lacked a strong background. 5th Young Master, happy cooperation. Yiku signed the document and looked at the lounge curiously. After seeing nothing, she took back her gaze. In the past 2 years, Gu Jingyan had a whole new level of respect for her. After all, the wisdom of the last 10 years was crystallized. Even if he picked a person, he wouldn't be able to find any mistakes, so the two had become friendly partners. Yiku was also worried that Yi Xiaohua still had contact with Gu Jingyan, but in the past 2 years, she had not seen Gu Jingyan and Yi Xiaohua talk once, so she was completely at ease. Tomorrow is the hacking contest. Your mentality is really good. Gu Jingyan was a little curious. The organizer of this hacking contest is Galaxy Network, Yiku said, and her eyes lit up. I want to take the first place. The people of Galaxy Network are too mysterious. This is the only way to see their person in charge. This Galaxy Network also did not appear in the previous life. Yiku thinks that this may be the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth. She also studied the software released by the Galaxy Network and found that there was nothing similar to what she had seen in her previous life. She couldn't find anything. It can be seen that the technology of the person who created the Galaxy Network has far surpassed her, and even surpassed the Hacker Alliance. Therefore, she knows how terrifying the Galaxy Network is. First place? Gu Jingyan smiled very profoundly. Are you so confident? Naturally. This time, Yiku answered very quickly. Not to mention that she knew the content of this hacking contest, her mind was still filled with the wisdom of 10 years of global hackers. She had already stood out as the first in Asia in the hacker qualifiers. No one thought that Yiku, who was almost unknown 2 years ago, would suppress the geniuses. Hackers from other countries were eyeing the dark horse of China. In the global hacking contest, almost everyone, when they heard the name Yiku, would deliberately subconsciously look at this side. This made Yiku's sense of superiority very strong. The hacking contest is different from other competitions. Each contestant has their own independent workroom. This workroom has a camera to show the fairness of the competition. The difference is that each contestant can choose to bring an audience to watch the process. Yiku brought people from Yi family and Fu family, and even invited Gu Jingyan. She confidently pointed at the Windows chicken on the computer screen and said to everyone, "This is an offensive and defensive competition. Do you see that? I used this kernel loophole to execute the remote code and then attacked the Star Web's browser to add system authorizations. By the time the competition members found me through the loophole, I had already won 11 points. The first place is definitely mine." The people of Yi family and Fu family couldn't understand it. Fu Jiechen looked at Yi Ke and was slightly absent-minded. Gu Jingyan understood this. He glanced at the screen and suddenly shook his head. "Miss Yi, don't be happy too early." It was at this time that the alarm set by Yi Ke suddenly sounded a sharp sound. Someone touched her IP? How is this possible? Yi Ke couldn't believe it. The firewall and remote code she used were used by the first place in her previous life. The competition officials took 2 years to improve it, and finally put it on the official website for free. Such a near-perfect firewall, even if it was put to the present, the average person can't attack it for a while. Rest assured, my firewall comes with a virus. If you want to attack me, you are still a little tender. Don't you know that there is a thing called phishing in this world? Yiku immediately put her hand on the keyboard, and there was a touch of pride and ridicule in her tone. If you want to attack the firewall after 2 years, you are really young. She was very confident in her firewall, and she still didn't panic. There was still 1 minute left in the game. On the competition wall, Yiku was leading with 11 points in the first place. However, at this moment, there was a change. The code on Yiku's desktop crazily turned into garbled code, and the browser she attacked was used as a springboard to directly invade the browser. This was not enough, her computer screen became a black screen, and then 2 white letters jumped out of thin air. KO. Yiku turned her head sharply, and on the competition wall, the first place in the lead had changed to another person. Why, 19 points. Seeing this scene, Yiku bit her lip and couldn't believe it. Why? How can it be why? How can TA come to participate in the hacking competition? The black competition has an age limit. Only people under the age of 25 can participate, and they can only participate once in a lifetime. Y has also set off a trend in the hacker world. Everyone subconsciously thinks that the person with such technology must be not young, maybe he is the champion of a hacking competition. Unexpectedly, this Y is not only very young, but also participating in the hacking competition for the first time. Y is really Y. Gu Jingyan seemed to have expected the result, so he was not surprised. At the end of the competition, the teacher of the national laboratory also came in. Yiku was second, which was already a good result. After hearing Gu Jingyan's words, he sighed and nodded. Yes, the young people now are incredible. 19 points, the last person who got this score, was at third young master? I think this Y will definitely be taken in by the Galaxy Network, and his future achievements are limitless. The most important thing for hackers is to create a new network world and program the most perfect software. Yiku has created a lot of software for Yi family in the past 2 years, making Yi family one of the top 100 in the world. But at the age of 19, this is a miraculous existence for the average person. Such a person who is extremely successful in all aspects. Yiku is naturally extremely conceited. I do not deny Y's hacking skills, but this does not mean his achievements in programming. There is no shortage of hacker geniuses in the world, but there is only one hand that can truly become a top character. She now has achievements that many people can't achieve in several lifetimes. Y has a little talent in hacking, that's all. If she really wants to compare, her Yi clan is enough to crush Y. Digression. Good morning, lazy bugs can get up now. This is the first time to write a fast novel. Is this rhythm okay? Or is it fast or slow? Hua is somewhat uncertain. Give me, Gao de Hua, a face, and don't dislike me, okay? After the hacking competition, the computer science department of the capital's university and the people in the laboratory discussed why the most. Yika's two classmates just came out of the laboratory and heard someone gossiping not far away. After hearing a few keywords, she couldn't help but call out to those people. Wait, what did you just say? Exchange student? Yika's name was famous throughout the capital. Almost no one did not know her. Seeing that the person asking questions was her, those people were quite flattered. Yes, Junior Yi, I heard that the special exchange student is coming. She is a beauty, but she is originally from China. This time, the academician of our department named her. One person explained. Special exchange student? Very famous? Yika noticed the keywords, the dean specifically named her. Another person quickly replied, she is a genius of Stanford CS school. She has done a lot of designs internationally and won a lot of awards. Otherwise, the academician will not name her. Yika nodded and didn't ask any more. She didn't care about this genius. In the past 2 years, the word genius was not enough to describe her. What's more, she had not heard of any heaven-defying students appearing in Stanford College. However, before Yika finished thinking, she saw a group of people coming down from the roof of the laboratory. Yiku originally inadvertently glanced at them. When she saw that the accompanying people turned out to be the person in charge of the laboratory and the academician of the capital's university, her expression changed significantly. She turned her gaze to the person walking in front, wanting to see what kind of person was accompanied by the two chief figures of the capital's university. She didn't expect that when she saw them, she was a little dazed. The person walking in front was wearing a white shirt, with a cold temperament, dark hair scattered on his forehead, and a pair of deep bottomless eyes, like an ink painting on rice paper. Yika seemed to hear the dean call him third young master. It's him. Yika heard the exclamation of the two seniors around her. Gu family's third young master, Gu Jingyun. Why is he back? Teacher. Yika's heart jumped. She suddenly remembered who this person was. She had a glimpse of him in her previous life. It was at Gu family's banquet. Even the person in charge of Gu family was polite to him. Thinking of this, Yika stepped forward. Although she greeted the academician of their department, the corner of her eyes looked at Gu Jingyun. It was a pity that Gu Jingyun had always been arrogant. He was impatient with Yiku and the academician's greetings. He didn't even look at Yiku and the others. He said goodbye to the academicians and left with his car keys. I'm leaving now. When passing by Yiku and others, he picked up a phone call, and the indifference in the bottom of his eyes almost completely disappeared. You're back? Don't wander around, I'll pick you up. Don't think about it, seeing Yiku like this, a senior sister on the side. That is third young master Gu, you can only watch from a distance. Hearing the words of her senior sister, Yiku clenched her fists, but her eyes gradually became firm. Then she had to give it a try. She now controlled the wisdom of the entire Hacker Alliance for the next 8 years. This rebirth was to let her change her destiny. She didn't believe that with her talent, there was nothing she couldn't do. At the airport, Yi Xiaohua took off the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose and looked in the direction of the pickup gate. When she saw a familiar figure, she pulled her luggage and walked over there. On this side, Gu Jingyun looked at the figure coming towards him, and his eyes were a little dazed. For 2 years, except for the video call with the other party, he had not seen her in person. He did not expect that she was more dazzling in reality than in the video, causing passers-by to frequently turn their heads. Those people in M country are actually willing to let you come back. Gu Jingyun took her suitcase and retracted his gaze. Gu Jingyan, who rushed over on the side, saw Gu Jingyun's natural movements. His mouth could almost be stuffed with an egg. Was this still his cold and self-sustaining third brother? Their idea is not small, Yi Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. When I just got on the plane, the FBI searched my office through a routine investigation. Hearing these contents, Gu Jingyan felt a little confused. What and what? Why are the people of M country reluctant to let her come back? What office? What FBI? Your skin is also thick, you didn't lose anything, right? Gu Jingyun frowned. Things have always been in my mind. Yi Xiaohua pointed to her forehead. But I'm also ready to move back to China. He didn't understand other words, but Gu Jingyan understood this sentence. He opened the door and acted as a doorman and driver. Gaji, have you decided to go back to China? Go back to Yi family? By the way, you still don't know, your sister is amazing. Although the computer is not as good as you, she is a ghost in finance. In just 2 years, Yi family's headquarters moved to the capital. When you go to the capital's university, you will know. She can be said to be known by everyone in the capital's university. TSK, your Yi family is full of monsters. Gu Jingyan didn't know what Yi Xiaohua was doing outside. He only knew that she was in college, so he said so. Hearing his words, Yi Xiaohua slightly hooked her lips, but before she had time to say anything, the cell phone in her pocket rang. Sister, Dad is in the hospital. He was just hit by a car. Do you want to come over? The phone call was from Yi Han. Although Yi Xiaohua did not contact Yi family in the past 2 years, Yi Han seemed to know that the car race was her reminder, so he has been paying attention to her and secretly gave her money. Although she did not have a good impression of other people in Yi family, but for Yi Han, Yi Xiaohua still had some tolerance. After you went abroad, Dad also tried to find you several times. Although he didn't say it, you are his daughter after all. He must also miss you. If you have time, you can come to the First People's Hospital to see him. After answering the phone, Yi Xiaohua's brows slightly wrinkled, and her slender fingertips tapped on the phone, seemingly thinking about something. Want to go? Gu Jingyun slightly raised his eyes. Yi Xiaohua shook her head. Go to school first. In the hospital, Yi Ku and others have rushed to the operating room. Compared with the anxious appearance of the rest of Yi family, Yi Ku seemed very calm. She had long known that Yi father would have this car accident and that her father would break a leg. Seeing her so cold, Yi Han frowned. He didn't know when it started, but he felt that Yi Ku had changed, and the way she looked at their family was very strange. Yi Han was sometimes afraid of the sister he once admired. So he went to the elevator and made a phone call to Yi Xiaohua. But Yi Han didn't know that his conversation with Yi Xiaohua was completely heard by Yi Ku. After Yi Han got in the elevator, Yi Ku came out from the corner, her eyes were dark. Yi Han, this time I gave you a chance, but thank you for letting me know that Yi Xiaohua is back. Yi Xiaohua, you came back just in time. You studied computer science abroad for 2 years. Although your school is better than mine, you don't know that I don't need to study computer science at all. From the time you started studying computer science, I have already used the process of my previous life to make software. Now in the capital's university, Ningqing, and the business circle, who doesn't know that Yi family's Miss, Yi Ku, is a genius. As for Yi Xiaohua, except for Yi Han, who else remembers that Yi family has such a character? Off topic, Yi Xiaohua put her luggage in a small apartment not far from Beijing University, and then went to Beijing University to report. After waiting for her at the entrance of the laboratory, the academician of the Department of Computer Science took her around the whole laboratory, attracting countless passers-by to look back frequently. Finally, you are back. How is our laboratory? Are you interested in staying? Talents are very important to a country, especially people like Yi Xiaohua. The academician is very familiar with Gu Jingyun, so he knows what Yi Xiaohua is doing in M country, so he turned Yi Xiaohua into an exchange student at all costs. Academician, let's talk about this later. You know that my base camp is in M country. Yi Xiaohua smiled. If you want, I will report it directly to the top, said the academician, looking at her. Besides, with young Master Gu here, are you afraid that you can't move your base camp back? He really can't do anything about this. In fact, if Yi Xiaohua wants to move her base camp back, it's not that there is no way, but this can't be said directly to the academician. She has other things to do. You probably don't know, after I left, the FBI was dispatched. I almost couldn't come back, but if you want to cooperate with Galaxy, it's not impossible. The academician's face was a little heavy, but when he heard Yi Xiaohua's words, he smiled. They looked for Yi Xiaohua to come back, originally for the technology of Galaxy Network, but they did not expect Yi Xiaohua to be so straightforward. In fact, the academician also knows that a talent like Yi Xiaohua, every country is eager to rush for her. If it wasn't forced, M country would not let her come back at all. He still wanted to say something to Yi Xiaohua, but he didn't expect Yi Han to come. The academician looked at her and had to leave with regret. Yi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes and turned around. Before she said anything, Yi Han directly hugged her and put his dark head on her shoulder. What's wrong? In 2 years, Yi Han was taller than before. Yi Xiaohua was not short among women. At this time, she could reach his chin. Yi Han also knew that this was a public place. It didn't take long for him to let go of Yi Xiaohua. His nose and eyes were red. Today, he was going to help Yi Xiaohua arrange a place to live. He didn't expect that when Yi's father was sick, Yi could directly took over his father, completely controlled Yi clan and his financial source, and said some strange things to himself. She said that I would eventually betray her. She just struck first. Yi Han sat on the stairs, buried his head in his knees, his voice hoarse. But how is this possible? She is my sister. He sometimes felt that Yi Ke looked at him with eyes that could not wait to eat him. Yi Xiaohua patted his head and frowned. Yi Han didn't do anything. This Yi Ke, after her rebirth, I'm afraid she went crazy, right? *** on this side, Yi Ke returned to the capital's university. As soon as she came back, she heard a group of people around her talking about the exchange student. She also knew that the academician was waiting for her news. Yi Xiaohua's information was not completely a secret. Some people had also inquired about it. For example, Yi Xiaohua was the chief student of the CS major at Stanford. She had won countless awards in her 2 years of study. Even the International Computer News had specially opened a special page for her. Yi Ke had to pay attention to this exchange student. In the past 2 years, she has received a lot of attention and appreciation. Such a person suddenly appeared in the school. She subconsciously compared herself with her. But she did not expect that on the stairs by the door of the laboratory, she would see Yi Xiaohua and Yi Ke sitting on the ground, and a senior in the laboratory. The person was somewhat polite to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Ke suddenly pointed at Yi Xiaohua and suddenly thought, "Are you the transfer student?" Perhaps her face was too terrible. It made the senior and the academician, who had just come out, pause their footsteps. Yi Ke, you came at the right time. Let me introduce you to the new member of our laboratory, Yi Xiaohua, classmate Yi. Speaking of which, you two have the same surname. The academician pushed his glasses and looked very happy. Right, classmate Yi Xiaohua knows people from Galaxy Network. She just helped our laboratory to make a deal with Galaxy. If he didn't say it, Yi Ke's face became even uglier. Galaxy Network Company has been in M country. Yi Ke can't even contact their outermost people, but Yi Xiaohua actually knows people from Galaxy. Everyone in the IT industry can't deny the potential of Galaxy. In the future, the IT industry will be led by Galaxy. Only by cooperating with Galaxy can they find a place in the IT industry in the future. Especially Yi Ke, she knows her own weight. When the advantage of her previous life is gone, she will be nothing, so she urgently needs to cooperate with Galaxy. But how difficult is it to cooperate with Galaxy? Don't say that their boss is very secretive. Yi Ke once tried to attract the attention of Galaxy in the hacking competition, but she did not expect that Y to take the initiative. And now she heard that Yi Xiaohua, the person she had never put in her eyes, actually has a connection with Galaxy Network? This is different from the previous life. Didn't she only know Go? Why did she also learn programming? Yi Ke's face changed very quickly. She originally thought that she had left Yi Xiaohua far behind, but she did not expect the other party to almost climb to her shoulder. It shouldn't be like this. Yi Ke squeezed her hands. She was reborn this time to defeat Yi Xiaohua, not to be humiliated by Yi Xiaohua again. Yi Xiaohua, you must not have thought that the current Yi family is in my hands. Yi Ke took a deep breath and approached Yi Xiaohua. Although she did not think that Yi Xiaohua was different from what she imagined, but thinking that Yi family was in her hands, Yi Ke suddenly had some sympathy for Yi Xiaohua. So? Yi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes, not understanding Yi Ke's meaning. So, don't think that you can enter our Yi family through Yi Han. There are many people in the world who cooperate with Galaxy Network, and you are not one of them. Think about it, will Galaxy Network go against our entire Yi family for you? There are only a few people in the capital who know Yi Xiaohua's identity, so Yi Ke thinks that Yi Xiaohua is just an ordinary student, but because of her good talent, she was chosen by Galaxy Network. Now that she has control of the entire Yi family, Yi Ku, who has a net worth of hundreds of millions, is angry and frightened. In the face of Yi Xiaohua, she has an indescribable sense of superiority. Yi Xiaohua, I decided, I will continue to stay in the laboratory. Yi Ku looked at Yi Xiaohua, her eyes were very deep. Originally, she had taken over Yi clan's business today. She was about to tell the academician that she would temporarily leave the laboratory to take care of Yi clan, and not let Yi clan fall into Yi Han's hands. But now, because of Yi Xiaohua's appearance, she gave up this idea. In her previous life, Yi Xiaohua stepped on her soles. Her strong competitive spirit did not allow Yi Ku to leave the laboratory at this time. She wants to stay here. Yi Ku's nails were embedded in the palm of her hand. She wants to program all the remaining top and avant-garde software in her mind. She wants to take out all the things in the future. Digression. Wow, there is actually someone who has the heart to touch her conscience. Did you know Yi Ku before? The academician was not a fool. After seeing the exchanges between Yi Ku and Yi Xiaohua, he knew that the two people were not on good terms. He couldn't help but ask. Both of them were important figures in the laboratory, especially Yi Xiaohua. It's okay, it won't affect our cooperation. Yi Xiaohua knew what the academician was thinking and replied. That's good, the academician breathed a sigh of relief. But this Yi Ku is a bit strange. She is not like you. Her talent in computers is better than the average person, but she is definitely not as good as you. It's very strange that every time she can come up with programming, she can surpass our current level of development. It was precisely because Yi Ku used a software idea that was almost 10 years ahead in the competition that she was recruited to the Beijing laboratory in advance. Hearing this sentence, Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She also felt strange when the academician said this. Yi Ku's software, she had seen it. It was really good, but according to the academician's words, it didn't seem like Yi Ku could make it. Unless, these are not Yi Ku's own. Thinking of Yi Ku's rebirth identity, Yi Xiaohua slightly narrowed her eyes. If this is the case, Yi Ku is too shameless. The next day, outside the capital's First People's Hospital. Sister, you really don't want to go in and see Dad? Yi Han stood outside the car door and asked Yi Xiaohua for the last time. Yi Xiaohua leaned slightly on the car door. No, I will wait for you here. Yi Han entered the hospital gate with some disappointment. Fu Jiechen, who followed a middle-aged man outside the hospital gate, saw the person leaning lazily on the car door. Her eyebrows were like a painting, her expression was slightly cold. The morning light shone on her body, almost turning into a beautiful picture. Even people who look in a hurry, when they see her, their footsteps can't help but slow down, as if afraid to disturb her. Fu Jiechen has only seen Yi Xiaohua a few times in total, but Yi Xiaohua is too special. No matter how crowded the crowd is, no matter how many years later, he can see her at a glance. Mr. Fu? The middle-aged man next to him said in broken Chinese. Dr. Lane, I want to say hello to a friend. Fu Jiechen walked towards Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua lowered her eyes, seemingly playing a game. Fu Jiechen couldn't help but speak first. I heard Aku say that you also entered the laboratory? Is she also Ms. Ye's friend? Dr. Lane was a little excited. She also knows about automated intelligence? Yi Xiaohua took a look at Fu Jiechen and Dr. Lane. Her expression did not change much. She just nodded slightly and then answered a phone call. Her expression was a little more lively than before. Seeing Yi Xiaohua like this, Fu Jiechen shook his head slightly. Dr. Lane was the person in charge of J Country's laboratory. He had extraordinary talent in computing and was also one of the best in the world. Everyone who studied computing knew Dr. Lane. He could be said to be the representative of J Country's network technology. Dr. Lane came to the capital because Yi Ku rushed out a network intelligent design last night. When the other party saw the content that Yi Ku mentioned, he couldn't wait to rush to China. Seeing Yi Xiaohua's casual appearance, she even smiled and called people. Fu Jiechen frowned. He heard that Yi Xiaohua was admitted to Stanford CS College 2 years ago. He naturally knew that this university was much better than the capital's university. But now it seems that Yi Xiaohua, who came out of the university, was also like that. Casually pulling out a person from the laboratory, When they heard the words Network Intelligent Design and Dr. Lane's name, they would be surprised. They would never let go of the opportunity to get along with Dr. Lane, and would not be as dull as Yi Xiaohua. Remembering that Yi Ke came back last night and said that she wanted to alarm the entire IT industry, and then looking at Yi Xiaohua now, Fu Jiechen knew that even if it was a top student, there was a difference. Although Yi Xiaohua was in a university that was more famous than Yi Ke, she still couldn't catch up with Yi Ke. Thinking of this, Fu Jiechen let Dr. Lane go to the car first. He looked at Yi Xiaohua's ordinary Volkswagen, then lit a cigarette and casually opened his mouth. "You are not so easy now, right?" Yi Xiaohua glanced at him and made sure that he was talking to himself. "You went abroad 2 years ago." "It's not easy for a girl to work abroad." Fu Jiechen glanced at Yi Xiaohua and looked at the expensive clothes. "But the person you are with obviously doesn't pay enough attention to you. A Volkswagen just sent you away? What are you talking about?" Yi Xiaohua heard something. She looked at Fu Jiechen, and her eyebrows were twisted. "Don't pretend that you don't understand what I am talking about." Fu Jiechen stared at her excessively breathtaking face. "You didn't learn Go, but chose to learn computer science. Isn't it because you want to be like Aku?" Yi Xiaohua's phone had not hung up yet, and her face looked like she had seen a ghost. "That person will not be sincere to you. Look at him, he is not even willing to buy you a car. When you are old, and your face is no longer beautiful?" Fu Jiechen pressed her step by step. He finally said, "You leave that person. After all, we used to know each other. You almost married into our Fu family. How about 1 million yuan a month? Of course, you don't expect Jihan to help you. Now Yi family is in Aka's hands." Fu Jiechen followed Yi Ke in the past few years, and the Fu family's property has also doubled. Recently, he and Yi Ke worked together with Gu family. Like Yi Ke, he thought that Yi Xiaohua was just an ordinary college student with no economic independence. Giving her so many benefits was already the result of some pity for her. She couldn't be greedy for more. Wait, Yi Xiaohua's brain turned around. She spent nearly 80 million yuan to transform a racing car. Because she didn't want to bother, she hung a Volkswagen brand. So in Fu Jiechen's eyes, this supercar that she wouldn't sell for 100 million yuan was just an ordinary Volkswagen. Yi Xiaohua has lived for so many years, but there is nothing more funny than today's matter. What kind of plane was this? She, the founder of Galaxy with a net worth of tens of billions, could be bought by just 1 million yuan? Digression. Fu Jiechen. Why did I have to be so pretentious in the beginning? What's wrong? Gu Jingyun on the other end of the phone seemed to hear other people's voices and could not help but pause. Aren't you with Yihan? Nothing, I met a stupid bee, we will talk about it when we get to school. Yi Xiaohua hung up the phone and looked at Fu Jiechen. Fu Jiechen saw Yi Xiaohua so calm, and his whole person was also very calm. Have you thought about it? Hearing this sentence, Yi Xiaohua smiled. Fu Jiechen, I am very surprised. How did people like you develop the Fu family into what it is now? In your eyes, Stanford University is very easy to enter? I am a high school student without a teacher's letter of recommendation, no interview, and no SAT exam. How do you think I got the notice? Also, have you ever thought about why the Capital University wants me to come back? A student who originally belongs to a foreign country, why did he let me enter the national laboratory as soon as I came back? Do you believe me so much? Yi Xiaohua still wanted to say something, but at this time the phone rang again. It was the academician of the Capital University. Okay, the speech has started? I will come over right away. Don't touch those few programmers, just wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiaohua sent a text message to Yihan and directly started the car and drove towards the Capital University. Fu Jiechen was left alone in the same place, and he could not react for a long time. Today, there were a lot of people coming to the Capital University, domestic and foreign reporters, as well as internationally famous doctorates in computer science. Today was Dr. Lane and Yi Ke's conference on automated intelligence. Fu Jiechen sat under the stage and looked at Yi Ke, who was talking on the stage. This is the genius girl Yi Ke. From the time she released the automated intelligence, well-known computer people at home and abroad were shocked. Yi Ke and Dr. Lane finished their speech and announced that Yi Clan will immediately start this project. Those who want to cooperate can invest first. She did not see the people of Galaxy Network, but she knew that even Galaxy Network will be moved by her technology. When Yi Ke finished speaking, she saw Gu Jingyan and Yi Xiaohua sitting in the first row. She smiled at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua, even if you are smart, how can you compare with a group of geniuses 10 years later? From now on, you will know how stupid and wrong it was for you to choose to return to China and choose to go back to my lab. Isn't your little sister frightening? Gu Jingyan whispered in Yi Xiaohua's ear, pointing to Yi Ke. I only know that she is a ghost in finance, but I didn't expect her talent in computers to be no less than yours. Yi Xiaohua glanced at Gu Jingyan and did not speak. She just walked outside. Hey, where are you going? Gu Jingyan was surprised. Yi Xiaohua just waved her hand and did not answer. Yi Ke had already come down at this time. She saw Yi Xiaohua backstage. She thought that she was the same as the people on the other side, coming to ask her about her automation intelligence. However, Yi Xiaohua just stood at the side of the announcement, as if she was going to go on stage. Dr. Lane also glanced at Yi Xiaohua. He heard from Fu Jiechen in the morning that Yi Xiaohua was just Yi Ke's sister who had studied abroad for a few years. Thinking of this, Dr. Lane smiled. Of the 3 members of the Yi family, Miss Yi was mediocre and third young Master Yi knew nothing but racing. Fortunately, Miss Yi was there to support him. Sure enough, even if it's the same father, there are all kinds of people. The academician on the stage was introducing. People in the computer industry should not be unfamiliar with Y. To be honest, we in the older generation admit that we can't compare with her. The latest software of Galaxy Network is from her hands. Everyone is curious about the young man who won the championship. We are very honored to be able to invite such an unparalleled talent. Next, let us invite Y. What kind of person is Y? I believe that there is no one in the computer industry who does not know this character. From the beginning of his appearance 2 years ago, Y has been an insurmountable mountain in the hacker world. No one knows if he is a man or a woman. No one knows how old he is. They only know that he has released several firewalls in the hacker forum that are used almost all over the world. The FBI has tried many times to unearth this genius, but they have used countless manpower and have not found him. He is a genius in the hacker world and even in the computer world. He is a myth in the hearts of countless people in the computer world. Even the conceited Yi Ke has to admit that Y has an extraordinary talent in computers. No one will be surprised that he won the first place in the hacking competition. What is surprising is that he turned out to be a person from Galaxy Network. That is Galaxy Network. It turned out that Y has long joined Galaxy Network, and also designed a software that is popular all over the world. Now he wants to cooperate with China's laboratory. Countless people are looking forward to who this Y is, and the media is even more crazy. Even Yi Ke, who has already come down, can't help but look backstage. She knows that Y will be backstage. She looked all over the backstage and did not see anyone who looked like Y. After the academician finished speaking, Yi Xiaohua walked towards the stage. Yi Ke's whole face froze. What did she see? She actually saw Yi Xiaohua on the stage? How is this possible? Everyone is very strange, right? This famous and frightening Y turns out to be classmate Yi. Yi Ke's makeup in the backstage has not been removed yet, and she directly fell on the chair. Dr. Lane, who listened to the translation, dropped his water glass to the ground. Yi Xiaohua casually mentioned a few cooperation cases. Her speed of speech was not fast or slow, but it was mixed with information from various departments. Countless people, including doctors, started to record the conversation. Laymen watch the fun, only insiders understand what Yi Xiaohua is talking about. My God, this part can only be learned by a master's degree in physics, right? She's a CS major, so why does she sound like she's a professional? Let's not talk about that. Even his advanced mathematics is better than me, who won the national competition. Academician, you don't have to comfort us anymore. We can't catch up to such a person. Even if Fu Jiechen doesn't understand, he knows that the Y who won Yi Ke at the beginning, the Y who made the scene crazy with a few words. He was infatuated with Yi Ke's genius. Just now, He felt that Yi Xiaohua didn't even know the well-known Dr. Ryan. It seemed that she didn't learn anything. Her IQ was just a gold-plated straw bag. She couldn't compare to Yi Ke anywhere. He was also proud of himself for being able to cooperate with Yi Ke to make money, but he did not expect Yi Xiaohua to be the king of the Matrix. Even Yi Ke was once defeated by her, such a person, thinking that he had just humiliated Yi Xiaohua for Yi Ke. Fu Jiechen had a kind of shame that he wanted to escape. Ridiculous, it turned out that he, Fu Jiechen, was really ridiculous. Out of topic, it was so cold in the morning and I didn't want to get up. I only updated now. My bad, I'm going to slip away. Madam Yi, is this your sister? Can you help me introduce her? The first place in the hacking competition, the designer of the Galaxy Network firewall. What kind of brain is this, Yi? Your sister is as smart as you. Dr. Lane excitedly grabbed Yi Ke's hand in the background. At the same time, Yi Ke found that there were a lot of bodyguards in the background, which was because they were afraid that Y's fanatical fans would appear in the background. So what if it's really Y? Yi Ke gradually came back to her senses. In the past 2 years, she has received too much praise. She can't stand that Yi Xiaohua's talent in hacking is comparable to her. She just has a little talent in computers. You let her open a network company to see. She is worth hundreds of millions. Just this point, Yi Xiaohua can't catch up. Thinking of this, Yi Ke licked her lips. Dr. Lane, in fact, I have an idea about automated intelligence. You can help me contact the people of the Galaxy Network. On this side, Yi Xiaohua slipped out of the crowd of reporters. Yi Han was standing on a big screen outside the hospital watching Yi Xiaohua's report. His pupils were enlarged. He didn't expect that Y would be Yi Xiaohua. Go back? No, there is not much movement. You FBI are full of talents, but you still lack me, a businessman. Gu Jingyun is afraid that he can't find you. As long as you dare to come to China, I welcome you at any time. If you are so shameless, I will send the phone recording to your men, the kind of person who has a copy. Yi Han looked at Yi Xiaohua, who was saying strange words while walking towards this side, and his eyes slightly paused. Let's go, to the hospital? Yi Xiaohua hung up the phone and drove her car over. Well, the doctor said that he had a heart attack and must undergo surgery. The success rate is 50%. Yi Han said until here, and his head could not help but lower. Yi Xiaohua did not feel anything for Yi father. She looked at the teenager's head and could not help but pat his head. Let's go, I will accompany you. Yi Han suddenly raised his head, his eyes were bright, and he looked very well behaved. Really? Yi Xiaohua saw his expression and was silent for a moment. Then she sent a pigeon to Gu Jingyun and followed Yi Han to the hospital. Because Yi father's surgery needs the most advanced machine in M country, Yi family has to spend 100 million yuan to buy this kind of technology alone. Can't let the doctor operate, the success rate is 50%, Yi father is changing his will. When he saw Yi Xiaohua, Yi father's eyes lit up. After all, she was his daughter. However, Yi Xiaohua just bowed her head to play with her mobile phone and ignored him. She just came to Yi Han to embolden herself today. It was at this time that Yi Ke and Fu Jiechen, who were still in the capital's university, came back. Dad, this is the will you made 2 years ago. Yi Ke took a deep look at Yi Xiaohua. She had long known that Yi Xiaohua would come back to rob Yi family, but Yi family was developed by her. She would not give Yi Xiaohua a single cent. Now most of Yi family is in the hands of Yi Ke. Even if Yi father wants to make a will to divide Yi clan, he must get her consent. Ah Ku, when did you buy the shares? You didn't even give any to your brother and sister? When Yi father saw her like this, he was shocked. He didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua's talent in finance was so high that she replaced the ruler of Yi's family quietly. As long as my brother is obedient, I will make sure that he has no worries about food and clothing. As for Yi Xiaohua, she has already left Yi family. Yi Ke looked at Yi father. And Dad, transfer the remaining 10% of the shares in your hand to me. M country's machine has been detained by me. If you want the operation, you have to give me 10% of the shares first. The shares will be in my hand, and the operation will be carried out normally. You are crazy. When this sentence came out, Yi Han, Yi father and Madam Yi, all looked like they didn't know Yiku. Yiku made this move because she didn't want to give Yi Xiaohua a chance. She couldn't let Yi Xiaohua get Yi family and grow up again. Fu Jiechen paused. He did not leave immediately, but looked at Yi Xiaohua. His feelings for Yi Xiaohua now are very complicated, especially when he knew that the other party turned out to be Y. He couldn't tell his feelings. But he also felt that it was not so unacceptable. After all, Yi Xiaohua only looked at it once and typed out a program that Yiku couldn't type out. You go back to M country. Fu Jiechen shook his head slightly. After this automated intelligence comes out, the whole of Asia will be Aku's world. Even if you are the hacker genius Y, it will be useless. Moreover, Galaxy has just promised to cooperate with Aku. Cooperate with Galaxy, I have to go back to M country? Yi Xiaohua felt very funny about this sentence. Fu Jiechen looked at Yi Xiaohua deeply. I only remind you to come here, you are on your own. Fu Jiechen only knows that Yi Xiaohua is Y. He knows that with the ability of a hacker, Yi Xiaohua has at most 10 million in her hands. Her most valuable thing is her brain. But all this is completely incomparable with Yi Kezi clan. Fu Jiechen, who also has more than 1 billion in his hands, still has a sense of superiority after the previous shock. Yiku. This is Dad. The transfer of shares will take at least 3 days. Dad can't afford to wait. Do you want him to die? Yi Han directly rushed outside to beg Yiku. He knew that Yiku's attitude towards him in the past 2 years was very strange. He didn't care, but this was her biological father in front of him. Yiku was standing next to Fu Jiechen, the patron saint, but he hadn't stopped Yi Han yet. Yi Xiaohua pulled Yi Han. Okay, you let her go. If she can say this sentence, it means that she doesn't really want to give you 100 million. But, sister. Yi Han was like an angry little beast. Yi Xiaohua carelessly patted his shoulder. It's okay, after all, it's your father. Leave this matter to me. Yiku, who had already walked out, also heard Yi Xiaohua's words, and her lips drew a mocking arc. Leave it to you. Even if you designed a firewall for Galaxy, but in 2 years, no matter how talented you are still just a student. Can you still earn hundreds of millions? Digression, Yiku called the management of Gu clan while talking directly to Fu Jiechen. The vice president who received the call was a little confused. What's wrong? The business partner beside him was a little surprised. The vice president sighed. Our second Missy wants to acquire all the major stocks. Missy is indeed a ruthless person. At this point, the business partner smiled. On the other hand, her brother is slightly inferior. It's not just her brother. Speaking up to this point, the vice president smiled. Do you know who's been trending all over the internet recently? She is also a member of the Yi family, and the eldest daughter of the Yi family. It's the Yi family? The partner was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. What a pity. If he were in another family, he would definitely be nurtured by the entire family. Unfortunately, she is from the same family as Second Mississippi. Compared to Second Miss, this genius hacker seems to be a little inferior. Yika's vision in finance is very unique. She has created her own business empire. Yi Xiaohua is just a genius who is still growing. In the eyes of business giants, Yi Xiaohua is not worthy to be Yika's opponent. On this side, Yika did not expect to meet Gu Jingyan when she was waiting downstairs. Not far behind Gu Jingyan, there was a handsome figure walking towards them with his back against the light. She only saw him once, but Yika still remembered his name, Gu Jingyun. Some people were born with an unforgettable aura, and Gu Jingyun was such a person. Yika's footsteps paused. She suddenly remembered that in the last life, she had never seen the person behind Gu clan. Now, it seems that that person must be Gu Jingyun. Thinking of this, she immediately stepped forward, but only Gu Jingyan stopped. Gu Jingyun walked forward without looking sideways, and his footsteps did not stop. Young Master Gu, I just got in touch with Galaxy Network. Are you interested in cooperating with them? Yiku was going to call the person in charge of Galaxy Network. Seeing this, she put down her mobile phone. Although he was talking to Gu Jingyan, the corner of his eyes was staring at Gu Jingyun. Yiku had long thought that if there was a company that could be compared with Galaxy in the future, it could only be Gu clan. Gu Jingyan and Yi Ku were very familiar with each other in the past 2 years. When he heard the words, he was pleasantly surprised. Ah Ku, you still know the people of Galaxy? Third brother. Third brother. Did you hear that? She knows people from Xinghe. At this time, Gu Jingyun, who was not squinting, finally stopped. He looked at Yi Ku, his eyes were deep. Yi Ku's heart jumped, she just wanted to say something, but a cold voice came from behind. How did you find the hospital? Since you refused, I can only come here to find you. Gu Jingyun directly tilted his head, and there seemed to be a smile at the bottom of his eyes. It's my fault. Yi Xiaohua through her mobile phone, raised her eyebrows and smiled. When Yi Ku saw this scene, her complexion changed greatly. How could it be? In the past 2 years, she was so familiar with Gu Jingyan, but she had never seen him contact Yi Xiaohua. How could Yi Xiaohua still know Gu family? Was everything going to go back to square one? She had done so much, but nothing had changed. No wonder Yi Xiaohua was fearless just now. So it was because she had the backing of the Gu family. Yi Ku almost went crazy. At this moment, her jealousy rushed to her heart. Sister, I didn't expect you to know third young master Gu. I forgot to say it, Gu Jingyan didn't know the entanglement between the two people. He smiled. God Yi, Ah Ku, your Yi family is really a genius. Is it? Yi Ku pulled up the corner of her mouth, but did not smile. Instead, she looked at Gu Jingyun. Third young master Gu, as a gentleman, you will not interfere with our Yi family's family affairs. Yi family has always only given talented people. Gu Jingyun knew the grievances of Yi family. When he heard this, he deeply looked at Yi Ku. Naturally. Hearing Gu Jingyun's answer, Yi Ku suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Third young master Gu is really a gentleman. What she wanted was to let Yi Xiaohua have nothing. In the business world, Yi Ku believed that even if there were 10 Yi Xiaohua, she would not be able to beat her. The only thing she was afraid of was Gu family's intervention. Fortunately, third young master Gu did not intervene. Yi Ku was secretly happy. Gu Jingyun was so straightforward. It seems that Yi Xiaohua has no weight in the heart of Gu family. But Yi Ku did not know that Yi Xiaohua intervened in this matter. Gu Jingyan and Yi Ku have been cooperating for so long. If Gu clan intervenes, Yi Xiaohua will definitely look at Gu clan's face and restrain herself a little. Now Gu Jingyun really said in front of Yi Xiaohua that he will not intervene. With Yi Xiaohua's character, Yi family will probably experience a bloody storm. On the surface, this sentence was said to Yi Ku, but in fact, it was said to Yi Xiaohua. God Yi, Gu Jingyan was still excited about Yi Ku's words, and did not notice the undercurrent on the field. Do you know, your sister actually knows the management of Galaxy. They will soon have a long-term cooperation. This is not the same as you selling a software to Galaxy. They have a long-term cooperation. I said, your Yi family is a ghost. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua slightly narrowed her eyes and looked at him. Yi Ku saw it, but thought that Yi Xiaohua was jealous of her cooperation with Galaxy. The light in the bottom of her eyes was even more complacent. I was just calling the people of Galaxy, it's a little strange. Didn't elder sister say that you have cooperated with Galaxy, but I just asked the manager of Galaxy. He said that he did not know why. I am very strange. Elder sister, don't you have cooperation with them? Yi Ku said while observing Yi Xiaohua's look, and the corner of her mouth slightly hooked. Yi Xiaohua turned her mobile phone. In fact, it was very simple, because no one in Galaxy knew that she was Y. If that group of people knew that she was too lazy to do research in the company, and was in the mood to run to the hacker forum every day to send software, they would denounce her collectively. Wait. Yi Xiaohua suddenly remembered a little bit. The academician said that she was Y not long ago, then her vest is going to fall? What's wrong? Gu Jingyun saw her smile stiffen. Yi Xiaohua looked at Gu Jingyun and sighed, speaking of which, you may not believe that I, who is wise and powerful, unexpectedly miscalculated. Yi Ku on the side thought that she had said the right point, and smiled more brilliantly. Digression, today is Valentine's Day, I solemnly warn you, don't provoke me, this noble single dog, good morning, see you tomorrow ing. After getting the affirmation that Gu Jingyun would not make a move, Yi Ku wantonly recovered Yi clan's shares. In a short period of time, she controlled 57% of Yi clan's shares, only Yi father's share was left. This change set off an uproar in the capital's financial circle. Originally, it was heard that Yi family still had a big miss. When that big miss was still Yi, they also lamented that Yi family was very lucky. Now, looking at Yi family's second miss thunderous actions, Yi family's eldest miss and Yi family's young master are a lot inferior. These two people added up are not enough for Yiku's calculations. The most important thing is that everyone has a more thorough understanding of Yi family's second miss's ruthlessness. For the sake of shares, she can even disregard her father's life. It can be imagined that Yi Han and these people are now facing a huge crisis. However, what Yi Ke and others did not expect was that Yi Han obediently sent Yi Xiaohua to the laboratory the next day, and his expression was very relaxed. It was not like a person who was about to be deprived of property and was on the verge of helplessness. Fu Jiechen and other shareholders of Yi family saw this scene and felt very strange. Yi Han's driver raised his neck. Our young miss is rich. Fu Jiechen and other shareholders looked at each other. Yiku is rich, but according to the current situation, before Yi father gives her the shares, she will not let people save Yi father. As for Yi Xiaohua, Gu Jingyun said that he will not help her. Without his help, where can Yi Xiaohua get so much money? Yi Han, these people, are they crazy? Yiku heard Fu Jiechen's text message to her, and didn't have time to think about it, because she was busy in the laboratory recently. She said before that she would stay in the laboratory and let Yi Xiaohua take a good look at how big the gap is between her and the things in her head. Yiku was not stupid. After having Yi Xiaohua as an imaginary enemy, she worked harder. With the network technology that Yiku has mastered for the next 10 years, if there is no Yi Xiaohua, she will follow her trajectory and become popular in the world. Unfortunately, she met Yi Xiaohua. In the previous world, even the FBI was sent to the top of the wanted list several times by her, but no one dared to pick up the order. Especially Yiku, she has been relying on the computer technology in the last 2 years. She has lost her own innovation. All she can do is copy and copy. Yiku, what you think is really good, but you are not as flexible as Xiaohua. Your thinking is too confined. The academician saw the software in Yiku's hand and shook his head slightly. Your thoughts can diverge a little. Imprisonment? This was clearly the network technology that would sweep the whole of Asia in a year's time, and the academician said it was too backward. Yiku couldn't understand. What was the reason? Yi Xiaohua didn't look like she was reborn. Was she really forced by herself to stimulate her potential? At this point, Yiku would never admit it. She saw Yi Xiaohua, who was surrounded by countless students not far away, and then saw her go out with her mobile phone. Yiku's fingers pinched the palm of her hand, and the light at the bottom of her eyes remained unchanged. She knows that Yi Xiaohua is making a new software about the future development of the network, but how can Yi Xiaohua make such software? She would not allow, in this life, to be stepped on by Yi Xiaohua. The next day, Yi Xiaohua accompanied Yi Han to the hospital to receive the medical experts from M country, as well as the machines. She didn't care about Yi father. She came to the hospital mainly to discuss cooperation with these medical experts, but she didn't expect that at this time, Gu Jingyan rushed over. Seeing Yi Xiaohua's leisurely appearance, Gu Jingyan finally understood why Gu Jingyan's secretary was so helpless when looking for him. Aren't you going to sign a contract with the laboratory today? Why are you still here? Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua slightly narrowed her eyes, then slightly turned her head to Yi Han and said, I'm going out to do something. As for your father's matter, you don't have to worry about it. Yi Xiaohua and Gu Jingyan came directly to the capital's university, and Gu Jingyan also helped her get the contract in advance. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the gate of the capital's university laboratory, they saw a row of people standing in the laboratory, including the leaders of the capital's university and several students. What's wrong? Principal? Gu Jingyan used to be at the capital's university. He was very familiar with the principal of the capital's university. Seeing such a big lineup, he couldn't help but be shocked. The principal naturally knew Gu Jingyan. For Gu Jingyan, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. He just politely greeted Gu Jingyan and turned to Yi Xiaohua. His face showed a trace of disgust. Yi Xiaohua, you are an exchange student sent from Stanford. We can't punish you. Now that you have done such a thing, our school can't keep you. Wait, principal, the relaxed expression on Gu Jingyan's face faded in an instant. He looked at the principal. What are you talking about? Punish Gaji? The principal could ignore other people's words, but for Gu Jingyan's words, the principal naturally could not ignore them. The school's committee member helped the principal explain, and the tone did not hide his disgust for Yi Xiaohua. No matter what circle, the most taboo is plagiarism and theft. Yi Xiaohua, who allowed you to do such a thing in our laboratory? This software was clearly written by Yika's classmate. Why do you want to tell others that it is your new research and development? You are still a Stanford student from our country. You really lost the face of our industry. As soon as he said this, Gu Jingyan understood, but he subconsciously refuted. Knowing Yi Xiaohua for 2 years, he did not believe that a person with such good technology and such a proud person would do such a thing. You? He subconsciously went to look at Yi Xiaohua, but he saw the other party's cold eyes. Gu Jingyan knew that it would not be good at this time. He held the mobile phone in his hand and directly sent a message to Gu Jingyun. Yika stood not far away and was comforted by everyone. She originally thought that Yi Xiaohua would refute and go crazy, but no, there was nothing. What about the academician? Yi Xiaohua just calmly spit out 3 words, and there was not even a trace of grievance on her face. Someone had already invited the academician, and the student had already told the matter to the academician on the way. As soon as he arrived at the laboratory, the academician flew into a rage. Principal, what are you doing? I watched her make this software and send Xiaohua back to M country. Did you find out? Please clear your mind for me. Yes, she is why. Her hacking skills are good. In the hacker forum, she has sent a firewall that is popular all over the world. But the idea of Yika's classmate cannot be compared. Yiku was able to come up with surreal software 2 years ago, almost close to the programming of the Galaxy network, and Yi Xiaohua? So far, she only relies on those few firewalls. You said that she can make such software? Academician, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Don't you cherish your feathers? Or do you treat us as 3-year-old children? The principal said sternly. During the speech, he also threw a stern look at Yi Xiaohua. Yi family's second miss had a genius reputation since childhood. Before the age of 17, she was still a member of the National Laboratory. At that time, many professors were not optimistic about her, until 2 years ago, a software made these professors make an exception to accept Yiku. And Yi Xiaohua? Yi family's eldest miss, who was admitted to Stanford because of her good grades, had not heard of her name before that. Her achievement was only the firewall on the hacker forum. She can't be compared with Yiku, who has already come up with several advanced software. How can such a person be the one to produce such an advanced project? Hearing such words, the academician of the computer science department was angry, but also had a feeling of absurdity. Not to mention that this software was developed by him. Looking at Yi Xiaohua, do these people know who Yi Xiaohua is? Galaxy's founder, The entire Galaxy's forward software was designed by her. Saying that she stole and plagiarized, it's better to say that the world's richest man stole a beggar's steamed bun. Academician, I didn't expect you to help her speak. Yiku did not see the academician's strange face. She looked sad and disappointed. I am also a researcher under you. You are like this, covering up a thief. Academician, I am so disappointed in you. Since you are like this, I don't think it is necessary for me to stay in the laboratory. Digression. This story is expected to end tomorrow. Do you have any particular world you want to see, such as online games, esports, ancient times, fantasy, and so on? Let Huahua choose. Huahua will give priority to the popular Huahua. Huahua will try to write the world you like. Yiku stayed in the capital's university for 2 years, and the software she sent out won countless awards. In addition, she is the hot national sister on the internet. Her popularity in the capital is many times higher than Yi Xiaohua's. In this matter, they naturally stand on Yiku's side. I heard that it is junior sister Yiku's elder sister. I really can't see it. I know that she is Gaji, but I still blindly worship her. Yiku is too smart. Not only is she talented in computers, but she is also talented in finance. Yi family gave Yi family to Yiku, so you know, damn. Hearing these words, Gu Jingyan couldn't help but spit out a sentence. He is a person in the business world. Of course, he understands the darkness of the world, but he did not expect Yi Xiaohua to encounter this kind of thing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn to look at Yi Xiaohua. He believed in Yi Xiaohua, especially when he saw the row of people standing behind Yi Ku. Gu Jingyan felt wronged and angry for Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua, I have already called Stanford. You, a person with bad conduct, don't say that you can't stay in the laboratory, our capital university can't accept you. Yi Ku's mentor spoke. When he heard his students say this, he already believed Yi Ku. The other school leaders had no opinion on this matter. Yi Xiaohua was still holding her mobile phone in her hand, and her expression was as plain as ever. It was clearly no different from when she was speaking on the stage. I, Yi Xiaohua, have always been above board. I have taken notes on this software from beginning to end. Headmaster, director, you can check it. Her voice was unhurried, and there was no panic in her voice. Fu Jiechen, who was standing next to Yi Ku, heard the words and said in a sarcastic tone. There is no need to check it. Who doesn't know that Aku is now the person in charge of Yi family? Who knows if you are jealous of her? This matter can't be good. Stanford will reply immediately. I believe they will be able to give Aku justice. Justice? At this time, a cool voice suddenly came from outside. With this voice, everyone felt that the pressure around them seemed to have dropped a lot. What justice? Seeing the person, the originally aggressive headmaster immediately paused. Third young master? Standing next to Yi Xiaohua, the academician's eyes lit up. Others didn't know, but he was very clear that Gu Jingyun and Yi Xiaohua's relationship was not shallow. Today's matter, presumably Yi Xiaohua would not be wronged. On the road, Gu Jingyan had sent everything to Gu Jingyun, so Gu Jingyun was very clear about everything that happened here. His dark eyes were very deep. Although his expression was gentle, the coldness between his eyebrows could not be ignored. It's like this. A case of plagiarism has occurred in our laboratory. It's a bit embarrassing to talk about this matter. One of the people involved is even from Stanford University. The principal hesitated before speaking about the matter. He didn't dare to offend Gu Jingyun. In fact, the National Laboratory of Computer Science could have what it is today because of Gu Jingyun. In addition, the principal knew that Gu Jingyun had other identities in the country, not to mention that he was the next successor of the Gu family. With this alone, he did not dare to be disrespectful to Gu Jingyun. It was okay if he didn't mention Yi Xiaohua, but when he mentioned her, Gu Jingyun slightly turned his head and looked at the principal. Just as he wanted to say something, he saw Yi Xiaohua patting his shoulder. There was a tacit understanding between the two. Yi Xiaohua wanted to solve it by herself. These are the notes that I discussed with the academician. Yi Xiaohua took out a notebook from the drawer of her dedicated laboratory table and threw it on the table. This, the academician can testify. Hearing this sentence, Yi Ku looked at Yi Xiaohua, and her face looked angry. A student standing next to Yi Ku had an extreme personality. When he heard this, he also sneered. You were originally an academician. I don't know what method you used to make a deal. Who knows what secrets there are between you two? Also, this notebook is clearly Aku's. You still have the nerve to take it out? Stop, I am not a student of the capital's university, Yi Xiaohua smiled. It doesn't matter if I stay in this laboratory or not. Xiaohua. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, the academician was shocked. Hearing that Yi Xiaohua was leaving, the principal finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xiaohua and Yi Ku had a falling out, indicating that only one of them could stay. Compared with Yi Xiaohua, of course, he wanted to stay with Yi Ku. Not to mention that Yi Ku can come up with those advanced software, but also because of Yi family behind her. Just when he heard the words of the computer science academician, the principal frowned. Academician, an exchange student, she did this kind of thing, leaving is leaving. It is best for people like Yi Xiaohua, who have bad conduct, to take the initiative to leave. Principal. The academician shouted, directly interrupting the principal's words. This was the first time he was so angry. The principal was a little stunned. Principal, academician, you two don't have to argue about this. Fu Jiechen looked at Yi Xiaohua and said coldly, whether you leave or not, let's talk about the theft. Yi Xiaohua, you stole Aka's notes and used the creativity above as your own. You have to admit this, right? Others are also righteously defending Yi Ku. If they let the outside world know that they have a person like Yi Xiaohua in their laboratory, which secret organization will want these talents in the future? Yi Xiaohua has long been impatient. When she heard the words of Fu Jiechen and others, she directly opened her mouth. I have a photographic memory since I was a child. If I really wanted to steal Yi Ku's creativity, why would I steal the notebook? Wouldn't it all be clear if I flipped through it? I also put the notebook in the drawer to give you as evidence. Am I so stupid? Stop, academician, don't talk for a while. Yi Xiaohua made a paused gesture, then looked at Yi Ku and continued to smile. To tell you the truth, although I made this Star Network software, I really don't like it, because this is my first failure. I just made the truly successful Star Network software last night. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, Yi Ku's face changed greatly. Impossible, you are lying. Whether I am lying or not, you know it in your heart, don't you? Yi Xiaohua glanced at Yi Ku's panicked expression, sat directly in front of the computer, opened the software programming, and tapped the keyboard while talking to the people in the lab. While talking, she typed out the complete version of the Star Network software. The people present were all people who studied computers. When they saw the software that Yi Xiaohua typed, they knew that she was not lying. Yi Ku took a step back, and the only fluke in her heart was gone. As a reborn person, her sense of superiority has always been high and mighty, and it completely disappeared in an instant. Yi Xiaohua pressed the enter key, put her hand on the table, and slightly looked at the principal and others. When she saw the principal's horrified and ashamed expression, her beautiful eyes narrowed, saying that I stole Yi Ku's design. Principal, do you think that with my qualifications, I can look at her things? This sentence was extremely arrogant, but no one felt that what she said was wrong. The whole laboratory was silent until the laboratory phone rang. Because the phone call was fierce and urgent, the person close to the phone pressed the hands-free button. The caller claimed to be the principal of Stanford University and said in broken Chinese, "Is it the capital's university laboratory? I heard that you are going to send student Yi back. We express our full support and have already sent a special plane to pick up student Yi. It will arrive in 5 hours. Digression dear, Happy New Year. Here, I wish everyone good luck in the year of the dog, happiness, good health, and peace. PS, yesterday, I said that it would probably end today. Everyone, don't mind it. I thought about it. Yesterday, I may have misunderstood myself. Yi Xiaohua didn't come to the capital's university for a long time. Most of her time was with the academician students. The tutors and students of other computer departments were not familiar with her. At this time, looking at her cold and elegant face, no matter what situation she was in, she was still confident and arrogant. How could such a person be associated with the crime of stealing a design? In particular, there was Yi Xiaohua's software on the computer. The Stanford principal was still anxiously asking about Yi Xiaohua's news, which was like a slap in the face of the principal's group of people. She developed this advanced brain software alone, which was indescribable as a genius. No wonder Stanford was willing to pick her up with a special plane. The academician was able to exchange Yi Xiaohua with great difficulty, but at this time it was ruined because of such a thing. If it hadn't happened just now, the principal of the capital's university would not let such a talent leave. However, now he just bowed his head in shame and embarrassment. Not to mention him, the other teachers also stood aside, the corners of their mouths twitched, and no one could say anything. Gu Jingyun stood on the other side, leisurely and elegant. He was not surprised by Yi Xiaohua's performance. Only the academician looked at the principal and sneered, then took the phone and negotiated a few words with the people at Stanford. The people at the capital's university did not intend to let Yi Xiaohua come back. The principal of Stanford was very dissatisfied, and finally said, "Then you must let student Yi come back as soon as possible. I only let her go for a month. She is the person in charge of our laboratory. Without her, many research courses in our laboratory can't be opened." The words of the Stanford principal made all the students present turn pale, because Yi Xiaohua was too low-key. Everyone only thought that she was a student at Stanford. Now listening to the words of the Stanford principal, she turned out to be the person in charge of their school's laboratory? It was not a big deal for a Chinese person to enter the laboratory of M country, but she was still the person in charge of the laboratory. This had almost never happened in history. The principal and teachers of the capital's university were horrified, regretful and ashamed. Such a person, was said by them to be misbehaving. Where did they get their face from? Thinking like this, everyone couldn't help but look at the chief culprit, Yi Ku. Since the software was Yi Xiaohua's original creation, the real misbehaving was this thief-shouting thief Yi Ku. Whether it was before or after her rebirth, Yi Ku had never suffered such a great humiliation. She had never been looked at with such eyes. She also understood that after today, her reputation was completely ruined. This was even more disgusting than stealing people's designs. She ran out of the laboratory with extreme collapse. But this matter did not end so easily. When the news spread out, it was not only Gu's stock that was affected, but also the stock of the Fu family, which had just moved to the capital, fell to the bottom and was close to a standstill. Before this, Fu's family felt that it was wise not to agree to Ye's father's words and to agree to the engagement with Yi Xiaohua, but now they feel how stupid they are. Who knew that Yi Xiaohua, who was despised by them, had such a high talent? At the same time, they blamed Yi Xiaohua for not saying it at the beginning. Unlike them, Yi Han still eats and drinks every day and still has the free time to go racing. Some people saw that his new racing car is the latest limited edition. There are only 3 in the world. Everyone in the capital circle knew that he had been driven out by Yi Ku, and Yi father was still in the hospital. He didn't keep the rest of the money for Yi father's treatment, but he still had spare money to buy a limited edition car. Sure enough, in this generation of Yi family, there was no talent. Regarding this point, Yi Han sat in the front of the racing car and said to his scoundrel friends, "My dad, has long been taken away by the medical school in M country. It's all because of my sister's face. My sister, she is very powerful, even the FBI is afraid of her." The scoundrel friends knew that the FBI was stupid. When they heard such words, they couldn't help but look at each other. This Yi Han was stimulated and became stupid, right? Everyone knew that his sister was exposed to stealing designs. Now Yi Clan is going bankrupt, and the FBI is afraid of her. Yi Clan has recently become popular in the financial circle. Yi Ku stole a design and destroyed herself. Yi Han went completely crazy. Yi Ku has no time to manage Yi Han's affairs. She is now busy with the company's affairs and is already in a terrible state. The company's funds are insufficient, and many projects were forced to be withdrawn. In this case, Yi Ku had to sell the stock at a low price. It was at this time that she received a call from Fu Jiachen. "Galaxy? Are you sure they are looking for someone to cooperate with? A press conference in the afternoon?" She didn't know what was said over there, but Yi Ku's eyes lit up. "Get ready, we will go right away. This is our opportunity." Now Yi Clan is in a precarious situation. People all over the world want to cooperate with Galaxy. As long as we get Galaxy's cooperation case, we don't have to worry about anything. There were many people who thought this way. When Yi Ku and Fu Jiachen arrived, they found that there were too many people at the press conference. Almost all the well-known companies in the world came from afar when they knew that the founder of Galaxy would show his face. Yi Ku and Fu Jiachen went very early. They were talking to an entrepreneur around them. Unfortunately, they saw Yi Xiaohua, who came with Gu Jingyun. Gu Jingyun looked at Yi Xiaohua's appearance very gently. Yi Ku also thought before this why she was reborn, but she was far more unlucky than her previous life. Because of Gu Jingyun, she completely forgot. Gu Jingyun said that he will not help Yi Xiaohua. Will he really not help? Yi Clan has now fallen to this state. Yi Ku believes that 80% of it is Gu Jingyun's role. Otherwise, with Yi Xiaohua, how can she control Yi Clan's shares? "Yi Xiaohua, you are just like this." Yi Ku looked at Yi Xiaohua and sneered. "Don't you regard money as dirt? Don't you want to marry Fu family? Why do you want to curry favor with Gu family now? It turns out that you don't like Fu family. Only Gu family, this kind of famous family, can you like it Yi Ku, you are really naive." Yi Xiaohua was not angry, she just smiled. Gu Jingyun's brows twisted. He found a security guard and just wanted to throw Yi Ku out, but he was interrupted by Yi Xiaohua. Fu Jiachen looked at Yi Xiaohua's back and also pursed his lips. He whispered when Yi Xiaohua passed by him, "It turns out that person is Gu Jingyun. No wonder you didn't promise me, but you have to think about it." Gu family, that kind of family, how can they accept an ordinary person with no background? If Gu Jingyun is sincere to you, he will not hide it from everyone. How much money will he give you? Is it as much as I can give you? Yi Xiaohua stopped Gu Jingyun, who was about to get angry, and chuckled, young. This tone made people feel uncomfortable, but Yi Ke and Fu Jiechen ignored her, because the founder of Galaxy was about to arrive. The two of them stared at the rostrum. It was already 3 o'clock, and almost everyone stopped talking and stared at the rostrum. The founder of Galaxy was so powerful that even Yi Ke, who was reborn, had to admit that she could not compare with this person. Even the technology of the next 10 years could not compare with the founder of Galaxy. In this way, in 2 years, the company's software became popular all over the world. No one in the world could do it. Even if Yi Ke was proud, she couldn't say that she was better than Galaxy. She almost held her breath, but she saw Yi Xiaohua walk past everyone to the rostrum, and the person in charge of Galaxy pulled out a chair for her. Yi Ke and Fu Jiechen felt that everything in front of them was extremely absurd, but it all happened. In the eyes of the two of them, who couldn't believe it, Yi Xiaohua sat on the chair. I am Yi Xiaohua, although you may not believe it, but Galaxy is mine. Digression quilt, this thing is really terrible. Kneel down and apologize to you, the people present, except for a few who knew Yi Xiaohua's identity, were shocked by this scene. Everyone had imagined the appearance of the founder of Galaxy, and wanted to know what kind of sacred person standing at the peak of the IT industry was, but in any case, they did not expect her to be so young. Especially Yi Ke, she has always been aloof because she can predict the future as a reborn person. She has hardly put other people in her eyes, especially Yi Xiaohua, who has been abandoned by Yi family. Even if she is Y, with her Yi Ke's identity and power, it is not comparable to Yi Xiaohua. But she did not think that the other party turned out to be the founder of Galaxy. Fu Jiechen also had the same idea as Yi Ke. It sounded ridiculous and absurd, but everything was so ridiculous and ridiculous. Yi Xiaohua, who had always been ignored by them, was sitting on the rostrum at this time, and in one sentence, she could dominate the future development direction of IT. This person, who had been collectively abandoned by them, was the founder of Galaxy they had always wanted to cooperate with before. Fu Jiechen remembered that day in the hospital, when he humiliated Yi Xiaohua with money. The other party was a little surprised. His face was innocent and unclear. From the beginning to the end, he was the biggest joke. In fact, when Yi Xiaohua said to Yi Han in front of Yi father's hospital bed, "Leave your father to me," she did not hide her identity. If there was no confidence, who dared to say such crazy words? And that day in the laboratory, the principal of Stanford School personally called to invite Yi Xiaohua back to M country. Think about it, if Yi Xiaohua was just an ordinary genius, how could she alarm the principal of Stanford School? How could she be the head of M country's laboratory? And Yi Han's sentence, even the FBI is afraid of my sister. This is not crazy, but with Yi Xiaohua's ability, the FBI should be afraid of her. Yi Ke couldn't bear the strange eyes of the people here anymore, so she bowed her head and left. She came here to cooperate with Galaxy, but Yi Xiaohua was the founder of Galaxy. How could she agree to cooperate with Yi Clan? Yi Clan borrowed a loan of 200 million yuan from the bank. In the end, because all the projects were breached, Yi Clan's vitality was greatly damaged and they lost everything. Even if Yi Ke had the memory of future generations, it was useless. Yi Clan still lost half of the country. Within a few months, as expected, it went bankrupt. This new enterprise, which was popular in China 2 years ago, finally disappeared. Fu family has been attached to Yi family. Yi family went bankrupt, and their Fu family was not much better. In just a few months, Yi Ke and Fu family's life were almost two extremes. 2 years later, Yi Ke and Fu Jiechen were huddled in a small house in the suburbs. They were watching TV. The TV was broadcasting the news that Yi Han won the championship in the international competition. 2 years later, although the Yi clan was gone, Yi Han lived a good life. Yi Xiaohua not only sent him to study in M country, but also supported his favorite racing. I heard that a month ago, Yi Xiaohua luxuriously built a car with the best performance in the world for Yi Han. At this time, Yi Han took this car and won the championship in this racing competition. Obviously, they are brother and sister. She, Yi Ke, can't even eat 3 meals a day. She also has to look at people's faces everywhere. On the other hand, Yi Han not only won the world championship, but also a top student at Stanford. Yi Han's temper is still as arrogant and despotic as ever, but with such a temper, even in M country, no one dares to provoke him. Because everyone knows that Yi Han has a Yi Xiaohua behind him. Who doesn't know that the previous car king provoked Yi Han and was forced by Yi Xiaohua to not even dare to go out? Yes, family is terrible. As long as Yi Xiaohua puts people in her heart, she can spare no effort to treat them. Although it's too late now, Yika sometimes thinks, if she didn't provoke Yi Xiaohua and let her stay in Yi family, would she be like Yi Han now? Yi Han had only sent money to Yi Xiaohua once, but now it was all in vain to think about it. Looking at the cold steamed bun on the table, Yika sat on the chair and cried. In the end, she looked up at Fu Jiechen, who was sitting opposite her and drinking non-stop. She swept the bowls and plates off the table. Other than drinking, what else can you do? What has Fu family become by Yi Xiaohua? Fu Jiechen, you are really a good-for-nothing. Fu Jiechen heard the words and looked at Yi Ku. He did not answer and continued to drink decadently. Yi Ku scolded a few words and squatted down to clean up the garbage on the ground. After cleaning up, she couldn't help but sit on the ground and continue to cry. She regretted it, she really regretted it. Why did she have to provoke Yi Xiaohua? If she didn't provoke Yi Xiaohua, she would still be living in a big house and eating 3 meals a day. But all this can only be thought of. Ding. Complete the main task, change Yi Xiaohua's tragic fate, the system rewards 100 points, novice reward *2, congratulations to the host for getting 200 points. Congratulations to the host for getting a Grandmaster level Go skill. Yi Xiaohua was still on the plane at this time. When she heard the words, her hand paused. Are you going to leave this world? Ding. System 008 serves the host, 200 points have been received, forcibly stripping it from the world. There was no preparation at all. Yi Xiaohua was going to celebrate Yi Han's birthday, and Gu Jingyun was still sitting next to her. Finally, in the midst of the plane blowing up and the panicked voice of the service staff on the plane, 008 only heard one sentence. I want to know how many years I will be sentenced for killing the system? System. What made us turn against each other? When Gu Jingyan and Yi Han found Gu Jingyun, it was already 24 hours later. He sat at the site of the crash, motionless. Yi Xiaohua tied the parachute to him at the last moment. So she died, and he was still alive. Third brother, Gu Jingyun turned around, his expression was very calm, even his voice was calm. Let's go back. If it wasn't for Gu Jingyun never taking a plane again, and every July 7th, he would stay at the site of the crash for a day and a night, Gu Jingyan would feel that this incident had almost no impact on him. Because Gu Jingyun didn't know where he learned that every July 7th, the dead souls of old friends will appear at the site of the crash. You have no intention of passing through the hall, but you have to leave the mountain torrent alone. When Yi Xiaohua woke up again, there was some noise around her. She looked down at the green robe on her body, and then looked at the several butterflies that were about to fly up from the corner of her skirt. She pressed her head because of receiving the plot, and couldn't help but think, ancient, the body she was in was the daughter of the Prime Minister, and her name was also Yi Xiaohua. Not only that, but this body was also the most talented woman in the capital. It was reasonable to say that with such a life experience and such talent, she should live a very wonderful life. However, things were far more than that. There was also a woman in this world. The woman was the second daughter of the great general, Bai Zhenjin. The original Bai Zhenjin had an engagement with the third prince. However, the third prince liked Yi Xiaohua, who was known as a talented woman, and dissolved the engagement with Bai Zhenjin, making Bai Zhenjin suffer the ridicule of the people in the capital. After Bai Zhenjin, a modern Go player, crossed over, the first thing she did was to avenge the former Bai Zhenjin. On the imperial uncle's birthday, she became famous throughout the world with the song Shui Diao Getu, and ruthlessly humiliated the most talented woman, Yi Xiaohua. Later, she took out Guangling San, this kind of incomparably famous song. Finally, she competed with Yi Xiaohua in Go, which she was best at, and made a bet with her that Yi Xiaohua would kneel down and apologize to her, Bai Zhenjin, in front of everyone. This made Yi Xiaohua battered and exhausted. Bai Zhenjin also opened a chain of big hotels, created a lot of practical gadgets, and also put forward the idea of traffic lights. Within a few years, she became the richest person in the country. This was a dynasty that had never appeared in history. Bai Jinjin felt that the main culprit of her predecessor's death was Yi Xiaohua, and Yi Xiaohua's biggest reliance was Yi family. Therefore, she used the 36 stratagems as an exchange and united several important ministers in the court to force Prime Minister Yi to ruin his career. Yi Xiaohua, a woman who should have enjoyed a good reputation in Xinhua, was finally sold into a brothel by Bai Jinjin. Finally, she was unwilling to be humiliated and committed suicide. In the end, the third prince knew that the fiancé he looked down upon turned out to be such a genius. He regretted it endlessly. In the end, under several entanglements with Bai Jinjin, he still won the beautiful woman's heart. With Bai Jinjin's help, he successfully ascended the throne and became the emperor of the dynasty. The original Yi Xiaohua felt that the decline of Yi Mansion was her fault. Host, your task is to protect Yi Mansion without worry. 008's voice sounded at the right time. Yi Xiaohua nodded slightly. At the same time, a crisp voice sounded beside her, eldest Miss Yi, what do you think about my Shuidiao Get a song compared to your crow cries at night? You don't speak, do you not dare to compete with me in Go skills? Looking at Yi Xiaohua's appearance of bowing her head and not speaking, Bai Jinjin knew that she had already scared her. She lowered her eyes and sneered. How could these ancient people compare with her, a modern person with 5,000 years of knowledge? She hadn't even taken out the Jiangjingjiu song, yet she was already scared like this. It was really boring. Thinking that this person indirectly caused the death of her predecessor, Bai Jinjin continued to provoke her. It seems that the so-called most talented woman in Jingchen is just like this, nothing more. The timing of Yi Xiaohua's arrival in this body was unfortunate. It was precisely the imperial uncle's birthday banquet. Bai Jinjin had just used a Shuidiao Geta's song to ruthlessly trample on Yi Xiaohua's souls. At this time, the noble ladies on the side looked at Yi Xiaohua with eyes full of schadenfreude. Digression: the Second World was ancient times. Was it a pleasant surprise? This chapter had 3,000 characters. Huahua had written until 2 o'clock. Those who have free evaluation tickets, give Huahua a vote. Those who don't have free evaluation tickets, give Huahua a comment. Writing about ancient times is mainly because Huahua hasn't written ancient prose, so I want to try it. So even if the writing is not good, you must praise me. Otherwise, I will cry. Oh, what's wrong? At this time, a low and deep voice came. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw several Gongzi brothers coming this way. The one in the lead was wearing a golden official robe, a jade crown on his head, and his face was clear and bright. Third Prince. Immediately, someone recognized that this was the most famous third prince in the dynasty, and his complexion changed. The third prince had always been interested in the most talented woman, Yi Xiaohua. This matter was not a secret, but now this scene was somewhat interesting. The fiancé abandoned by the third prince, at the imperial uncle's birthday banquet, stepped on the most talented woman in the capital under her feet. It seemed that the second daughter of General Bai's mansion was not as famous as the rumors said. He did not expect that the rumors were really just rumors. This famous boorish woman was unexpectedly so talented. The third prince, who always felt that Bai Jinjin was not worthy of him and still publicly broke the engagement, did not know how he felt when he saw this scene. People have joys and sorrows, the moon waxes and wanes. The third prince listened to a Gongzi brother beside him narrate what had just happened. He looked at Bai Jinjin with surprise. Did you write this? Looking at it like this, he suddenly discovered that this fiancé, whom he had never seriously looked at before, was also a first-class outstanding person. Compared with Yi Xiaohua, the most beautiful woman, she was still lacking, but compared with other people, she was not the least bit inferior. Looking at the questioning third prince, Bai Jinjin's heart did not have the slightest fluctuation. She remembered that the reason why her predecessor died was because he saved Yi Xiaohua on the horse field. She, his fiancée, did not care, so the previous Bai Jinjin fell off the horse and died. If it was the Bai Jinjin before crossing over, she would feel excited because the third prince opened his eyes and looked at her. However, she was not. She was a modern person. Ancient people feared imperial power. She lived in an era where everyone was equal. How could she be afraid of imperial power? I wrote it. Do you want to vent your anger for your Mishi? Bai Jinjin looked at the third emperor without a care. Although she admitted that the third prince looked good, she had seen so many celebrities' faces in modern times. This face did not have much attraction to her. Thinking like this, she looked at Xianxia, who bowed her head and did not speak. She thought that she was scared by her and could not help but sneer. The ancients were so boring. She still had a stomach full of Tang and Song poems that she had not read out. The most talented woman in the capital, right? I will make sure that you will never dare to touch poetry in the future. Miss Yi, you don't have to worry. I don't have any interest in the third prince. What I want is a pair of people for a lifetime. He can't afford it. Bai Jinjin crossed her arms over her chest and said without a care, let's get down to business. Do you dare to compare notes with me and go? Bai Jinjin's plan was very simple. Didn't Yi Xiaohua always call herself the most talented woman? She will ruthlessly trample on Yi Xiaohua's most proud place. She will let this first talented woman in the capital doubt her life. Little did they know that Bai Jinjin's words made the people present shocked. They did not expect that she would actually say a pair of people for a lifetime. Although this era was very tolerant of women, and there were even female officials in the entire dynasty, they were still in the minority. It was almost impossible for the nobles to have a pair for a lifetime. Even the third prince, who originally didn't like her, cast a peculiar look at Bai Jinjin. At this time, Yi Xiaohua finally raised her head. She sighed. It turns out that Miss Bai is actually deeply hidden. At this age, you can write such an incomparable poem. I, Yi Xiaohua, am far inferior to you. To be able to ask you for advice on Go, I am very honored. When Yi Xiaohua said this, some people on the field suddenly revealed a doubtful look. They looked at Bai Jinjin's eyes with some inquiry. In recent years, there was no war in the dynasty. As a general's mansion, Bai family was even more leisurely. They almost never left the capital, so, how did this Bai Jinjin write this poem that deeply touched her loved ones? However, everyone was only puzzled and didn't think much about it. After all, this kind of peerless work, the average person would not dare to pretend to be it. Why did you agree? Yi Xiaohua had just finished speaking when a tall and straight man appeared behind her. This person was wearing an ice blue coat and a lustrous ancient jade was tied around his waist. Yi Xiaohua looked at the man who suddenly appeared. She paused for a moment and remembered who this person was. Gu? Yi Huijin slowly nodded. He lowered his eyes and said softly, this Bai Jinjin presented His Majesty with a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War last night. This book was written by Bai Jinjin. Chess is like a battlefield. She certainly has very high attainments in chess. This time, she clearly came for you. I heard father say that this military book was studied by the cabinet ministers overnight. Even the bodyguards and ministers clicked their tongues in wonder. You pretend to be uncomfortable. I will take you back to the minister's mansion first. Bai Jinjin seemed to know what Yi Huijin was talking about. A trace of contempt flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Miss Yi, you still don't dare? This sentence was very provocative, but Yi Huijin didn't have any worries. He knew that his younger sister had always been rational. She would certainly be able to hear this kind of unconventional provocation. However, the next second, a cold word reached his ear. I dare. Yi Huijin's hand paused. Sure enough, she was young. Bai Jinjin deeply looked at Yi Xiaohua. Originally, she thought that this talented woman in the capital was not easy to deal with. Now, it seemed that ancient women were really stupid. Bai Jinjin, as a transmigrator, did not want to live like those women who had no ideals. Her first step was to step on Yi Xiaohua under her feet. Then, she would write down all the poems and useful poems in her mind, so as not to forget. Oh, that's right. She would also create a business dynasty, so that the people of the royal family would not dare to look down on her. Now, Bai Jinjin was a transmigrator. She had seen a lot of transmigrations and knew how to get rich in ancient times. As for these ancient people, could their brains compare to the wisdom and culture of 5,000 years? The level of cultural development here was not even as good as the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties in the history books. She could casually propose a policy plan in the history books and make this era take a big step forward. Bai Jinjin, you can rest assured that I will definitely make the people who looked down on you in the past only look up to me. Let the third prince who abandoned you regret it endlessly. thinking like this, Bai Jinjin sat at the chess table that had long been set up. Looking at Yi Xiaohua on the opposite side, the corner of her mouth hooked up into a relaxed smile. Miss Yi, let's start. Today, she would take Yi Xiaohua as an example, and let the people in the capital take a good look at her, Bai Jinjin's elegant demeanor. She studied chess in modern times. The culture of modern times had been passed down for 5,000 years. She didn't know how many unique chess records had been passed down. Not to mention that Bai Jinjin was still a chess player. She was sure that in this era, no one's mind would have more chess records than hers. She wanted everyone to know that this so-called most talented woman in the capital, no matter in what field, was only worthy of looking up to her, Bai Jinjin. Digression Assistant Minister Yi, what do you think? Yi Huijin stood at the side of a group of men, and a loud voice reached his ears. Yi Huijin was 19 years old, and even became a middle and small scholar. Finally, he became the top scorer in the palace examination and entered the court as a small assistant minister. The speaker was General Bai's second son, who now served in the military camp. He was a Qianhu who commanded thousands of people. He was also Bai Jinjin's second brother, so people called him Bai Qianhu. Second Miss Bai has just made an incomparable poem. I am also looking forward to her next performance. Yi Huijin said unhurriedly. Hearing this, Bai Qianhu sneered and looked inside the pavilion. He was Bai Jinjin's second brother, and also a military man. After hearing that his sister's fiancé, the third prince, publicly broke off the engagement, making his sister the laughingstock of the whole capital, and even saving Yi Xiaohua at the horse farm, Bai Qianhu wished he could kill the third prince. However, after all, the hierarchy was orderly, and he did not dare to offend his superiors. He just deeply looked at the third prince. Others did not know, but as Bai Jinjin's second brother, he knew. 3 days ago, Bai Jinjin set up a Go game. Even the old man Xianxia could not solve it. He even came to the capital to see Bai Jinjin. The people in the capital might not be clear, but he, a person who mingled in the Jianghu, knew that this Xianxia was a famous divine mathematician. 3 countries' monarchs once invited him to be a state preceptor, but they did not see Xianxia himself. But now, Xianxia unexpectedly came into being for a Go game. What Jingjin's most talented woman? If this matter with his sister was known by the people in the capital, it would make that group of people's eyeballs stare out, especially the third prince, who previously made his sister the laughingstock of the whole capital. He would immediately regret it and know what kind of person he had lost. The third prince now felt very strange. In the past, Bai Jinjin's eyes couldn't leave him, but now she didn't even look at him. Especially when she took off her heavy makeup and wore light yellow clothes, which was more obvious among the many female guests. When he thought of this, the third prince had a strange feeling in his heart. His eyes couldn't help but look at Bai Jinjin. What everyone here didn't know was that there were several figures in the pavilion not far away. The bright yellow figure standing in the front was the current emperor. Teacher Xianxia, what do you think of this chess competition? The emperor of the dynasty was also one of the emperors who had once invited Xianxia. He was exceptionally respectful to this legend in the Jianghu. Now that he knew that Xianxia actually came out for Bai Jinjin, his heart was even more interested in the Bai family. Xianxia did not have any other hobbies in his life. It was devouring Go. Therefore, when he saw Bai Jinjin's Go game, he broke his oath and came out. Hearing the emperor's words, he stared intently at the scene below. This old man only wants to see what kind of strange plot second Miss Bai can lay out. There was no doubt about Bai Jinjin in this tone. This sentence made the emperor's confidants and ministers who followed behind her have a plan in their hearts. It seems that this Bai clan's second daughter is incredible. Wasn't it rumored that the Bai family's second miss knew nothing about the 4 arts? The third prince has made a mistake this time. The emperor glanced at the third prince's position, his gaze deep. No one dared to answer this question. Only Xianxia looked at the 2 people playing and strangely said, Second Miss Bai has such exquisite chess skills. Why did I hear that this Miss Yi is the most talented woman in the capital? It's just that this most talented woman's luck was somewhat bad. It would have been fine if she had met someone else, but she had to compete with second Miss Bai. There were too many people paying attention to this chess game. Yi Xiaohua had always been the most talented woman. The 4 arts of the 4 arts were all top-notch. Even the teachers of the academy were willing to admit defeat. And Bai Jinjin was the famous idiot of the Bai family. The onlookers were all looking at Bai Jinjin as a joke. Bai Jinjin naturally felt it. Originally, she just wanted to win against Yi Xiaohua, but now everyone was looking at her as a joke. She not only wanted to win, but also wanted to win so that everyone would be convinced she crossed over from the modern era. Her mind was filled with countless famous endgame games. She changed her decision and wanted to lay out one of the top 10 endgame games. This game had no solution in ancient times. She herself didn't understand it very well. Before she crossed over, there was a talented Go girl who solved it. However, Bai Jinjin naturally remembered the appearance of the game. I heard that Miss Yi once made the teachers of the academy admit defeat. You go first. Bai Jinjin smiled. Younger sister, you don't know, second Miss Yi is still the most talented woman appointed by the emperor. Bai Qianhu seemed to be praising Yi Xiaohua, but in fact, he was just taking the opportunity to ridicule her. His younger sister was a person praised by the emperor. In the end, the most talented woman appointed by the emperor lost to an idiot. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Yi Xiaohua's expression didn't change. She just began to play chess seriously. She herself didn't know how to play chess, but the system had just rewarded her with a full level of chess skills. Her brain had countless advanced chess records. Even Bai Jinjin, who crossed over, was far inferior to her. At the beginning, Bai Jinjin still had a leisurely and contented appearance. But after 5 minutes, she put away her attitude of underestimating the enemy. Her forehead also had fine sweat, and she began to fidget. This was the most taboo mentality of chess players. From this phenomenon, it could be seen that Bai Jinjin was at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Yi Xiaohua was still calm and collected. Bai Qianhu, who had been looking at Yi Xiaohua with schadenfreude, couldn't help but put away the ridicule in his eyes and seriously looked at the chess game. If Bai Jinjin played chess step by step, it would have been good. But she wanted to step on Yi Xiaohua and become famous in one fell swoop, so she used a chess game. If this chess game was played by anyone on the scene, Bai Jinjin might have succeeded. Unfortunately, she was too eager for quick success and instant benefits, and the opponent she encountered was Yi Xiaohua. What was even more unfortunate was that Yi Xiaohua's last reward was go. Yi Xiaohua supported her chin with one hand and held a black chess piece in the other. Bai Jinjin had to admit that this talented woman was really not simple. She closed her eyes and thought about the last piece of the chess game, and then quickly arranged it. She propped herself up on the table and stood up. You lost. It seems that the legendary most talented woman is nothing more than this. This chess game had been formed, and no one in the ancient times could solve it. After Bai Jinjin finished her sentence, Yi Xiaohua looked sideways, and then with a paw sound, she dropped the last piece. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Bai Jinjin, chuckling. Woo, you look again? Digression: other than Bai Qianhu, there were also many people who knew how to play chess. Yi Huijin, this group of literati, had long held their breath under the contest between Yi Xiaohua and Bai Jinjin. Especially when Yi Xiaohua put her life on the line under a dead end, it was straightforward and neat. Almost everyone looked at Yi Xiaohua with awe. Bai Jinjin, who was sitting in her seat, was already stupefied. How was this possible? Wasn't it supposed to take a few hundred years for someone to solve this chess game in modern times? The more Bai Jinjin thought about it, the more she felt that it was impossible. Could it be that this was Yi Xiaohua's mistake? Thinking about it, that was the only way. Her pride as a modern person would not allow her to admit that the culture of 5,000 years was incomparable to that of an ancient person. Second Miss Bai Shui Diao Gatu, I concede defeat. Yi Xiaohua brushed her sleeves and stood up. What second miss said is very correct. I am not worthy of the title of talented woman. She glanced at the chessboard and sighed. Fine. As if noticing Yi Xiaohua's actions, Yi Huijin and the other students' gazes froze. Wait. However, this sentence was said too late. Yi Xiaohua reached out and the chess game on the table was destroyed. Then, he left gracefully. When the emperor and the others came down, they saw several chess enthusiasts desperately trying to recreate the previous game. Bai Jinjin was still standing in the same place. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was impossible. Then she picked up a chess piece and placed it in an unsolvable chess game. Yes, this is it, this is the right way. Everyone looked at her and saw that she had set up another puzzle. This kind of Go game, the average person would not be able to figure it out in their lifetime. How could it be like Baizhenjin? This Go game was unsolvable even in the modern era. It was a dead end. It was a game played by the genius young Go player of the modern era in an international tournament. At that time, it shocked the entire Go world. That genius girl was the one who had the highest chance of solving it. However, she died, so this was the real mystery. Just now, even Tianjizi could not solve that chess game. Baizhenjin did not believe that Yi Xiaohua could solve it. She was gradually convinced by herself, this is the right game, I don't believe Mishi can solve it. The surrounding students, as well as the emperor and the others who had just arrived, were all dumbfounded. After knowing that Yi Xiaohua solved the chess game, Tianjizi chased after Yi Xiaohua and left. The emperor looked at him and suggested in a low voice to let him accept Yi Xiaohua as a disciple and stay in the capital. For a time, Baizhenjin's limelight was unrivaled. Although it was different from her previous life, Yi Xiaohua was not trampled on by her, but her reputation also rose. The third prince looked at her, feeling lost. Yi Xiaohua was walking towards the door of the imperial uncle's mansion, followed by a personal maid. He didn't expect to see a bright yellow figure in the hallway. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Yi Xiaohua's maid immediately bowed. Yi Xiaohua remembered. This was the sickly and weak crown prince in the original text. In the end, he wanted to plot a rebellion, but the third prince and Baizhenjin joined hands to eliminate the crown prince, Huangfu Yunjing. Crown Prince, it's the Prime Minister's daughter, the eunuch beside him said in a sharp voice. Hearing this, the Crown Prince only waved his hand and did not even raise his head. He only cared about playing with the bird in the cage. He was not interested in the famous Yi Xiaohua in the capital. After Baizhenjin went back, she was unwilling to step on Yi Xiaohua under her feet. You said that Tianjizi accepted Yi Xiaohua as his disciple? He left the capital. Baizhenjin's nails were almost embedded in the palm of her hand. Bai Qianhu sneered. This Tianjizi really has no vision. You are so talented, but he unexpectedly did not teach you. It's okay, Baizhenjin calmed down. Don't care about them. Did Yi Xiaohua think that she was only better than her in Go? If that was the case, then she was gravely mistaken. Although she, Baizhenjin, studied Go, she was a modern person. She simply did not intend to become famous with Go. Her most important wealth was the knowledge from modern times. Any modern thing brought to ancient times would make this group of inexperienced ancient people afraid. Yi Xiaohua, if you think that you can compare to me by following behind Tianjizi, then you are really naive. How can an ancient person compare to the modern high technology and mature management of hundreds of years? Baizhenjin was very clear that she was only the second daughter of a general. Yi Xiaohua's father was the prime minister of the current dynasty, under one person and above 10,000 people. Therefore, to avenge the original body, she must be strong. Baizhenjin used modern knowledge to open a Fengao Lu. Because of the unique management method and the dishes, the most important thing was the introduction of many new seasonings. This Fengao Lu immediately became popular. She also knew that she, a merchant, could not compete with the prime minister's mansion. The current dynasty's crown prince was mediocre and incompetent. Only the third prince had the demeanor of a country's ruler. The most important thing was that the third prince and the prime minister's mansion were in the same camp. As long as the third prince became the emperor and did not interact with the prime minister's mansion, the prime minister's mansion would naturally not be able to stand. Yi Xiaohua also relied on the prime minister's mansion, nothing more. When the time came, the prime minister's mansion would be gone, and Yi Xiaohua would also have no one to rely on. Thinking of this, Baizhenjin dressed as a man and went to look for the third prince to cooperate. The third prince did not recognize the merchant in front of him as his abandoned fiancée. You take this to the third prince. Baizhenjin, dressed in men's clothing, drew the appearance of a gun on a piece of paper. In modern times, she only learned Go and only saw the appearance of a gun on TV, as well as gunpowder. But it was all right, just these were enough to make this group of ancient people exclaim in admiration. As long as he still wants the throne, he will definitely agree to cooperate with us. 3 years later. Yi Xiaohua, who was far away in Jianghu, received Yi Huijin's letter. There was also a black thing. She was happy. A gun? This Bai Jinjin was not bad, she could also draw this, but the structure inside was just passable. Miss, do I still have to copy the scriptures? The servant girl beside her was unspeakably bitter. The valley master was obviously punishing the miss. Why was she always the one suffering? Yi Xiaohua put away her folding fan with a paw sound. The ink-colored fan bone pressed against her red lips. She chuckled. Good Guzzi, no need, we will leave the valley today. Miss, how many times have I said it? My name is Mohen, not Guzzi. I know, Guzzi, write a letter to my brother, we will return to the capital. When Bai Jinjin did all this, she did not know that Yi Xiaohua was not only not an ancient person, but also a secret agent. Although she was a hacker, she could draw a gun with her eyes closed. Digression Capital, second floor of Fingyao Lung. Miss, this restaurant is really unique. Mohen looked at the so-called sofa placed in the middle of the second floor. She always felt that it was very familiar. After a long while, she suddenly remembered, young master, isn't this with you? Was it similar to what was done in the valley? It was better than this, but before she finished her sentence, she was interrupted by Yi Xiaohua. The cake can't block your mouth? Mohen felt wronged and ate the cake, then pointed to the other dishes on the table and said, young master, this is spaghetti, this is ice cream, this is juice. She poured water for Yi Xiaohua and introduced them to Yi Xiaohua. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, it's really delicious. I don't know how this owner can think of so many delicious and novel things. I heard that the world's first restaurant also has a hot pot. Miss, should we try it when we have time? Speaking of which, I also don't know how the second Gongzi did it. If it weren't for her own family's miss, that second Gongzi would definitely be the person Mohen worshipped the most. This Fingyao Lu was called Fingyao Lu because it was a place where literati and literary men of letters communicated. 2 years ago, a top scholar appeared in Fingyao Lu's residence, and it became a hit. In the past 3 years, the officials in the capital were used to looking for guests here, and the environment here was really good. I can only see its shape. Yi Xiaohua shook her head after drinking a mouthful of juice, then pointed to the juice and said, this juice will taste better after adding pectinase. If you have time, I'll let you try it. Bai Jinjin estimated that modern chemistry was not very good, otherwise, the taste would be better if she could make pectinase. Yi Xiaohua looked at Mohen eating. She was too lazy to do it herself, and Mohen was also trying to find something fresh. In fact, most of the things here tasted ordinary. Although she didn't know what pectinase her family's miss was talking about, there were too many strange things that her miss could make. She couldn't remember them even if she asked, so she was already used to not asking. Yi Xiaohua, who had eaten a modern Michelin star meal, was not interested in these roots. When Mohen finished eating, the two were ready to go downstairs. They didn't expect that the second floor would be full of people. Plum leaves sour soft teeth, banana leaves green and window screen. The days are long, and when I wake up, I have no feelings. Idle, I watch children catch willow flowers. After each of them recited a poem, they couldn't help but sigh. To be able to compose such a poem in 3 breaths of time, second Miss Bai is indeed talented. Even if I were to flatter her, I would still be far from her. And these words, it's a combination of strength and gentleness, truly not easy to compose. She truly lives up to her reputation as the most talented woman in the world. The others also chimed in. Hearing this, Bai Qian who puffed out his chest proudly. The general's mansion had produced such a talented woman, who would dare to say that he was brainless in the future. Yi Xiaohua's footsteps didn't listen, but Mohen, who was behind her, heard this sentence. She couldn't help but look at the poem hanging in the hall and muttered, it's not that good. This sentence was spoken softly, but Bai Qian who had been practicing martial arts since he was a child, heard it. This was the first time in his life that someone had looked down on his sister. His temper flared up, you wicked slave, do you understand the meaning of this poem? And this unique Lu style, who else in this world can write it? Yi Xiaohua hadn't appeared in front of people for 3 years. This time, she dressed as a man. Her face-changing technique was superb, and the Bai family's brother and sister couldn't recognize her. Mohen looked at her family's young miss and couldn't help but straighten her chest. Who said there isn't? I only know one person. Hearing this, most of the people on the scene stopped. The competitive Bai Jinjin also put down her pen and looked at Mo Hen. Her face was also very good-looking. I don't know which talented person it is. Naturally, it's Jingqing's most talented woman, Yi family's eldest miss, Yi Xiaohua. Mo Hen was very proud. When these words fell, the very curious scholars on the scene instantly shook their heads. How could the current Yi Xiaohua be compared with Bai Jinjin, Bai Qian, who wasn't as reserved as these scholars? He sneered, Yi family's eldest miss? Then you ask her if she dares to come out. 3 years ago, she lost to my younger sister in the poetry competition. Jingqing's most talented woman? Is this your first time in Jingqing? Don't you know that the title of talented woman has long changed owners? It had already been 3 years since that chess competition. Yi Xiaohua had been in the valley. In these 3 years, Bai Jinjin used About to Enter the Wine and Manjiang read, these 2 poems that literati couldn't bear to part with, and became popular all over Jingqing. Not only that, her family's original creation, Lu Ti, was also widely loved by the public. Her music scores were also widely circulated in the streets and alleys. That song Guangling San, even the court masters did not dare to easily play it. More importantly, no one could solve the chess game she said in Fingyao Lu until now. Her family's young Mrs. Calligraphy was once praised as unique. Mo Hen didn't understand these things very well, but she saw that her family's young Mrs. writing style was bold and unconstrained, and her charm was transcendent. Ordinary men's calligraphy was not as imposing and majestic as hers. She only knew that when she looked at Bai Jinjin's calligraphy, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she saw her young Mrs. calligraphy. Guzzi, Yi Xiaohua didn't have anything. She opened her folding fan with a paw sound, slightly glanced sideways, and her expression was noble and cold. Let's go back. Even if she covered it up, even if she was dressed as a man, her exquisite face, as if it was calmly outlined by a weasel's hair brush, still made people not dare to look directly at her. Even Bai Qianhu, who originally wanted to refute her, couldn't help but turn his face back. Wasn't it too rare for a man to look like this? Yi Xiaohua listened to Mo Hen's nagging all the way until they finally arrived at the Prime Minister's fu. Compared with the bustling of visitors 3 years ago, the current Prime Minister's fu couldn't be said to be in dire straits, but it also didn't see many people. As soon as she returned to the fu, a noblewoman escorted her to her boudoir. She changed into a snow-white brocade dress, the skirt hem embroidered with lifelike plum blossoms, and covered with a water-red gauze. In an instant, her whole person became elegant and otherworldly. Every step she took could be like a painting. Not to mention Madame Yi, even Mo Hen, who saw that face every day, stared blankly for a long time. She secretly muttered that the miss was even more eye-catching than 3 years ago. She didn't know which dragon or phoenix among men was worthy of her. Madame Yi, perfectly satisfied, took Yi Xiaohua to the Prime Minister's study. The two stood behind the screen. Madame Yi pointed to the front through a corner and said in a low voice, "Do you see, that person is Fang Tua, the Zhuangyuan 2 years ago. He is distinguished and elegant, and has no wife or concubine at home. He is the capital's most gifted scholar. Your father also praises him endlessly. He is a classmate and good friend of your brother. What do you think?" Hearing what was said, Yi Xiaohua held her forehead and sighed, but she didn't interrupt Madame Yi's enthusiasm. Because she knew that this Fang Tua was one of the people that Bai Jinjin secretly supported. Fang Tua also knew that the world-famous Second Gongzi and Second Miss Bai were actually the same person. He had seen Second Miss Bai's advanced thinking and outstanding talent. He had long been attached to the other side. How could he possibly look at her, this Yi family's eldest miss, who had been unknown for 3 years, digression sure enough, when he heard that the Prime Minister wanted to recruit him, Fang Tua lowered his eyes. His voice was rigid and distant. He always hated this kind of arrangement the most. Moreover, he had already given his heart to others, thanks to Darren's care, but this lowly official has no intention of getting married for the time being. Prime Minister Yi appreciated Fang Tua. He felt that this young man was a promising talent. His appearance, character, and appearance were not bad. But he was too poor. His daughter had always been pampered at home. He also did not want his daughter to marry Fang Tua and live a poor life. Hearing this, his expression did not change. He just nodded slightly. A man should have this kind of thinking. Behind the screen, Madame Ye's complexion was a little bad, but in the end she did not say anything. She just waved her hand to let Yi Xiaohua leave first. When Yi Huijin heard the news of her return, he specially rushed back from the Ministry of Works. Why so early? Yi Xiaohua leaned on the side of the corridor. Seeing Yi Huijin come and go so freely, she was a little surprised. Her heart also sank slightly. It seemed that Yi Mansion had not been good in recent years. That Bai Zhenjin still secretly made her move. Let's go in first and talk. Yi Huijin looked at Yi Xiaohua from top to bottom. Seeing that she had become more and more beautiful in these 3 years, he breathed a sigh of relief. The two people met Fang Tua on the way to the study. Yi Huijin only slightly nodded to him and did not say much. On the contrary, when Fang Tua saw the brilliant and threatening Yi Xiaohua, his footsteps paused until the other party passed by him without looking sideways. She did not even look at him. Before this, Fang Tua also thought about how graceful Yi Xiaohua was. However, when he really saw her, he knew that person's graceful bearing was difficult to paint. Fang Tua glanced at her and turned his gaze away. Compared to Yi Xiaohua's gorgeous and eye-catching beauty, he liked Bai Zhenjin's aloof character more. He was just used to seeing Bai Zhenjin's pure and beautiful appearance in white clothes. This touch of gorgeous color almost made his heart jump out of his chest. However, thinking that that person was Yi Xiaohua, he quickly calmed down. So our family has been forgotten by the emperor and the third prince? When Yi Xiaohua and her sister entered the study, Prime Minister Yi and his wife were talking. Prime Minister Yi slightly nodded. I'm afraid that the third prince wants to marry by family. Hearing this, Yi Huijin subconsciously glanced at Yi Xiaohua. He remembered that 3 years ago, Yi Xiaohua and the third prince were very close. When he saw that there was nothing unusual on Yi Xiaohua's face, he let out a sigh of relief. He took out a piece of paper. Father, look at this. What is this? Prime Minister Yi looked at it for a long time. The new weapon in the third prince's hands is well formed and powerful. Yi Huijin pondered for a moment. Father, you barely cared about politics these past 2 years. It's time for you to take a side. Yi Huijin had sent this piece of paper to Yi Xiaohua. It was a picture of a gun. In the past few years, the Bai family united with the third prince to deprive the Prime Minister Fu of all the real power. Bai Zhenjin offered many proposals to the emperor. She also moved out a cabinet setting, letting the emperor reduce the Prime Minister's power. The Prime Minister, who was below one person but above 10,000 people, gradually became powerless. This was especially so for this incomparably powerful spear. The emperor had always wanted to reclaim the world. With this weapon, he would be able to achieve half the results with twice the effort, so he attached great importance to it. Yi Xiaohua did not care about their dialogue. She was thinking about the original plot, and the original plot almost developed like this. Later, there was still one last step left in the production of the gun. Yi Huijin was framed for stealing the blueprint of the gun production and was imprisoned by the emperor. Then Bai Zhenjin confessed to the third prince that she was the person who drew the gun picture, which made the third prince shocked. After knowing that the second young master was also Bai Zhenjin, he went through untold hardships to obtain a beautiful woman's heart. Finally, he smoothly seized the throne with a huge amount of wealth. Bai Zhenjin felt that Yi Xiaohua only had Yi family as her backer. Without Yi family, Yi Xiaohua was just a jumping clown. Sure enough, 3 days later, the news that Yi Huijin was imprisoned came. Yi family turned pale with fright, and Yi mother directly fainted. Yi Xiaohua grasped Yi mother's pulse. In the past 3 years, she read a lot of books in the valley of Tianjizi, including medical books. Although she could still remember them with her photographic memory. Mother's body is too poor, she needs acupuncture. I can't do this, Yi Xiaohua calmly instructed. Everything was orderly. Mohen, you take father's invitation and go find the imperial doctor. Housekeeper, you go find father and come back. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Mohen was the first to come back. Her face was full of anger. Miss, no one in the imperial hospital is free. Yi Xiaohua pursed her lips and her complexion sank. How was this not free? It was clear that Yi family had fallen and didn't want to get into trouble. The people in the capital, one after another, saw the wind and set the helm. What should we do now? Madame fell, Yi Huijin was in prison, and the master was not at home. Everything could only be decided by Yi Xiaohua. Nothing. Yi Xiaohua spread out a piece of paper, wrote a sentence on it, and stood by the window. After a few breaths, a white carrier pigeon landed on her shoulder. She tied the paper to the pigeon's leg and watched its back disappear before turning around. Mo Hen had never seen her family's Mrs. face so cold. At the same time, Prime Minister Yi and the housekeeper were in the third prince's residence. The two people waited for a long time and only saw a guard come out. Prime Minister Yi, I'm sorry, our third prince is meeting a distinguished guest. He doesn't have time, please go back. Hearing this, the housekeeper Yi was disappointed. Prime Minister, this third prince, doesn't care about the young master? How can he be so heartless? 3 years ago, they were standing in the third prince's team. Only, in recent years, because of Bai family, the third prince and them had become estranged. When Prime Minister Yi heard what was said, he paused for a while before turning around and leaving. People don't look out for themselves, heaven and earth destroy them. Our Yi family already has no value to be used. We also provoked a fishy smell. The third prince will naturally not risk offending the emperor to help us. At this time, the third prince was in Fengyaolu. When Bai Zhenjin, who was sitting opposite him, heard the third prince's servant's words, she raised her eyes and asked, Yi family's matter, does the third prince not care? The most important thing for me now is to find the Gongzi who gave me the design of the gun. Father Emperor attaches great importance to this matter. Yi Huijin did this kind of treacherous thing, I have no way to save him. The third prince carelessly said. Nowadays, the prime minister's residence had long lost its real power. Now that this kind of thing happened, how could it turn over again? There was no need to save him. When Bai Zhenjin heard what was said, she felt at ease and picked up the teacup, covering the sneer in the bottom of her eyes. Digression. When Prime Minister Yi returned, Madame Yi still hadn't woken up. Why didn't you take my door card to find an imperial doctor? Madame Ye's body had always been nursed by the imperial hospital. Casually looking for a doctor, Prime Minister Yi was not at ease. After hearing Prime Minister Ye's words, Mo Hen looked at him, pursed her lips, and her eyes dimmed. Thus, Prime Minister Yi suddenly reacted. Yes, with the current situation, he was afraid that no one in the imperial hospital would be willing to come. Xiaohua. Prime Minister Yi responded on the contrary. Miss went to her laboratory, Mo Hen quickly replied. Although she didn't understand the meaning of the laboratory, in the past 3 years, she was no longer surprised by the Miss's strange ideas. Hearing this, Prime Minister Yi did not say anything. He just sent people to find the most famous medical house in the capital and then went to busy himself with Yi Huijin's matter. Now that the world was divided, the current emperor wholeheartedly wanted to unify the world like his ancestors. With great difficulty, the gun gave him this opportunity, but he didn't expect that such a thing would happen. He flew into a rage and wanted the entire Yi family to go to prison. Not to mention that Yi family gradually had no real power in their hands. Even when Yi family's power overturned the court, the emperor would not easily let Yi family go. Several colleagues who were secretly good friends with Prime Minister Yi revealed this to him. After being silent for a long time, Prime Minister Yi went home and asked Yi Xiaohua to take Yi mother and immediately leave the capital to avoid disaster. I won't go. Yi Xiaohua changed into a goose yellow brocade dress. She radiated brilliance, and her appearance shone. There was no way. Yi mother threw away her men's clothes, and the wardrobe was full of popular clothes in the capital. I still have some connections in the capital. You take your mother and leave quickly. Your brother's matter doesn't bode well. The third prince also won't see me. Prime Minister Yi shook his head slightly. He thought that his clever daughter could understand his words, but he didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to directly shake her head and then sit on a chair. Father, the third prince is not reliable. He will not let our Yi family have a good time when he becomes the emperor. Why don't we send the throne to the hands of other princes? Don't say such rebellious words. Prime Minister Yi looked around in alarm. Fortunately, this was Yi Mansion, so no one could hear him. So, Dad, I want to see the emperor. Yi Xiaohua tilted her head and put the teacup on the table, her eyes flashing. Yi family had always been helpless against Xianxia. She said a few words and they wished they could pluck the moon for her. Now, Prime Minister Yi was alone, so he was even more helpless against Xianxia. Although Yi family was now losing power, taking Xianxia to the palace to meet the emperor, Prime Minister Yi could still do it. The emperor's expression was very bad. Official Yi, are you here to hand over the map? I. Prime Minister Yi had not yet spoken when he was interrupted by Xianxia. Your Majesty, the blueprint of the gun in my brother's hands is of poor quality. He took the blueprint so that an expert could improve the gun and present it to your Majesty. Now, the gun has been improved and its power is 10 times stronger than before. The pressure around the emperor was very low. Most people couldn't lift their heads when they saw him. However, Xianxia, who had dinner with the president of M country, was not frightened. She was still calm. 10 times? Now, the power of the gun had already made the emperor endlessly happy. What was the concept of being 10 times stronger? The emperor stood up from his chair and impatiently walked to Xianxia's side. His tone was urgent, offering tea to Prime Minister Yi. That expert, where is he now? Did you bring him? Naturally, that person is. Xianxia paused for a moment, then slowly and unhurriedly said, this small person is me. Pooh! Prime Minister Yi's tea, which had just reached his mouth, suddenly sprayed out. He also didn't care about his lack of manners in front of the emperor. Instead, he desperately winked at Xianxia. He knew that his family's daughter had always been extremely intelligent. She was brimming with talent, but this was firearms. His family's daughter had never even touched gunpowder, how could she improve the gun? Now that he had deceived his majesty, being thrown into prison was a small matter. What he feared was that he would lose his head on the spot. He desperately winked at Xianxia. His eyes were almost twitching, but Xianxia simply didn't look at him. When the emperor heard Xianxia's words, his face was still smiling, but the bottom of his eyes was filled with hostility. Come, bring Zhen's brocade box. Very soon, the head of the imperial palace brought the brocade box. The emperor took out the gun inside. This gun has a range of 10 zhang. Its power is incomparable. You will improve it for me now. If you deceive Zhen, Zhen will immediately cut off Yi Huijing's head. I don't need it. Xianxia glanced at the gun in the emperor's hand and directly poured out a pile of black parts from her pocket. The gun in your hand is too inferior. The size and structure are all wrong. It will affect the display of my strength. As she spoke, she sat on the ground and began to assemble. Compared to Bai Zhenjin, Xianxia had trained. A pile of scattered parts, but in less than a minute, was completely assembled by her. Your Majesty, do you see the tree in front of the palace door? I want its second fruit. Xianxia didn't turn her head back. She just spoke while raising the gun. Bang, the second pear on the tree 40 zhang away fell in response. Did you see it? Xianxia turned her face to the side. Her voice was somewhat indifferent. This is the real power. The one in your hand is tattered. Such an accurate shot, such a long range. The emperor was unable to take his eyes off it. He didn't return to his senses for a long time. Prime Minister Yi also looked at Xianxia in shock. The corner of his mouth trembled, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Good. Good. Official Yi's family is really talented. After a long time, the emperor finally recovered from his stupor. He didn't blame Xianxia for pointing at his things and saying they were tattered. Instead, he looked at Xianxia for a long time. Finally, he clapped his hands and laughed. Come, prepare a banquet. I want official Yi's family to have a meal. Head Steward Li, you personally go to the prison and pick up Assistant Minister Yi. This dynasty was very tolerant of women. It wasn't like there weren't any female officials. The emperor looked at Xianxia. The more he looked, the happier he became. The most talented woman in the capital is indeed the most talented woman in the capital. Official Yi, you have such an outstanding daughter. How could you hide her for 3 years? You really should be punished. This common woman is curious about the Jianghu in the storybook. This is why I decided to go out. It has nothing to do with my father. Xianxia smiled. Yi father looked at his daughter and the emperor talking happily. He always felt that he was dreaming. At the same time, in General Bai's mansion, Bai Jinjin's maid poured a cup of tea for Bai Jinjin. Her eyebrows were full of pride. "Miss, now the whole city is looking for the expert who made the gun picture for the emperor to complete the last step of the gun. If they knew that the person behind it was Miss, they would be scared to death." In the entire Bai family, only this maid knew Bai Jinjin's multiple identities. She worshipped Bai Jinjin endlessly. When Bai Jinjin heard what was said, she knew that the opportunity she had been waiting for had finally come. She hooked up her lips and smiled. "Send someone to tell the third prince that the creator of the gun picture wants to see him. Bai Jinjin, you can rest assured. This time I will definitely avenge you, and let Yi family never rise again." Off topic, the third prince's residence. The third prince was sitting with a guest discussing the matter of the gun. A guard hurriedly came over to report that the owner of the gun's drawing had agreed to see him. He was so startled that he knocked over the teacup. After that, he was even more ecstatic and hurriedly ran in the direction of the door. Quickly invite the expert." But when he walked outside the door and saw that delicate and pretty figure, he was truly shocked. "You, how could you be?" "That's right, third prince, the one who gave you that drawing was indeed me," Bai Jinjin said and took out a snow-white drawing. "This is the improved version that I spent 2 years on. I want to see the emperor." Bai Jinjin put forward her own request. Feng Tuo stood beside the third prince. There was no shock on his face, only gentleness and hidden adoration when he looked at Bai Jinjin. Unlike him, the third prince's heart was incomparably sour. Bai Jinjin was clearly his fiancé. He was more legitimate than anyone else. However, such an outstanding fiancé was pushed away by him. Fortunately, it was not too late. He still had a chance to save her. He led Bai Jinjin to the imperial palace that very night to look for the emperor. The emperor heard that he wanted to find this expert and did not sleep well for several nights, so the third prince was so anxious. The three people did not expect to see Yi family's carriage at the south gate. How could the carriage of the prime minister's residence be at the Forbidden City's gate? The third prince's guard frowned. Bai Jinjin only glanced at it. After tonight, Yi family would no longer exist. She was too lazy to look at it again. The third prince faintly said, "I heard that in order to plead for Yi Huijin, the whole family went to plead with Father Emperor. They still haven't come out yet. I guess they were thrown into prison. This time, Father Emperor is very angry." Yi family's downfall was inevitable, so the third prince did not care about them. He did not even think of greeting them. Thinking of this, the third prince glanced at Feng Tuo and suddenly said, "Yesterday, didn't the prime minister's residents look for you to be their son-in-law?" Hearing this, Feng Tuo subconsciously glanced at Bai Jinjin. Seeing her frown, he immediately opened his mouth. This lowly official has no heart for love and has already refused. The third prince deeply looked at Feng Tuo. How could it be for the sake of his future? It was clearly for the sake of Bai Jinjin. He had long known that Feng Tuo's heart was in love with Bai Jinjin. Speaking of which, how many people in the capital were not in love with this somewhat deviant talented woman? However, the third prince did not point it out. After all, Bai Jinjin was too outstanding. He had to work harder. At this time, the emperor reluctantly let the people of the prime minister's mansion leave the Forbidden City. After all, Yi Xiaohua was a woman, it was inappropriate for her to stay in the palace. If she was a man, the emperor would certainly have a long talk with her. After seeing off the 3 members of the Yi family, a palace servant came to report that the third prince was seeking an audience. The emperor was in high spirits and wanted to find someone to share this joy with, so he immediately went to see the third prince. However, after hearing the third prince's words, the joyous expression on his face deepened slightly. However, he did not say much. He merely looked at Bai Zhe and said, "Say, how powerful is the new map that you've improved over the past 2 years?" Bai Jinjin was only a Go player in modern times. How could she have seen the emperor, this kind of noble person? She was so overwhelmed by the pressure of the whole field that she could not breathe. "The shooting range has increased by 10 feet, Bai Jinjin still smiled proudly. She knew how anxious the emperor was to find her. In addition, she had a noble identity in modern times, so her head was held high. The accuracy has increased by 10 to 20%. The emperor looked at her like this, the light in his eyes was obscure. He took out a pistol from his brocade and gave it to Bai Zhenjin. You shoot the fruit on the fruit tree outside the door and show it to me. Bai Zhenjin had not been trained. She had only seen a gun on TV. She did not even know how to hold it. How could she have the confident demeanor of Xianxia's sharpshooter? After she awkwardly shot the gun, the recoil almost made her fall. Bai Zhenjin's face was full of lingering fear. She felt that something was wrong. The emperor was so anxious to find her, shouldn't he be pleasantly surprised? Shouldn't he be repeatedly rewarded? How come everything was different from what she thought? All right, you get up, the emperor retracted his gaze. He looked at Bai Zhenjin, who had replaced Xianxia as the most talented woman in 3 years, and shook his head slightly. Your improvement plan is good, but compared to this, it is a lot worse. I think you basically don't know how to operate it? How did you design it? As he spoke, he placed a piece of snow-white paper on the table. The manuscript on it was very casual, but the proportions were clear and orderly. The internal structure was described in great detail. Even the chief eunuch who did not know much about firearms could see it clearly. Compared with the paper Bai Zhenjin drew next to it, it could be said that it was like heaven and earth. When Bai Zhenjin saw the paper, her face instantly turned white. She had to admit that her skill was indeed inferior to others. When the emperor saw her expression, he could not help but shake his head. If there was no Xianxia, Bai Zhenjin would have received 100 times the reward from him this time. She might even have become a female official. Compared with Xianxia, whether it was temperament or other aspects, Bai Zhenjin was really bleak. Letting Bai Zhenjin compare with Xianxia was too much of a bully. One was a chief agent, the other was a person in an ordinary field. This was like letting a king and a beggar compare who had more money. 10 times the power? The third prince suddenly raised his head. As a prince, he certainly knew what 10 times the power meant. Father Emperor, who is this expert? This kind of talent, he could not let the crown prince's side beat him to it. The emperor did not immediately answer. Instead, he looked at the third prince and slightly narrowed his eyes. I heard that you do not see Yi family? The third prince promptly cupped his hands in greeting and put aside his relationship with Yi family. He said righteously, Yi Huijin is rebellious and heresy. He has brought trouble to Father Emperor and ruined Father Emperor's important matter. This son is not willing to associate with such a person. Yi family was already not worth risking offending Father Emperor to protect. Although it was good to send charcoal in snowy weather, it also depended on who the other party was and whether they had value. Yi family? There was no need. Father Emperor, who is this expert you were talking about? The third prince was now concerned about that expert. He was not in the mood to pay attention to other Yi family matters, and he was disinclined to know. Bai Zhenjin also closely stared at the emperor, waiting for his answer. She felt a little uneasy in her heart. This kind of pistol, in the whole era, only she knew about it. How could someone draw such a detailed picture? If it was a genius, it would be fine. She still had a lot of ideas for future generations to come up with. What Bai Zhenjin feared was that it was another time traveler. She would never allow another time traveler to appear. The emperor looked at them deeply. That person, you also know her. She is not, digression isn't it too much? Don't say it, consciously kneel on the blade. Naughty this time, I am very happy. I still want to be naughty many times. **** Recommendation, female doctor in charge of the family, mountain man, don't spoil too much, farming plus house fight plus space plus 1v1 plus double purity, by Shui Yan, beloved official Ye's daughter. When the emperor thought of this, he couldn't stop his excitement. He looked at the third prince. I remember that you and Xiaohua were very close before. How come you don't seem to know anything about it? Hearing this, the pupils of the 3 people present shrunk, especially the third prince. He blankly looked at the drawing. If it weren't for the emperor's golden mouth and jade words, no one present would believe that this precise drawing actually came from the former talented woman who had long been forgotten by everyone. And the current talented woman, the improved drawing that she herself regarded as a treasure, in front of that drawing, seemed really rough like a piece of toilet paper. Has Commander Yu of the Godly Machine Battalion arrived? After the emperor finished speaking, he turned to ask the eunuch beside him. reporting to the emperor, soon. The chief eunuch said in a shrill voice, "This slave has already sent people to quickly find Commander Yu." Commander Yu, who was responsible for manufacturing weapons, came very quickly. He looked at the drawing left by Xianxia and couldn't return to his senses for a long time. Quickly tell the Godly Machine Battalion, we have a clue. No one should disturb us during this time. When he learned that this drawing came from Xianxia, Commander Yu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He almost couldn't take care of the emperor. However, the emperor understood his mood and didn't say anything. He just smiled and waved his hand to let the people of the Godly Machine Battalion rush through the night. The third prince and the others came out together with Commander Yu. Commander Yu still didn't know that Bai Jinjin also came to present the drawing. He only cupped his hands and anxiously said, "Third prince, this lowly official is anxious about the weapon and will leave first." The third prince stood in the same place and pulled his mouth, but he didn't laugh. What was the meaning of the emperor's expression before he left? Also, such a drawing, how could it be made by Xianxia? The third prince tried hard to recall the information about Xianxia. The other party was just an old-fashioned woman. Like most women in the world, after seeing Bai Jinjin's difference, he had long forgotten her. But now, who could have thought that such a woman was actually so talented? In particular, yesterday, Prime Minister Yi personally came to his residence to look for him, but he didn't pay attention to Prime Minister Yi. Thinking of this, the third prince's expression became even more remorseful. At that time, he thought that Yi family was useless and would fall sooner or later. Who knew that there would be such a thing? At this time, he must not push Yi family away. "Come, let Dr. Li of the Imperial Hospital come to find me." He remembered that Imperial Physician Li was responsible for all the illnesses of the Prime Minister's family. The third prince came and went in a hurry. He didn't even speak much with Bai Jinjin. Bai Jinjin was not calm now. She knew that the design drawing came from modern times. Now, someone drew it so clearly. Did it mean that Xianxia also came from modern times? No, if Xianxia came from modern times, she would have already exposed her own lies, so it should be a coincidence. Thinking of this, Bai Jinjin's heart gradually settled down, and her gaze became slightly deep. As long as they were ancient people, it was fine. Her mind was filled with countless mature ancient legal systems. Casually taking out a set of systems could make the emperor have a whole new level of respect. There were many ways to deal with this group of ancient people. The third prince brought Imperial Physician Li to the Yi clan. Imperial Physician Li was not very willing in his heart. He was just giving the third prince face. "Prime Minister Yi, I heard that your honorable wife is seriously ill. I specially looked for Imperial Physician Li to diagnose and treat your wife." The third prince's words were very beautiful and polite. "I think, Prime Minister, you don't want your wife to be sick all the time, right?" Prime Minister, you really didn't want to have more dealings with the third prince. These past few days, he had seen through people's hearts more than he had seen in half a lifetime. Especially when even his daughter was implicated. Prime Minister Yi pursed his lips. If his wife was still well, she would certainly not accept the third prince's false good intentions. He thought about it and politely declined. "Prime Minister Yi, your honorable wife's illness can only be treated by Imperial Physician Li." The third prince looked at Prime Minister Yi and his mouth could not help but carry a threat. Everyone knew that Imperial Physician Li was the third prince's person. Only he can treat her? TSK, I don't dare to say this. The person leisurely walked in from outside the door. He was dressed in a cyan brocade robe. His whole person was as sparse as a pine tree, and there was a piece of ancient jade hanging at his waist. "Godly Dr. Yu Heng." Imperial Physician Li opened his mouth in surprise. The third prince's heart was greatly shaken. Jianghu's #1 Godly Dr. Yu Heng, ordinary people only heard of his name. Just like Tian Jizi, he never asked about the court's affairs. How could he appear here? Not to mention the third prince, Prime Minister Yi was also shocked. Yu Heng, this kind of arrogant person, how could he pay attention to Imperial Physician Li? He only cupped his hands towards Prime Minister Yi. "Little Xiaohua sent a messenger pigeon to let me quickly rush over. Uncle Yi, I quickly put down the things in my hands and came to the capital. You must let her properly compensate me." When the third prince left Yi Mansion, his footsteps were floating. He did not expect that Yi Xiaohua, whom he had not asked for 3 years, actually had such a great ability. Even Yu Heng and her were very close. The next day, the emperor greatly rewarded Yi Mansion. Rare treasures were sent to Yi Mansion one after another. After Yi Mansion experienced decline, it became the first mansion in the capital. Compared to before, it was even more prosperous. The matchmakers who came to Yi Xiaohua and Yi Huijin were innumerable. In order to avoid Yu Heng and Madame Yi, Yi Xiaohua and Mo Hen went to the streets and alleys to wander around. Yi Xiaohua carried a birdcage in one hand and bird food in the other. She whistled in her mouth, looking like a playboy. "Miss, let's change to another alley. There are killers in front." Mo Hen looked at the alley where the fight was in full swing. She was a little unhappy. "We have to make a detour again." When a group of murderous black-clothed people heard what was said, they ferociously turned their faces. Holding a sword, they directly came towards Yi Xiaohua. "If you see it, don't even think about leaving. Miss, be careful." When the bodyguard beside the crown prince heard what was said, his pupils shrank. He did not expect that Mo Hen would reach out and clamp the sword that was about to reach Yi Xiaohua's neck was clamped between her hands. The crown prince's bodyguard was also stunned for a moment. It was also at this moment that he saw the crown prince's complexion turn white. The hand that was originally blocking the hidden weapon softened. "Your Highness." Yi Xiaohua slightly narrowed her eyes. She wanted to turn around and leave, but in that second, she saw the crown prince's hand hanging down. In the palm of his hand, there was impressively a bright red mole. When Huangfu Yunjing's own hidden illness broke out, he expected that he would not be able to escape. However, in the next second, a sound broke through the air. The hidden weapon that was dipped in poison and a copper coin collided, and both fell to the ground. Huangfu Yunjing fiercely turned his head to look at that yellow silhouette. "Miss, didn't you say that letting people know that you dominate the world with your martial strength would make people jealous? Trash dog, if you were a little useful, would you still let me, your master, take action?" Imperial Palace. In the Empress Palace, incense was burning. Huangfu Yunjing and the third prince were sitting at her feet. She bowed her head and drank a mouthful of tea. She faintly said, "Yunjing, your health is not good. Let your third younger brother manage the divine machine camp." Huangfu Yunjing, who had just experienced an assassination attempt, did not feel the least bit sad. When he was a child, because of fighting on the battlefield, he had a hidden illness. It was impossible to give him the throne. Everyone knew that the position of crown prince was only given to him by his imperial father to comfort him. He was already used to being treated coldly by his imperial mother. Digression today, kneeling in a pot of oil? Are you guys so cool? In the past, it was also like this. As long as the empress opened her mouth, most of the things in Huangfu Yunjing's hands would go to the third prince. Outsiders would only say that their brotherly affection was deep, or they would hiss. This godly machine battalion was precisely under Commander Yu's command. It was also one of the few remaining real powers in Huangfu Yunjing's hands. Huangfu Yunjing turned his face sideways, the flickering candlelight was imprinted on his body, his cold and clear silhouette was imprinted on his body. He tightened the copper coin in his hand. If it was in the past, he would have agreed long ago. However, this time was also the first time. His drooping eyes were filled with coldness. "I can't make a decision on this matter. You can discuss it with my imperial father. You can just talk to His Majesty. His Majesty has always doted on you. As long as you say it, he will definitely not refuse," the Empress said matter-of-factly. "Moreover, the firearms battalion originally belonged to your younger brother. You are just returning it to him now." Hearing this, the smile at the corners of Huangfu Yunjing's mouth became even colder. This godly machine camp was indeed the third prince's. Only, before this, the godly machine camp was only a decoration. At that time, the third prince used the godly machine camp to exchange for the hot valiant cavalry battalion in his hands. Now that Yi Xiaohua's drawing of the firearm had taken shape, the emperor handed it over to the Divine Arms Battalion to handle. Everyone knew how terrifying the Divine Arms Battalion was now. "I said, if you want the Godly Machine Battalion, go find Imperial Father yourself." The bottom of Huangfu Yunjing's eyes were deep and serene, and his tone did not carry any emotion. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left the palace without waiting for the two of them to reply. How did Huang Fuyunjing, who had always been obedient to him, become like this? When the empress heard this, she smashed the green teacup in her hand. This unfilial son. How can he not think about you when he's already a cripple? Does he really think that he can sit in that position? The third prince poured a cup of tea for the empress. He looked at Huang Fuyunjing's departing back and slightly narrowed his eyes. Muhu, we will think of another way. The empress sneered. I think he's been too arrogant these past few years. Without Urchin family, does he think he can live a stable life? Sanner, go back and find your uncle. Make arrangements as soon as possible. The third prince slightly nodded. He did not pay too much attention to Huang Fuyunjing. Right now, he was mainly thinking about Prime Minister Ye's family. In the Prime Minister's residence, Madame Yi, who was rescued by Yu Heng, was buried in a pile of portraits. Not only did she want to find a good wife for her son, but she also wanted to find a good family for her daughter. Yi Xiaohua and Yi Huijin didn't want to talk to her for the time being. Xiaohua, where did you come from? Prime Minister Yi looked at his daughter who had grown up to be very exquisite. His mouth kept on exclaiming in admiration. Even father doesn't know. This time, the Prime Minister's residence really owes a lot to you. After following master for a few years, I always have to learn something. Yi Xiaohua took a sip of tea and then went straight to the point. Dad, this time you have seen the third prince clearly, right? Hearing this, the smiles on the faces of Yi Huijin and Prime Minister Yi instantly disappeared. Yi Huijin's Ministry of Revenue was under the third prince. It could be said that from this aspect, the Prime Minister's residence was on the third prince's side. When Yi Huijin was captured and sent to prison, a single sentence from the third prince was enough to solve Yi Huijin's predicament. Unexpectedly, the third prince unexpectedly didn't even want to see Prime Minister Yi. Sure enough, it was easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to send charcoal in snowy weather. But in the imperial court, apart from the third prince, who else can we stand on? Prime Minister Yi slightly twisted his eyebrows. There is one. Yi Xiaohua sat on a chair. Who? Yi Xiaohua poured herself a cup of tea. Hearing what was said, she unhurriedly said, the Crown Prince. Prime Minister Yi muttered to himself for a moment, no. Everyone in the imperial court knew that His Highness the Crown Prince was weak, especially the Crown Prince. He was just an ordinary man, brave but not astute. He wasn't even willing to go to the morning court. Compared to the outstanding third prince, the Crown Prince was really bleak. What's more, the imperial uncles Fu supported the third prince. The Crown Prince had long been regarded as an abandoned child by them. When Yi Xiaohua heard this, her expression deepened, but the smile on the corner of her mouth didn't change. Her pair of starry eyes overflowed with light. Dad, if he really is brave but not astute, how do you think such a person can keep his position as the Crown Prince? Madame Yi was looking at the portrait on the side. Hearing what was said, she raised her head and glanced at Yi Xiaohua. Suddenly, her fingers paused. She had always known that her daughter was good-looking. Her temperament was also first class. Her appearance was beautiful, and the bright color of her eyebrows was almost scalding to the bottom of people's hearts. She was the same as the other people in Yi family. She always felt that the most outstanding person in the world was worthy of her daughter. In terms of appearance, in the entire capital, only the Crown Prince can match you, but he is a boorish man. In terms of talent, the third prince, who can compose poems at the age of 5, is better. This third prince was able to share the emperor's worries and solve difficulties at the age of 7. His wisdom is outstanding, but unfortunately, he is a prince. That Fang Tua is also okay. Yi Xiaohua's head was big when she heard this. She directly found an excuse to come out. Prime Minister Yi, after Yi Xiaohua's advice, also put his attention on the Crown Prince. Mo Hen wanted to eat hot pot. I don't know if it's delicious, but miss, the pastries of Fingyao Lu that you improved last time are 100 times more delicious than Fingyao Lu ah. If you open the world's #1 restaurant, other restaurants will still be alive. Yi Xiaohua put away her fan. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly lowered. Do you think I care about you, Guzi? Mo Hen. Did she not want face? This hot pot restaurant was really popular in the capital. It was the kind of small pot for one person. The private rooms were all full. When Yi Xiaohua came, there were only seats in the upstairs lobby. The seats in the building were really tight. For one or two people, in order to satisfy their desire for good food, they almost all sat together. In Xifeng City, almost everyone had some status. Sitting together was a very new idea proposed by the hot pot restaurant. Thus, she became acquainted with many high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Most people would not refuse. And upstairs, there were indeed seats that could be put together. It was the third prince, Baizhenjin, and the crown prince's table. Seeing Yi Xiaohua, the third prince's hand that was holding the chopstick stopped. His face was pleasantly surprised. He was worried that he could not find an opportunity to talk to Yi Xiaohua. As for the crown prince, the third prince was not worried. Compared with the crown prince, who had no sense of existence, Yi Xiaohua would definitely choose his table. Bai Zhenjin's expression was also not good. She calmly looked at Yi Xiaohua, knowing that she had previously looked down on this person. The crown prince's expression was indifferent. He did not care, because he knew that as long as he still had a brain, he would not want to be associated with him. He lowered his eyes, and the light in his eyes dimmed. However, no one thought that Yi Xiaohua would unexpectedly pass the third prince and directly go to the crown prince's side. You want to think clearly. The third prince stood up and whispered in Yi Xiaohua's ear, who was passing by him, if you want to stand behind Huangfu Yunjing and think that Huangfu Yunjing will sit in that position, then you are gravely mistaken. He is a cripple, brave but not astute. The dynasty will absolutely not fall into his hands. Yi Xiaohua's footsteps did not stop. However, the third prince did not stop her this time. Instead, he stood on one side and looked at the crown prince. He knew that his elder brother had mysophobia and never allowed any woman to come within 1 foot of him. Once, the neighboring country's princess only touched the corner of his clothes, and he broke her hands and feet. The third prince knew that this time was no exception. When the crown prince became angry, he would step forward. Perhaps, he could still put righteousness before family and save the prime minister's mansion. The crown prince made a mistake and was punished, but the godly machine battalion would still fall into his hands. The people present, who knew the crown prince, all closed their eyes tightly. The third prince's heart was delighted. Mo Hen strenuously gave Yi Xiaohua a meaningful look, but Yi Xiaohua unhurriedly sat in the seat next to the crown prince. Digression 100 comments were collected, kneeling on ants, WTF? The big flower on the internet went to the comment section. Today, there was a prize-winning question and answer session. 1. How many times did Yi Xiaohua and the crown prince meet? 2. What was so special about the red mole on the crown prince's palm? However, contrary to everyone's expectations, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who always had a bad temper, did not get angry this time. Even the guards around him and Mo Hen were talking very happily. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. When the third prince saw this scene, he could not help but clench the wine cup in his hand. Bai Zhenjin, who was at his side, narrowed her eyes and gradually reacted. She had long expected that after this gun incident, Yi Mansion would not ally with the third prince. The only thing she did not expect was that Yi Mansion would unexpectedly choose the crown prince, this cripple. Everyone knew that the imperial uncle's mansion supported the third prince. In the entire dynasty, everyone had the possibility of becoming the emperor, except for Huangfu Yunjing. If she could not change the system of this dynasty, could not help the original owner get revenge, could not stand in a high position, then what was the significance of her crossing over this time? Second Miss Bai, can you help me explain the meaning of your poem? Not far away, a famous scholar in the capital humbly asked. Bai Zhenjin suddenly reacted. She was now the most talented woman in the capital. Yi Xiaohua, so what if you can change the gun? What you don't know is that I am not an ancient person at all. I am a modern person with 5,000 years of culture. Anything I casually take out from my brain will make the people of this world gasp in amazement. **** 3 days later, an urgent report came from the capital. The neighboring barbarian Yun country launched a riot. The emperor always wanted to recover the world, and this Yun country was one of them. However, the people of this country were exceptionally fierce, and the great general guarding the border could not do anything about it. The emperor also summoned his ministers that very night. This time, the gun was successfully developed. He wanted to try to subdue Yun country. This decision made the people in the court panic. The third prince also said a lot of strategies, but he had very little understanding of the battlefield. At this time, it was just armchair strategy. Huangfu Yunjing followed the emperor to the battlefield when he was 10 years old and was very familiar with Yun country. Only, he had always been indifferent to fame and fortune. Standing on this side, he belonged to a transparent person. He always played the role of a cripple who did not pose a threat to the other princes. However, this time, he grasped the copper coin in his palm and suddenly raised his head. Those pair of eyes that were usually dull and without ripples were now sharp and piercing. Imperial father, this son has a plan. If he could not protect the people he wanted to protect in a low-key manner, then there was no need to continue. When a group of courtiers saw the crown prince like this, they could not help but look at him in shock. A few old courtiers listened to him talk about the way of governing the country and the method of recovering. Their eyes flashed with pity. Such talent, if he was not a cripple, according to the emperor's love, his future would be limitless. If he was not. Finally, contrary to everyone's expectations, the crown prince personally went to the border to clean up the people of the Yun nation. The emperor couldn't stop him and could only bring a bunch of troops for him. The emperor, to the expectations of the emperor's uncle. At this moment, the empress was still unaware of this matter. She only poured a cup of tea for her elder brother and ignored the servants around her. Her voice was somewhat impatient as she said, "Elder brother, Yunjing is unwilling to give third son the Divine Arms Battalion. This unfilial son is already crippled, but he still won't let go of the Divine Arms Battalion. Does he think he is as talented as third son?" Empress, in the future, be careful with your words in the palace. Regret flashed through the imperial brother-in-law's eyes. You don't know, but the crown prince is actually a great talent. His way of ruling a country and the way he reclaimed the country has amazed His Majesty. If it wasn't for the fact that he was poisoned in his early years and left an illness that was hard to recover from on the battlefield, with how much the emperor likes him, impossible. The empress immediately frowned and said subconsciously, "I know Yunjing. His brain is not as good as San Er's. He can't even write his own name at the age of 5. Later on, he went directly to the battlefield and didn't attend the imperial preceptor's lessons. He's just a boorish fellow. How could he be proficient in the way of governing a country? He hid it too well. Do you know how many old officials in the court are sighing?" The imperial uncle shook his head slightly. "He will go to the northern frontier tomorrow. It's a pity that his body is ill. Otherwise, which prince in the court can compare to him?" "What did you say?" Hearing this, the empress almost fell on her chair. She muttered in disbelief, "This is impossible. How is this possible?" At that time, the third prince was excessively outstanding and was envied by the people in the palace. It was because Huangfu Yunjing was stupid that she abandoned him. She let him drink the poisonous soup that should have been drunk by the third prince, thus causing him to fall ill. This made the emperor feel quite guilty and very protective of the three of them, mother and son. Therefore, her San heir grew up safely. But now, her brother unexpectedly said that this son, who she used as a shield, was the real great talent. She had not taken care of Huangfu Yunjing for many years. A few days ago, they also had a conflict. She was afraid that Huangfu Yunjing had already been separated from her. How could the empress accept this? The empress' goal was to be able to become the empress dowager in the future. For this, she did not hesitate to sacrifice her own son. But who would have thought that the son she used as a shield was the most suitable to be the emperor? The crown prince's illness really cannot be cured? The imperial uncle confirmed again and again. That's right. His Majesty let the imperial doctor see it. Only the Yu family of the godly medical valley can cure it. But the Yu family does not even give His Majesty face. How could they possibly let him see it? The empress gradually calmed down. It seems that the relationship with the crown prince cannot be salvaged, the imperial uncle sighed. So, we can only plan early. Empress, at this time, you must not be soft-hearted. ****. The crown prince was 22 this year and had yet to marry. There was not a single woman in the residence. The emperor had always been partial to him. This time, he wanted to let a woman follow him to take care of him. After carefully selecting, he decided to let Bai Jinjin become the crown prince's side concubine. The Bai family held military power, so they could take care of the crown prince. In order to balance things out, he planned to have the Yi family marry the third prince. The Bai family and the Yi family could not live together. Hearing this sentence, the third prince directly exclaimed that the emperor was biased. Now, Bai Jinjin was almost the head of the world's literati. With her, it was tantamount to obtaining the hearts of the world's literati, as well as military power in her hands. But what else did the Yi family have besides being highly respected in the court? Bias. How biased? The third prince indignantly went to look for the emperor. He didn't expect that when he went, Bai Jinjin would also be there. Bai Jinjin, as a modern person, how could she let the emperor dominate her, especially to marry a cripple? Did the crown prince know what the golden mean was? Do you know poetry, calligraphy, and painting? Furthermore, he had to accompany the crown prince to war. Why was a cripple going to fight in a war? She didn't want to die anyway. She, Bai Jinjin, would either not do it, or she would become the most honorable woman in the world. Your Majesty, Bai Jinjin said, neither servile nor overbearing, Fingyao Lu is my property, the first house in the world is also my property. I know that the national treasury is tight. As long as you set down an imperial edict and no longer interfere with my marriage, I will immediately offer 200,000 silver taels. The world-famous Fingyao Lu turned out to be hers? The second young master of Jiannan's richest family, Gu family, who had risen in the past 2 years, was unexpectedly Bai Jinjin? The third prince suddenly raised his head to look at Bai Jinjin. Digression today, kneeling on the stairs. The emperor did not speak for the first time. He just looked at Bai Jinjin with his deep and unfathomable eyes. The atmosphere in the study was so heavy that people couldn't breathe. Bai Jinjin did not hear the emperor's answer. Her heart was somewhat perturbed. What was going on with the emperor? Hearing that she had so much wealth, shouldn't he look at her in a different light? Why was there no movement at all? After crossing over to this world, Bai Jinjin went all the way up. Except for that time with firearms, she almost did not encounter any difficult problems. At this moment, she somewhat understood what was called the unfathomable power of a ruler. Are you sure you don't want my crown prince? The emperor lowered his eyes, stretched out his hand to knock on the table, and asked in an indiscernible tone. I only want my own freedom. Bai Jinjin said, neither servile nor overbearing. Marry the crown prince, that waste? Was there any way out in the future? She would rather die than agree. All right, I promise you. The emperor did not make things difficult for her. He originally thought that with his imperial son's talent, Bai Jinjin would be a good match for him. Now it seemed that he was mistaken. Bai Jinjin, this kind of short-sighted person with this kind of character, was not enough to match his imperial son. The third prince struck while the iron was hot, saying that he had no interest in marriage at the moment. Previously, he didn't know that Bai Jinjin was the second young master of Fingyao Lu, so he didn't plan to marry Yi Xiaohua. Now that he knew the wealth behind Bai Jinjin, he was even more unwilling to marry an ordinary person like Yi Xiaohua. Are you sure? The emperor looked deeply at the third prince. Who was more important than Yi Xiaohua and Bai Jinjin with multiple identities? The third prince understood this point better than anyone else. He immediately said, yes, Father Emperor. Well, you can all leave. The emperor waved his hand and let them leave. After they left, the emperor slightly shook his head. Bai Jinjin and the third prince, what do you think? The head of the Internal Affairs Department stared blankly for a long time before realizing that the emperor was talking to him. As a eunuch, he did not dare to say too much. He only deliberated and said, second young Miss Bai is indeed the most talented woman in the capital. I did not expect that the capital's #1 brothel would belong to her. The third prince is also far-sighted. Hearing this, the emperor sneered. He reached out and took out a hibiscus box and took out 200,000 gold taels. This was given to me by Prime Minister Yi after the morning court session. He said to let his son live a bit better outside the border and not let him suffer. This is his bribe me. 200,000 gold taels? How could Prime Minister Yi's family afford it? Also, Your Majesty, you didn't tell Assistant Minister Yi to go to the border in the morning. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as the steward couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Prime Minister Yi has always been incorruptible and has never done anything like bribery. Hearing this, the emperor laughed and said, he can't, but he has a military counselor in his mansion who can calculate 100 steps. The most talented woman in the capital? The emperor looked at the 200,000 taels of silver and sneered. The steward lowered his head and pretended not to see anything. However, he knew that it was time for him to pick a side. The crown prince personally went to war. The emperor withdrew his order to send the Bai family with him and asked the Yi family to accompany him. This made the Bai family breathe a sigh of relief. After all, they didn't want to die with the crown prince. The day he set off for battle was the literary gathering of Grace Brothel. These people all felt that the crown prince would never return, so basically, only a few people went to see him off. At this time, Bai Zhenjin was on the balcony on the second floor of Fengyaolu. She spoke with fervor and assurance. Does the third prince know about the centralization of power? What do you mean? It is the abolition of the prime minister, the 6 ministries as the main, the abolition of the provinces, and the establishment of 3 departments, Bai Zhenjin spoke with fervor and assurance. Listening to the third prince and the scholars of his Grace Brothel, they were overwhelmed with shock and turned pale. They didn't expect that such a bold and advanced idea would come from a woman. Looking at these people's shocked expressions, Bai Zhenjin's eyes flashed with a trace of pride. This was a mature system developed from the Qing dynasty to the Qing dynasty in her world. She still had many of these systems in her mind. Just one rule made these scholars willingly admit defeat. Bai Zhenjin didn't know how to describe her sense of superiority as a modern person. In the future, you will be shocked. Thinking of this, she struck while the iron was hot. People are born equal. We must live for ourselves. We cannot accept other people's arrangements. We must know how to resist for freedom. She justified her refusal to marry. Hearing her speak like this, the scholars at the scene thought even more highly of her noble character and unquestionable integrity. After she finished speaking, she discovered that Yi Xiaohua, who had sent Yi Huijin to the border, was downstairs on the street, staring at her. Under the sunlight, Yi Xiaohua's brilliant and colorful eyes were excessively beautiful. Bai Zhenjin slightly narrowed her eyes, then smiled and pointed out something. Miss Yi, I am not targeting you, but people should resist. Being resigned to adversity is not a way. Yes, what second Miss Bai said is very reasonable. A group of scholars were shocked by Bai Zhenjin's indifference to fame and fortune. Character is judged by character in Go. You look at the Go games hanging on the wall and you will know that second Miss Bai's strategy is unparalleled. I don't know what second Miss Bai thinks about these 3 unsolvable Go games. Another person asked about the Go games hanging on the wall. These 3 Go games are all my actions. I have little talent and shallow learning. I still haven't found a way to solve them. Bai Zhenjin pretended to be helpless. In fact, one of these 3 Go games was created by the modern Go girl. Only, the girl died before she could say how to solve it. The other 2 were incomparable Go games. The modern genius girl Bai Zhenjin had no choice but to sigh because she solved them. 2 years after the girl's death, her family agreed to exhibit the solution. Bai Zhenjin also died in a car accident when she went to see the exhibition. She didn't see the final result. When the third prince heard her words, he looked at Bai Zhenjin with an even hotter gaze. At present, the people outside still didn't know that Fengyaolu belonged to Bai Zhenjin. If they knew, they would go crazy. Ding. The system has been successfully upgraded. The system shop has been successfully opened. F***CK. Great Godji, what are you looking at if you don't look at the system shop? Go games. Yi Xiaohua thought, how did this Bai Zhenjin lay out such an exquisite Go game, especially the last one? The system heard her words and saw the last Go game through Yi Xiaohua's eyes. It couldn't help but curl its lips. What do you think you are looking at? What's so good about your own Go game? Digression WTF. Her Go game? What does that mean? What do you mean? Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. This is clearly a Go game that you set up in a sudden inspiration. Sorry, I forgot that you don't have any memory. However, Bai Zhenjin unexpectedly said that this was the Go game she painstakingly thought about. As a system for so many years, I have never seen such a shameless person. 008 finally concluded, Godji, go up, kill her to death. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua's footsteps stopped. Not far away, Yi Huijin saw Yi Xiaohua stop and thought that she was affected by Bai Zhenjin. Coincidentally, by prior agreement, he and Huangfu Yunjing sped up and rushed over here. On the other hand, the people from Grace Pavilion were still talking about scriptures and Taoism, scoffing at the troops that were about to set off. Second Miss Bai does not need to be modest. In these 2 years, no one in this world has been able to solve this chess game. The one speaking was the imperial tutor Li of the Capital Academy. He had been obsessed with chess for his entire life. He had already studied these 3 chess games for 2 years, but he still could not help but exclaim in admiration, "From this unparalleled chess game, we can see Second Miss Bai's outstanding talent. In this world, the most difficult thing is to stump yourself." 2 years ago, Tian Jizi unexpectedly accepted Yi Xiaohua as a disciple. He did not accept a disciple like Bai Zhenjin, who had such a spiritual nature. This Tian Jizi was clearly disturbing their vision. Fortunately, his vision was unique, and he perceived that Second Miss Bai was not ordinary. Second young Miss Bai is the capital's most talented woman, worthy of her name. When he said this sentence, his eyes lightly swept over Yi Xiaohua. Huangfu Yunjing, who came along with the large troop, naturally heard the conversation of this group of people. His eyes sank a bit. Yi Huijin was the most observant, seeing that the Crown Prince seemed to want to speak. He immediately opened his mouth. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, the time is not early." Huangfu Yunjing withdrew his gaze. The dynasty's emperor saw off the Crown Prince on the city gate tower. Bai Zhenjin and her group of people looked down on the Crown Prince, but they would not disregard the emperor's prestige in vain. When the Crown Prince left, they also reluctantly got up. However, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yi Xiaohua did not leave. Under everyone's gaze, she walked step by step to the 2nd floor, casually picked up a black chess piece, and placed it on the chessboard that was said to be unsolvable. "What are you doing?" Mr. Li was the first to notice Yi Xiaohua's actions. Yi Xiaohua is still holding a black chess piece in her hand. She stands by the wall and turns her face. "Dispel doubts." His voice was clear and bright, like pearls and jade. "Answer my questions?" Tian Jizi and Great Master Li didn't understand the chessboard, and you want to solve it? All the scholars standing here looked at Yi Xiaohua inconceivably. Could it be that she lost the title of the most talented woman to Bai Zhenjin and didn't dare to be reconciled, so she overestimated her capabilities and came to be humiliated? The 3rd prince also thought so. He had been a child prodigy since he was a child. He understood very well what these 3 chess games meant. He didn't understand them for a while, let alone Yi Xiaohua. When he thought of this, he looked at Yi Xiaohua. She was standing under the sun, her beautiful face shining brightly, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. This Miss Yi is really thick-skinned, everyone thought so. "Miss Yi, I know you are unwilling, but this Go game, I still haven't thought of a way." Bai Zhenjin pretended to sigh. She had a lot of trust in the modern genius girl. But the only thing that Bai Zhenjin did not think of was that the solution to her chess chart was in Yi Xiaohua's mind. To a certain extent, she can be said to be the predecessor of Yi Xiaohua. "Miss Yi, don't force yourself." Bai Zhenjin just turned her head. But she found that Yi Xiaohua had put the last chess piece on the board. The chess game that had not been solved for these 2 years, was solved by someone? Not to mention Bai Zhenjin, the 3rd prince and that imperial tutor Li all raised their heads in astonishment. "It's not that difficult." Yi Xiaohua patted her sleeves and walked downstairs. She was too lazy to pay attention to this group of people. Always, the quality of Go is like the quality of one's character. Those who play this game are all literati and refined scholars. Those who use Go to flatter others and borrow Go to act are all villains. I, Yi Xiaohua, have never offended anyone sitting here. I don't know how I got the reputation of being shameless. Never mind, it's better for shameless people like me to stay far away from the noble circle of the capital. Everyone looked at her departing back. Just now, they had ridiculed Yi Xiaohua and were ashamed. No one dared to make a sound, because even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that this incomparable Go game would be solved by Yi Xiaohua. Looking at the 3 Go games left behind, Imperial Tutor Li's eyes opened wide. So that's how it is, I know. At this moment, he couldn't care less about Bai Zhenjin. Looking at the Go game for a long time, he couldn't return to his senses. He muttered in his mouth, and finally remembered Yi Xiaohua's words. He wanted to cover his face and cry bitterly. He didn't expect that because of his momentary conceit, he would lose such a great talent. No wonder that Miss Yi did not appear in the Wen Hui these past 2 years. Imperial Tutor Li, this kind of person who loved Go, was not a fool. In these past few years, Bai Zhenjin could confuse the facts. There must be her hands and feet in this. He coldly looked at Bai Zhenjin. Good Go skill is unparalleled in the world, the most talented woman in the capital, by family's second miss. This old student, I will remember. Being warned by such a person of virtue and prestige, Bai Zhenjin's complexion paled. How could she still be immensely proud of herself? There was no lack of Go fans present. Each and every one of them did not dare to look face to face with Bai Zhenjin. But now, they could not take care of her. They even squeezed her out to look at the 3 exquisite and peerless Go games. Bai Zhenjin had been praised too high in the past 2 years. Almost all the literati mentioned her with a sigh. Now, 1 second ago, she said that no one could solve the 3 Go games, and the next second, Yi Xiaohua casually perfected the Go games. Comparing the two, Bai Zhenjin suddenly became ridiculous. Yi Xiaohua said that she didn't care about the people in the capital, and she really didn't care. Imperial Tutor Li and the others looked for her many times. Later, they learned that she actually went to the frontier with Yi Huijin and the others. The current Huangfu Yunjing was no longer the former crown prince who restrained his elegance and magnificence. Yi Huijin endlessly praised his strategy when he wrote it down. Arranging a formation to kill the enemy was even more invincible. After a long time, Yi Huijin also had no choice but to be sincerely convinced. The group of people quickly recovered 2 cities. When the news reached the capital, the dynasty's emperor rewarded them. Yi family's glory in the capital was unparalleled. Originally, Bai Zhenjin thought that Yi Xiaohua and the others would soon die in battle. Jealousy and hatred floated in the bottom of her eyes. She couldn't understand why Yi Xiaohua, who had been in Jianghu for the past 2 years, had a higher Go skill than her. Obviously, she was more successful, so why was Yi Xiaohua still more dazzling than her? She couldn't understand why a cripple like the crown prince could subdue a city. She originally wanted Yi Xiaohua to leave the capital and live in pain. She didn't expect her to mix outside like a fish in water. The imperial uncle stood on the side of the third prince. Bai Zhenjin slightly calmed herself down. She had crossed over for so long, it was time to do a big thing. Thinking of this, she immediately bowed her head and wrote down a few scattered policies. She said to the young servant beside her, "You take it and find the third prince." Even if Yi Xiaohua calculated 10,000 times, she should not have calculated that she was the second young master of Fingyao Lu, the second richest person in the world, with countless properties in her hands. If people knew that she was the second young master of Fingyao Lu, wouldn't the whole world praise and marvel? Money makes the devil turn millstones. As long as she supported the third prince would never lose. What's more, Yi Xiaohua and the crown prince were now at the border. When they returned to the capital, who knew who would have the final say in the capital? Moreover, presumably, the imperial uncle and the others had already made their move. It was not certain whether they could come back alive. Digression, the Academy's comments did not reach 150, but I still love you. Posted a second update. In fact, the data of Great God Ye's article was not very good. New literature data was very important. Huahua was also very melancholy. She also wanted to update one more chapter. She also tried very hard to write it to make you like it, to make the data look better. She thought that if there was a second update, wouldn't there be more comments? If the data allowed, Huahua also wanted to update 2 times a day. The Crown Prince's party was exceptionally victorious on the battlefield, recovering one city after another. Even the soldiers under his hands were promoted again and again. Everywhere they went, the common people spontaneously lined up to welcome them. Their prestige in the frontier was unparalleled. The Crown Prince's deputy general Su also became a great general, standing as an equal with the Bai family. All this made the Bai family feel flustered and somewhat regretful that they did not go out with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, who had never revealed his mountain and water leaking, was finally taken to heart by the officials in the capital. When Bai Zhenjin and the third prince heard this news, their previous attitude of not putting the crown prince in their eyes completely disappeared. In particular, the people sent by the imperial uncle all seemed to have disappeared, which made the third prince's party somewhat disappointed. The crown prince and the others returned triumphantly, and the emperor personally went to greet them 10 li away. "If you don't come back, your mother will go to the Great Wall to look for you." Prime Minister Yi sized up Yi Xiaohua from top to bottom. She did not become thinner, but instead became more eye-catching. He was satisfied. "Let's go back and slowly talk. Miss, you unexpectedly did not take me to play this time." Mo Hen stood behind Prime Minister Yi with a pained look on her face. "All right, next time I will take you." Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and casually responded. Mo Hen was smiling from ear to ear. Yi Huijin, who was standing on the side and no one was paying attention to him, felt for a moment that he might not be her biological daughter. Madame Yi was still waiting at home. Prime Minister Yi did not stay long and hurried back with a few people. The group of people just happened to run into the newly promoted General Su. Prime Minister Yi just wanted to pull Yi Huijin out to entertain him, but he did not expect General Su to speak. "Miss Yi, are you ready to go back?" General Su was very respectful. "All right, you let my younger sister rest well for 2 days. Every day, she will demonstrate to you what 3 abilities formation fish scale formation. You are not tired, but she is tired." Yi Huijin immediately stopped General Su's next words. "But Emperor." General Su tangled for a long time, but did not dare to say anything to Yi Xiaohua. He could only reluctantly let Yi Xiaohua leave. Prime Minister Yi did not understand their meaning. What 3 abilities formation fish scale formation? He was even more surprised by General Su's attitude. The great general was also a first-rank military officer. How could he be so respectful to his own daughter? The third prince, Bai Zhenjin, and the others stood in the crowd and watched Yi Xiaohua and the others leave. Bai Zhenjin's nails were embedded in her palm. After a while, he smiled again. 7 months, Yi Xiaohua, Huangfu Yunjing. You're all at the frontier. You probably don't know, but I've almost penetrated the entire dynasty. The whole country knew that the person who built the road in Guangxing was her, Bai Zhenjin. As for Yi Xiaohua, she was unknown in the army. Only the crown prince and Yi Huijin were praised by outsiders. Only people who loved chess still remembered the chess game from a few months ago. Who cared if you had talent or not? They only remembered Bai Zhenjin, who fought for their welfare. Her name was about to be engraved in history. Yi Xiaohua is too low-key in the frontier. Almost no one in the outside world knows her. Only the crown prince is praised. Bai Zhenjin had always thought that she was going to buy soy sauce. At this time, she would be better than Yi Xiaohua. She also didn't like Yi Xiaohua's idea. Bai Zhenjin put these thoughts aside. Instead, she whispered to the third prince that she was going to see the emperor. She thought of a new method. She believed that in a few days, her new policy would be able to suppress the crown prince and the others. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel excited. The crown prince's body had been weak since he was a child. The emperor had already arranged for an imperial doctor to wait in the palace while he summoned General Su. When General Su went to the imperial study, he happened to see Bai Zhenjin coming out, beaming with joy. He was a little surprised. Which family's daughter was this? She could actually go in and out of the imperial study on her own? General Su, you came at the right time. The emperor saw General Su come, and his complexion softened a little. Come and take a look. How about this policy of restraining agriculture and favoring commerce, prohibiting war, letting the common people live in peace, and creating a peaceful country? Restraining agriculture and favoring commerce? General Su's brows tightened. He, as a military officer, knew that this was not in line with the national conditions. Prohibiting war? Without war, how can we ensure the peace of the common people? In the end, which person who eats and waits for death said this? It's the second miss of the Bai family who just went out, the emperor sneered. She is now the savior of all the common people, a living bodhisattva, comparable to the Wensu star descending to the world to save the world. Bai Zhenjin only wanted to render meritorious service and copy everything from the future generations. However, she forgot that the economic policy implemented by a country was determined by its economic foundation and the interests of the people in power. A policy that had prevailed for thousands of years, emphasizing agriculture and restraining commerce, naturally had its reasons. In fact, part of the reason why she could make the common people admire her was because of her passionate speech. Savior? General Su twisted his eyebrows, somewhat not daring to believe it. Miss Yi does not dare to call herself that. That's also true. Mentioning Yi Xiaohua, the emperor was also a bit happy. General Su, this time you made a great contribution. Do you have any other requests? I don't have any requests. If it weren't for the Crown Prince and Miss Yi, I wouldn't necessarily be able to live. There is one more thing. Yun Country said that they will come to the court in a few days. General Su waved his hand again and again, not daring to monopolize the credit. Originally, when this group of people arrived at the border, he thought that the most resourceful among them was the gifted scholar Yi Huijin. But who knew that these three people were more terrifying than the other? Yi Xiaohua and Huangfu Yunjing were even more monstrous than the other. Huangfu Yunjing predicted things like a god, and Yi Xiaohua's arrangement of troops was superb. The two people's cooperation was simply like a god killing a god, a Buddha destroying a Buddha. The emperor did not know that the last battle was actually a siege by 3 countries. They had 30,000 troops and horses against 100,000 local elite troops, and they won with less than 1% casualties. General Su felt that those several countries were clearly scared away by the ferocity of these two monstrous geniuses. After General Su left, the emperor looked at the white paper in his hand that said heavy commerce and suppressing agriculture. He softly said, "It's also strange. The real meritorious people are so low-key that they are too lazy to enter the palace to receive rewards, but the claptrap to please the gallery is widely known." The head steward of the Ministry of Internal Affairs previously did not know the dialogue between the emperor and General Su. He stood on the side, and his heart was greatly shocked. His Majesty's claptrap to please the gallery was talking about second Miss Bai? It can't be, she is the savior. She has written a lot of laws about the people's livelihood. If she is claptrap to please the gallery, how can other people still have a way to live? Digression. Thank you for your support. All Huahua can do is write every word well. I won't disappoint your expectations, and we will travel together all the way. Bai Zhenjin was now ambitious and lofty. Not only did she promote the idea of equality for all people and creating a peaceful society to the common people, but she also widely repaired roads and developed commerce. He had heard that when the Miracle Physician Valley was in the mountains, he had suggested the cable car to the Miracle Physician Valley, which had shocked the valley master. Bai Zhenjin became even more famous. Today was the day when the Crown Prince of the Yun nation had an audience with the emperor. The emperor held a banquet and almost all the officials were present. This Bai Zhenjin is indeed an extraordinary person. At the banquet, Yun Country's Crown Prince indifferently said. Although he said those words of surprise, the expression on his face, which was almost like a work of heaven, was indifferent. He looked at the dazzling Bai Zhenjin speaking with confidence and composure in the main hall. Almost a moment later, he retracted his gaze. He was not as surprised as other people. The third prince and Bai Zhenjin had always been paying attention to the Crown Prince of Yun Country. Bai Zhenjin held a huge amount of wealth in her hands. In some aspects, she was more well-informed than the third prince. She knew that the richest man who surpassed her was based in the Yun nation, and the Crown Prince of the Yun nation was also a man of great talent and strategy. The Yun nation did not occupy a large area, but in terms of military treasury, it was higher than several other countries. Third prince, we must rope in the Crown Prince of Yun Country as much as possible. Behind Yun Country is the richest man in the world. As long as we have their support, we will get half the result with twice the effort. Bai Zhenjin whispered. If Bai Zhenjin could think of this, the third prince could naturally think of it. Therefore, when the state banquet was over, he hurriedly left together with the Crown Prince of Yun Country. Finally, he stopped the Crown Prince of the Yun nation in the imperial garden. The third prince cupped his hands and said, "Crown Prince, the Crown Prince of the Cloud Nation thought for a moment and immediately knew what the third prince wanted to say. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. "Sorry, third prince, I am in a hurry to see your country's majesty. I don't have time." This was a rejection. The third prince's smile froze. After a while, he took a step back and said, "Then let's talk when we have the chance." The crown prince of the Yun nation casually responded and lifted his foot to leave. He did not care about the third prince, whose complexion was not very good. At the corner of the imperial study, the crown prince of the Yun nation saw a group of people, and his footsteps stopped. When the scribe next to him saw his expression, he couldn't help but look in the direction of his gaze in surprise. When he saw what he was looking at, he was also stunned. The one in the lead was a young woman. She was slowly walking over, her body covered by a thin layer of gauze, as if shrouded in mist. Her face was like an ink painting, shining brightly. The face of the man in green next to her was sickly pale, but his whole person was quiet and elegant. The second she saw him, she felt that the noise around her ears had dissipated. Compared to the girl, he was not inferior at all. When passing by the two of them, the crown prince of the Yun nation very politely greeted them. "Crown prince, why are you treating her so well?" The historian's teeth itched at the sight of Yi Huijin on the battlefield. Naturally, he knew Yi Xiaohua, so he frowned. "Just now, when Miss Bai was talking about the people's livelihood, you were listening carefully. This young lady Yi is unexpectedly lying on the table and sleeping. I didn't expect Yi Huijin's younger sister to unexpectedly not understand etiquette. It's a waste of a beautiful face. No wonder the third prince took the risk of offending Prime Minister Yi and didn't want to marry her. He mainly wanted to remind the crown prince not to be confused by beauty. Yi Xiaohua was not worthy of his attention, not worthy of the Yun nation's attention. Historian, you have always had a discerning eye. I didn't expect that this time, you would also be mistaken." The crown prince of the Yun nation's finger moved a bit. "Didn't you see who that General Su was fawning over? This Miss Yi is really interesting. If I'm not wrong, she was the one who planned all those military tactics. This kind of brain, although I am conceited, I have to admit that in this respect, even I am not as good as her." As for the third prince, he might not have a good brain? These words made the historian jump in fright. "Don't, she's just a little girl, how could she possibly understand these things? Crown Prince, please don't joke." He always thought that Yi Xiaohua followed Yi Huijin to join in the fun and never looked her in the eye. But in his heart, he was very hesitant. That General Su had always been young Lady Ye's lackey appearance. The crown prince of the Yun nation didn't care about him anymore. He just looked at Yi Xiaohua's departing back and slightly narrowed his eyes. He always felt that her back was somewhat familiar. Was it an illusion? Ever since Huangfu Yunjing came back from the battlefield, his body had been getting worse day by day. He had always grown up in a medicine jar, but he had never been so sick and weak. "I'll take these back and let my brother help you." Yi Xiaohua put away the memorials on his table. "You rest well, I'm going back to the mansion." Huangfu Yunjing coughed in a low voice. He looked at Yi Xiaohua busying herself, and his eyebrows gradually softened. As for his own appearance now, he felt very powerless. In the inner room, Huangfu Yunjing's personal guard saw that after Yi Xiaohua left, the crown prince vomited blood again. He couldn't help but wipe his eyes. "Crown Prince, shall we go to the Empress?" In the past, Huangfu Yunjing would absolutely not let people go to the Empress for help. But now, thinking of Yi family, Huangfu Yunjing closed his eyes. "You go." The personal guard's complexion was overjoyed and he immediately went to find the Empress. "Let me find San'er to persuade Jinjin to go to the Godly Medical Valley's people?" The Empress looked at Huangfu Yunjing's personal guard and sneered. "Now that he's begging me, he knows that I'm his Empress mother. Before, when I asked him to give the Godly Machine Camp to San'er, why didn't he speak?" Hearing this, Huangfu Yunjing's personal guard incessantly kowtowed. But Nyang, the Godly Machine Camp was originally given to the Crown Prince by the third prince. Moreover, the Crown Prince is also your son, you can't just watch him die. You go, I can't take care of this matter. The Empress simply didn't want to listen and directly let people drive the personal guard out. She poured herself a cup of tea, and the bottom of her eyes was thin and cold. The Crown Prince had been at the Emperor's side since childhood and was not close to her. She had only brought up the third prince. Now that Bai Jinjin had a relationship with the Godly Medical Valley, it was equal to the Godly Medical Valley and the third prince having a favor. At this time, how could she allow her Saner to open his mouth and ask the godly medical valley's people to help Huangfu Yunjing? This favor must be used on the edge of a knife, and not wasted on Huangfu Yunjing's body. She still wanted to be the most honorable Empress Dowager in the dynasty. She could not fall short of success. Huangfu Yunjing's personal guard returned to the Crown Prince's palace. Looking at the flickering shadow of the lamp in the study, he could not bear to go in and tell him this fact. Huangfu Yunjing was poking the wick. He seemed to have already known the result and did not have a sad expression. Go and bring the imperial edict that imperial father gave me. He did not dare to imagine what kind of things his third younger brother would do to Yi Mansion after he succeeded to the throne. Before he died, he had to find a way for that person to live. Otherwise, he would not be at ease when he died. Hearing this, the personal guard could not help but cry bitterly. The Empress's heart was too ruthless. For the benefit of the third prince, she unexpectedly watched her own son die with open eyes. Nowadays, the Crown Prince's illness was getting more and more serious, and the courtiers from all sides came to see him less and less. Unexpectedly, only Yi Mansion and General Su's two families came to and fro. On this day, Yi Huijin came to deliver a memorial to the Crown Prince. The personal guard could not help but complain tearfully to him. I know about this matter. Yi Huijin pursed his lips. He had already seen Bai Jinjin's people. While pacifying Huangfu Yunjing's personal guard, he walked towards Bai Jinjin. In those few months on the battlefield, Yi Huijin was wholeheartedly convinced of Huangfu Yunjing's ability. If such a person really died like this, it would really be a pity. Bai Jinjin was not surprised that Yi Huijin would ask her for help. Her eyes were smiling. Young Master Yi, I'm just a cable car repairman. I don't know the people of Godly Medical Valley. I'm afraid that you're looking for the wrong person. In fact, she had already contacted the people of Godly Medical Valley, but she felt that the Crown Prince was already crippled and did not want to waste time on him. With this time, it would be better to ponder over the manufacturing method of artillery with the third prince. I think it's still not too late for you to beg the third prince. Bai Jinjin covered her lips and smiled. Rest assured, I will not be as narrow-minded as Miss Shi and speak ill of you in the third prince's ear. However, I will not help you speak good words. Your Yi family should take care of yourselves. She felt that the Crown Prince was already thoroughly cold. At this time, not throwing stones at Yi Xiaohua, who had insulted her, was already her broad-mindedness as a modern person. Digression pitiful he was about to burp. This must be the most pitiful male lead that Huahua had ever written. Yi Huijin was a person who had always been pure and arrogant. Dressed in embroidered robes, he was peerless and elegant, as bright as the clouds and moon. This phrase was probably tailor-made for him. This was his first time begging someone in such a humble manner. Seeing him like this, Bai Jinjin couldn't help but remember the first time her predecessor saw Yi Huijin. At that time, the pure and arrogant Yi Huijin did not look her in the eye, but now he lowered his noble head and begged her. Just thinking about it gave him an indescribable sense of joy. Yi Huijin, to think that you would have such a day. Young master. Mo Hen, who came with a bowl of black medicine, immediately became angry. You don't have to beg her, this person clearly has bad intentions. Mo Hen casually threw the medicine into the hands of the Crown Prince's personal guard. With one hand, she pulled Yi Huijin's sleeve and walked back. I'll take you to find Mississippi. It's just a small matter, she has a way. The Crown Prince's secret guard looked at the bowl of medicine that had landed firmly in his palm. He was stunned for a long time. Even at such a long distance, not a single drop of medicine was spilled. Bai Jinjin looked at Yi Huijin's two departing people and covered her lips with a sneer. Yes, your most talented woman has a way. He purposely emphasized the words the most talented woman. She wanted to see, without her, Bai Jinjin, how could they think of a way to invite the people of Godly Medical Valley to come out of the mountain? Godly Medical Valley was famous for their strange temperament. When Mo Hen and Yi Huijin returned to Yi Mansion, they ran into Grand Preceptor Li, who came to find Yi Xiaohua. Presumably, Yi Xiaohua still hadn't seen him. Grand Preceptor Li's face was a little dejected. Forget about General Su, what was going on with Grand Preceptor Li? Yi Huijin holds back his inner doubts and goes to Yi Xiaohua's courtyard. When they went in, Yi Xiaohua was talking to a man in black, but it seemed that he felt someone coming. The man in black jumped out of the window and disappeared. This skill isn't inferior to the Imperial Palace's experts. Yi Huijin's gaze became more and more obscure as his gaze fell on Yi Xiaohua. In the past few years, it wasn't that Yi Huijin didn't notice the power around Yi Xiaohua. In the beginning, he didn't notice it. Until later, when Yi Xiaohua casually took out 10,000 tons of rations outside the border and casually said the method of arranging troops and formations. There was also the talented Grand Preceptor Li who came to ask her for advice every day. He knew that his sister was not as simple as she seemed. The more he spent time with her, the more mysterious she seemed. Not to mention the Crown Prince, if he was someone else, he would also be attracted to her. Mo Hen didn't find anything strange. She indignantly said everything. "Miss, you haven't gone out these past 2 days, so you don't know. The Bai family and the third prince clearly want the Crown Prince to die." Yes, family did not disclose the Crown Prince's illness to her. Yi Xiaohua didn't know the Crown Prince's illness until now. How much medicine has he taken? Yi Xiaohua shook the folding fan without any pattern painted on it. She looked at Mo Hen, and her eyebrows gave birth to a touch of rippling water. She was not surprised by the Crown Prince's illness. This was something Yi Huijin hadn't expected. Mo Hen counted with her fingers. Since the Crown Prince came back from the battlefield, there have been about 10 posts. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xiaohua walked towards the door. "Hey, miss, where are you going?" Yi Huijin hadn't reacted yet, but Mo Hen spoke. Yi Xiaohua put away the pure white folding fan with a paw sound, carelessly tapping the palm of the other hand. She leaned against the door frame, tilted her head, and chuckled, looking for someone. "As for the Crown Prince's side, leave it to me." Yi Xiaohua left, and there was no news for a few days. Mo Hen also did not continue to send medicine to the Crown Prince. This made the people in the capital a little surprised. Yi Mansion, did it mean to give up on the Crown Prince? But now, wasn't it a little late to turn back? But soon, they didn't have any more doubts. The Crown Prince vomited blood and fell unconscious in the imperial study. The emperor flew into a rage and summoned all the imperial doctors. In the end, he only got the words "medicine and stone can't cure him." In front of the Crown Prince's palace stood almost all the people of the imperial court. The third prince and Bai Jinjin were impressively among them. Inside, the emperor's roar was still ringing in their ears. "Zhen wants you group of quacks for what use? Get out." "I'll get out of Zhen." A group of imperial doctors rolled and crawled out, fearing that if they were a second slower, they would be beheaded by the emperor. What a pity, the Crown Prince of Yun Country put his hands behind his back, his voice slightly cold. "He is a genius." The historian behind him also nodded, but he also remembered his purpose of looking for the Crown Prince. He took out an envelope and handed it to the Crown Prince of Yun Country. Something happened in Jiangnan. The Crown Prince of Yun Country did not avoid suspicion and looked at it on the spot. His eyes were careless, but when he saw a certain line of words inside, he suddenly stopped. Jiangnan's medicinal aristocratic family, the Yan family, was gone. The blood ginseng that the Yan family had treasured for many years had disappeared without a trace. Such a neat and tidy method. The Crown Prince of Yun Country's slender fingertips touched the paper. He could not tell which was whiter than which. Remember 3 years ago? Naturally. The historian also stood solemnly when he mentioned this. 3 years ago, the richest family in Jiangnan, the Shen family, also ended up like this, but the result was different. The Shen family was changed to the name Gu. Finally, under the development of that person, they became the richest family in several countries. Finally, their headquarters was set in their Yun country. The people of the Shen family were grinning from ear to ear. "Do you think it's her doing?" The Crown Prince of Yun country turned sideways, his eyes clearly very bright. The historian stared blankly. This thunderous, intimidating method was exactly the same as that person's method. What's more, apart from that person, it seemed that no one else could have such great ability. "Let's go." The Crown Prince of Yun country suddenly raised his eyes to Jiangnan. However, his footsteps had not yet moved when he saw a group of people coming in from outside the palace. The leader was Yi Xiaohua, whom he had not seen for several days. She was holding a folding fan in one hand and a black package in the other. Behind her was a man dressed in black, walking in a hurry. Seeing her appear, the tense and sorrowful hearts of Yi Huijin and the others suddenly relaxed. The crown prince of Yun country also paused. The third prince looked at the man behind Yi Xiaohua and suddenly recognized him. It was the godly Dr. Yu Heng he had seen before. The throne was at his fingertips. He did not know how great Yu Heng's ability was. At this moment, he absolutely could not let him go in. The empress understood the third prince's eyes. Yi Xiaohua had always been low-key. The empress always thought that she was a person in the boudoir, a little clever. When the third prince did not want Yi Xiaohua, she was the first one to support him. Yi Xiaohua and Bai Zhenjin could only make friends with one. The empress and the third prince did not hesitate to choose Bai Zhenjin, who sat on the dynasty's second richest person. She let a few eunuchs stop Yi Xiaohua, not letting the other party go in and do bad things. Yi Xiaohua's footsteps paused, raised her eyes, and her eyes were cold. Scram. Miss Yi, His Majesty ordered that no one can go in and disturb the crown prince. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to bring a person of unknown origin in. Shouldn't you always think about the Prime Minister's residence? Bai Zhenjin did not know why, but when she saw Yi Xiaohua, she felt disgusted. She wished that the other party would be trampled on by her. However, the fact that she was the founder of Fengyao Lu had not spread out yet. She was afraid that if she really said it, Yi family would shamelessly stick to her. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenjin's gaze gradually relaxed. The wealth she created at her age was a miracle in modern times, not to mention the backwardness of ancient times. Yi Xiaohua suddenly smiled, her smile was ice cold. She inserted the folding fan in her right hand into her waist and slowly walked towards Bai Zhenjin. Behind her was a large palace lantern, which shone on her clear face for no reason and gave birth to a somewhat decadent and beautiful color. Bai Zhenjin's heart jumped, and she unexpectedly involuntarily took a step back. Yi Xiaohua did not give her the opportunity to retreat. Her slender fingers pinched her chin, and the coolness of her fingertips made Bai Zhenjin involuntarily shiver. Second Miss Bai, perhaps because she did not drink much water along the way, Yi Xiaohua's voice was somewhat gloomy. Do you know what happened to the last person who challenged my patience? Digression at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Starting at noon today, Huahua will have 3 days of PK. There will be 15 books in the same period. Whoever has good data will have the possibility of being recommended for the next round. During this period, the newly added fans will be counted in the data. Therefore, the little cutie with the ability can send a small diamond, a small flower, and a free evaluation ticket. As long as it's within your ability, it's fine. If you don't have anything, it's fine. As long as you collect, follow, and brush comments to support me, I will be very happy. I always knew that the Academy was about to pass on an extremely unpopular book. The data was terrible. The girls in the group also knew this. Before writing, I struggled for more than a year because I was worried about the data problem. But in the end, I still clenched my teeth and started writing without looking back. Just like my Queen Su said, there will always be such a crazy time in life. Without hot-bloodedness, there is no youth. Yu Heng put his hands behind his back and listened to Yi Xiaohua's voice. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. Others didn't know, but he knew that the last person who challenged her patience couldn't even find his home now. The head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the Crown Prince's palace seemed to hear the sound. When he came out and saw Yi Xiaohua, he immediately invited her in. Head steward, what crime is it to be disrespectful to the Crown Prince? Yi Xiaohua retracted her hand and took the handkerchief that Yu Heng handed over. Treason and heresy. Yi Xiaohua seemed very satisfied. That's it. Finished speaking, she brought Yu Heng inside. The head steward, who didn't even pretend to speak to the third prince, was extremely respectful to Yi Xiaohua, which made the ministers on the sidelines somewhat surprised. The Crown Prince of Yun country, who originally went to Jiangnan, also stopped because of this unforeseen event. Anyway, if that person didn't want to see him, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to find her. It was better to stay and watch the show. Especially. Yi Xiaohua inexplicably gave him that kind of familiar feeling. The emperor protected the crown prince's palace watertight. No one was allowed to come in. After Yi Xiaohua brought people inside, they were almost isolated from the world. Everyone was guessing the crown prince's state. At this time, the emperor finally found time to manage the empress and the third prince. After he came out, he flew into a rage and confined the empress and the third prince. As for Bai Zhenjin, the emperor was even more disrespectful to the crown prince. However, because Bai Zhenjin's reputation among the people was too high, he finally only ordered General Bai to drop 2 ranks. This made Bai Zhenjin very angry. Her hands trembled and she even threw several priceless vases. This was the ancient times without human rights. Without rights, she would always be trampled on. For the first time, Bai Zhenjin realized that this was the ancient times when imperial power was above all else. Even if the emperor was not happy, her head could fall. Just because she was the daughter of a general and didn't have a high status like Yi Xiaohua, she would be humiliated by the royal family. Bai Zhenjin's eyes deepened. She never thought of throwing stones at Yi Xiaohua when she was down. She also thought of letting her go, but now Yi Xiaohua bullied people too much. Since Yi Xiaohua forced her, then she didn't need to be so kind to let Yi family go. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenjin immediately looked for her subordinates and secretly sent a secret letter to the third prince. Because the emperor flew into a rage and punished the third prince's faction, people had no choice but to doubt whether or not Huangfu Yunjing was truly hopeless. The crown prince's palace was still tightly guarded, and there was no good news coming, which made the others even more suspicious. These days, even the ordinary palace maids and eunuchs avoided the crown prince's palace like snakes and scorpions. Because of this, the emperor killed a few eunuchs. At the moment, a new group of palace maids and eunuchs were assigned to the crown prince's palace hall. "How unlucky," one of the middle-aged eunuchs said in a low voice. "To be assigned to such a damned place. Be careful with your words." The young palace maid beside her was probably new. She whispered, "The person inside is the crown prince." "What crown prince?" "He's about to become a wandering ghost." The middle-aged eunuch glanced at the people around him. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. This person inside won't live for long. You should make plans. I've already bribed the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Tomorrow, he'll be transferred to the third prince's foo. Although he'll only be an errand boy, it's better than waiting for death here." But the crown prince's personal guard just said that the crown prince could stand up and walk. He also said that he would soon be healthier than ordinary people. The palace maid was somewhat hesitant. These newcomers, are naive." The crown prince's personal guard was still kneeling in front of the empress's palace a few days ago, begging. The eunuch majestically sneered. "Soon to be cured? Dreaming big in the middle of the day." Especially these days, Bai Zhenjin secretly used a lot of money to buy soldiers and recruit horses, giving these soldiers the best equipment, and winning over the court's important ministers. At present, the crown prince was in imminent danger. The imperial brother-in-law directly led the important ministers in the court to coerce the emperor to pardon the third prince's confinement. The imperial brother-in-law was the crown prince's biological uncle. Even he stood on the third prince's side. They feared that the crown prince would really be powerless to reverse the desperate situation. Those who previously remained neutral were also shaken one by one. The emperor's sons were not only the crown prince and the third prince. Among them, the one who played the pig to eat the tiger the most was the seventh prince, the son of the current imperial concubine. This person had always kept a low profile. According to Yi Xiaohua's original trajectory before she came to this world, he was the third prince's biggest opponent. However, in the end, he also fell in love with Bai Zhenjin, the richest man behind the scenes of the dynasty, and gave up the throne for her. In this life, with the richest man in Jiangnan, the seventh prince placed his attention on Jiangnan. He did not pay attention to this Fengyao Lu's second young master, and had even less of a relationship with Bai Zhenjin. At present, the crown prince was seriously ill, and another heir apparent was about to be conferred the title. The third prince was showing off his ability in the court. However, they did not expect that the seventh prince, who was usually unremarkable, would unexpectedly do a few big things at this time. The battle between the third prince and the seventh prince began. Crown Prince's Palace. "Yesterday, the third prince sent people to put something in your chamber," the crown prince's secret guard reported in a soft voice. "Do you want?" The crown prince waved his hand and drank the medicine Yu Hing handed him. He unhurriedly said, "Don't worry about it." Yu Hing stood on one side. When he heard what was said, he could not help but look at the crown prince. Even if this person had not fully recovered from his illness, he was still as beautiful as the moon. His whole person stood there, and he had an aura that shielded him from the hustle and bustle of the world. He did not seem like a person of this turbid world. Thinking that Xianxia had racked her brains and risked exposing her identity to get that blood ginseng, just for the sake of this person in front of him, Yu Heng was somewhat stuffy. His attitude towards the crown prince was not good. The crown prince seemed to not feel anything, and he even smiled at him in a friendly manner. This made Yu Heng even more depressed. Xianxia did not feel the undercurrent between the two of them. She only recalled the memory that the system gave her in her mind. In her previous life, Yi Mansion no longer existed. The crown prince was crowned with the name of rebellion and imprisoned until his death. They were simply not taken seriously by the third prince and the others. In this life, even if the crown prince was seriously ill, the two of them did not intend to let her go. Xianxia sneered. Then she would let the third prince and Bai Jinjin experience what was called a real rebellion. 2 days later, the third prince brought people to find the evidence of the crown prince's rebellion in his chamber. The emperor knew that the crown prince's body was gradually getting better. When it came to the throne, even if he believed that he was partial to the crown prince, he still had suspicions in his heart and directly placed the crown prince under house arrest. This time, Yi Mansion, which had always supported the crown prince, was also affected. Especially when the emperor knew that Yi Mansion had a large amount of money of unknown origin. This made him even more suspicious, and he took back all the real power that Prime Minister Yi had in his hands. When Xianxia returned to Yi Mansion, she heard a woman crying. "Sister-in-law, what are you going to do?" Xianxia and Huijin are still small, they haven't married yet. This was Prime Minister Ye's younger sister, Xiaohua's only little aunt, great military officer Wen's wife. A few days ago, because of the crown prince's matter, she had just returned to the capital from Yunnan. "Before I came here, I went to look for my husband, but he did not see me." Auntie thought of this and bowed her head to wipe her tears. Madame Yi sighed softly. "How can you come to my mansion in this limelight? Right now, the crown prince is guilty of rebellion, and Yi family is also unable to protect itself. At this time, getting rid of the relationship is the right way. You should quickly go back. How can you still have a eldest son? Great military officer Wen was promoted by the master. At this time, he will not ignore you." Hearing this, Aunt Ye's maid opened her mouth. "Big madam, you don't know, great military officer Wen has always raised an outside wife. After the crown prince's accident, great military officer Wen directly brought that outside wife into the mansion. That outside wife's daughter is about to marry into General Bai's mansion." Great military officer Wen unexpectedly opened his mouth and gave all of Madame's dowry shops to that outside wife's daughter. Madame in the great military officer's mansion is inferior to that outside wife's maid. This was simply a white-eyed wolf. That surnamed Wen actually dared to treat you like this? When Madame Yi married into Yi family, Auntie had not yet married. The relationship between the two was very good. Hearing this, her chest ached with anger. At present, Prime Minister Yi was about to retire and return to his hometown. Yi Huijin was also suspected of plotting a rebellion. The third prince and the seventh prince were fighting like dragons and tigers. In the eyes of the outside world, Yi Mansion basically had no possibility of coming out. Even the eunuchs and palace maids would judge the situation, let alone great military officer Wen. He said that he did not divorce me. He has already repaid my elder brother's kindness. Auntie bowed her head, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. "Digression, I'm sorry, seeing you all working so hard, Huahua couldn't help but write a little more. Oh, the second watch is for the hard-working babies." Madame Yi wanted to say something, but when she saw Xianxia from the corner of her eye, she immediately wiped the corners of her eyes and greeted Xianxia, pretending that nothing had happened. Little Auntie also hurriedly wiped away her tears. She took Xianxia's hand and looked at her again. "Xianxia is really beautiful. Our Yunnan's famous beauty is far inferior." Speaking of Xianxia, little Auntie also remembered the business of coming here today. She took out a pile of silver notes and the title deed of the shop from her pocket. "Sister-in-law, although the Prime Minister's residence is not as good as before, the marriage of Xianxia and Huijin is very important. This is all my savings for so many years. Unfortunately, there was a set of red blood jade jewelry, which was just right for Xiaohua. No matter what, the daughter of the Yi family had to get married in a grand manner. When she got married, her brother and sister-in-law gave her a dowry of 10 li, and almost half of the Yi family's business was moved to Yunnan. Now that 10 li of red makeup has been stolen by that ambitious great commandant Wen. Little Auntie must not have a good time in the Wen mansion. Madame Yi does not want to accept her money. Although the Yi mansion has declined, there is still a dowry for Yi Xiaohua. However, in front of Yi Xiaohua, Madame Yi could not say a lot of things clearly. Little Auntie forcefully stuffed the money into Madame Ye's hands and returned to the great commandant's residence. Her footsteps were not as light as a normal person's. Instead, it was as if she had suffered from internal injuries. Her steps were slow. Yi Xiaohua touched her chin and looked at little Aunt Ye's back. She turned her face and slowly said, "Nyang, let's bring Aunt back. You're spouting nonsense again." Madame Yi looked at her unhappily. "Now that the residence is in such a state, you want to bring your aunt back to suffer?" Although the Grand Commandant's mansion wasn't easy, it was at least safer than the Yi mansion. "All right, mother, don't be angry. Let's drink a cup of tea." Yi Xiaohua smiled as she poured a cup of tea and passed it to Madame Yi. Yi Xiaohua accompanied Madame Yi for a while. She only returned to her room when Madame Ye's mood was clearly much more relaxed. When she returned to her room, the smile on her face disappeared instantly, and her eyes turned bone-chilling. "Miss?" Mo Hen followed behind her and couldn't help but rub the back of her hand. "How many people have left Yi mansion?" Yi Xiaohua said coolly. Mo Hen frowned. "Most of them. They were afraid of being beheaded. Madame was kind enough to return their contracts and let them go home to retire." Yi Xiaohua wrote a few lines on the paper, folded it and handed it to Ingken. Her tone was indifferent. "Send it to Wu Xin. Miss, in my opinion, you should let young Master Wu Xin come and cut that grand military officer Wen into 1,000 pieces." Mo Hen was aggressive. After thinking about it, she said, "Oh, that's right, the Shin family sent someone to say that the Crown Prince of Yun Country, the 3rd Prince, the 7th Prince, and the others have all sent people to Jiangnan to look for you. She is the only person in Yi Mansion who knows Yi Xiaohua's identity." Madame Yi and Yi Huijin had always treated her as an ordinary young lady, but Mo Hen knew that the young lady wasn't an ordinary young lady. During her 2 years in the valley, she had built a business empire with her own hands. In fact, as a chief agent, what the M people were most afraid of was Yi Xiaohua's hacking skills, the second was her intelligence network, and the third was her own strength. In the past few years, the intelligence network she created almost covered the whole world. When Bai Zhenzhen was still struggling to run her shop, Yi Xiaohua exchanged information about various countries in the system, created nearly 100 caravans, and began to transport goods from the south to the north. The motor-powered ships she personally designed could travel 1,000 miles in a day and transport goods at an extremely fast speed. Other merchants were not as fast as her and did not have her foresight. The special products from the north were often more than 10 times more expensive when transported to the south. The huge profits could be imagined. She had taken in countless talented people under her. Some were recruited, and some were attracted by her. Even the uninhibited world's #1 assassin Wu Xin surrendered to her. Even the monarchs of various countries had to give her some thin face. It's just that Yi Xiaohua has always been lazy and did not like to manage these things. She always gave a plan for the Shin family to ponder over. Occasionally, she would appear with a veil covering her face, so her identity was very mysterious. Even Yi family did not know that the richest person in the world was Yi Xiaohua herself. Yi Xiaohua had always been afraid of trouble, but today, she was really angered by great military officer Wen, so she chose to personally intervene. At the same time, the 3rd Prince and the 7th Prince's struggle for the throne had long been on the surface. Both of them had their own trump cards. The 3rd Prince's trump card was Bai Zhenzhen. "Zhenzhen, when I sit on that throne, I will definitely marry you and make you my empress." The 3rd Prince looked at Bai Zhenzhen complacently, his eyebrows and eyes filled with a soft color. He ignored the extremely beautiful face that appeared in his mind. Different from the 3rd Prince's relaxed mood, the 7th Prince's side was a bit more troublesome. The seventh prince managed to persuade the crown prince of Yun country with great difficulty, but this time, he unexpectedly did not agree to send troops. Moreover, he did not give him an explanation. Bai Jinjin was determined to sit in a high position and step on Yi Xiaohua's soles. She wanted to make her regret it, so she directly chose the most risky way to force the emperor to abdicate. After the emperor found the little person with needles and the yellow robe in the crown prince's palace, his body actually became worse and worse. Now, he was unexpectedly lying in bed. The third prince took advantage of this opportunity and brought a large number of troops to kill his way into the imperial palace. The imperial secret agents unexpectedly also surrendered to him, and all the people in the palace who resisted were arrested one by one. This time, forcing the emperor to abdicate seemed very easy. Even Bai Jinjin and the third prince, who thought that there would be a bloody battle, did not dare to believe it. So it was you? The emperor saw the third prince break into his palace with people, and a trace of disappointment flashed in the bottom of his eyes. He pointed at him and said, "You, this unfilial son, come, throw me into prison." However, no one paid attention to him. The third prince let people arrange an inkstone and placed it in front of the emperor. He said sarcastically, "Don't waste your energy, Father Emperor, write the abdication letter." The empress stood on the side. She looked at the third prince, and her hands trembled with excitement. She was about to become the empress dowager. The crown prince's finger touched his lips. He looked at the imperial uncle and the important ministers standing behind the third prince. Among them, there was no lack of his former subordinates. "You all surrendered? Huangfu Yunjing, do you still not understand? Since ancient times, the winner has always been the king while the loser has always been in the wrong. At the end of the day, it's your own bad fate." The third prince's eyes were filled with arrogance. "Your taste is also very poor. My dear royal brother, do you know that the Bai family's second young miss that father wanted to betroth to you is the second young master of Grace Brothel? Imperial father is really biased towards you. Fortunately, you are blind. How do you feel now? Are you very angry? Do you regret it? Out of topic, Yunjing, screw you." Bai Jinjin's face also timely floated a mocking smile. The crown prince had not yet recovered. His complexion was so pale that it was almost transparent. He looked at the empress in indifferent gaze, put his hand on his lips and coughed. Then he warmly said, "So that's how it is. Your Majesty, I advise you to write it quickly." Bai Jinjin's elder brother Bai Qianhu stepped forward and forcibly stuffed the imperial edict and brush into the emperor's hands. "Is life important or the throne important? You decide." The emperor was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Bai Jinjin watched the emperor take the brush and smiled at the third prince. At this time, the important ministers who followed the third prince gradually knelt down and loudly said, "Long live my emperor." At this time, a cold voice like ice and snow sounded from outside the door. "Two drama queens, it's almost enough. Sick and weak and spitting out blood. Do you want me to give you an award?" Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and only saw a yellow figure leaning against the door frame. Against the light, most of that side of the face looked dazzling. At the same time, the emperor, who should have been terminally ill and lying in bed, suddenly sat up. His face didn't have any serious illness. Those imperial bodyguards who had originally surrendered to the third prince immediately let go of the imperial concubines and princes in their hands. In the blink of an eye, the blades in their hands pointed at the third prince and the empress. Outside the originally spacious and empty palace gate, a large number of meticulously armed soldiers rushed up. The leader was General Su, who had been transferred to the border but suddenly appeared in the capital. The third prince's and Bai Jinjin's complexions changed greatly. The border and the capital were at least 7 days' journey away. When General Su received the news and returned, they would have long held the imperial power in their hands. But how could they come back now? What about his soldiers? Where did they all go? The emperor directly ordered people to put them in prison. The other ministers who had surrendered to the third prince felt their souls soften and they directly sat down. There were only 2 words echoing in his mind, "It's over." Who could have known that the crown prince not only recovered, but also used thunderous means to lead today's big drama of forcing the emperor to abdicate the throne? This kind of wisdom, this kind of strategy, courage and insight, made people have no choice but to revere. Great Military Officer Wen's mansion. Great Military Officer Wen's mistress had already been promoted to madam, and little auntie had been humiliated into becoming a side madam. At this moment, she was looking at little auntie washing clothes for her. Her eyebrows and eyes were filled with ridicule as she said, "Wen Yishur, you better wash me a bit. Now that the third prince has successfully seized the throne, my daughter is married to Bai Qianhu. In the future, she will enjoy endless glory, splendor, wealth and rank. If you listen to me, I might even put in a good word for your son, nephew, and niece." This mistress was truly beautiful. It was no wonder that great military officer Wen would risk offending the Yi residents to raise her. Little auntie took a look at her, thought of her son, and finally bowed her head to wash clothes again in humiliation. "Bastard!" The mistress kicked over little auntie's pot, causing little auntie to turn over and fall to the ground. Her forehead rubbed until a button was broken. "What kind of eyes are you using to look at me? Do you think you're still that aloof and remote, Mishy? I'm telling you, today is different from the past. If you dare to be disrespectful to me again, I will directly send your niece to the brothel." In the past, she could only hide in the distance and watch Wen Yishur dress up. Now that the other party was lying at her feet, the mistress had a strange kind of pleasure. "Hurry up, wash for me, don't let it get ruined." She still wanted to say something, but at this time, great military officer Wen hastily came in from the outer courtyard. Seeing Wen Yishur dressed in coarse clothes with a button on her head, his complexion greatly changed. Quickly help madam change into formal clothes and apply a good white jade ointment." After great military officer Wen finished instructing, he smiled very gently at little auntie and went to hold her hand. "The crown prince and his majesty have joined hands to capture the traitor. My brother-in-law has been restored to his position. This is truly worthy of celebration. Madam, quickly follow me to the Yi residence to congratulate them." "Change clothes?" Hearing what was said, little auntie immediately got up and avoided his hand. She sneered, "Why do I need to change clothes? Why do I need to apply ointment? Today, I will return to the Yi residence like this, and let my elder brother and sister-in-law see how you, Wen Baihe, will treat me." Madam." Great military officer Wen's complexion changed and he immediately chased after her. "You wait, all of this is a misunderstanding." Leaving the mistress standing alone in the same place, she could not come back to her senses for a long time. She did not want to believe that these were facts in front of her eyes. Her complexion also became increasingly pale. She reacted. Her son-in-law was also a member of the rebellion. She also took all of Wen Yishur's dowry. Moreover, she threw stones at Wen Yishur while he was down. When she thought of this, her two eyes rolled and she directly fainted. Before, Bai Jinjin had widely built roads and widely proclaimed good deeds. She had conveniently given alms to many people. One of the heads of the prison cells was her worshipper. She secretly let the third prince and his party go. After this group of people came out, it was clear that they could not stay in the capital. Bai Jinjin's property had long been confiscated by the emperor. The emperor's means reached the heavens. They could only choose a force that could shelter them. Go to Tianjilu, Bai Jinjin made a prompt decision. That is the territory of Jiangnan's richest man. As long as we go there, the emperor will not dare to rashly intrude. Bai Jinjin thought a lot. Her mind was filled with countless inventions. As long as she offered a few to Jiangnan's richest man, the other party would not be able to leave her. There was no one who did not love money. When the time came, she would settle down. With her modern brain, why would she worry about not being able to live a flourishing life? Fang Tua followed behind them from beginning to end. Occasionally, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, but after looking at Bai Jinjin, this trace of confusion eventually dissipated. The group of people finally arrived at Tianjilu's side. The guards of Tianjilu did not stop them and even gave them directions. They were about to see the person himself. Bai Jinjin and the third prince were more or less nervous. That was Jiangnan's richest man. He held countless wealth in his hands. Even the conceited Bai Jinjin had to admit that the other party was formidable. In modern times, this person was the richest man in the world. Compared with that person, she was just a little clever. Bai Zhenjin, the third prince and the others were very curious. What did this richest man, who almost never appeared in front of people, look like? The group of people raised their heads to look at this person who almost only lived in legends. A cool breeze brushed past, and the gauze curtain slowly fluttered, revealing the appearance of a lazy figure lying on the side. When they saw that face, as if it was outlined by an ink brush, they were all dumbstruck. The whole scene was as silent as a cicada in winter. Digression second watch for everyone, meow 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 meow. The second day of PK, Hua Hua was a little empty. Asking for collection, asking for comments, asking for support, sob sob sob, darling, do you have free evaluation tickets to Hua Hua? Bai Zhenjin was a little crazy. She frantically grabbed her hair. Impossible? How can you be here, a person from Jiangnansgu family? Before coming here, she and the third prince had thought about what kind of person was in control of all this. Their thoughts were surprisingly consistent. They thought that the other party was probably a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. However, Bai Zhenjin did not expect that the person she saw was actually Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua was that richest man in Jiangnan? How old was she? Bai Zhenjin felt that this ancient time was really ridiculous. The third prince's shock was not less than Bai Zhenjin's. Even from a certain point of view, he was more shocked than Bai Zhenjin. It turned out that the person in Jiangnan was her. A lot of things that he did not understand now became clear. No wonder General Su could rush over from the border in just one night. No wonder the crown prince's condition could stabilize. There were countless capable people under Jiangnan's richest man. As long as they wanted to do something, there was basically nothing they could not do. Thinking of the time when his imperial father bestowed a marriage to him and Yi Xiaohua, it was not because he was biased, because his imperial father knew that Yi Xiaohua's identity was not simple. But he still felt that his imperial father was biased. The bottom of the third prince's eyes were filled with remorse. He wished he could punch himself awake. How could you have the heart to refuse? How could you have the heart to? The crown prince, who was sitting behind the gauze curtain, raised his head and looked in the direction of the third prince. His voice was slightly cold. What are you still doing? If imperial father learns that the suspect escaped, you will eat the fruit. Yi Xiaohua put away her folding fan with a schwa sound and carelessly tapped her hand. Originally, she wanted to let Bai Zhenjin come out to play, but she did not expect Bai Zhenjin's mental quality to be so poor. All right, take them away. The third prince muttered like a madman. Bai Zhenjin stiffly was taken away by the imperial bodyguards. Originally, she thought that she, this transmigrated woman, was the person who stood at the top of this world. She even felt that if she told Yi Xiaohua and others that she was the person behind the curtain of Fengya Lu, Yi family would shamelessly curry favor with her. The wealth that Yi Xiaohua possessed was a height that she could not reach in this life. If she gave her Fengya Lu to Yi Xiaohua estimated that she would be too lazy to take it. When she was high and aloof, looking down on the people of this era, the other party had already stepped on her shoulders. Bai Zhenjin's face turned purple, and an indescribable sense of shame spread from her chest. Even her biggest reliance could not compare to Yi Xiaohua. Bai Zhenjin's sense of superiority as a modern person disappeared in an instant. She wished that there was a hole on the field for her to drill. Outside the Heavenly Secrets Tower. Xiaohua, is that Feng Tua? Little Auntie got down from the magnificent sedan chair. She ignored the third prince and the others, and her gaze was fixed on Feng Tua at the end. I heard sister-in-law say that the most outstanding person in the imperial court is this brat, but he's standing on the wrong side. If you like him, I'll help you tell my brother. She ignored Prince, who was smiling brightly beside her. Auntie, other people's heart is tied to second miss by, you don't need to blindly mix in. Yi Xiaohua's eyes looked at Yi Little Aunt's forehead, her voice suddenly became low. What's the matter? When Little Auntie heard the first sentence, she didn't mention Feng Tua again. When she heard what was said, she carelessly touched her forehead and said, that Mistress Wenbaiha made me wash clothes, and I accidentally knocked it. I will accompany you to Wen family. The crown prince said softly. The group of people majestically left. Before the crown prince got on his sedan chair, he slightly tilted his head and looked in Feng Tuo's direction. Feng Tuo saw that Yi Xiaohua didn't even look at him and left. He lowered his head and clenched his fingers so tightly that they almost pierced his palm. his smile was somewhat bitter. Wen Baihe was originally meeting guests in his study. When he heard that the Crown Prince and Yi Xiaohua had come back, he turned pale with fright and set up an incense table to welcome them. Several ministers in the study looked at each other in dismay and knew that they had come to the right place. All the officials in the city who participated in the rebellion were put in prison, except for Wen family. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but envy Wen Baihe, who was able to climb into Yi family's marriage. Uncle-in-law, Yi Xiaohua avoided the tea that Wen Baihe personally poured. What about your mistress? She actually dared to be disrespectful to madam, I put her in prison. Niece, you have to. Wen Baihe warmly greeted Yi Xiaohua. The defeat of the third prince in General Bai's mansion, on the surface, was the other side courting death, but people with brains knew that this was clearly a trap set by the Crown Prince and Yi Xiaohua, the pitiful third prince and Bai Zhenjin. The two of them combined were not enough for Yi Xiaohua to play. In the future, the great military officer's mansion would rely on the prime minister's mansion. Could Wen Baihe not be a bit humble? Yi Xiaohua looked at the injury on little Aunt Ye's head and directly asked the other party what she wanted to do. Even if she wanted that mistress to die, Yi Xiaohua could still do it. No need to be so troublesome, just give that mistress to me to be a rough servant girl, little Auntie smiled. I still have a lot of clothes to wash in my room. Great military officer, you shouldn't be distressed, right? Wen Baihe's complexion didn't change in the slightest. Instead, he obediently responded. That slut's own fault, madam, you should do this. Thinking of that slut who tricked him into taking away Yi clan's dowry, making him and Yi family become enemies, he wished he could cut that mistress into 1,000 pieces. Little Auntie sneered. This man really didn't take responsibility. The two ministers on the side, who had been trembling with fear, looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that in the future, it would be good to curry favor with this little auntie. This Wen family didn't seem very reliable. In this struggle for the throne, the Crown Prince's performance was extremely brilliant. Especially before, he had shown outstanding talent. At that time, when he was still weak, the courtiers endlessly regretted that an outstanding emperor's material unexpectedly had a short life. Now that he was in good health, he had a goal, and his talent was undoubtedly revealed. Coupled with Yi Xiaohua, these two people were strong and strong. Who could get any benefits under their hands? The emperor also discovered this point and slowly handed over the matters of the court to the Crown Prince. Before, among the officials who conspired in the rebellion, there were indeed a few talented and upright officials, such as Feng Tua. The Crown Prince was courteous and disregarded former enmity. He personally went to the prison to invite them out. When Bai Zhenjin heard this, her eyes brightened. She immediately called out to the yamen runner to give her a piece of paper and ink. She wrote a poem Man Jiang read. Then she pulled the yamen runner's neck and said, "Go find the Crown Prince, say that I have a poem that can be handed down from generation to generation to show him." Bailey Yunjing was meeting with several literati and literati. Originally, he was too lazy to see Bai Zhenjin. Suddenly, he remembered something. He knocked on the table. "Bring her here." When Bai Zhenjin came, she immediately showed them the poem Man Jiang read. This was the first famous poem of ancient times. She didn't believe that the Crown Prince wouldn't be tempted. Feng Tua, the great scholar, and the others looked at each other and exclaimed in admiration. Don't wait idly for your youth to turn white, empty sorrow, wait to clean up the old mountains and rivers, facing the heavens' imperial court. Second Miss Bai is really talented, we admire you. Feng Tua was also very surprised. Bailey Yunjing held the paper in his hand, his eyes slightly deep. This was written by you, when did you write it? Naturally, hearing the praises and admiring eyes around her, Bai Zhenjin was somewhat fluttering. I just had a sudden inspiration and wrote it. She wanted to express to Bailey Yunjing how talented she was, that she could finish writing such a poem in a few minutes. Sure enough, when they heard her words, the people in the study praised her even more endlessly, telling the Crown Prince not to bury such a talent. Bailey Yunjing smiled gently. He pulled out a yellowed book from the pile of books, turned it to a certain page, and threw it in front of Bai Zhenjin, who was smiling complacently. Half a year ago, Xiaohua found a unique book in the Godly Medical Valley. Does Second Miss Bai know what was written inside? Feng Tua, who was standing on one side, was the first to pick up the yellowed book. Impressively, it was Yufei's man Jianghong. His pupils shrank, and then he quickly flipped through a few pages. He found that there was not only this poem, but also Li Qingzhao's slow sound, Li Bai's bringing in the wine, and so on. These were all written by Bai Jinjin before. His face flashed with an inconceivable color. Finally, he looked at Bai Jinjin, and the expression on his face changed greatly. Anger, feeling cheated, shame, the only thing missing was worship. Bai Jinjin suddenly snatched the unique book from his hand and flipped through it in disbelief. She was familiar with every poem in this book, but how could it appear here? Her face instantly became deathly white. How was this possible? Wasn't this world just an illusion? Wasn't there no Li Bai, Yufei, and so on? How could there be these poems? Were there other transmigrators? But that was not right. If there were other transmigrators, they would have long taken these poems as their own. How could anyone resist such a great temptation like fame and fortune? How could they sign the name of the original author? How could there be these poems in this world? This is not scientific. Only I should know. Bai Jinjin's face was white as she muttered to herself. This sentence was a confession without being pressed. The other ministers in the study were very strange. Now, when they heard Bai Jinjin's words, a strange color flashed on their faces. One of them angrily opened his mouth. It turned out to be a plagiarism of other ancient people's masterpieces. I was wondering why the Bai family's second miss, who couldn't read more than a few characters, suddenly became so talented. It turned out that it was because she stole other people's poems. The old minister also suddenly reacted. No wonder Miss Shi initially doubted how you could write Shui Diao Getu with such deep feelings about your loved ones at your age. It turns out that the person who wrote the poem was not you at all. At that time, they still felt that Yi Xiaohua couldn't afford to lose and acted like a villain. Now, it seemed that Miss Shi had long seen through Bai Jinjin's suspicions. It was clearly them who gauged the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Before, they also ridiculed Yi Xiaohua, the most talented woman, because of Bai Jinjin. They felt that the most talented woman was nothing more than this. Just now, they also begged the crown prince to let Bai Jinjin go. When they thought that they were unexpectedly played by Bai Jinjin in the palm of her hand, this group of old people who had lived for most of their lives could not help but blush. They were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to drill into. Bai Jinjin felt that the people around her, even the little eunuch beside the crown prince, narrowed his eyes and sized her up, making her feel as if a thorn was pricking her back. Suddenly, she felt like a jumping clown. She couldn't stay in the study any longer. She covered her face and ran out. She went from being the #1 talented woman to the #1 joke in the capital. After everyone left, Feng Tuo looked at the crown prince and said softly, "It's not the only copy, right?" At first glance, the yellowed paper looked like a unique copy, but when Feng Tuo touched it, he felt that it was not right. It was clearly the color of a paper that had been soaked in tea and roasted with fire. "Yi, Miss Yi gave it to you?" Feng Tuo asked one last time. When Huangfu Yunjing heard what was said, he did not raise his head. He continued to look at the memorials, showing great elegance and meticulousness. "How do you think it is? That's how it is." Feng Tuo's face turned pale when he heard this answer, and his body trembled. He confirmed his thoughts. When he went out again, he walked very slowly, and his back looked especially old. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince didn't care about the former enmity and found several ministers. He still didn't kill the third prince. The common people outside were praising him for his magnanimity and his talent. Only the third prince himself knew that the crown prince wasn't kind enough to let him go. The other side clearly just wanted him to live and see him, Huangfu Yunjing, stand at a high place, let him beg but not be able to, let him suffer so much that he wished he was dead, but how could he not die? "Third prince, you go and beg the emperor, beg Yi Xiaohua, beg them to let us go, okay?" The steamed bun in her hand was once again taken away by a tramp. Bai Jinjin could no longer bear this kind of life. She smelled the rancid smell on her body, shook the third prince's shoulder and said, "You are the emperor's younger brother, he will definitely agree. Aren't you the #1 talented woman? Aren't you good at doing business? Why did you give up so quickly? You go, and let those great scholars worship you." The third prince also knew that Bai Jinjin had been using other people's poems to deceive him. When he thought that because of her, he lost Yi Xiaohua, he wanted to strangle her. What do you have to say about me? At that time, the emperor wanted to betroth Yi Xiaohua to you. It was you who didn't want it. Who told you to be blind and not recognize people clearly, and now you blame me? Hearing this, Bai Jinjin let go of her hand. The third prince didn't give her a good attitude, and she didn't want to give him face. She said sarcastically, "Aren't you very regretful? Yi Xiaohua is Jiangnan's richest man. If you marry her, maybe this world will be yours." This sentence was like a knife ruthlessly stabbing the third prince's heart. Before Bai Jinjin appeared, he had a very good relationship with Yi Xiaohua. The two people had similar interests. They often played chess together and discussed history. He also knew that Yi Xiaohua treated him differently, but later, he lost his mind and went crazy, choosing Bai Jinjin. Every time he thought of this, he felt pain in his heart and regretted his past. He took a deep breath and walked toward the street with an ashen face. The people on the street saw him and held their noses in disgust and walked far away. The third prince took the broken bowl and wanted to go back in shame and indignation. At this time, he heard the people on the street talking about the relapse of Huang Fuyunjing's old illness. They heard that this time, because of the lack of a main medicinal herb, Yu Heng had no way. The third prince's eyes suddenly brightened, and after a moment, he took pleasure in other people's misfortune. If Huang Fuyunjing died, wouldn't he have a chance? He wanted to go to the capital and look for Yi Xiaohua. At that time, when the two people talked about heaven and earth, he didn't believe that she was really so indifferent and heartless to him. When he rushed to the capital, it was already several days later. The whole city was filled with a solemn and dignified atmosphere, and white sails were hung on the city walls. The whole country mourned. The literati and literati walking on the street spontaneously wore plain clothes, their faces were mournful. The third prince's heart was happy. It must be that Huang Fuyunjing died, digression, but when he was still not happy, he heard the people around him discussing Yi Xiaohua. He heard that in order to find the last medicine for Huang Fuyunjing, she went to the snowy mountain alone. Finally, the snow lotus was taken to the palace by Yu Heng. At the same time, there was also a box of ashes. The joy on the third prince's face faded in a split second. He sat on the ground, at a loss, unable to believe it. Yi Xiaohua unexpectedly for that person, to this extent, he originally gave up. What kind of person was it? The third prince cried like a madman on the street, but no one paid attention to him, because recently, from time to time, some people cried like this. Yu Heng gave Huang Fuyunjing the medicine, but Huang Fuyunjing did not drink it. He sat in front of the box of ashes for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the crown prince of Yun country did not know what to say to him, and he drank the medicine. Then he devoted his life to the dynasty, protecting Yi Mansion's glory and favor without worry. Many ministers and even Yi family were worried about the problem of his children. From time to time, beautiful women from all over the country were presented. Among them, there was no lack of people who were similar to Yi Xiaohua. He did not open his eyes to look. Even if there were beautiful women in the world, this life would not change for Yi Xiaohua. Ding. Complete the main task, protect Yi Mansion without worry, the system rewards 100 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Grandmaster level Zither skill. Ding. System 008 at the host's service, 100 points have been received. Level 2 shop privileges, please choose the way to leave. 1. Choose to leave the host's copy. 2. Directly leave. Yi Xiaohua paused. Copy? Level 2 shop does not have discount, a copy 200 points. She completed a task only for 100 points. If she left a copy, her first 2 tasks would be done in vain. She did not know how long it would take to return to modern times. After a long time, she sighed, next task. When Yi Xiaohua woke up again, she saw a pure black sofa. She pressed her temple and looked at her light blue dress. This task was modern. The system was sending her information. This was a parallel space similar to modern society. Her current body was also called Yi Xiaohua. She was the daughter of the Yi family in El City. Her mother had just passed away because of a car accident. Her father brought back her stepmother, who was pregnant, and her stepmother's daughter, Su Feifei. Su Feifei was the same age as her. She was a very popular King's Glory anchor under Father Ye's Tiger Live broadcast. She had hundreds of thousands of fans and was also a little famous in Father Ye's company. There were many of her fans at school. Whether at school or at Yi family, Su Feifei was quite popular. They didn't look at Yi Xiaohua, who was good at studying. They only looked at Su Feifei and Yu Kitchen, who were good at playing games. Father Yi valued boys more than girls and never looked at Yi Xiaohua, but he was very fond of this excellent stepdaughter who was not related by blood. Yi Xiaohua's boyfriend, Yu Kitchen, was also a very popular anchor. Because of the arrival of Su Feifei, he felt that Yi Xiaohua, who didn't understand games, was not suitable for him. She didn't understand his glory. He felt very tired and proposed to break up. In order to save him, Yi Xiaohua learned King's Glory, but how could Yi father pay attention to her nonsense? Yi Xiaohua had to look for her grandmother and grandfather, who also opened a live broadcast platform. It happened that the powerful global enterprise Su Clan was recruiting new people for the professional team. Yi family and her grandmother's family were sponsored by Su Clan. Yi Xiaohua passed the audition with the help of Su Feifei. In the finals, Su Feifei hinted that she used the privilege of her grandmother's family to find someone to substitute. Yi Xiaohua only wanted to make a little achievement to let her father let Yu Kitchen pay a little attention to her. Let the substitute boy casually play. She didn't think about entering the professional team, but she didn't think that Su Feifei was kind enough to help her. The substitute boy was Su Feifei's secret lover. He didn't play casually as required, but played at the level of a professional player. This time, Su Clan was aiming to recruit new blood for the international competition. This audition really selected a few outstanding talents. Su Clan's organizers were very happy to meet Yi Xiaohua, who could play as well as a substitute professional player. At this time, the matter of Yi Xiaohua substitute broke out on the internet, making this audition notorious. Su Clan was furious and cancelled the cooperation with Yi Xiaohua's grandfather's family. The boy who helped Yi Xiaohua substitute became famous. He was also signed by Su Feifei to Yi family, making Yi father value Su Feifei more. Yi Xiaohua's grandfather's family suddenly went bankrupt. Yi Xiaohua was scolded on the internet until her ancestors reached 8 generations. They also said that she insulted Su Feifei, the esports goddess, because Su Feifei's water army hype effect had reached the whole network black. Finally, Yi Xiaohua couldn't stand it anymore and committed suicide by cutting her wrist. What Su Feifei wanted was for them not to have a happy ending. After Yu Kitchen knew it, he shook his head and only said a sentence of abandoning oneself to degeneration. Finally, he lived very well with Su Feifei. Host, the original owner's wish is to become a King's Glory great god. This is a side mission. Your main mission is to let her grandfather's family not set foot on the previous road. Yi Xiaohua took a deep breath. The time she came was very coincidental. It was the time when the original owner was looking for someone to substitute. She just reached out her hand and slowly covered her eyes. At present, withdrawing from the competition on the spot was not possible. After all, she had already brought Qin Feng in. Countless surveillance cameras had captured them. Su Feifei had already bought the water army. Even if she left on the spot, she could not escape the shameless name of substitute. Her grandfather's family had already been implicated. So, she could only find another way. She decided to play the final selection in person. Although Qin Feng's strength was powerful, he was only at the level of an amateur substitute. In the end, Su Clan also took a fancy to him and let him join the national competition. Every hacker was a game master, and Yi Xiaohua was the game's terminator. Although she had not played for 2 lifetimes, it was easy to play a better result than Qin Feng. Su Feifei and her stepmother wanted to use this matter to stink Yi Xiaohua. They did not think that the current Yi Xiaohua had changed to another person. Yi father, Yu Kitchen, and Su Feifei, those people in the school all thought that Yi Xiaohua only had good grades, but her hands-on gaming ability was very poor. Therefore, Su Feifei used this to make Yi Xiaohua become the whole network black. Yi Xiaohua slowly put down her hand and chuckled. What a coincidence, this lady's most powerful skill was not learning, but playing games. Standing in front of her, the upright and sunny teenager, who was also her substitute player, Qin Feng, rubbed his fine hair. His face was full of impatience. Looking at her was an eyesore, perfunctory and indifferent. Has the competition started yet? Digression. Third watch, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Third watch. Tal Hua Du, third watch, quickly wake up. I love you guys so much, third watch is already taken out. Do you guys want to work harder? Do you guys want to? Buy tickets and gifts. Hua Hua loves you guys. P.S. I don't know if you guys have heard This Life Is Not Changed, the ending poem of this chapter. In fact, what Hua Hua wanted to express the most was the lyrics in this song sentimentally attached to a person. Qin Feng knew that this girl was the younger sister of Su Feifei's new family. Because she was jealous of Feifei's fans and popularity, she wanted to be as famous as her, and was clamoring to learn King of Glory. Thinking of this, his expression became more and more disgusted, to the point that he felt she was an eyesore. His tone was naturally even colder. He never thought that Yi Xiaohua really wanted to play Honor of Kings. After all, there were not many girls in the world who could play games well. Most of them were cheaters, and there were even fewer who were as good as Feifei. A nerd like Yi Xiaohua hasn't played many mobile games, let alone King's Glory, which requires operation, positioning, and awareness. Especially when she used a third-rate method like substituting to play. It was an insult to the profession of esports players. Thinking of this, he became even more impatient. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible after the fight. However, Yi Xiaohua took away the mobile phone used for the game at this time. Qin Feng raised his head in astonishment. Just in time to see Yi Xiaohua pick up the black game-dedicated mobile phone, white and slender fingers in the black background more obvious. It was a beautiful pair of hands suitable for competitive gaming. It was just that when he thought about how the owner of these hands was Yi Xiaohua, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was a pity that he was born in the wrong place. Yi Xiaohua skillfully clicked into the game, slightly lowered her head, and the hair draped behind her head slowly slid down her cheeks, unexpectedly somewhat enchanting. You go, I play by myself. Her voice was extremely cold. From the beginning to the end, she only said this sentence. Qin Feng felt that she seemed to be a little different from the previous yes man. However, for people like Yi Xiaohua, he was too lazy to explore and left directly. This competition was very simple. There were no more than 20 young people in the audition. Su Clan adopted the method of solo, one-on-one, between professional players. There were a total of 3 games, and the best would be recorded on the screen. In his previous life, Qin Feng's 1 win and 2 losses were enough to make those pro players sit up and take notice of him. This time, Yi Xiaohua did more. He would torture the people on the other side until they started to doubt their lives. If there were people from Yi Xiaohua's previous life, they would definitely wake up the person who wanted to solo with Yi Xiaohua and then tell her, "Why do you want to solo with her?" Yi Xiaohua has never lost a 1v1. When other players were still being abused by the people of the professional league, Yi Xiaohua had already gone out. Su Clan's manager Su, who was patrolling, saw a girl coming out of the audition room. He couldn't help but feel strange. Didn't I tell the professional players to accompany them to play slowly and not tear down the tower? Don't tell me she won 3 games in a row? He recognized Yi Xiaohua and immediately shook his head. That's our Yi Zong's daughter, Yi Xiaohua. She's a bookworm. She's just joining in the fun. Her grandfather, Fang Dong, actually let her mess around. When manager Su heard this, he didn't care much and directly went to help their young master select talents. After all, they were going for the international competition this time. Ever since young master's retirement, China had been at the bottom of the international league for 3 years. This time, for the glory of the country, they couldn't let their guard down. As soon as I entered, I saw a pro player staring blankly at his phone. After a while, he came back to his senses. F***ck, I've actually been defeated 3 times in 10 minutes, and it's even my best Dia Chan. When manager Su heard this, he was overjoyed. Who is this esports god? Quick, contact him to join the team. There is still a period of time before the international competition starts. We have to hurry up and train our tacit understanding. The man looked at the form at hand and handed it to manager Su. Yi Xiaohua, why does it sound like a female name? Yi Xiaohua, the smile on Manager Su's face abruptly stopped. He looked at the person in charge of Yi Clan. The person in charge of Yi Clan sighed. He remembered what Su Feifei had told him, and then said with a face full of shame, "It should be a substitute player. I didn't expect Feng Dong to spoil her to this point, even ignoring the overall situation." Yi Xiaohua only knew how to read at home. She almost never played with a mobile phone. Recently, she saw that Miss Su had so many fans. Because of envy and jealousy, she had to learn. She just started playing King of Kings, how could she beat a pro player? It was a substitute player without a doubt. After listening, Manager Su's complexion was even darker. Their group had always had zero tolerance for substitute players, let alone in this situation. He directly said, "Go and tell Feng Dong, if you still want to cooperate with Su Clan, immediately give me the substitute player's information, and by the way, pull up the monitoring." Yi Xiaohua spent a long time in ancient times. At present, she was not very clear about the high school curriculum. She was now a high school student, so she wanted to go to school to get a book and see what this world was learning. She did not expect to see her boyfriend, Yu Kitchen, at the school gate. The other party was tall, elegant, and also had a good appearance. But after seeing the beauty of Huangfu Yunjing and the crown prince of Yun country, this kind of appearance was too lazy to lift her eyelids. Yu Kitchen had proposed to break up with the original Yi Xiaohua last time, but the original Yi Xiaohua loved him deeply and was unwilling to die. She also said that she would learn King of Glory for him. He could only say that the other party should calm down. But he must break up with her. Today, he deliberately waited for Yi Xiaohua. "Let's talk." The surrounding people had already recognized Yu Kitchen, and from time to time issued a cry of surprise. Yi Xiaohua slightly raised her head, still holding her coat in one hand, and looked at him with her head tilted. "Speak." Under the sun, Yi Xiaohua's lifeless eyes were unexpectedly sparkling. Yu Kitchen froze for a moment, but soon remembered something important. "After calming down for 2 days, you should also think clearly. We are not suitable. You don't know King of Glory, you don't understand fashion, and you don't know my glory and ideals. We are not people of the same world. Let's break up." It should be because he was used to the tone of flirting with girls in the live broadcast, his voice seemed gentle and patient. Yi Xiaohua glanced at his left hand, a very white palm. She retracted her gaze and nodded carelessly. Make way." He did not expect Yi Xiaohua to agree so neatly, letting Yu Kitchen's remaining words fall in his throat, somewhat at a loss. Moreover, she looked at him too coldly today, without the fanaticism of the past. A bit unscientific. Could it be, loosening the reins only to grasp better? Retreating in order to advance, he did not expect that she would actually use this kind of disgusting means. Yu Kitchen frowned. He did not want to look at her, and annoyed, he lifted his foot and left. Not far away, there were still people paying attention to them. Naturally, they heard Yu Kitchen's words, and for a time, the whole world celebrated. My God, the Prince Charming finally broke up with this bookworm. Yeah, I really don't know what the Prince Charming saw in her. She can't play games. Every day, she just studies and studies. I didn't see her take the first place and squeeze Feifei down. She doesn't look half as good as Feifei. How can she be worthy of my Prince Charming, old 3? A few minutes later, the school forum's post about the 2 people breaking up floated red. Yi Xiaohua took the book and went back to Yi family. Just as she stepped into Yi family's door, her cell phone rang. It was a call from her maternal grandfather's cousin. As soon as she picked up, there was a lion roaring. Yi Xiaohua. You're crazy, you actually dare to ask someone to substitute. Do you know that the internet is now overwhelming with the news of you substituting? This is still a competition held by Su Clan. Do you know how serious this matter is? The students of First High School are denouncing you. They jointly wrote to the principal to expel you. Just for a man, do you want to ruin your own future? Digression, good morning, today's PK will last for half a day. Ask for another wave of tickets, don't let Huahua kneel here. After kneeling, there will be no more 10,000 updates, crying, what is our goal, on the shelf? 10,000 updates. Chasing after the text. Love Huahua, what is our slogan? Yi Xiaohua changed the book to another hand. Hearing this, she chuckled, "Calm down, sister. Calm down my ass." Her cousin seemed to be extremely angry. She could hear her rough gasping for breath. "You actually went to Su Clan's match to find a substitute player. Grandpa will go there later. You honestly tell me the substitute player, otherwise, Su Clan will not let you go." Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. "Don't how could I find a substitute player? I can beat 5 by myself." "You?" When her cousin heard this, even if the situation was not good, she would still laugh at her. "A Qingyao Jin can be beaten to death by a red buff, and you can still beat 5 by yourself. Quickly tell me, or I will beat you." Her cousin seemed to have something to do. Finally, she told her to send the substitute player's information to her and then hurriedly hung up. Yi Xiaohua touched her nose, put her mobile phone on the book, and opened the door to enter the house. Yi family study. Su Feifei looked at her mobile phone with a look of disbelief and shock. "Dad, I didn't think that Xiaohua Mimi would actually do such a thing. After all, we are sisters. Although she saw me only wanted to broadcast live, but after all, we are sisters. I don't want to see her degenerate appearance. Now, Su Clan must be very angry. I still have some power in Su Clan. Do you want to help her plead for leniency?" Yi Zhonghua sat on the chair beside the desk, his expression very gloomy. When this scandal broke out, Su Clan and Fang Clan received a great impact, especially Fang Clan. Although the impact on them was not very big, Yi Clan's stock still fell a little. Hearing this, he only coldly replied with 2 words. "No need. Keep that favor of yours. It's not worth wasting it on her." Su Feifei was obedient and sensible. Not only did she have good grades, but her live broadcast skills were also first class among the female anchors. She had great potential in Yi Clan. Yi Zhonghua was planning to recommend her to Su Clan, unlike Yi Xiaohua, who only knew how to read books and didn't understand anything. Su Feifei had already expected this result, so she was not surprised. But Mimi is too impulsive. Young people may just be angry. Her heart may be angry with me. Dad, you go and persuade her. Maybe she will listen. You don't need to get involved in this matter. Su Clan has always hated substitutes to play. That Chief Su's methods are even more ruthless. This time, Madame Fang will inevitably lose a layer of skin. She won't be willing to leave the matter at that. You do your own things well and don't be implicated by her." Yi Zhonghua shook his head. Although Yi Xiaohua was his daughter, she was a good-for-nothing. This time, she caused a big disaster and risked offending Su Clan to plead for her. It was not worth it. Since the Fang family liked this granddaughter so much, he would let them take care of her. When Su Feifei heard this, she regretfully turned around and left the study. As she walked out the door, the corners of her mouth hooked up into a smile. Yi Xiaohua returned to her room. Along the way, she only saw a few servants who did not open their eyes to look at her. That's right, the family had changed to a new mistress, and as the daughter of the deceased wife, she basically had no right to speak. She reached out and flipped through the book on the table. Not long after, a servant knocked on the door and said that her grandfather was here. When Yi Xiaohua went downstairs, she heard her grandfather's voice full of energy. Now that Madame Fang is being watched by Su Clan, she can't help Xiaohua. That child also wholeheartedly wants to be an anchor. Zhonghua, you open a small live broadcast room and let her have a good time. When her grandfather said this sentence, his attitude was very low. You also know that Xiaohua's technology, in our company, can't not be scolded to death by the fans, Yi Zhonghua sneered. I don't dare to accept her and ruin the reputation of our Tiger Live broadcast. Not necessarily to play games, her grandfather smiled. She looks good, sings well, and will also give your company money. Enough, old man, a straightforward person doesn't speak insinuations. How much potential she has is clear in your heart. She also offended Su Clan. A person who openly substitutes to play in the professional player competition, such a person, I will not let her stay. Yi Zhonghua directly interrupted him. Yi Xiaohua stood on the stairs, and her heart felt somewhat uncomfortable. In the memory of the original body, her grandfather was a very proud person. This was the first time he was so humble. She took a deep breath and went downstairs to stop her grandfather, who still wanted to say something. "Grandfather, we don't need to ask him. Now I'm very powerful, why would I let Yi clan take advantage of me? Go, let's go back." What she said was going back to her grandfather's house. But, you. Her grandfather didn't want to go. Now, Yi Xiaohua staying in Yi family was the safest. "Grandfather," Yi Xiaohua didn't forget to take the book she brought back. She lowered her eyes and smiled. "Do you believe me, Anne?" This was the Yi Xiaohua that her grandfather had never seen before. It was as if she was looking at the whole world with disdain. Even he was shocked until she brought him outside the door. Inside the house, Yi Zhongguo's voice was still ringing. "Get lost. Quickly get out of Yi family for me. Yi family doesn't need your existence. Yi Xiaohua, you listen to me. Later, when you and your method are cornered, don't come back to beg me. You." Yi Xiaohua's grandfather glared at Yi Xiaohua. He felt that she shouldn't be so impulsive. But after all, she was his granddaughter who he spoiled since childhood. In the end, he was also reluctant to open his mouth to criticize her. He just sighed. "Alright, but before going home, go to Su clan. Your cousin is over there. Go and give a proper apology to Su clan's people and hand over the substitute player. After all, you're just a little girl. They won't make things too difficult for you." Yi Xiaohua, she couldn't help but want to rub her temples. "Predecessor, oh predecessor, what did you do in the end to make the whole world think that you were a substitute player?" But looking at her grandfather who was working hard for her, Yi Xiaohua didn't object and quietly followed behind him. Yi clan investigated the monitor and only saw the scene of Qin Feng and Yi Xiaohua coming, but Qin Feng later came out. They only thought that Yi Xiaohua had found a new substitute player. Because the new blood of the professional team was imminent, Manager Su met with Yi Xiaohua and her cousin that very night. "I looked for the monitor many times, but I didn't find it. Who do you think that person is? If I say it, the other party will no longer pursue it." Manager Su looked at Yi Xiaohua. This was very important for the Global League tournament, and the young master also attached great importance to it. "Yes, Xiaohua, I didn't expect you to know such an esports master." Her cousin was a tall beauty, but her temper was a bit impatient. She patted Yi Xiaohua's head. "I didn't see it. Who is that person, do I know him?" Almost everyone in the room was looking at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua, on the other hand, unhurriedly turned her mobile phone, tilted her head and chuckled. "That person, you may not believe it, but it's me, who is far away in the horizon and can beat 5 people in front of you." Manager Su's expectant face instantly turned cold. Off topic, today's PK ended. Originally, there was only one chapter, but Huahua received a notice from the editor. The Academy had a Girls' Day event. During the event, the Academy would reward and recommend her to enter the flower list. To be honest, Huahua wanted this recommendation. It was impossible to get the top 3 recommendation on the home page with Huahua's unpopular degree. It was estimated that it would be impossible in this lifetime. Therefore, this event was Huahua's only chance. I hope everyone can support Gao Huahua. There are many gods on the flower list. If we want to enter the top 3, our hope is very small, but Huahua will not give up. This is the first time Huahua asked for the list. There are so many little cuties in Hua Mansion. I only want to show off the popularity of Hua Mansion in the Academy. Yi Xiaohua's grandfather and cousin couldn't wait to stuff her into a hole on the spot. Shameful, it was really too shameful. Especially her cousin. She originally thought that Yi Xiaohua was joking with her, but she didn't expect that she actually dared to talk nonsense in front of Manager Su. The group of people were tangled and didn't notice that there was a group of people outside the office, headed by an extremely young man. He slightly squinted a pair of peach blossom eyes looking at the office. His facial features were as delicate as if they were carefully carved, an extremely outstanding man, but he didn't make people feel the slightest bit feminine. Feeling that his young master seemed to have stared at the office for too long, the secretary next to him immediately picked up the information. "Su Zong, inside is Yi Xiaohua who played this afternoon, this is the information." Su Yunqian took the information and flipped through it a few times, and said with a gentle voice, "Is she the substitute?" The secretary looked at Su Yunchuan's back, not understanding what he meant, but he didn't wait for him to think too much. Xianxia directly entered the office. Inside the office, Manager Su looked at Xianxia and just wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xianxia, who came in. "I checked your information." Xianxia threw the information on the table and looked at Xianxia. He wasn't very old, but he looked much more cold and introverted than his peers. "You did well in one school, but your social account has almost never logged into King's Glory. And you asked Qin Feng to play. This matter can be proved by the monitoring, although you didn't choose him in the end," he said like this. When he put down the information, Xianxia stared at his palm for a long time, long enough for Manager Su to frown. "Yes," Xianxia retracted her gaze and raised her eyebrows. "Can't I have a high game talent? To tell you the truth, I have never lost a 1v1. This sentence, "Don't say Xiaohua's grandfather and cousin." Even Manager Su blushed for Xiaohua. This kind of big talk was no one else. Xiao. Her cousin just wanted to bring the nonsense Xiaohua over, not letting her continue to lose face. At this time, Su Yunxian chuckled softly, with a bit of a hoarse voice that couldn't help but make people's ears soft. "Manager Su, call the substitute that was selected yesterday to play with her." Xiaohua didn't talk nonsense. She took her mobile phone and fought with one of them. Cousin rolled her eyes with an expression of unwillingness to live, while Grandpa turned sideways and couldn't bear to see Xiaohua being abused. Su Yunxian watched her log in the game. Instead of sitting on the sofa moved by the assistant, he leaned against the table and looked at Xiaohua casually. He whispered, "This little liar." "What?" The assistant didn't hear it clearly. "Nothing." Su Yunxian took the cup handed to him by Manager Su. His voice was somewhat lazy. A group of people were watching the battle, and Su Yunxian was no exception. But when he saw Xiaohua use Lu Ban to take Diao Chan's first blood, the expression on his face changed from casual to serious. This kind of movement and hand speed was not something an ordinary person could achieve. The person who fought with Xiaohua was originally holding the idea of abusing vegetables. In the end, his expression became more and more dignified. 5 minutes later, a victory sign appeared on Xiaohua's mobile phone interface. "Get someone else." Su Yunxian straightened his body, the steam from the cup covering his face. Manager Su only heard his low voice. Another substitute player was changed. 5 minutes later, Xiaohua didn't die once and pushed away the crystal of the place. "Continue to change." Xiaohua raised an eyebrow. This time, she used Kai Wenji excessively to beat the other party until he surrendered. Change to a professional player. Whether it was a professional player or not, Xiaohua was not weak, but in order not to be so evildoer, she pretended to die once. Xiaohua's grandfather looked at her, his face was like he had seen a ghost, and he almost forgot to react. His cousin, who had been watching the battle, took a deep breath after seeing her die. Finally dead. Manager Su also nodded and loosened his taut nerves. Yes, finally dead. Almost everyone on the field had such a thought in their hearts, especially the substitute players who were tortured to death by Xiaohua. However, the next second, their hearts surged with a deep sense of powerlessness. Who were they? They were all professional players, or substitutes. But each of them asked themselves honestly. 20 games in a row, they couldn't only die once, which was beyond their imagination. Xiaohua saw that no one was fighting with her, so she threw her mobile phone on the table and looked at Su Yunxian. "Do you believe it?" Su Yunxian slightly narrowed his eyes. "Obviously you can play by yourself. Why did you ask Qin Feng to play for you?" Xiaohua heard the words and sneered. "He was introduced to me by Su Feifei." "It's her?" Her cousin was the first to jump up. "I said, how could such an honest person like you think of playing for someone? It turned out to be her doing." Xiaohua's grandfather didn't speak, because he had been shocked by Xiaohua's operation and couldn't speak. The truth had come out, and the mood of the people on the field was complicated. They didn't expect that this result was really played by Xiaohua. Who would dare to believe it? Manager Su took advantage of the situation and invited Xiaohua to join the team for training. After Xiaohua signed the contract, she left the Su clan's building with her grandfather and cousin. From the elevator down, the two people kept staring at her, wanting to say something but hesitating. But because Manager Su was there, the two people couldn't say anything. Manager Su, who sent them down, looked at Yi Xiaohua, and his complexion was somewhat strange and rueful. When the group of people just left the company's gate, they met a woman wearing a black coat walking towards them. She was wearing sunglasses, and her lips looked more and more like fire. Manager Su temporarily put aside Yi Xiaohua and the others and slightly leaned towards the woman. His voice was respectful. "Miss Shen, you came." This Miss Shen Weiwei, he didn't dare to neglect her. Not only was she the #1 sister of Su Clan's live broadcast, but she was also the adopted daughter of the richest Shen family in Asia. A few years ago, she was also a member of the world champion team. These few rare halos were all on her body. It was also a privilege that very few people could have, and there were even fewer people who didn't like her. A few years ago, she and the young master were internationally known as the Twin Demons. As an internal member of Su Clan, Manager Su also knew some gossip. This Miss Shen had a car accident when she was 16 years old. It was also a blessing in disguise. After the car accident, not only did she become more and more beautiful, but her brain also became smarter. As a matter of fact, after not seeing her for half a month, Manager Su felt that Miss Shen had unexpectedly become a little more beautiful. Manager Su remembered that the young master's mother appreciated and liked this humble and talented Miss Shen very much. Almost all of Su Clan's people thought that if the aloof and cold Chief Su, who didn't eat the common people's food, were to get married, his partner would definitely be this Shen Weiwei, who similarly stood above the floating clouds. "Is young Master Su upstairs?" After Shen Weiwei saw Manager Su, she politely asked. As for Yi Xiaohua and others standing on the side, they were directly ignored by her. "Why is Miss Shen looking for young master?" Manager Su softly asked. Shen Weiwei smiled. "Isn't young master Su looking for that substitute player? You should also know my junior sister, Su Feifei. She knows that substitute player. I'm here to tell young master Su the good news." Out of topic, Happy New Year, Queens. Did she know the substitute player? Assistant Su subconsciously looked at Yi Xiaohua, but saw that the other party was holding a mobile phone with one hand in her pocket, hooking her lips and looking at him. Assistant Su was so scared that he quivered. He didn't dare to say anything and directly turned to look at Shen Weiwei. "I'm sorry Miss Shen, our young master Su has already found that person. He is now in an emergency meeting. I'm afraid he has no time to see you. This matter had to wait until tomorrow's 10 o'clock press conference. It couldn't be revealed at this time." Shen Weiwei gawked for a moment, but thinking that a character like Su Yunxian could be found in a short time, it wasn't strange. She nodded. When she left, she finally saw Yi Xiaohua and the others. "This is..." Shen Weiwei finally noticed Yi Xiaohua and paused on that face for a moment, instantly guarding against her. "This is Miss Yi Xiaohua." Manager Su didn't dare to say more. Hearing Manager Su's words, Shen Weiwei instantly put down her heart. It turned out to be the substitute player. Thinking that the person Su Yunxian hated the most in his life was a fake person, Shen Weiwei didn't pay attention to Yi Xiaohua and directly left. Side tasks involved live broadcasting and becoming a glory god. Feng Clan's family doted on this child who had lost her mother. When Yi Xiaohua went back, she saw that her grandmother had already prepared a live broadcast room for her. Her grandfather was even more impressive and directly gave her a big push on the banner. All the people who came in saw that she was a new anchor, and she was still a girl. Naturally, there were a lot of sour words. Unwritten rules, right? There are so many recommendations. One look and you can tell that she was slept with. Regarding female anchors, I only admire Weiwei. These days, cats and dogs also dare to play King's Glory. Feng Clan's live broadcast company doing this, isn't it afraid to stink itself? The barrage was almost full of cursing voices. Until the game screen entered, Yi Xiaohua walked over with water, drank a mouthful, and directly picked up the mobile phone. "Good evening, everyone." Her voice was deliberately lowered, with a bit of Susu's tone, not coquettish nor charming, but it made people feel very comfortable. Her whole voice sounded like a cold goddess who didn't touch the world of mortals. The people who were making disgusting sentences couldn't help but stop. The first game she played was Luna, which was difficult to control. She borrowed her cousin's 20-star account. "Do you see that Zhuge Liang in the middle lane? If he doesn't leave after I'm done with this blue tiger, then he'll be dead. Wow, he's actually not leaving. Then I'm sorry, you'll be dead. If I say he'll die, then he must die. You'll be able to live under the hands of the great god Luna. Domineering CEO TT gifted the streamer 10 airplanes. Thank you, Boss Ba, for the 10 gray machines. In the previous round, Zhuge Liang was too weak. Come, this round, I will show you Zhuge Liang. I will show you what it means to have the entire country submit to Zhuge Liang. Her voice sounded lazy, and she had a way of saying flirtatious words. The bullet screen kept spamming, 23,333, 66,666, and, knee taken away. What else could you say about a girl with a beautiful voice and a good gamer? However, this match wasn't going to be easy because he was matched against a pro player, Diao Chan, domineering CEO TT, you met the king of midlaners. If you can win this round, I'll give you a submarine, please call me Gao Dahua, the national server's first midlaner, a cool song for the streamer. Set a small goal, streamer, come on, it's okay to lose. The other side knew how to play. In the beginning, 4 people came to the middle lane to kill Zhuge Liang, and then grab a blue. Yi Xiaohua's teammates didn't know how to play this round. After all, this was a game of eating teammates. In the early stages, Yi Xiaohua had a hard time. She silently led troops to steal pigs and wild monsters. The bullet screen began to bring up the rhythm again. How could such a weak player be a streamer? She only knew how to lead troops and steal wild monsters. Her bronze level was appraised correctly. Under the harassment of the 5 people on the opposite side, I still developed. Now I'm not afraid of anyone. I'm standing here. As long as the opposing Diao Chan dares to touch me, she will die. She actually dared to hit me. Then I'm sorry, you're D*CK if I say you're dead, can you still live? That's impossible. Did you see that? This is my real strength. In the early stages, I gave them 3 kills. I was afraid that if I played too cool, they would surrender directly. The 4 people on the opposite side came to avenge Diao Chan, but a great god like me, Zhuge Liang, doesn't panic at all. I will resurrect first. It doesn't matter if I die. I will stand up and change to a famous sword. They don't put my national server, Zhuge Liang, in their eyes at all. This archer's HP is low. I have a big move, but I don't use it. I want to kill him. Can you believe that an archer was killed by a mage? Quintuple kill. Did you see that? This is my real strength. Yi Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhuge Liang, who was targeted in the early stages, finally took 18 kills and 5 assists with an unstoppable momentum. In the first live broadcast, because of the technical voice and flirtatious words, there were hundreds of thousands of people subscribing. The highest number of people was more than 2 million, which was already comparable to the average streamer. When the broadcast ended, a lot of fans were reluctant to part with her flirtatious words. The next day, when Yi Xiaohua got up and went to school, her grandfather and cousin at the dinner table looked a little angry. She listened carefully for a while. It turned out that Fang Clan's popular and promising streamer, Yu Kitchen, and others were poached by Yi Clan last night. In the beginning, because of Yi Xiaohua's relationship, Fang Clan gave Yu Kitchen a lot of recommendations. There were millions of fans. She didn't expect him to go to Yi family at this critical juncture. This time, the traffic of Fang Clan's live broadcast platform dropped instantly. Her grandfather and others were worried about this. Her cousin was holding a computer in her hand and talking to her grandfather. Yi Xiaohua, while holding a steamed bun, reached out and pressed a few times on the keyboard. Finally, she pressed the enter key, and a person's information appeared on the screen. This person has a lot of potential, Yi Xiaohua pointed to the person's face and said. Poach him, and Fang Clan will make a fortune. When her cousin heard it, she immediately looked at it. She was a little curious and looking forward to it. When she saw the person's information, she couldn't help but shake her head. This person is from number 1 middle school. He is your schoolmate. It's not certain whether he will broadcast live or not. Compared with Yu Kitchen's fire, the difference is too big, just the image is far inferior. Grandfather, listen to me. You go and talk to him. You still think that I can't play games? Are you shocked now? When Yi Xiaohua finally went out, she left a sentence for her grandfather. She naturally wasn't talking big. In the plot, this student was born to act. After a live broadcast on a certain platform, he was spotted by a big-name director. He became an instant hit and became an A-list star in a short time. He brought hundreds of millions of traffic to that live broadcast platform. After becoming an A-list star, his main activity was still on that platform. That platform was later second only to Su Clan. After she left, her grandfather was thoughtful. Her cousin looked at his mobile phone, and her whole person collapsed in an instant. No, you really listened to Xiaohua's nonsense? Yi Xiaohua, Su Feifei, and Yu Kitchen were all in the same class. When she arrived in the class, the lively class quieted down for a moment. It took a while for the noise to be restored. Yu Kitchen naturally saw Yi Xiaohua. Almost when he saw her, his face flashed a trace of disgust. When he was with Yi Xiaohua, it was just a bet. Not to mention that they also broke up yesterday. Originally, he still felt a little guilty about Yi Xiaohua. But thinking that she actually did this kind of abominable thing, he felt disgusted. He didn't even look at her and still chatted with Su Feifei, who was sitting next to him. Yi Xiaohua looked at Yu Kitchen's appearance. Her heart was not worth it for her predecessor to abandon her ideals for such a man. Yu Kitchen didn't want to pay attention to Yi Xiaohua, but it was obvious that Su Feifei didn't want to let Yi Xiaohua go so easily. She slightly nodded at Yi Xiaohua. Xiaohua Mimi. When her mother had not yet married into Yi family, she called her Miss Yi. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua ignored her, Su Feifei sighed. I know you are very angry now, but you also know that Feng clan is already going downhill. Kitchen has no future if he stays with you. Being able to come to our Yi clan is also our Yi clan's own ability. As long as you have a little potential, our Yi family can't poach Kitchen. Isn't this reasonable? Off topic, the next day passed, Huahua was still in the top 3. I really didn't think of it. This is our first time rushing the list. You all spontaneously helped Huahua look at the list. Even if you eat dirt, you have to send a flower to Huahua. To have this result is your joint efforts, your joint defense. If there was one less person and one less flower, there wouldn't be this current situation. Thank you very much. Thank you for eating dirt and sending flowers. Thank you for sticking to the last moment. The only thing I can do is to use a higher quality article to repay your support for Gao Huahua. Yi Xiaohua hasn't spoken. The students in the class started to make a fuss. Didn't we ask the principal to boycott you from coming to school? How dare you come to our class after ruining number 1 middle school's reputation? How could someone like you appear in the Yi clan? One of Su Feifei's rich second-generation fans opened his mouth, his eyes filled with disdain. There's nothing strange about it. The old man of the Feng family helped her bribe the examiners, and helped her hire people to play on her behalf. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. However, you want to imitate Goddess Feifei? She's about to participate in a professional competition. You're just imitating her. Everyone looked at Yi Xiaohua as if they were looking at a fly, especially Yu Kitchen. He didn't even think of helping Yi Xiaohua to say a word. Yi Xiaohua studied the king just for him, not because she was jealous of Su Feifei. It's all because of my Xiaohua Mimi. Everyone don't blame Xiaohua Mimi. Su Feifei stood up and apologized for Yi Xiaohua, causing the people in the class to be unhappy with Yi Xiaohua. Obviously, it was Yi Xiaohua who was playing, but why was it Su Feifei who was apologizing? This Yi Xiaohua's face was really big. The smile on Yi Xiaohua's face didn't disappear. She hooked her bag and used her other hand to bring the boy who took the lead. She chuckled, You take the lead to drive me away? Yes. Yes, so what? Very good. Yi Xiaohua nodded. She casually put down her school bag, only to hear a bang sound. The boy suddenly sat on the ground, the corner of his mouth cracked in pain. Yi Xiaohua pulled out her chair. Her beautiful eyes were full of coldness and disgust at this time. First, who will sue you for slander? Go to the police station for tea tomorrow. Second, don't mess with me. The boy rubbing his buttocks looked at Yi Xiaohua in disbelief. F***ck. Why did he feel that this substitute dog was so scary today? Yi Xiaohua stayed at school for half a day. Most people looked at her with inquisitive eyes, but no one dared to provoke her again. After she left school, she went to Su Clan's team. She was assigned to a veteran team. Today, they changed to new blood. When she arrived, she discovered that Madame Feng had also poached Qin Feng over. Qin Feng's family was ordinary, but his skill in playing King of Kings was truly extraordinary. When the leader saw Qin Feng sitting far away, he couldn't help but say, "Qin Feng, are you looking down on us? Why are you sitting so far away?" Yi Xiaohua picks eyebrows. It should be because he hates her, right? Qin Feng pinched his fingers. Hearing this, he didn't pretend anymore. He directly threw his cell phone and looked at Yi Xiaohua with ridicule. Now professional teams can also accept substitute play? Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows in surprise. Her eyebrows seemed to be shining like ink painting, flowing with a beautiful color. Qin Feng only thought of a poem, "Hibiscus is not as good as beauty makeup." Unfortunately, this Yi Xiaohua's heart was not in the right place, and her conduct was improper. After speaking, Qin Feng directly walked out. As expected of the group's last-ranked team. "With you 4 pieces of trash as teammates, I can't even fight in the promotion round. I'd rather not play in the professional competition." He was aiming for a champion team, not a trash team. He walked out just like that. The other 3 members of the team didn't find it strange. Instead, they were used to it. Yi Xiaohua looked thoughtful. This team was a little strange. "Aren't we going to train?" she asked. Hearing this, one of them shook his head. "We don't have the necessary equipment, funds, and manpower. There's no way we can go on stage." That Qin Feng is right. What kind of situation was this? Yi Xiaohua still hadn't asked when she heard a hoarse cry. "I'm sorry for everyone, and I'm sorry for my mother. You were all Feng Clan seeded players. If it wasn't because I offended Miss Shen, I would have already won the KPL championship. And my mother, she wouldn't have refused to save me because I offended Miss Shen. She wouldn't have been in a coma until now. It's all my fault." The captain boss bowed his head, his voice somewhat trembling. "Miss Shen?" Yi Xiaohua slightly narrowed her eyes, noticing this title. The old 3 at her side originally didn't want to talk about the past, but looking at Yi Xiaohua's extremely flourishing face, he couldn't help but open his mouth. "Miss Shen is Shen Weiwei, Su Clan's #1 sister, and also a member of the world champion 3 years ago. Her ability is also almost divine. Young Master Su's mother had cancer that year. I don't know what secret method she used, but it was cured overnight. Our captain was young and full of vigor at that time. He offended Miss Shen, and until now, he hasn't gone on stage even once. Because of her, Su Clan's upper level no longer gave us new equipment and operating funds." The old 2 pointed to a running machine and spoke in a hoarse voice. "This equipment has always been broken. We called a lot of repairmen, but they all said they couldn't fix it. Let us go and ask Miss Shen." Finally, the old 3 concluded, "Miss Shen is a divine person. There is nothing in this world that she can't do. She also helped the police break a drug lord's lair. Foreigners call her an Eastern legend." Hearing his words, Yi Xiaohua was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but think about Shen Weiwei. Although Yi Xiaohua could also do these things, this Shen Weiwei's origin was a bit strange. "Don't think about it, master. She has a low-level system and a low-level shop. It's a pirated system that was eliminated by our system family. When you first met, I felt it. It's just that this system is too low-level. I'm too lazy to say it." "Low-level system?" Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. She looked at the simulator running machine behind the old 3 and said, "You get out of the way, I'll fix it. It's useless. Offending Miss Shen, even the most powerful engineer can't fix it." When these people heard Shen Weiwei's 3 words, they were terrified. No matter how the process was, it was fate to be assigned to this team. Yi Xiaohua only wanted to become an esports god to complete the task and win the championship. She only wanted to do her own thing. Regarding becoming a world legend, Shen Weiwei had no idea at all. "Being assigned to our team, Miss Yi, have you offended Miss Shen?" The captain looked at Yi Xiaohua, who was pressing the keyboard, and shook his head. "What do you mean?" Yi Xiaohua's hand is on the keyboard, slightly sideways. "To be able to enter the battle team at this time, your talent should be decent. You were directly assigned to the team that Miss Shen is in charge of, but you were assigned to our team. The team leader was silent for a moment. The team that Shen Weiwei was in charge of was the national champion every year, the dream of all professional players. They saw that Yi Xiaohua didn't put on any airs, so they all chatted casually. Finally, they collectively let Yi Xiaohua go and apologized to Shen Weiwei, saying that her future was bright and she shouldn't waste her time. Miss Yi, don't fix it. You can't fix it. The engineer said that only Miss Shen can fix it in this world. It was at this time that Yi Xiaohua finally pressed the enter key. Out of topic, how did it become like this? What is this? The boss saw Yi Xiaohua's action and kept watching the computer. He didn't know when, but the host screen unexpectedly turned into a signal source. Hearing the boss's words, the other two people also looked strangely. This is the audio source code, I am analyzing the information. Yi Xiaohua once again entered a command, and this time the source code was parsed. Okay, don't ask me what the audio source code is. Even if I explain it, you won't understand. She looked at the computer, and the expression on her face was very indifferent, as if she was just frying rice. These three people were ignorant, but they also knew that it must be a high-end technology. Even the boss, who was fortunate enough to see Shen Weiwei's hand speed, was not as fast as her. The boss suddenly felt that the girl in front of him suddenly became tall. She was completely different from the substitute in Qin Feng's mouth, so why was she said to be a substitute? Okay, Yi Xiaohua clapped her hands and stood up. You continue to train, and find me a new person. I will go upstairs. Even the equipment that only Miss Shen Weiwei could repair, Miss Yi could repair it. What was her origin in the end? Stopping at Yi Xiaohua's last words, the three people looked at each other in dismay, their fingers trembling. Could they return to the league? They had been disappointed many times, but this time they didn't dare to think about it. Upstairs was the Su Group's headquarters. Yi Xiaohua directly looked for Su Yunxian and went straight to the point. My team needs funds, a lot of funds. Your team? Su Yunxian was originally looking at the document. When he heard the words, he was stunned. His ink-dyed eyebrows slightly raised. I remember that the first team has 30 million startup funds every year. For a team, it was more than enough. In fact, even if the team won the championship, the money earned back would not necessarily be so much. What Su Clan wanted was the championship's fame and traffic. No, I am not in the first team and I don't want to go. I am in the 9th team. Seeing Su Yunxuan's puzzled look, Yi Xiaohua knew that he had forgotten about this team. I will apply for funds from you. I guarantee that within this year, I will let you earn a few $100 million, how about it? With Su Yunxuan's current financial resources, a few $100 million was just a number change for him. Seeing Yi Xiaohua's spirited appearance, he didn't show it on his face, but his heart was moved. He called manager Su to come over. After Yi Xiaohua went out with satisfaction, Su Yunxian put down the things in his hands. He leaned against the back of the chair, and a trace of doubt flashed across his handsome face. Actually, I can arrange for you to enter Miss Shen's team. Manager Su looked at Yi Xiaohua. In fact, when Yi Xiaohua was assigned to that team, he knew that there was Shen Weiwei's means inside. But out of consideration for Shen Weiwei's identity and background, Manager Su acquiesced. But he could also tell Su Yunxian to let Yi Xiaohua go to Shen Weiwei's team. The level of her team members was first class. After all, King of Glory is a game that eats teammates, and Yi Xiaohua's teammates are already old, and their hand speed can't keep up. I know, Miss Shen's team has always been the first in the national competition, Yi Xiaohua chuckled. But we are different. Hearing that, Manager Su suddenly looked up at her. Yi Xiaohua put her hand in her pocket and looked at her. Our goal is the international competition. Yi Xiaohua got the funds, and the last team member she looked for was the potential stock that her grandfather found, a top student. A team of 5 people without substitutes was finally formed. At the same time, the news that their waste team was going to participate in the KPL League spread in the company, and the people on the internet were also very angry. Su Clan announced on the internet that Yi Xiaohua was not a substitute player, but it was led astray by the Water Army, saying that it was public relations. In this era of material desires, public opinion could melt gold, and some people could be spat alive by keyboard warriors until they committed suicide. This was the progress of this era, and also the sorrow of this era. Yi Xiaohua had the ability to whitewash herself, but she didn't. Since she wanted to play big. She wanted that group of people to never dare to use the keyboard to fight on the internet again. Now, everything was similar to her calculations. Netizens were saying that she was not worthy to participate in KPL. Originally, they thought that esports was the last pure land of Black Curtain, but they didn't expect it to be polluted by her. Those top KPL experts might not necessarily be able to participate in KPL. Why did Yi Xiaohua, this substitute player, have the opportunity? Why did she have it? Yi Xiaohua was unmoved by these. She even let 008 add fuel to the fire. She must let these people have an unforgettable memory. Unlike her real situation, the effect of her live broadcast on the internet was thriving. She didn't turn on the camera, deliberately lowered her voice, and used only one Y. In the month of live broadcast, she almost never lost. Many people were guessing her origin. Her skills have been recognized by professional players. Because of her flirtatious words and top-notch skills, she became popular all over the internet for a time. She was known as the king of esports' flirtatious words. However, there were also many fans who speculated that the king of flirtatious words didn't turn on the camera because she was not good-looking. Even Shen Weiwei wanted to dig her into her own team. Strange, why can everyone's information be found, but only her? Shen Weiwei didn't understand even more was that even her system couldn't find who that Y was in the end. However, she also talked to Y in the live broadcast room and invited her to join her own team. Her team was the dream paradise of the national professional players. She was very sure that if Y played in the competition, she would definitely choose her professional team. However, Y refused, which made Shen Weiwei relax a bit. Since she refused, it meant that she wouldn't play in the professional competition. She also wouldn't be in the same team as Yi Xiaohua. In other words, no one could threaten her team's position as the champion. Shen Weiwei also chose Su Feifei as the new starting member. She felt that Su Feifei's explosive power was very high. Su Feifei didn't know why Yi Xiaohua suddenly wanted to play in the competition. In particular, Fong Clan unexpectedly didn't fall, and AY also appeared. Yu Kitchen knew of her worries and stopped Yi Xiaohua after a class. I heard that you are going to play in the professional competition? Yu Kitchen asked. Yi Xiaohua picked up her school bag on one side and casually said, yes. The sunset outside the window was red, outlining the exquisite and perfect arc of her face. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow at the bottom of her eyes, like a dream. Yu Kitchen stared blankly for a moment, and his tone suddenly eased a lot. I know that you are playing in the competition because of my words, but you still have to be down to earth. Being eager for quick success and instant benefits is not good. You have hardly played, and all of a sudden, you are going to play in the competition. I don't know how you persuaded Head Su to let you mess around, but KPL is not a place for you to mess around. Off-topic words, you're saying this to me as Su Feifei's boyfriend? Yi Xiaohua's footsteps paused. She slightly leaned sideways and looked at Yu Kitchen. You're not young anymore. Can you not be so stupid and naive? Perhaps because Yi Xiaohua looked more pleasing to the eye than in the past, he inevitably said a few more words. What does your mother's death have to do with Feifei and Aunt? They didn't do you any wrong. You don't want to hear it. Now, Aunt has a child in her belly. When this child is born, their words in Yi family will have more power than you. Plus, Fong Clan is also going downhill. Do you think you will have a good life in the future? Sometimes thinking about it, he sympathized with Yi Xiaohua. Mother Su's belly was a boy. Although Su Feifei was not Yi Zhongguo's biological child, she had a younger brother who could inherit all of Yi family's property. On the contrary, Yi Xiaohua was the most pitiful. Almost no one in Yi family stood on her side, except for her dead mother. I already don't live in Yi family. Yi Xiaohua turned her head and continued to walk toward the door. Her mouth carelessly said, what's more, who told you that me playing King of was nonsense? What she wanted was to go international. What did she mean? Yu Kitchen just wanted to ask, but Yi Xiaohua had already walked far away. Kitchen, forget it, a boy patted his shoulder and sneered. She thinks that if she can buy a professional team, she can make people look at her in a new light. Can she compare with Goddess Feifei? Naive. Yu Kitchen heard what was said and shook his head while sighing. From the beginning when he came in contact with Xianxia, he knew that she was too stubborn and too stupid. This time, he originally wanted to remind her. But she didn't listen to a word. Yu Kitchen was also too lazy to say anything else. He reminded her based on their affection, which was already extremely benevolent. As for what Xianxia would encounter in the end, it was no longer his business. Su Clan's office, Su Yunxian sat on a chair, his thin lips slightly pursed. You chose these 4 people? Are you sure? Xianxia nodded. What about the registration form? Su Yunxian glanced at Manager Su. Manager Su immediately handed over the registration form to Xianxia. When handing it to Xianxia, even though Su Yunxian was present, Manager Su couldn't help but say, Miss Su, are you really sure it's the 4 of them? Among the 4 of them, eldest, second, and third weren't young anymore. Their hand speed and reflexes were slower than the younger ones. As for Brainiac, he was a newbie who wasn't famous. N. Xianxia signed her name on it. His handwriting was like a flood dragon. It was impossible to write without a few brushes, which made Assistant Su's eyes light up. She signed it neatly, but the boss and others were a little hesitant. In fact, they also knew their own weight. After training with Xianxia these days, they knew that they couldn't keep up with Xianxia's fast pace. Missy, The boss opened his mouth. Boss, you are the team's support. Please think about it. You were the one who slowly fought your way up from a bronze AI to first place in the King's region. If you miss this time, you may never have a chance to prove yourself. Are you sure you want to give up? Xianxia turned the pen in her hand, staring at the boss and the remaining 2 people. The boss was silent. Although he was the boss and was considered old in esports, he was still only 24 years old. Maybe one day he would put on a suit and walk into society. He would have to give up King, but not now. How many relatives in their family didn't understand him playing King? Walking on the road of professional competition, he was also scolded and ridiculed by many people. Even under the pressure of offending Shen Weiwei, he still walked all the way. Not to mention anything else, this game may have ruined their studies to some extent, but he, like everyone else, never regretted it. He still hadn't brought his summoner by Qi to the KPL, to victory. It didn't matter if people who didn't play games didn't understand, but this was their youth. Body in darkness, heart toward light. The boss's eyes had never been so firm. He picked up the pen and solemnly signed his name. When Xianxia and the others went out, they happened to meet Shen Weiwei, who was going upstairs. Seeing Xianxia and the boss and others, Shen Weiwei's expression was very strange. Until Xianxia and the others left, Shen Weiwei got Su Yunxuan's permission to walk into the office. Chief Su, I heard that you allocated 30 million operating funds to the 9th team? Shen Weiwei looked at Su Yunxian. She always felt that Su Yunxian was very calm. This was the first time, almost risking the danger of offending all the netizens, he also wanted to bring Xianxia's team to the LPL League. 30 million funds, her chief team also only had this treatment. She knew that Su Yunxian was not short of money, but this was the first time he was so willing to spend money, even disregarding profit and loss, not anxious about reputation. Hearing this, Su Yunxian looked at the document and didn't raise his head. Shen Weiwei's fingers slightly tightened. Chief Su, you listen to me, Su Feifei is Xiaohua's younger sister. She told me about Xiaohua's details. I don't know why you indulge Xiaohua so much, but she is a person who played King for more than a month. Do you think her level can play in the league? Esports is the last piece of fair pure land in my heart. I hope you think clearly. Hearing this, Su Yunxian finally raised his eyes. He glanced at Shen Weiwei, his expression cold. I believe in my own vision. When you first came to the company, there were also many voices that were not optimistic, but I still insisted on using it. This time, they did not question my decision, but you. How can she compare with me? Shen Weiwei almost opened her mouth. All right, you go. Su Yunxian did not look at her this time. Instead, he flipped through another document, his voice becoming colder and colder. Believe in his own vision? Shen Weiwei glanced at Su Yunxian. Letting a newcomer play in the league was your, Su Yunxuan's, vision? For the first time, Shen Weiwei questioned the omnipotent Su Yunchuan's vision. A kind of indescribable jealousy filled her chest. Before closing the door, Shen Weiwei whispered, "Chief Su, you have always been an investment legend, but this time, it was really the stupidest decision you have ever made." Yes, what Su Yunxian said was right. In those days, she was very powerful. She could join the KPL team with Su Yunxian in a desperate situation and even win the international championship. But Yi Xiaohua was different from her. She had an incomparably powerful system. The system would issue tasks for her, improve her talent in the game, improve her hand speed. In just a few days, her growth might be dozens of times that of others. Therefore, she could work hard to keep up with the pace of the team and take the trophy. But what did Yi Xiaohua have? How could she compare with herself who had a system, digression today's normal update of spicy no need to kneel for instant noodles, Gao Dahua happily said. Body in the darkness, heart toward the light. King of Glory Summoner by Chi's words. When netizens discovered that Yi Xiaohua's team was really going to participate in KPL, their emotions were very strong. Not only did they uninstall Feng Clan's live broadcast platform to vent their anger, in reality, some people even threw rotten eggs at Feng Clan Group's gate. There were also people who asked Shen Weiwei, who was also a member of Su Clan, whether this matter was true or not, whether it was decided by Su Clan's high level. For this reason, Shen Weiwei posted a Weibo, "The esports circle is no longer the esports circle that I am familiar with, full of hot-bloodedness and youthfulness. This place has also been infected with the evil customs of society. My fans, I will do my best, my team members will not admit defeat." After this sentence came out, it immediately occupied the top of Weibo. Countless fans liked and then cursed Yi Xiaohua. For these people, Shen Weiwei was their youth, their legend. Shen Weiwei and Su Yunxian were the most glorious and glorious generation of China's esports. Since my goddess has said so, it seems that the substitute player has really entered the KPL, smile. Substitute dog orphan. Su God, you disappoint me too much. I feel sorry for Goddess Weiwei QAQ. What was different from this development was that live broadcast God Y also caused a big event. This guy unexpectedly quietly fought his way to the top 100 of country H. The number of fans was close to Shen Weiwei. The famous King's coach once said at a press conference that this Y had the demeanor of Su God in those days. After this sentence, everyone knew one thing. China's next esports legend had finally arrived. Unfortunately, she did not participate in the KPL competition. As we all know, it was very difficult to enter country H's ranking, especially in single play. Everyone who successfully squeezed in had unlimited potential. This world was very similar to the modern world that Yi Xiaohua lived in, but the king here was created by a mysterious person and soon became popular all over the world. Therefore, the king of this world not only had a regional ranking, but also a world competition ranking. Her hero's win rate was more than 90%, plus she was in the top 100 of country H in single play. It was hard not to pay attention to this name. Not to mention China, even the people of country H&M were collecting information on this Y. But without exception, they could not find this person's information at all. It was as if she did not exist. She was really too mysterious. With the abuse and suspicion, it was finally the day of the KPL finals. The fans of each team also gradually entered the arena. Most of the fans here were Shen Weiwei's team's fans. At the same time, they were also Yi Xiaohua's black fans. They wished they could scold her to death. Chief Yi, I didn't expect that your daughter would actually be fancied by the Su clan's #1 battle team. This Miss Chen is not an ordinary person. One of the business partners smiled flatteringly at Yi Zhonghua, who had come to watch the scene. The corner of Yi Zhonghua's mouth rose, and there was a bit of unconcealable pride in it. Although Yi Xiaohua is his daughter, she has no spirituality. She is not like the seat of their Yi family. Now, participating in KPL will be scolded to death by many netizens. Fengshi's stock has been affected by her. Fortunately, he had the foresight to not accept her grandfather's suggestion to take her in. Otherwise, Yi Group's stock would definitely be affected. At this time, the tournament's host was already introducing Shen Weiwei's team. The camera cut to Su Feifei's face, and her fans screamed. Yi Zhong's disgusted expression instantly became amiable and his face was full of pride. Compared to Yi Xiaohua, Su Feifei was smart and quick-witted, more like his kind. Perhaps it was the official's malice. The first match was Yi Xiaohua's battle team against the domestic champion Shen Weiwei's battle team. The fans below were still shouting Yi Xiaohua get out of KPL, beat up doggy head, however, these had no effect on Yi Xiaohua's group of 5. Shen Weiwei was their team's coach. When she mentioned the team's 5 chosen heroes, her expression was very relaxed. Yi Xiaohua's group of 5 did not have any threat in their eyes, so they were so relaxed. I'll use Diao Chan. After Qin Feng saw that Yi Xiaohua had chosen Zhuge Liang, he immediately chose a mage. His eyebrows slightly drooped. What kind of thing is it to learn from you to play in a professional match? This sentence was said to Su Feifei. He wanted Yi Xiaohua to not dare to touch King's glory for the rest of her life. Qin Feng, you have to be careful. What if Xiaohua Mimi is a great god? Su Feifei deliberately covered her lips and smiled. She actually did not think that Yi Xiaohua could be very powerful. Unless Yi Xiaohua was an evildoer. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaohua was much more evildoer than she had imagined. Su Feifei's group of 5 people's expressions had always been very relaxed. In their hearts, they were thinking about blowing up Yi Xiaohua's group of people. Especially Su Feifei. As a support, she often went to the middle lane and wanted to cooperate with Diao Chan to kill Zhuge Liang. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaohua's Zhuge Liang's 3-stage displacement was very slippery. Not only that, she also cooperated with Li Bai to kill Diao Chan twice. In just 5 minutes, Qin Feng's gaze became serious. Yi Xiaohua's performance surprised him. Especially after the other party killed him alone, a subtle feeling welled up in his heart. Su Feifei's group of 5 also gradually felt that Yi Xiaohua and the others were not embroidered pillows. Under Shen Weiwei's training, these 5 people were also not covered. When Yi Xiaohua took the blue, the bottom lane forced a team to kill their archer. Double kill. 2 double kills. Great God, Weiwei's team is really strong. Now, the blue team only has Zhuge Liang left. They should be able to be pushed down in one wave. The boss's flash could not avoid the opposite Li Yuanfeng's big move. The screen instantly darkened. All 4 of them froze in their seats, especially the boss. He had long known that his reaction was not quick enough. He looked at Yi Xiaohua from the side. He was a big man, but his eyes couldn't help but hold back tears. Everyone would lose, but what he was most unwilling to let the girl in front of him, who took them to the KPL, lose. So many people's abuse, he, a man, felt that he could not stand it. Yi Xiaohua not only endured it, she still worked so hard and seriously took them to play the game. Her efforts, her sacrifices, her grievances, they all saw it in their eyes. It was precisely because of this that they were even more unwilling. They were unwilling to accept that their youthful hot-bloodedness would stop here. How could they lose such a powerful Yi Xiaohua? It was at this time that a clear voice sounded in their ears. Just a fart and you're scared? Yi Xiaohua looked at them from the side and slightly narrowed her eyes. She operated her character and said, "Do you still remember the goal we set?" The boss stared blankly. Yi Xiaohua softly said, "Next, leave it to me." Off topic, at that moment, Yi Ci, who had used up all her mana buffs, flashed into the battlefield and used her second skill to forcefully attack Cao Cao. Now that her equipment had taken shape, being continuously immobilized would kill him. While Su Feifei controlled Zhang Fei to protect Diao Chan, Yang Jian finally reacted. Anyone who could play in the pro scene wouldn't have such slow hand speeds. Yi Xiaohua's second skill directly hit Diao Chan's face. At the same time, a golden body broke Diao Chan's second skill, and the passive big move directly refreshed. Diao Chan and Zhang Fei instantly turned into corpses. Double kill. Triple kill. But it was not over yet, her big young master has been refreshed, and her passive is still bouncing. Her second skill is a small move to avoid Yang Jian's dog. At this time, her skills are still refreshed. Yi Xiaohua's own blood can't hold on, and she is cut by the opposite jungler Li Yuanfeng. The resurrection armor then stood up and used its first skill and second skill to instantly kill Yang Jian. Quadra-kill. What the F***CK, for kills, this is a professional 1-on-5-4 kill. The commentator, who originally didn't care about Yi Xiaohua, widened his eyes, and his voice was full of excitement. On the other side, Li Yuanfeng returned with full HP after fighting two little wild beasts. This skill hit Yi Xiaohua, and everyone felt that Yi Xiaohua should die this time. But when Li Yuanfeng's skill exploded, Yi Xiaohua's blood did not change at all. This was a famed saber. Yi Xiaohua actually sold the golden body in just 2 seconds for the resurrection armor and changed the famous knife again. The magnificent energy bullet had already hit Li Yuanfeng. A line of words had already popped up on the screen along with a resounding female voice, pentakill, pentakill. Ace, team annihilation. Yi Xiaohua operated the character, casually cleaned the line, pushed off the opponent's crystal, and the camera switched to her face. Her eyebrows and eyes were clear, showing the quiet years. On the big screen, Zhuge Liang's lines were still playing. Life is like a game of chess, 3 calculations at a time. Even those who didn't understand kings would feel their blood boil and their bodies tremble when they heard the phrase pentakill. The audience who had been scolding Yi Xiaohua stared at the screen blankly. In the professional game, Zhuge Liang changed the resurrection armor and then changed the famous sword in seconds. He also got a pentakill. Would Yi Xiaohua make such a coquettish operation? But that was the reality. That was it. Yi Xiaohua's famous knife flow. Zhuge Liang was so coquettish, this kind of positioning, this kind of judgment, this kind of hand speed. Some people could not help but scream. Those anti-fans pressed their hearts, trying to restrain themselves, but when the commentator replayed that wonderful pentakill, they finally could not help it. At this time, they didn't care about black or whose fans they were. They had long been shocked by Yi Xiaohua's handsomeness. When the camera turned to her, Yi Xiaohua was about to get up and leave. She put one hand on the back of the chair and the other on her lips. Her clear eyes looked directly at the camera. Esports Circle is still the esports circle we are familiar with. It carries our youth. Whether I am scolded or not, I have never reduced my enthusiasm for it. The roar of the fans below stopped at the same time. Before seeing Yi Xiaohua's performance, they always felt that such a wonderful counterattack could only be done by the former Su god. As for Yi Xiaohua, they simply didn't care, but now. Shen Weiwei's team was nothing in Yi Xiaohua's eyes. 5 against 1, they were still beaten to a group wipe. Who was strong and who was weak was clear at a glance. Especially thinking of Yi Xiaohua's shady words that Shen Weiwei had posted before, countless of Shen Weiwei's fans present were angry and incomparably guilty. At the beginning, because of Shen Weiwei's words, they scolded Yi Xiaohua, went to Fengshe to throw rotten eggs, felt unfair for Shen Weiwei, and even scolded Yi Xiaohua on the spot, trying hard to protect Shen Weiwei. How ruthlessly they scolded at the beginning. Thinking about it now, how ironic. Being protected was a liar full of lies. They threw Shen Weiwei's light plate down. Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua. I'm sorry. Please continue to play professional matches. Break into Asia. Defeat H country. We believe in you. We will always support you. Qin Feng looked at Yi Xiaohua's back, and his heart suddenly welled up with an embarrassing emotion. Yi Xiaohua's team had finished today, but the people watching the match had not left. They had successfully changed from Shen Weiwei's fans to Yi Xiaohua's fans. In the lounge, Shen Weiwei's expression was not very good. The Weibo she had posted before was now full of hee-hee. Shen Weiwei simply threw away her cell phone. She didn't want to see it anymore. If she could, she really wanted to strangle herself who had originally posted this Weibo. She had made such a big joke. The perfect image that she had previously created with great difficulty was already half stretched. For 54, what's the matter with you? Didn't you say that Yi Xiaohua had no potential? How could she play such a result? Master, the information on the panel is shown like this. There may be something that I haven't detected yet. Hearing the system's voice, Shen Weiwei gradually relaxed. This system was hers. As long as the system was here, she knew that she could do a lot of things, so she was not very flustered. Yi Xiaohua. Shen Weiwei's eyes deepened. Miss Shen, I invited Miss Yi over. Someone knocked on the door. Yi Xiaohua was still holding her cell phone in her hand. After coming in, she glanced at Shen Weiwei and faintly smiled. Miss Shen is looking for me? Sign this document. Shen Weiwei threw a stack of paper over. Her tone was very cold, with a bit of alms. I can let you improve your king's skills by a level in a short period of time. You can even enter the international top 8. She felt that this kind of benefit, this kind of temptation, as long as it was a professional game, no one could refuse. Especially Yi Xiaohua. The other party was just an ordinary person. To be able to let her use the system to help, this was a blessing that Yi Xiaohua could not cultivate in 8 lifetimes. Yi Xiaohua casually took it and looked at it. It turned out to be a transfer agreement. She glanced at it and directly threw it away. No, I will stay in the 9th team. This sentence, Shen Weiwei did not think of it. She was somewhat stunned. What did you say? I said that I will continue to stay in the 9th team. I will play in the international competition by myself. Yi Xiaohua turned her cell phone and slightly glanced sideways. If Miss Shen is alright, I have to go. They are still waiting for me. Shen Weiwei almost broke her voice. Her complexion was not very good. Yi Xiaohua, do you know what you are saying? Don't you want to enter the international top 8? Moreover, I also know the grievances between you and Su Feifei. Don't you want to let other people have a whole new level of respect for you? Don't you want Yu Kitchen to have a whole new level of respect for you and return to your side? You worked so hard to play KPL and enter Su Clan, didn't you just want to enter my team? Without my help, do you think you can play in the international competition? Off topic, the second watch was sent. There was one more thing. Hua was going to have the second PK at noon today. I don't know why it's so fast. This was very, very important for Hua. After the second PK, we can put it on the shelves normally. Therefore, dear friends, from today until the end of the second PK, leave a lot of comments. If you have a free evaluation ticket, give it to Gao Hua. Miss Shen's kindness, I appreciate it in my heart. Yi Xiaohua chuckled. Our team's people did not give up on me under such great pressure. I naturally will not leave. Finished speaking, she pushed the door and went out. Shen Weiwei, who was still in the lounge, was so angry that her hands were trembling. Her voice rose a lot. Yi Xiaohua, you have to think clearly. Those few old people can't play in the international competition. If you miss this opportunity, I will never accept you to come to our team again. You must not regret it with them. Even if you regret it, it will be too late. Yi Xiaohua just freely waved behind her and directly went out to eat hot pot with the boss and the others. Naturally, she did not see Shen Weiwei behind her. Her face was black. Because the people who participated in the professional competition were generally students, they all played at night. After Yu Kitchen finished the live broadcast, he had time to see the results of the first game. I really admire Yi Xiaohua. Yu Kitchen's cooperative roommate finished his homework and came to his side with a cup. Goddess Weiwei, many fans brought rotten eggs. I don't know what kind of scene she is in now. She's being besieged like a dog, TSK. Hearing Yi Xiaohua, Yu Kitchen's eyebrows subconsciously flashed with a trace of impatience and slight ridicule. I reminded her, she thinks she's right, I can't do anything about it. As he spoke, he opened the KPL official website. Both of them were quite interested to see if Yi Xiaohua had been thrown rotten eggs by angry netizens, and to see if the KPL arena had been smashed by these netizens. It's a pity. If our Y God participated in KPL, what would happen to her, this jumping clown? Speaking of Y, even Yu Kitchen, who had a cold expression, also smiled. As the two people talked, they opened the official notice. When they saw the title, the smile on their mouths instantly froze, and their pupils shrank. The first victory was unexpectedly not Shen Weiwei's team, but Yi Xiaohua's team. Below, there was also a video of Yi Xiaohua and Zhuge Liang's 5-kill operation. The video was densely brushed with 666. That kind of extreme operation, no matter who it was, could see. The comments below the notice were even more crazy. The most popular number of likes was already tens of thousands. Who said that Yi Xiaohua can't play games? This is called not playing games. Is our skill a pile of shit? I've decided to add Gaji to my idols in addition to Y God. The pentakill was too exciting. Even now, I can feel my blood boiling. Yi Xiaohua is too good at attracting fans. After this competition, her popularity has risen to the peak. On the other hand, Shen Weiwei's previous Weibo post had been forwarded by tens of thousands of people. Before this, the highest number of likes was still that one. She was too disappointed in the esports circle. It was also too chilling. Looking at it now, these comments on this Weibo were ridiculous and ironic. For a time, Shen Weiwei lost a lot of fans. Shen Weiwei hinted at Yi Xiaohua to send a Weibo to help her explain. However, who was Yi Xiaohua? People gave her a knife behind her back. How could she still lick her face to clean up this mess? Was it a hint? She couldn't understand it? What is that? Shen Weiwei stood by the French window and looked downstairs at the appearance of Yi Xiaohua talking to Su Yunxian. She couldn't help but clench her fingers. A season's LPL champion is so arrogant? The internet said that she was the next Almighty Su? When I won the international trophy that year, I wasn't as arrogant as her. Miss Shen, don't be angry. The assistant next to her glanced downstairs and said disdainfully, no matter how she jumps around, she's just an esports player. You're also a detective respected by the international FBI, so why bother with her? What's more, she did not accept your invitation. Without your training, she can't even enter the top 8 in the international competition. How can she be compared with you? Shen Weiwei retracted her gaze and did not reply. However, she did not think that there was anything wrong with what her assistant said. It was at this time that the cell phone in her assistant's pocket rang. Miss Shen, Interpol's captain has something to talk to you. Yi Xiaohua's team won the first place in the KPL tournament with a record of 15 consecutive wins without a single defeat. 10 days later, they took a plane to participate in the international competition. Chief Su, I didn't think you were so weak. Yi Xiaohua turned sideways, unscrewed the mineral water in her hand and handed it to the pale Su Yunxian. She chuckled. It's just taking a plane, not going to the battlefield. Su Yunxuan's face was pale. He did not speak, but the cold sweat on his forehead showed his panic. Even though he had already landed, it did not ease in the slightest. His assistant could not bear it anymore. Miss Yi, this is our Chief Su's first time taking a plane. He is naturally afraid of heights, especially afraid of planes. Please don't say any more. Afraid of heights? Afraid of taking a plane. Hearing this sentence, Yi Xiaohua's hand that was about to pull the box paused. She suddenly tilted her head and looked at Su Yunxian. Her eyes were bright and flickering, not knowing what she was thinking. Perhaps she had been staring blankly for too long, so long that Manager Su, who had followed her, felt a bit strange. Missy? Yi Xiaohua retracted her gaze and casually took her own box. She chuckled. It's nothing, I just can't see it. It seems that the mighty Chief Su is actually afraid of planes. It's nothing. Su Yunxuan's eyes were also calm. I will first let Manager Su take you to the hotel. There is still some work to deal with here. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the international competition would begin. Right now, they still had 5 hours of rest time. The two people separated at the airport. The hotel was not very far from the international competition. If there was no traffic jam, they could reach it in 20 minutes by car. Yi Xiaohua got up at 2 o'clock and went downstairs to prepare for the competition. How come it's so late? Manager Su asked in a low voice. Yi Xiaohua heard the words and smiled meaningfully. I played with a little friend in the hotel for a while. Manager Su did not understand. He simply did not say anything and followed behind her. But he did not expect to see Shen Weiwei downstairs. Shen Weiwei was not alone. She was also followed by a few imposing men dressed in black. Everyone seemed to be very difficult to provoke, but they were very respectful to Shen Weiwei. Assistant Su, who was following behind Yi Xiaohua, saw the scene. His eyes lit up and he whispered, "It's Miss Shen. She should be handling a case with the FBI right now." It was hard to hide the adoration in his tone. Shen Weiwei, although on the surface she was only the daughter of the richest person, an ordinary esports live broadcast anchor, and the champion of the 8th international competition, in fact, she was still an internationally famous detective. It seemed that no fugitive could escape her reasoning. Manager Su worshipped her, as a matter of course. Yi Xiaohua took a look and retracted her gaze without interest. Her tone and expression were very flat. Oh, let's go. Seeing her like this, Manager Su did not say anything. Ordinary people rarely knew what the FBI was. He only thought that Yi Xiaohua's performance was so calm because she did not know what the FBI was. But how could he know that the girl in front of him, in her world, the FBI would retreat 3 miles away when they heard her name? Shen Weiwei was discussing with the Interpol captain when she suddenly saw Yi Xiaohua and Manager Su from the corner of her eye. Manager Su was here, that meant that Su Yunxian was definitely not far away. Thinking of Su Yunxian, who had never been willing to take a plane, this time, he actually made an exception. Shen Weiwei did not know how to describe her mood. At that moment, jealousy almost spread from the bottom of her heart. She clenched her hands and said to the captain beside her, "Captain, do you have a ban? This terrorist is too cunning." First, he found a random reason to seal the entire hotel. "I can guess his approximate location. This time, we can't let him escape again. Who knows what will happen if he escapes this time?" The Interpol captain did not doubt her words in the slightest. "What you said is right. Miss Shen, do you have any other instructions?" Even the FBI people were so respectful to her. Shen Weiwei enjoyed this feeling very much. She smiled a bit. "Go and check the hotel's monitoring. Not one can be missing. Although Red Spider is good at hacking, and the monitoring must be under his control, he can always find some clues. First, seal the hotel. According to the range I gave, we can definitely catch him." On this side, Yi Xiaohua and Manager Su were about to leave the hotel's entrance. 2 cold men dressed in black with weapons suddenly stopped them. "The FBI is handling a case. Everyone in the hotel is not allowed to leave." Manager Su's complexion changed. There was still more than an hour before the international competition. He immediately explained to the 2 FBI members and also mentioned Shen Weiwei. When they heard Shen Weiwei, the 2 members' expressions loosened a bit. It was at this time that Shen Weiwei and the Interpol captain came over. Shen Weiwei pointed the computer at Yi Xiaohua and said apologetically, "Miss Yi, I'm sorry. We found that today, from 1 to 1:30, you attacked the hotel's video and the FBI's system. Your identity is very suspicious. Before everything is investigated clearly, you can't leave the hotel." Fleeing the international competition at the last minute, let alone the top 8, she couldn't even touch the edge of the top 16. That group of domestic fans who were infatuated with her would be thoroughly disappointed. They would leave her fans forever, right? Digression. She had a fever and coughed until her chest hurt. Her whole person was floating. De Hua might have to go to the hospital. Today, there should be no second watch. "I'm Adolf." "Miss Yi, I'm sorry you can't go," the man in black said. There was less than an hour left. Yi Xiaohua doesn't know if she can make it in time. She pinches her fingers. If she comes hard, she can really go. But in less than 5 minutes, the FBI would definitely lock down the entire arena. After all, she did attack the FBI before this. However, she did not leave any traces behind, so the evidence in their hands was probably a ploy by Red Tarantula to confuse the FBI. Unless she helped them find the Red Spider, the FBI and Shen Weiwei did not know the specific location of the Red Spider, but she knew. But Yi Xiaohua was a little unwilling to help them find people. She put her hand to her lips, a sign of her extreme impatience. "Officer Adolf." A figure suddenly appeared behind the revolving glass door. The person was wearing a white shirt. Although there was a smile on his angular face, his deep eyes were exceptionally cold. When Adolf saw Su Yunxian, he was stunned. "It's you?" Then, the expression on his face changed to one of surprise. "Didn't you say that you never go abroad?" Did he hear about Red Spider and Miss Shen, so he rushed over? "Miss Shen, you're new to this case, so you might not know this, but young Master Su is your senior. Back then, the #1 terrorist was caught in China. This time, when the 2 of you worked together." Before he finished speaking, Su Yunxian directly passed him and walked towards Yi Xiaohua and Manager Su. Adolf's face paled. Su Yunxian confirmed that both of them were fine, then looked at Adolf. "Red Tarantula's gender is no longer a secret, right? It's not good to detain him illegally, right? Young Master Su, this was a mistake." Adolf's expression changed and he immediately explained. Xianxia interrupted him directly and made the final decision. The subpoena has been sent to your headquarters. If you have anything to say, we'll talk in court tomorrow. The competition was less than an hour away, and the road here was very congested. Along the way, Manager Su looked at his family's President Su with a strange gaze. He didn't know when their President Su became someone that even the FBI was afraid of. On the contrary, Xianxia was much calmer. Host, your car's magnetic field seems to have changed? The voice of 008 suddenly sounded. Xiaohua's hand paused, make it clear. That pirated system used an unlucky item. As soon as she said that, the sharp-eyed Xiaohua saw that the bus next door suddenly changed its trajectory and crashed towards them. Xiaohua subconsciously blocked Su Yunxian. However, in the eyes of the original system, this item is nothing special. The bus was ferocious, but Su Yunxian and the others did not suffer much damage. Go to the hospital. He stared at Xiaohua's left arm, where the blood had seeped through the white sleeve, very obvious. His eyes were very deep. Xiaohua shakes her head. She opens the door and gets out of the car. She stops a taxi and reports the place of the competition. The blood has fallen to the ground along her fingertips. That look made Manager Su frown. Miss Yi, let's go to the hospital first. No, the boss is still waiting for me. Xiaohua is very calm. This was their glory, she would not give it up. Su Yunxian did not say anything. He just casually took off the watch in his hand and threw it into the hands of the taxi driver. Then, he took the driver out of the car and drove to the arena. In the international arena. The first match was a match between H country and Hua country. Because the location was H country, the referee was also from H country and was giving a pre-match commentary. It was said before that people from various countries were paying attention to that Y. They originally thought that there would be a Y in this competition in Hua country. When they looked through the entire list, there was no Y. Instead, it was a team of almost overage spicy chickens. H country's commentator was very disdainful when he said it. We see that there is still one person from the Hua country team who has not come. The commentator specifically turned the camera to the boss. Maybe he is afraid, but our team was in the top 4 of last year's international competition. Hua country's live broadcast platform brought up the rhythm. God Yi. Where are you? Are you really afraid now? I'm so disappointed. Don't ask you to be first, at least participate once. Do you still remember your belief? International Hotel, Shen Weiwei was also watching the live broadcast on her mobile phone. That's right, that's it. Don't come to participate, this is suitable for your identity. At the last minute. It was at this time that the camera suddenly switched to 2. Now, it was the one facing the door. A slender figure could be seen slowly walking over. There were rough bandages on her arm, stained with a large amount of blood. Sorry, I'm late. Xiaohua slowly walked to her game chair. The boss and the others were worried. Miss Yi, it's nothing. Xiaohua picked up her mobile phone. We see that the state of the Hua country's players is not very good, the commentator continued. Remember that team from last time? If they can't afford to lose, they will say that their condition is not good. I'm really afraid that these sick men of East Asia. Many of the people watching the match were from H country. When they heard this, they all roared with laughter. The Hua country people watching the live broadcast wished they could rush into the live broadcast and press the commentator to the ground. Do you remember the Hua country team in last year's competition? Oh, sorry, I forgot, the commentator's gaze was very sarcastic. Last year, they were not qualified to participate. Xiaohua was originally using her work game account, which was allocated by H country. In the last domestic competition, she also used the official game account. In fact, generally famous people used their own exclusive accounts. When she heard the commentator's words, her hand paused, and then word by word, she deleted the account. The commentator and the director of the broadcast, of course, noticed this scene. Audience friends, we see that the state of the Hua team's players is not good. Do they not want to play and find a substitute teammate? Haha, but also, in the face of such strong players, they should be afraid. The boss and the others' faces were red with anger. They were all enduring their anger. Xiaohua didn't speak. She deleted all the numbers, and her slender fingers slowly entered another string of numbers. Oh, this Hua country person seems to want to come back again. Let's see if she's afraid. The commentator thought that Yi Xiaohua was scared, and specially cut a close-up shot for her, wanting to take a picture of her scared face. Everyone could see that almost flawless face under the camera. And the account that was showing the login. This player from Hua country is still a little girl. With this kind of mental quality, I don't know how she was selected. The commentator was still laughing. He laughed, and suddenly stopped, his pupils suddenly shrank. In order to capture Yi Xiaohua's panicked look, the camera was still on her side, and at this time, her account had already been logged in. At this moment, everyone could see the account on the camera. Why? Digression, during the 4, it was a little difficult to operate with one hand, a little late. The second day of PK, still asking for comments and support. Who was Y, a single person ranked in the Korean server's top 100 players. After that, countless esports players paid attention to him. Even Shen Weiwei put down her status to win over this new gaming genius. The H player sitting opposite Yi Xiaohua was still careless and didn't care about her face. The next second, her whole person seemed to have been petrified. The commentator and the audience watching the live broadcast were even more dumbfounded. At this time, in China, Su Feifei and the others together with Qin Feng were watching the live broadcast. Yi Xiaohua is still playing with an injury. She's really overconfident. With their skills, I believe that they will be defeated in less than 6 minutes. The girl next to Su Feifei looked at Gaji on the bullet screen and said with jealousy, "Let's go." This kind of injury affects the details of the operation. There's nothing to see. Su Feifei turned around. She had already foreseen the result. In order to learn how to play games, in order to find someone to play, she really took great pains. After she finished speaking, she turned around and saw Qin Feng and the others looking at her strangely. Feifei, Yi Xiaohua, she is Y, who was Y? It could be said that this time, King was a legend in the hearts of players. Ranked in the H server's top 100, every hero's win rate was more than 90%. It could be said that Y was the goal of all King players. Even the conceited Shen Weiwei put down her status to invite her. Su Feifei's eyes widened. Yi Xiaohua was that Y, Su Feifei didn't dare to believe it. But when she saw Yi Xiaohua controlling Luna in the professional competition, her golden body resurrecting A, and under the moon's infinite chain of 5 kills. With just one glance, she simply didn't have the heart to watch. This was the classic operation of Y that circulated on the internet. When Su Feifei entered Yi family's door, she was proud of her achievements. She was also immensely proud of Yu Kitchen's devotion. She even felt that Yi Xiaohua was jealous of her and went to learn King. Su Feifei didn't dare to look at Qin Feng and Yu Kitchen's faces again and directly left here. After this international competition, Yi Xiaohua and her team swept the entire internet. After 3 years, China finally won the championship again. This kind of excitement couldn't be expressed in words. Younger cousin's sister, you don't know this, but when the substitute player incident came out, your grandfather secretly looked for Yi Zhonghua, wanting him to settle you down. Yi Zhonghua was also moved at that time, but it was stirred up by Su Feifei and her mother. They were still waiting for Su Feifei to win the championship. Now, even Yi Clan is being scolded by the netizens to feel sorry for you. I don't know how the higher-ups of Yi Clan will regret it. For the sake of Su Feifei, such a villain who threw stones at you while you were down, they let you, the world champion, go alive. Just thinking about Yi Clan's current expression makes me want to laugh. When Yi Xiaohua's cousin was waiting outside for Yi Xiaohua, she couldn't help but say. She was right, but there was more to it than that. This time, someone dug up the surrogate play door incident that had been hyped up on the internet some time ago. Shen Weiwei sent a Weibo to throw stones at someone who was down. Su Feifei also liked and forwarded it. Although these were deleted by them when Yi Xiaohua won the domestic competition championship, the netizens are so resourceful that they have screenshots of every one. Hearing that Yi Xiaohua's father also drove her out of the house, Ye's stock is also slowly falling. At that time, so many people trusted the new esports goddess Su Feifei and the esports champion Shen Weiwei. They liked and forwarded their Weibo and even spoke ill of him. At that time, this was a matter with a sense of justice. So many people, in order to uphold justice, even forced Fang clan into a desperate situation. But now, after this series of things, this extremely sense of justice matter has become the biggest joke of this year. A truly talented young girl was almost forced into a desperate situation by them. If her mental quality was not so strong, perhaps she would have already committed suicide. This was the fierceness of a network attack. But Xianxia did not. Not only did she not, she also became the why that many netizens revered with her virtual identity this year. She even won the international championship. Such a young girl, other than being a genius, what else could you say? In any case, even if Xiaohua's hand was injured, she still won the championship with her own strength. And Yi clan fell into a financial crisis. Countless netizens spontaneously boycotted Yi clan's live broadcast. What should we do now? Didn't you tell me that Xiaohua was a substitute player? You also let me sign that substitute player Qinfeng? Yi Zhonghua, who was criticized by Yi clan's higher-ups, now vented all his anger on Su Feifei. The reason why he liked Su Feifei more than Yi Xiaohua was because Su Feifei brought more traffic and more benefits to her company. Businessmen pay attention to nothing more than the word profit. Now that Yi Xiaohua, this true esports legend, appeared, the traffic of Fang clan's platform was in the hundreds of millions. Especially now that the matter of him driving Yi Xiaohua out had been known by many netizens, Yi clan's future would be even worse. Thinking of this, Yi Zhonghua was terrified and regretful. He should not have believed Su Feifei's words. Feifei, you follow me to Fang clan and look for Xiaohua to properly apologize. Yi Zhonghua glanced at Su Feifei. If Su Feifei was arrogant in the past, making her apologize to Yi Xiaohua was impossible. Now that her character was exposed and under the network, netizens not throwing rotten eggs at her was already good enough. She now did not even dare to open a live broadcast. Hearing this, she did not dare to say anything else and only nodded. Yi Zhonghua let his assistant go to Fang clan to find Yi Xiaohua. You go and tell her that Feifei already knows she was wrong and let her come back to Yi family. Yi clan's higher-ups were uneasy. Miss, will she really be obedient? After all, what we did was too excessive. Could it not be excessive? Yi Xiaohua's mother had just died, and Yi Zhonghua immediately brought Su family's mother and daughter back. He also openly occupied Yi Xiaohua and Yi Mu's room. Finally, he threw stones at Yi Xiaohua while she was down. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghua's heart was also irritated. At that time, didn't you also say that Xiaohua was stupid? You also said that you can't let Yi family have no successor and let me bring Su family's mother and daughter back. Did you forget? Yi clan's higher-up smiled embarrassedly, but they were all silent and did not dare to say anything. Yi Zhonghua looked at them and called his assistant again, adding a sentence. If she doesn't see you, you can say it again. I won't drive her out. Her mother is still Yi Zhonghua's wife. Her room in Yi family is still hers. Even if her Aunt Su gives birth to a son, Yi clan will still have her share. She is still Yi Zhonghua's daughter, Yi family's eldest Mississippi. Off topic. On the other side, Yi Xiaohua did not return to China immediately because of follow-up activities. She returned to the hotel after the interview and asked her cousin to go back to deal with the Yi family first. I didn't expect to see 2 black bodyguards in the hotel as soon as I came back. Yi Xiaohua, young Master Su asked us to escort you out of H country as soon as possible. The plane is ready. This is not normal. Yi Xiaohua thought of what she found on the computer a few days ago. She frowned. What happened? You don't need to know about this. Just follow me. The two of them looked at Yi Xiaohua indifferently. They were too lazy to say another word. If it wasn't for Su Yunchuan's orders, the two of them wouldn't have escorted a useless woman away at such a critical moment. I'm not leaving. Yi Xiaohua went out the door, and then pointed in the direction of Shen Weiwei and the others who were also staying in the hotel these few days. She can stay here, why can't I? When one of them heard this, a look of mockery and impatience flashed across his face. Miss Shen is helping the FBI investigate the case and helping young Master Su solve his problems. How can you compare with her? Yi Xiaohua looked at them directly. I said I won't go. The door was slammed shut with a bang. He was completely capricious. When Su Yunxian, the FBI, Shen Weiwei, and the others came over, she was still leisurely lying on the sofa and broadcasting. "Why didn't you leave when I told you to?" Su Yunxuan's eyes were dark. Yi Xiaohua didn't raise her head. "How can a world champion like me go back alone?" It was at this time that Shen Weiwei, who had been holding the computer, looked excited. She pushed the computer to Su Yunxian. "I found the location of the first-time bomb." The criminal police captain's face lit up. "Miss Shen, you are indeed an expert in deduction." Even the two confidants at Su Yunxuan's side cast a look of admiration towards Shen Weiwei. At the same time, Yi Xiaohua also took the mobile phone and said excitedly, Don't push the crystal, let me get a pentakill." "Forget it, even if there is no pentakill or quadruple kill, it is also very beautiful." Quadruple kill, victory, at such a critical moment, she still had the mood to start a live broadcast. The FBI and Su Yunxuan's confidants shook their heads when they saw her like this. The comparison was too obvious. Yi Xiaohua turned off the live broadcast and looked at the computer at Su Yunxuan's hand. When she saw the integrated three-dimensional map and several clues, she was a little stunned. 5 years ago, I stirred up the nest of the #1 terrorist organization, and I couldn't hide my identity. Now that their people have found their way here, they have set up 5-time bombs here. 30 minutes later, there will be an explosion every 5 minutes. This is a game between me and them, Su Yunxian explained indifferently. Just from his tone, it seemed that he was saying that the weather today was really good. Yi Xiaohua nodded, indicating that she understood. She casually pointed with her slender finger. "Then you've been fooled. The first one is actually here." She pointed to a commercial building. Shen Weiwei was talking about a primary school. The two people were going in opposite directions. The Interpol captain saw Yi Xiaohua like this and couldn't help but sneer. Shen Weiwei just waited and looked at Yi Xiaohua. The location she calculated was the location her system had estimated for her. She had a lot of faith in her system. There was no way it would be wrong. However, there was one bad thing about her system. The same item had a cooldown of 2 hours every time it was used. Estimating the location of the next 4 bombs, the time was obviously not enough. Shen Weiwei found the location of the first bomb. These FBI people all rushed over to dismantle the first bomb. Su Yunxian looked at them. Divide some people to go to the commercial building. Now in each country, his own manpower was not easy to mobilize. This was also a point that Su Yunxian was restricted. How could the Interpol captain listen to his words? This terrorist operation was related to the life and death of countless people. Compared to the unknown Yi Xiaohua, he obviously believed more in Shen Weiwei, who had helped the FBI solve many cases. He led a large group of people directly to that primary school to find the first bomb. He simply didn't listen to the commercial building that Su Yunxian said. Finally, he found a box that was suspected to be a bomb in the corridor. The Interpol captain excitedly looked for a bomb disposal expert. When he opened it, he found that there was only a surprise note inside. "This is fake?" "Don't say Shen Weiwei," even the Interpol captain's complexion turned white. "Miss Shen, didn't you say that there would be no mistakes here? There are still other positions, your mother *Ker can calculate One of them even stuffed the computer into Shen Weiwei's hands. This red spider, he learned a new skill. Where had Shen Weiwei seen this kind of battle? Everything she did was relying on the system. Right now, the system was in a cooldown period. How could she calculate it? She didn't know where this red spider's skill came from to actually be able to hide from her system, and the stopwatch in the Interpol captain's hand was counting down 60. 59. In less than a minute, how could they find the time bomb hidden in the whole city? The Interpol captain sent a message to Su Yunxian, his eyes full of despair. Enter emergency alert state. The two confidants who had been following Su Yunxian also received the video sent by Red Spider at this time. The expression on their faces was not very good. In order to avenge his boss, Red Spider came prepared this time. He picked us in H country and couldn't mobilize manpower. Mission on that side has already been stopped. Red Spider's voice seemed to have been processed, it was hard to recognize. Su Yunxian, this time, you are not wronged. Thousands of people will be buried with you. There are still 60 seconds left. As long as you give me the exact coordinates of the bomb according to the clues I gave within 60 seconds, we will leave. Hearing this, Xianxia's two confidants wanted to say that he was shameless. Miss Shen could only speculate one location in a day, and it was still wrong. If they could speculate 5 locations in a minute, how could they fall into this situation? Red Spider seemed to smile. If you can't say it, then I'm very sorry. 29. 10. The red light on the computer made people's heartstrings taut. Picking Xianxia's weak period, who could deduce it in less than a minute? For the first time, the faces of the two confidants showed panic and panic. Yi Xiaohua shook her head slightly and walked over unhurriedly. She put her fingers on the keyboard and pressed a series of codes. The first coordinate is the fitting room on the second floor of the commercial building. The second coordinate is the fountain in the north square. The third, with her input one by one, the red light on the computer returned to calm one by one. The countdown also stopped. Stopped? So to say, Yi Xiaohua's 5 addresses were all correct? What the hell was this? The FBI had never recorded a case. Shen Weiwei, this genius detective, couldn't solve it in a day. Did she speculate correctly? Miss Yi, so the addresses you said are all correct? One of Xianxia's confidants reacted after a long while. He swallowed his saliva. He suddenly remembered that Yi Xiaohua had just mentioned the commercial building, but no one paid attention to her. He suddenly looked up at Yi Xiaohua. She actually deduced it at that time, off topic, couldn't help but change the plot. Kneeling in the water, Gao Dehua cried. He was very clear. At that time, Yi Xiaohua just took a look, so those people in the FBI didn't believe what Yi Xiaohua said. After all, with just a look, they speculated, thinking again about how Shen Weiwei had been calculating in front of the computer for so long. The difference was even more obvious. Yi Xiaohua didn't pay attention to him. She just picked up her cell phone, put on her headphones, and turned on the microphone. Come on, let's continue. No, don't play King of Kings, I'll give you a live broadcast to eat. Thank you for the bazooka that my tea always sent. As she spoke, she walked out of the room as usual, leaving a group of people looking at each other in dismay. No wonder Miss Yi was playing Honor of Kings in her room from the beginning. She wasn't recklessly streaming. She clearly didn't take it to heart. Someone muttered. When he thought about how he had mocked her, he wished he could go back in time and stuff himself into a crack in the ground. Young Master Su. Thinking of this, Xianxia's confidant wiped a cold sweat. Miss Yi, from Yi Xiaohua to Miss Yi, it has shown that his attitude has changed dramatically. Thinking about how young Master Su had just transferred all his men to Miss Yi's side, it was no wonder that young Master Su trusted her so much. Contact the FBI first, then prepare to return to China. Xianxia's eyes were dark, and no one knew what he was thinking. But the captain of the criminal police brigade has already called? One person said in a daze while holding the phone. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Don't worry about it. By the time the FBI arrived, Xianxia and the others were already at the border. Yi Zongguo's assistant hadn't seen Yi Xiaohua for several days. Seeing that Yi clan was losing bit by bit, Yi Zongguo finally couldn't help but go to Feng clan to find Yi Xiaohua. Unexpectedly, when he arrived, Yi Xiaohua's dedicated live broadcast room was already waiting for several people, seemingly waiting for Yi Xiaohua to go down. Which underworld are you from? Seeing Yi Zongguo, a fat middle-aged man asked with a smile. Yi Zongguo felt that this smile was a bit familiar, but before he could answer, the door of Yi Xiaohua's broadcasting room opened. The few of them hurriedly squeezed forward. It was no different from the people in the market. Yi Zongguo's face didn't have time to show his disgust when he heard their conversation. Miss Yi, the FBI sincerely invites you to join us. You don't have to clock in every day, just move your finger when you need it. 20 million a year. Don't push me, don't think that I won't dare to push you just because you're a general. Be careful, or I'll bring my men to mess up your training base. 20 million. That should be enough for one case, right? The FBI is so stingy, the Department of Defense sincerely invites you to join them. You guys, can't you be more friendly to the old cadres? Yi Zongguo's heart tightened and he looked over. Sure enough, he saw that the person who had been pushed to the side was the face that often appeared on TV. As long as one of these characters appears, they can shake one side. If they are seen by others, their glasses will fall off. Not to mention Yi Zhongguo's assistant, even Yi Zhongguo opened his mouth wide, not daring to believe it. As long as one of these people was willing to stand behind Hao Shi, there was no need to worry about Hao Shi not being able to develop for a long time, especially when Feng Shi came to persuade him to let Yi Xiaohua open a live broadcast in Ye's house. He should not refuse. Compared with Yi Xiaohua, what was Su Feifei, who was now being scolded by the whole network? If he had known that Yi Xiaohua had such talent and strength, he would not have given up on Yi Xiaohua. Before coming, Yi Zhongguo still imagined that Yi Xiaohua would come back. But after coming, when Yi Xiaohua didn't see his appearance, the staff smiled and asked him to leave. He was remorseful and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, he was supported by his assistant and hurriedly left Feng Shi's front door. "How is it? Did Xiaohua see you?" Su Mu, who was holding her big belly, saw him come out and immediately went forward to ask. Speaking of this, Yi Zhongguo's complexion became stern. "See? See what see? If it weren't for you, I would have driven my good daughter out of the house." Yi Shi's people left in a hurry. Yi Shi was declining day by day, and the funds were not enough to operate. In the end, they had to carry out an auction. Su Feifei, because of framing Yi Xiaohua, couldn't wash herself clean on the internet, let alone become the esports goddess of her previous life. Yi Shi eventually turned into nothingness, and Yu Kitchen also broke up with Su Feifei. Yi Xiaohua didn't pay attention to these. She was listening to the FBI's people chat. Since returning to China, she hadn't seen Shen Feifei. Now she knew that Shen Weiwei was locked up by the FBI's people. Before, she had a big hole in her abdomen during the fight. She was afraid of pain and immediately looked for the system to exchange for medicine. How good was the medicine that the system took out? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Shen Weiwei's more than 10 centimeters long wound instantly became as good as new. It would be strange if she wasn't caught for research. Now, Shen Weiwei was in the FBI's laboratory. She knew that the system's matters could not be known by others. She, who had the system, would not die. She would save enough points to buy the invisibility talisman. When the time came, she could leave. More importantly, she poisoned the FBI's water source. Without the system's antidote, there was no cure for this poison. As long as you let me out, your poison can be solved. Otherwise, you just wait. Shen Weiwei's complexion wasn't very good. The FBI's people looked at each other in dismay and whispered, "Go ask young Master Su and Miss Shi." Shen Weiwei looked at them and laughed extremely sarcastically. She was not afraid of 10 young Master Su and Miss Shi. Look for them? The system's poison, what could these two ordinary people do? As long as 454 was here, she, Shen Weiwei, would one day start over again. Thinking of this, she slightly relaxed her heart. It was at this time that a figure suddenly appeared in the almost completely closed laboratory. "You. Yi Xiaohua, how come it's you, how did you come?" Shen Weiwei pointed at the figure that suddenly appeared, her pupils shrinking. The monitoring alarm outside did not ring at all. What was this origin? At the same time, Shen Weiwei's eyes hardened. "Since they came, then don't leave." She called the system in her heart. Body securing talisman, 454, quickly give me a body securing talisman. Deducting 150 points, exchanged for a body securing talisman. Shen Weiwei held the body securing talisman. At this time, she calmed down. Although she felt distressed about the points, she also wanted Yi Xiaohua to try the feeling of being locked up here. Ignoring the defense system here, how could ordinary people do this? She did not believe that the FBI's people would not be moved. However, Yi Xiaohua, who should have been frozen by her, was now slowly walking towards her. This relaxed and casual appearance was clearly not frozen at all. Shen Weiwei's pupils widened. What was going on here? The system's body-securing talisman failed. Yi Xiaohua still walked over unhurriedly. She looked at Shen Weiwei, raised her eyes, and smiled extremely gently. It was originally called 454. It's really a good name. Digression. Shen Weiwei, why do you want to pretend to be AB? 454 system? The only bit of pride and contentment in Shen Weiwei's heart suddenly disappeared. How did you know? Her courage was almost scared out of her wits. She always thought that in this world, only she knew that she had the system. How could ordinary people know? But now, Xiaohua's words made all her hopes for the future completely shattered. How did she know that she had a system, and that her system was 454? Then before, when she used the system's little means to deal with Yi Xiaohua also knew all about it? Miss Shen, I only want to win a championship in this world. If you didn't think about scheming against me, I would not have thought about dealing with you. Yi Xiaohua walked over and put her hand on Shen Weiwei's head. A few minutes later, a green energy visible to the naked eye was placed in Yi Xiaohua's palm. Shen Weiwei looked at the energy in her hand in panic. She was aghast to find that the connection between her and 454 disappeared in an instant. No matter how much she shouted 454 in her mind, there was no reply. 008, are you sure that this group can upgrade you? Yi Xiaohua stared at the energy in her hand, a little curious. This is a level 15 low-level system. I am now level 2. If I upgrade one level, I can open the intermediate system shop. Because this is the host's own energy from another world, the system shop will sell 3 items at a 40% discount. Yi Xiaohua looked pensive. Then you absorb it. Then Shen Weiwei was dumbfounded to find that the energy in Yi Xiaohua's hand slowly integrated into Yi Xiaohua's body. When all the energy was absorbed, Yi Xiaohua heard the familiar voice of the system. Ding! The system has successfully upgraded to level 3. The intermediate system shop has been successfully opened. Yi Xiaohua glanced at Shen Weiwei, then bought props and directly left the laboratory. After the FBI people heard Shen Weiwei say that they were collectively poisoned, they were somewhat panicked. After a lot of biologists identified them, they were indeed infected with a virus that they had never seen before. In the end, where did this Shen Weiwei get so many things that appeared and disappeared? The FBI's captain really panicked. Not only did he inform the upper level, he also contacted Xianxia and Yi Xiaohua. He always felt that these two people were not simple characters. Xiaohua, are you asleep? Yi Xiaohua returned to her room and heard her cousin knocking on the door. Young Master Su and his friends came to find you. Yi Xiaohua, who had just gone to the FBI, went out as if nothing had happened. Seeing Su Yunxian and the captain, she raised her eyebrows. What's wrong? Su Yunxian looked at her and slightly narrowed his eyes. After a long while, he opened his mouth. His always gentle voice carried a trace of anxiety. The FBI collectively contracted Shen Weiwei's virus. You and the captain go and do a check. Yi Xiaohua's eyes turned, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes, and then she nodded. Nation. Yi Xiaohua followed the captain into the laboratory for inspection. Su Yunxian stood outside the door and waited. He stood outside the door with a trace of coldness. There were people coming and going in this place, but no one dared to look at him. In the room, several doctors were busy checking Yi Xiaohua. Because the blood was contagious, they did not let Su Yunxian come in. Only the captain had a worried look on his face. I don't know where this Shen Weiwei came from. Even our top virus research experts can't see through these viruses and can't find drugs to restrain them. I'm afraid that it will spread. Yi Xiaohua looked at him and took a bit of her blood. Then she picked up a cotton swab and pressed it on her wrist. In a trance, the captain only heard her clear and cold voice. No more. What? The captain didn't seem to hear it clearly. Yi Xiaohua slightly leaned sideways, then looked at the captain and said again, I said no more. From today onwards, the FBI collectively has no virus. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for him to respond and directly opened the door to leave. Then she went back to the country with Su Yunxian. The captain's heart was hesitant and uncertain. Then he grabbed the entire FBI and checked again. He found that this virus was really gone. As if it suddenly appeared, it also suddenly disappeared. Those experts said that this was simply a miracle. But later, the captain knew that this was certainly not a miracle, but he did not dare to say it to outsiders. Only from then on, the FBI was very polite when they heard people with the surname Yi. As for later, they heard that Shen Weiwei went crazy. All day long, she said that she had a system and could be invincible. She wanted to grow up to be the queen of the new world. After the FBI's top doctor's appraisal, they finally knew that she was really crazy. And since then, Shen Weiwei no longer had the ability to heal herself. Although the FBI people couldn't figure it out, they had no way to cure her and sent her to a psychiatric hospital. But just in case, they still sent a few people to watch her. It was just that nothing unusual had ever happened. This made the people who studied her quite disappointed. 2 years later, Fong Clan was on the right track. That top student also entered the entertainment circle. Coupled with Yi Xiaohua as the #1 anchor, Fong Clan also became the world's #1 live broadcast platform. Yu Kitchen was also admitted to Kyoto University. On this day, he went out to dinner with his roommates. When he walked to the edge of the square, he found that the crowd was noisy. Several of his top student roommates, who had always been calm, also exclaimed regardless of their image. "It's my goddess, my god." An exclusive interview with esports legend. When esports legend was mentioned, Yu Kitchen subconsciously raised his head and saw the face like an ink painting on the big screen in the square. The host of the program was asking, "I heard that Miss Yi didn't come into contact with King of Gaming 2 years ago. Why did you suddenly think of walking on the road of esports?" Hearing this sentence, Yi Xiaohua smiled. She tilted her head and seemed to think for a long time, and then very seriously replied, "Because I want to catch up with a person's footsteps. F***CK. I and Su Clan Su Yunxian have an irreconcilable enmity." Yu Kitchen's roommate said fiercely. There were also many Yi Xiaohua fans in the square who also expressed that they didn't want to see Su Clan. Only Yu Kitchen stared blankly at this scene. Other people didn't know, but he was very clear. He still remembered that this girl vowed that she would learn King of Gaming for him. Remembering that her eyes only had him before, his heart almost dripped blood. At this time it seemed that the host said something again. Yi Xiaohua smiled. "No, not him, it should be my ex-boyfriend, oh my god." "Yu Kitchen, did you hear that? The goddess actually has an ex-boyfriend. That ex-boyfriend unexpectedly gave up such a beautiful and enchanting goddess who plays games and is also a god. It's really hard to imagine. Hey, what's wrong with you? Where are you going?" Digression, stabbing my heart, old tie. Guess what will Gao Dahua write in the next world? Guess the prize what happened to Yu Kitchen. Why would he tell her that the unimaginable ex-boyfriend was him? Each of his roommates squatted every day to watch Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast for only 2 hours. He didn't dare to look at that face. When he heard the news of her engagement to Su Yunxian, there was no lack of people in school who were sending him love letters. Tomorrow was the day of her engagement, and it just so happened that he wanted to break through his psychological barrier and accept the love letter from the department bell. It was at this time that the roommate next to him suddenly shouted while looking at his phone, "The Su family and the Yi family terminated the engagement? Why?" Yu Kitchen's eyes suddenly brightened. He stuffed the love letter back into the hands of the department flower. He had already inquired about Yi Xiaohua's current location. However, after arriving at the place, Yi Xiaohua did not see him. These two evildoers had never married in their entire lives, which made many men and women unable to forget and feel helpless for their entire lives. Ding! The system will reward 150 points for completing the main mission in excess. The system will reward 80 points for completing the side mission and becoming the world champion. Congratulations! You have gained 230 points. Ding! System 008 is at the host's service. 230 points have been received. Level 3 shop plus 40% discount privilege. Please choose the exit method. 1. Choose to leave the host's clone. 2. Leave directly. Yi Xiaohua was not as straightforward as the first time. She stood outside the French window and thought for a long time. Why do you leave directly every time? Firstly, it's because you don't have enough points, and secondly, it's because my level is low. If I reach level 10, I can choose to stay in another world or let you return to this world. If you have enough points, you can also spend 1,000 points to change the fate of the mission world and stay in this world. But how difficult was it for the system to reach the world? The system gets half of Yi Xiaohua's points. Leveling up from level 1 to level 2 required 5 points. After leveling up, there was a cooldown period for 1 world. Leveling up from level 2 to level 3 required 25 points. Leveling up from level 3 to level 4 required 125 points. Leveling up to level 10 required 195,3125 points. It was too difficult. This time, leave a copy. Yi Xiaohua finally decided. Ding. 120 points deducted. Mission interface duplicate obtained. Host has left the mission world. Yi Xiaohua is standing opposite the copy, but the copy can't see her. The other side has all her memories in this world. On the surface, there is almost no difference. Even those little habits are the same. The only difference was that she didn't have a system. Yi Xiaohua sighed and left the world. There were a few knocks on the door, and the clone said lightly, "Come in." If Yi Xiaohua is present, she will surely sigh at the magic of the system. The ones who came in were Su Yunxian and Su Yunchuan's cousin. The few of them were here to discuss tomorrow's matters, and Su Yunchuan's cousin spoke excitedly. Only Su Yunxian stood at the edge of the door. After looking at Yi Xiaohua for a long time, he suddenly asked in a very gentle voice, "You are?" His cousin was a little puzzled. "Su Yunxian, are you stupid?" Yi Xiaohua also looked at him with some doubts. The smile on Su Yunchuan's face disappeared a little. He was still standing by the door, and his eyes darkened. "Cousin, I'll go back first." This time unexpectedly did not call Yi Xiaohua. The cousin was a little puzzled. The clone also narrowed his eyes, indicating that he did not understand. When Su Yunxian went back, he didn't say the reason, but unilaterally cancelled the engagement. He also held a meeting in person to explain to the press conference that he was sorry for Feng's family, so Yi Xiaohua broke off the engagement. The outsiders didn't know what was going on. They thought that Feng clan and Su clan had become enemies. However, the cooperation between the two families was that the marriage was not settled. Su family still took good care of Feng clan, and Yi Xiaohua was also very outstanding. Apart from not getting married, there was no other change between the two. It was difficult for water to cross the vast ocean, but one person was the only one who could be yearned for in a lifetime. When Yi Xiaohua woke up again, she was in a nanny car. She looked down at the Cartier bracelet on her wrist and understood that this was also a modern world. The original owner seemed to be very rich. She breathed a sigh of relief and then began to receive the plot. This was a parallel world. The original owner was also called Yi Xiaohua. She was a member of a lukewarm 18-line 3-person group. She was different from the other 2 college students in the group. She was the daughter of a coal mining nouveau riche boss. Her doting father stuffed money into this group. She could only be described with one word: base. Apart from looking good, there was nothing good about her. The 3-person group didn't have much popularity. Seeing that they were about to disband, they didn't expect that a famous director would take a fancy to one of them, Shi Shui, who had great potential. Shi Shui and Yi Xiaohua were both signed to Starry Sky Entertainment. Starry Sky Entertainment was a first-line company under Qi family's second young master, Qi Zihua. As the company's boss, Qi Zihua originally noticed Yi Xiaohua's beauty. He didn't expect that he would be attracted by Shi Shui, who was born in an ordinary family but was also positive, brave and kind, and fell in love with her. This was nothing. The important thing was that Qi family's family background was not clean. They had dealings with both the underworld and the righteous path. At that time, Qi Zihua was chased by a ruthless person from the underworld. In order not to implicate Shi Shui, Qi Zihua pretended to associate with Yi Xiaohua. As Qi Zihua expected, on that day, he met his enemies. Shi Shui, Qi Zihua, Yi Xiaohua and others were filming on a certain mountain. When they went down the mountain, they were besieged by Qi Zihua's enemies. Qi Zihua was injured and let the 2 people go first. Although Shi Shui was afraid, she tried hard to stay. Yi Xiaohua was just a little girl who was pampered by her parents. But she was very calm. It was useless for her to stay. She was ready to go back to the mountain and call the police for help. However, Shi Shui insisted on not leaving. She wanted to live and die together with Qi Zihua. Shi Shui was smart and kind. She wanted to live and die together with her, but Yi Xiaohua was greedy for life and afraid of death and ran away. She, like other women, only liked her own money and power. It was very obvious that the difference was different. Qi Zihua and his men pretended to dislike Shi Shui, but they protected her watertight. Yi Xiaohua was regarded as Qi Zihua's lover by the enemies and was shot to death. Yi Xiaohua's parents, in order to avenge their only daughter, were not afraid of danger. He knew that his strength was not enough, so he sought help on Weibo. However, Weibo knew that Yi Xiaohua was a vase who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Finally, his parents were casually killed by the gangsters and thrown on the mountain. In addition to the experimental world, this is the second world. The difficulty is increasing little by little. The original owner's wish, first, was to let Qi Zihua understand that she truly loved him, not fake. But in the end, she did not want to be together with him. She was already tired. Second, to protect her parents. In the previous life, she was unfilial. Third, to let the world know that she really liked to act and was not fake. Yi Xiaohua nodded slightly. The first task was a bit difficult, but the second task was simple. Let Qi Zihua know that she truly loved him. Yi Xiaohua reached out and covered her eyes. She chuckled. It was time to bring out her peak acting skills. When she came, the three-person group was disbanded. She and Xianxia were signed to Starry Sky Entertainment. Xianxia was fancied by a famous director and was rushing to participate in a program. Starry Sky Entertainment Production Company. Someone still hasn't come? Director Liu, who was in charge of the program production, frowned. He glanced at the few people who were about to go on stage. There was one less seat next to him. The program will start in 30 minutes. What's going on? Director Liu, Yi Xiaohua hasn't arrived. The assistant next to him said softly. Yi Xiaohua? Director Liu narrowed his eyes and remembered this small character. She was an 18th-tier star that the company had just signed. She was signed entirely because of Xianxia's request. Xianxia originally received Yi family's kindness, and this move was also to repay Yi Xiaohua. The reason why Xianxia's words were so useful was entirely because Xianxia was fancied by that famous director. She was the kind of person that Starry Sky Entertainment fancied her potential. However, apart from Yi Xiaohua's face, other places were not brilliant. On Weibo, there was also the black material of her father throwing money at her. All kinds of unspoken rules could not be seen. Coming here was just a piece of background, that's all. She could not guarantee that she would add black marks to this program. At that time, the company did not spend much money to sign her. In the future, she did not have any internal potential. It seemed that she did not speak very well. She was not as good as Xianxia with potential and prospects. Although her father was an upstart coal miner, their Starry Sky Entertainment was not lacking in this investment. It was incidental, that's all. Thinking of this, Director Liu impatiently waved his hand. If you don't come in 10 minutes, then forget it. It was at this time that a clear and melodious voice suddenly came from not far away. Sorry, may I ask, where is the backstage? Digression Gaji, when it comes to acting, I have never lost. So yesterday's answer was A. Gao Dahua, who was kneeling on the floor, sighed. Why did you think it was B? At this time, the one who came to this studio should be the daughter of the coal mining boss. Director Liu faintly turned his head to the side, not expecting anything. Although her voice was pleasant to hear and her looks were not bad, in the end, she was just a flower vase. Her temperament was also a mess. She had not mingled in the entertainment circle and her reputation was already bad. A doe who could not be helped up. Thinking like this, Director Liu impatiently looked over, and the next second, his whole person was dumbfounded. Yi Xiaohua's bright and beautiful face made him startled, especially that pair of peach blossom eyes that were suffused with light. A glance from the side could simply make people die. This was not the same as the beautiful face on Weibo, but there was no aura at all, this was not properly cultivated, and the eyes of the people in the company were covered with eye wax. Director Liu? The assistant next to him patted Director Liu, letting him return to his senses. Director Liu coughed, the impatience in the bottom of his eyes dissipated, and then he waved his hand to let people give her the script. His attitude took a big turn. Who would have a cold face in front of such a devastatingly beautiful woman? Especially with Director Liu's eyes, he always felt that this girl's road in front of him would definitely go very far. Even if she did not have acting skills, she could still sweep the entertainment circle with her face. Shui waited on the side for a long time. Seeing Director Lu leave, she dared to step forward. Xiaohua, why did you come? Didn't I call you in the morning? Woo. Xiaohua yawned, the corners of her eyes dripping with tears. She was very lazy. Last night, I watched a movie too late, I couldn't get up. You can't do this. You see, today, you almost made Director Lu angry, and let so many seniors wait. Shui very patiently admonished Xiaohua. Alright, Shui, why are you so kind? This coal mining caused your group to disband, and you are still thinking about her everywhere. Be careful that her black powder will even spray you. An 18-line background board next to her looked down on Xiaohua, this person who went through the back door, and said sarcastically. Xiaohua naturally was too lazy to argue with her. Shui looked at Xiaohua like this, but she always felt that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have changed. Just as she was thinking, Xiaohua chuckled. Let's go, it's about to start. Shui shook her head. It should be an illusion, the other party was still the same. This time, the variety show was very popular. Xiaohua's group only had 10 minutes of footage, and most of it was still on Shui. And Xiaohua really only acts as a background board in the back. But because the background was too beautiful, the camera would flash across her face from time to time. It was just that not many people on the stage noticed it. Very quickly, they finished recording the program. Shui held a thermos bottle and looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua, let's go. Xiaohua nodded. They were about to go to the hospital to see Zihua. Yesterday, Zihua was targeted by his enemies and had a small car accident. His arm was injured. When they entered the company, Zihua took advantage of his position to talk to them and took care of him as a senior. Originally, he was facing Xiaohua's face, but he was attracted by the kind, brave, strong and unyielding Shui. Shui, you came Zihua, who was lying on the VIP bed, saw Shui and his eyes shone. Xiaohua watched as Shui stepped forward and carelessly dragged a chair to sit down. Her eyes quickly flashed with sharpness, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Young Master Qi, how did you get hurt? Have you caught those people? What about the Qi family? Didn't your brother help you investigate? If you don't teach them a lesson, they will come again next time. Xiaohua put her hand on the chair and casually asked. Those are the people of the underworld, we are serious businessmen, how can we investigate? Seeing Xiaohua like this, Zihua couldn't help but sneer. At this time, Shui cautiously scooped a bowl of soup. Senior, you drink some bone soup. I got up at 4 in the morning to stew it, it should be tasty. Seeing Shui, who was attentive, gentle, fresh and pleasant, wholeheartedly thinking about him, the ruthlessness in Zihua's heart disappeared in an instant. Qi family is a big family, there will always be some people I know. Xiaohua sat on the side and turned her mobile phone, one hand supporting her chin, and very seriously gave him advice. Zihua said in disgust. Alright, all day long you talk about Qi family, Qi family, Qi family, do you think our family is the ancient royal aristocracy? You are so annoying all day long. He was most annoyed by these women talking about the Qi family. Shui was good, she was together with him and never asked about his family background. Thinking about the last time he went to a clubhouse, Xiaohua's father gave a check to other people's program group. Zihua was not surprised by this kind of Xiaohua. Xiaohua slightly narrowed her eyes. Zihua's malicious words did not feel anything. Half an hour later, Xiaohua, Shui, and Pei Xian, Zihua reluctantly said goodbye to Shui. After the two people went out, a young man came in from the outside. His eyebrows were clear and handsome, and even if he was wearing a mask, it did not affect his handsomeness. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize this person as the hottest new film emperor in the entertainment circle, he mushing. My big brother said that Qingyun Gang's people obviously don't want to let you go. Recently, you still have to pay attention. Wait a minute, what, do you really fancy that coal digger? Seeing Zihua's absent-minded appearance, he mushing raised his eyebrows. He was somewhat surprised at the other party's taste. Zihua gave him a blank look. How is that possible? But that Shui at her side. Shui? Our Jianghua's second female lead, I saw her at the last audition. She is indeed a new person who is willing to work hard. Your eyes are good. He mushing nodded. What kind of beauty had they not seen in this group of young masters? Yi Xiaohua, this kind of nouveau riche face without any special characteristics, was too common. But Shi Shui, on the other hand, had a kind of elegance. You also think so? Qi Zihua was ready to make a move. You can't act recklessly, seeing him like this, he mushing immediately reminded him. Shi Shui's career is on the rise. You don't want to bring her any black spots. Also, Qingyun Gang is still watching you. They know of Shi Shui's existence. She will be in danger. It's best not to look for her in the near future. This sentence made Qi Zihua's heart vigilant, but he could not do it if he did not see Shi Shui. Wait a minute, wasn't Shi Shui always together with Yi Xiaohua, thinking of that nouveau riche who liked him all day long in the Qi family? The corner of Qi Zihua's mouth curved into a malicious smile. He took out his cell phone and gave Yi Xiaohua a call. As someone who had played together since childhood, he mushing knew this kind of Qi Zihua like the back of his hand. He knew what he wanted to do, but he did not stop him. He was a film emperor and appreciated Shi Shui's talent. He was waiting for the new film empress. If something happened to her, he would feel sorry. But for Yi Xiaohua, this person who could only go through the back door, he was still that cold and indifferent noble young master. Digression in the original plot, it was almost at this time that Qi Zihua was ready to play with Yi Xiaohua while protecting Shi Shui. But he didn't know that this Yi Xiaohua really loved him. Of course, even if she didn't love him, Qi Zihua had the right to play with the previous Yi Xiaohua and watch her die. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua slightly lowered her eyes, half lying on the sofa drinking lemonade, her whole person appeared to be swaying. Good daughter. Sitting on the left side, a bald middle-aged man with a glittering golden necklace as thick as a pinky finger was smiling lovingly. I found you a very good role. This was her upstart coal miner father. She didn't know how many posts had been posted on the internet, ridiculing her father's vulgar clothing, wishing that he could wear gold on his body. However, Yi Xiaohua didn't feel that there was anything wrong. She looked at her father in this world with a smile. What role did Dad find for me? She was an only child. It could be said that her parents doted on her very much. No matter what, they gave her the best. In this case, the original Yi Xiaohua didn't grow crooked, it could be said that it was really not easy. Director Zhou's movie? Yi Xiaohua thought that the other party had spent money to buy her a small role, but she didn't expect to get her hands on the movie of the almost semi-retired international director, Director Zhou. Even she didn't dare to believe it. Director Zhou's movies were basically aimed at the international awards. Not to mention the movie itself, every step of his movie was a box office harvester. The people who acted in his movies, whether it was the protagonist or the supporting role, all gained fame and fortune, and the ones who soared to the sky were not few. Dad, you weren't deceived, right? Yi Xiaohua's fingers lightly tapped the table, her black eyebrows slightly raised in disbelief. How could Dad deceive you? Yi father waved his hand, smiling until his eyes narrowed. Last time, I wanted to throw money at the cast of Too Late to Say I Love You, but I didn't expect to meet Brother Zhou. This is an old brother that Dad met a few years ago in another place. At that time, he encountered some trouble, and Dad conveniently saved him. He gave me a business card, but I didn't know where to put it. I didn't expect him to be the famous director Zhou. Yi Xiaohua looked at his appearance and suddenly felt that this was probably a foolish person's fortune, right? The next day was also the first day Shi Shui's Jianghu started shooting. Hurry up. If you don't hurry up, you won't be able to see Shui's boot ceremony. Qi Zihua, who came down from the elevator, saw Yi Xiaohua's slow appearance and ordered impatiently. He was now Yi Xiaohua's official boyfriend. If he wanted to see Shi Shui, he also had to be together with Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua unhurriedly buttoned the coat with one hand and looked at the message sent by Yi father with the other. She said casually, my dad found me a role for an audition. I have already told Shui that I can't see her. Shui, you won't go on the first day? Qi Zihua heard the words and paused slightly. He looked at Yi Xiaohua's expensive clothes. Thinking about the simple 3 meals that Shi Shui ate every day, as well as Father Ye's appearance when he was covered in gold, Qi Zihua sneered, if you don't want to go, then forget it. Yi Xiaohua, who didn't learn any acting in college, went to audition. What kind of audition could she audition for? He got into the car, slammed the door shut, and drove away. Yi Xiaohua took her assistant to the place where director Zhou was auditioning. It wasn't that she didn't have an agent, it was just that she and Shui had the same agent. The agent was taking Shui to Jianghua's shooting site. When she heard that she was going to audition, she didn't care. There was no news about director Zhou's movie on Weibo. It could be assumed that it should be a secret preparation. There were very few people who knew accurate information. You are Yi Xiaohua? Old Ye's daughter? When director Zhou saw Yi Xiaohua, he seemed very cordial, but when he saw her face, he couldn't believe it. Old Yi, that kind of rough person, could actually have such a symbol of a daughter? Director Zhou, this is Yi Xiaohua. Director Zhou was semi-retired and didn't ask much about the entertainment circle, but the assistant director beside him knew. Her reputation in the circle is not very good. At the same time, he also frowned. This Yi Xiaohua actually had some connections. She could even receive director Zhou's play. It must be known that this was an audition that was difficult for A-list stars to come to. However, he was not worried. Director Zhou wanted people with genuine materials. People like Yi Xiaohua should not be selected. Director Zhou's impression of Yi father was really good. He looked at Yi Xiaohua's face that couldn't pick out any flaws, and his heart moved. You try this part. Yi Xiaohua took a note specially picked out by director Zhou, glanced at it, and followed the makeup artist to make up. Half an hour later, she entered the field in a red dress. When the red appeared in everyone's sight, almost everyone was subconsciously stunned. That bright and beautiful face was like 100 flowers suddenly blooming, and the haze was blown away by the wind, and the light sprinkled on the earth. The faint arrogance between her eyebrows made people not feel disgusted at all. Instead, they felt that this was what she deserved. Director Zhou and these people can be said to have seen all the beauties in the entertainment circle, but none of them made them feel this way. If there is really an immortal in the world, it must be her. He looked all over the entertainment circle and didn't find a suitable candidate, but he didn't expect to find one inadvertently. Old Yi is really a lucky star. Even 008 was a little surprised. He always knew that Yi Xiaohua was a genius, but he had never seen Yi Xiaohua seriously play a play. Genius is really a genius. Director Zhou took a deep breath and tried to make himself look calm. This role is yours. Yi Xiaohua didn't care about the assistant little sister with a big mouth. She just took over the script handed over by director Zhou, Devil's Territory. At the same time, a group of people was sitting in the backstage. Then, take care. The planner wiped the cold sweat on his head and looked at the tall man in front of him. The man who was called the eldest young master didn't leave. His deep eyes looked at the people on the monitor. After a long while, his clean and slender fingertips pointed to one of the figures. He turned his head and said in a low voice, "Who is this?" The planner froze for a moment, then squinted at the figure. He didn't dare to stop looking for director Zhou for a moment and then arrange it. Hearing about the planner, director Zhou looked at Yi Xiaohua and frowned tightly. This person is a stubborn person. The planner was afraid that he would offend someone. He immediately said, "Old Zhou, don't be confused. Whether this movie can be shot depends on the eldest young master. And think about it, the eldest young master has always been clean and self-disciplined. I haven't seen anyone around him for so many years. It won't be anything." Director Zhou thought about it and then nodded. "Then I will wait for Xiaohua outside the door." Being able to get director Zhou's approval, the planner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Yi Xiaohua pushed the door and walked into the lounge. Inside, there was only a figure with his back facing her. As if he heard the sound, that person turned around and a clear and elegant face appeared in front of her. Half a year, He Muyan looked at Yi Xiaohua and made an effort to move his gaze away. He handed over the contract that the assistant had just printed. It was as if a cello's voice was low and deep. "You follow me for half a year, I will give you the best resources. After half a year, you are not allowed to pester me again." His posture was tall and straight, and his every movement was full of nobility. This way, it was as if he was talking to someone about a big business and not talking about this matter. Yi Xiaohua originally wanted to throw the contract in his face. Seeing that he looked okay, she wouldn't beat him up. However, after she stared at his left palm for a long time, she suddenly sneered. Half a year, keep? So to say, you have a lot of people for half a year? Hearing this sentence, He Muyan's body clearly stiffened. However, the expression on his face did not change. He only faintly said one sentence. This is not within the scope of what you can manage, you only need to do your own thing. The sound of her gnashing teeth could be heard. He Muyan leaned to the side. He lazily lit a cigarette and looked at Yi Xiaohua through the sparse smoke. His eyes were deep. What do you want? In this half a year, I will satisfy you. I can guarantee that you will be red to half the sky. TSK, red to half the sky, he really has remarkable abilities. Come on, play this trick. Yi Xiaohua suddenly raised her head and looked at him very solemnly. Sorry, I don't want money. Although I want to be red, I love my boyfriend very much. I won't promise you. Boyfriend, He Muyan's fingers holding the cigarette slightly tightened. He suddenly turned his head. Who? Zihua ah, it's Qi Zihua, Yi Xiaohua said, appearing very proud, Starry Skies Qi Zihua. Off topic, He Muyan stopped for a moment, then lazily lit a cigarette. He looked at Yi Xiaohua through the sparse smoke, his eyes deep. President's wife, you don't need to think about it. The second female lead of Jianghu has already been booked. You will have a black mark like this. As long as you are willing to be obedient for half a year, I can guarantee that you will be very popular. TSK, half the sky is red, you really have remarkable abilities. Yi Xiaohua somewhat regretfully shook her head. She could still see a trace of very obvious disappointment in her eyes. It seemed that she was disappointed because she didn't become the president's wife. You are not willing to give me anything. You also said that being very popular is not as good as what Qi Xiao can give me. At least he can still let me enter devil's territory. As she spoke, her face looked like she was completely wasting money. That's also fine. You can directly announce on your official Weibo that I am your person. This way, I can also increase a lot of popularity and fans. Those black marks definitely won't dare to slander me. These words made He Muyan's brows wrinkled. Then, he had a headache and drove her out. Her appearance was completely different from what he had just seen in the camera. After going out of the door, the wasted money on Yi Xiaohua's face instantly disappeared. Her eyebrows became cold and stern. Ah, a mistress? Seeing this, the assistant couldn't help but shrink a bit. At this time, He Muyan was still in the office. Thinking about it, he always felt that the Yi Xiaohua just now was not normal. The door was opened by the little assistant, and he also sent over a copy of Yi Xiaohua's information. He Muyan took it with one hand and quickly flipped through it. When he saw a line of words on it, his fingers holding the cigarette slightly tightened, and he said word by word. Boyfriend? These 3 words, in his eyes, were incomparably dazzling. The little assistant had just heard everything that Yi Xiaohua had said. Becoming an international superstar in 1 year? The internet says that this Miss Yi is somewhat brainless. It seems to be true, ah. Even the second young master spent 3 years to reach this position. Isn't she thinking too much? He felt that with such a brainless woman, He Muyan should not have a good impression of her. He didn't expect that at this time, He Muyan would crush the cigarette and look at him. His eyes were very cold. The assistant almost knelt down on the spot. Ah, He Muyan sneered as he took out a book from the drawer and threw it at the assistant's face. Then he tilted his head and said word by word, from today onwards, you can't take a vacation for 2 months. The assistant hurriedly took the book. It was Overbearing President Falls in Love with Me, sponsored by his wife. Once he heard He Muyan's words, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Boss, listen to my explanation. 3 months. He Muyan opened the window, dispersing the smell of smoke in the room. No, boss, I have a better one, half a year. The assistant said seriously, okay, I got it, boss. If you don't have any other instructions, I'll go out first. Wait a minute, He Muyan took a deep breath. He sat on the chair and stretched out his hand to knock on the table. Give me the Qingyun gang's information. Hearing this, the assistant looked at him even more strangely. Wasn't his boss too lazy to deal with the trivial matters of the Qi family? However, he didn't dare to say anything else. Inside the room, He Muyan looked at the information, his eyebrows and eyes deep. His voice could be heard somewhat gnashing his teeth. For Qi Zihua, you're really serious in pretending. Yi Xiaohua changed her clothes and returned to the nanny car with a laptop. This nanny car was not provided by the company. The company gave her and Shui a nanny car. That one had always been used by Shui, and this car was a luxury nanny car personally selected by Yi father. The configuration above was not worse than the average A-list star. Yi Xiaohua's assistant unscrewed the thermos cup for her. She was still in a daze. She didn't expect Yi Xiaohua's acting skills to be so good, especially since her first movie was still director Zhou's. Just as she was thinking, her cell phone rang. It's Liang Gu. The assistant picked up the cell phone and showed it to Yi Xiaohua. Liang Gu was her and Shui's common agent. He was also Nebula's gold-ranked agent. He took over Shui's limitless potential and wanted to turn her into an A-list star in a short period of time. Yi Xiaohua lazily glanced at it and carelessly said, "Pick it up." The current Yi Xiaohua had an irresistible imposing manner when she raised her hands and feet. The assistant naturally would not oppose her. "Yi Xiaohua, what about you?" Now that Shui had finished participating in the shooting, they were going to attend a small banquet arranged by Qi Zihua in the evening. Yi Xiaohua's assistant's eyes lit up. "Liang Gu, our Xiaohua has just passed Zhou. Alright, hurry up and come over." Liang Gu was too lazy to listen to the assistant's words and directly interrupted her, then hurriedly hung up. Yi Xiaohua leisurely leaned against the car door. Seeing this scene, the corner of her mouth slipped into a smile. 3 points of irony, 3 points of coolness, and 4 points of laziness. Seeing this, the assistant forgot to ridicule Liang Gu. This kind of banquet was very normal in the circle. When Yi Xiaohua got off the car, a car just stopped beside her. That car also opened its door. Yi Xiaohua didn't look at it. She just lowered her eyes and played with her cell phone. The assistant and others' eyes lit up and their voices trembled. Heavens! Heavens! It's Movie Emperor He. Miss Yi, do you see, it's Movie Emperor He. My God, can I go up and ask for an autograph? As the youngest movie emperor and also a member of He family, He Muxing's identity in the entertainment circle had never been a secret. His fans were simply innumerable, from old to young. It was not surprising. He was a person who didn't put on airs. He was very gentle to his fans. A random selfie could make headlines. It could be said that he was a rare superstar who had both strength and flow. Your fan, I'll go get an autograph. He Muxing's agent accepted his fate and took a signed photo that had been prepared a long time ago. In the circle, He Muxing's good temper was well known. The agent naturally didn't think that he would refuse this person who was also in the circle. He didn't expect that this time, the always good-tempered person from his own family unexpectedly didn't move. Instead, he closed the car door. Don't go down. What's wrong? The agent was surprised. He Muxing's good-looking brows wrinkled. That person has always liked to hype up, and it's still the hot search of the year, trying every means to attract the attention of netizens. I don't want to wake up tomorrow and have a relationship with her. There are still people who dare to use you to hype up. Hearing this, the agent put down the signed photo and sat steadily in the car. This courage is really big. She bought that hot search. It's embarrassing for a person, He Muxing, because Qi Zihua had actually paid attention to Yi Xiaohua. He hooked his lips and faintly said, if I appeared together with her on the same Weibo, I would be laughed at. He Muxing sat in the car. He thought that Yi Xiaohua, who was keen on the hot search, would make a move. He didn't expect that the other party didn't even look at the car and just turned around to enter the door. When she turned sideways, her eyes appeared excessively cold. He Muxing paused, somewhat surprised. However, he didn't think much about it. Instead, he got out of the car and went to the room upstairs of the banquet hall through another door. Good news, my big brother is ready to help you. As soon as he went in, he patted the shoulder of the person sitting on the sofa. Qi Zihua's hand was still injured, but it wasn't heavy. Hearing what was said, his eyes lit up. You're telling the truth, your big brother really wants to help me? He family's people's means reached the heavens, especially this newly promoted He family's eldest young master, He Muyun. Not only could he turn the clouds and rain with one turn of the hand in the business world, whether it was the underworld or the white path, they would all give him face. If He Muyun was willing to come forward, he wouldn't need to worry about the Qingyun gang. And he just contacted me and asked some things about you. He Mushing leaned on the sofa. But it's strange. My big brother is generally too lazy to take care of this kind of thing. Why would he suddenly take care of your broken matter? You may not believe it, but our family Schwerer can bring me luck. Hearing He Mushing's words, Qi Zihua's smile became even more satisfied. Since knowing her, I have always had good things one after another. Even Starry Sky, because of her, has signed several newcomers with good potential and willing to work hard. Looking at your appearance, are you serious? He Mushing raised his eyebrows. Was this romantic and playful young master's heart changed? But if he was serious, Qi family's pass would not be easy. Ah. Qi Zihua smiled. Otherwise, what do you think? As the two people were talking, downstairs, Yi Xiaohua had already found Shi Shui and Liang Ji's party. Yi Xiaohua was wearing a very ordinary dress today. She wasn't dressed up like other people, but even so, the crystal lamp hanging on top of her head could not cover her gorgeous and dazzling face. The hand holding the red wine glass was like sheep-fat white jade, slender, and white. The things in the circle could not be wrapped up in paper. In particular, Qi Zihua's association with Yi Xiaohua was originally uneasy and kind-hearted. Naturally, he did not cover it up too much. Instead, intentionally or unintentionally, he revealed it to a few friends. On the one hand, he also let Qingyun gang's people notice that his current girlfriend was Yi Xiaohua. He was afraid that Shi Shui would have an accident. Therefore, when Yi Xiaohua appeared, several famous people also noticed her. Qi Zihua had always been known as a romantic in the circle. Although his reputation was not very good, he was not stingy with the people around him. No wonder Yi Xiaohua had always been a hot topic, and she was unexpectedly signed under the gold medal agent Liang Go. A group of people who knew how to look at people's faces immediately stepped forward to talk to Yi Xiaohua, but they put Shi Shui aside. Qi Zihua, who went downstairs with He Mushing, saw that the director and Yi Xiaohua were talking very happily. On the contrary, Shi Shui was left out in the cold, pitiful. There was no one talking to her. She seemed out of place with the people at this banquet. Seeing this scene, Qi Zihua's face instantly turned black. This small banquet was originally held for Shi Shui. What was going on with this Yi Xiaohua? Was she addicted to climbing the pole? Was she the host of this banquet? When he saw that the waiter gave Yi Xiaohua a glass of wine, but did not give it to Shi Shui, Qi Zihua coldly snorted. He could not hold back and directly walked in the direction of the two people. His complexion was very unsightly. Digression Chief Qi. Seeing Qi Zihua, the producer's eyes lit up. I am talking to Miss Yi about the reality show. Reality show? Qi Zihua slightly narrowed his eyes. As Starry Sky's boss, he naturally knew a lot about the entertainment circle. The reality show in front of him was the copyright that had just been bought from H country. It was called 3 Days Challenge. This year, it was just testing the water. No one knew how the effect of this water test would be. This kind of program, Qi Zihua looked down on it. Thinking of this, he personally gave Shi Shui a glass of wine and introduced the most famous director and producer to Shi Shui. Finally, seeing that those joint venture businessmen had good eyesight and were talking to Shi Shui, Qi Zihua was satisfied. This evening, Shi Shui signed a good variety show contract. They were all second-tier artists and had a lot of fixed old fans. Liang Ge held the contract and appeared very excited. The schedule of Jianghu has not yet been set. This variety show is an opportunity. As long as your character is set up well, you can attract a lot of fans. When Jianghu is screened, your position will not be small. Liang Ji's plan was very thorough. Thank you, Liang Ge. Shi Shui also knew that most people were willing to give her a chance because of Liang Ji's face. Don't thank me, Liang Ge smiled. The company is willing to support you and give you resources. If you want to thank someone, you can find an opportunity to thank Chief Qi. He also signed the 3-day challenge for Yi Xiaohua. He did not pay attention to this water test program. He only faintly gave Yi Xiaohua a word of encouragement. These two variety shows were recorded 2 weeks in advance. Director Zhou's Devil's Territory was a big production. Now he heard that they were still making props. Their contract had not yet been signed. Director Zhou's intention was to let Yi Xiaohua become his trump card. Therefore, Yi Xiaohua first participated in the 3-day challenge. This program was originally a water test program. The investors did not invest much money. Until now, the members had not yet been invited. However, on the 2nd day after Yi Xiaohua signed, an earth-shattering change took place on Weibo. It turned out that He Clan actually spent a huge amount of money to invest in the 3-day challenge. Not only that, He Clan also put Bai Ran, the top traffic student, into the starting list. It could be said that in today's entertainment circle, He Mushan occupied half of the male stars' traffic, and the other half was Bai Ran. His popularity was beyond doubt. Even if this variety show did not have anything interesting, the ratings would not be low. This was big news. After knowing this news, Liang Gu was surprised and marveled at Yi Xiaohua's luck. It was rare for him to tell her to perform well and not to bring shame to himself and the program group. Yi Xiaohua was different from Shui. He didn't expect her to be very popular. As long as she didn't give Shui a black eye, it would be good. When the netizens knew that Yi Xiaohua was also a starter, they were in high spirits. Program team, are you crazy? How dare you invite Yi Retrench? Ugh, I'm going to vomit. If you dare to team up with my Prince Charming Bai on the show's hot search, the production team will be finished. Hee, out of so many big names, only Yi hottest search is at the bottom. I don't want to talk about shady dealings. Hiring a flower vase to attract investors? Are you that poor? Sit back and wait for the show to fail. No matter what the internet said, the 3-day challenge was recorded as scheduled. The program team was really rich, as the rumors said. The first filming location was in a small town in Country D. The 8 people invited by the program, including Yi Xiaohua, were 3 female stars and 5 male stars. Among them, Bai Ran was the biggest. Yi Xiaohua tilted her head and looked over. She saw the man sitting under the umbrella. That face was really too exquisite. She was not surprised that this face could attract so many fans. At the beginning of the program, they were divided into 2 teams. From the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain in the small town, the team that arrived first would win. They could sleep in the house at night, and the loser group had to solve it themselves. The drawing team. The other team's 4 people saw that they were not in the same team as Yi Xiaohua and subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone here knew that Yi Xiaohua had a naturally black system. Seeing the results of the drawing, Bai Ran wrinkled his delicate eyebrows, and his face was obviously unhappy. His team's other first-tier and second-tier female star, Xianxia, was obviously very familiar with him. She teased, "What, the program just started and you already dislike me? What are you talking about?" Hearing this sentence, Bai Ran hooked up his lips. "I don't dislike you." Yi Xiaohua leaned on one side, her fingers twirling around a strand of hair. Hearing this, she softly said. And it seemed that she was the one who was disliked. Bai Ran was the flow of this program, so the camera would naturally be biased to his side. The camera followed his gaze and moved to Yi Xiaohua's side, and the cameraman paused. In order to facilitate the recording of the program, Yi Xiaohua was wearing a pure white shirt and a pair of black jeans, which vividly displayed the black and white. Her black hair was not tied up, but was casually scattered, sticking to the side of her face, making her skin whiter. When she slightly narrowed her eyes, the cameraman, who was used to seeing beauties in the circle, couldn't help but be amazed. If this girl usually didn't act like a demon, and quietly acted as a vase, she would also have a lot of face dog fans. Unfortunately, the cameraman couldn't help but stop for a moment, and then moved the camera away. This person didn't have any ability, but she was also brain damaged. No wonder she had been stuck in the 18th line. He put the camera on Bai Ran's side. This D country's mountain was very high. It was a mountain road, and it took almost 2 or 3 hours to go all the way up. Even the cameraman had enough trouble, let alone the artists who had almost no exercise. Xianxia's feet were worn out, but she still elegantly said, "Perseverance is victory. Bai Ran, let's do our best. These mountain roads are nothing, The camera immediately gave her a close-up. However, the idea was beautiful. Xianxia's feet were too painful. This kind of pain was simply unbearable. At this time, Byran accidentally tripped over a stone. Before, Byran's feet were injured because of filming. Now, it affected his old injury. His face instantly turned pale. In the 3-day challenge, if it was not necessary, there would be no foreign aid. No matter what happened, the artists would solve it themselves. Byran obviously couldn't continue to walk up the mountain. His feet were one thing, but how to go up was a problem. Shall we abstain? Xianxia, who had been insisting, sat down regardless of her image and frowned. Your foot injury can't be dragged. Another male artist was more thoughtful and tried to communicate with a local. He wanted to ask him where there was a doctor nearby, but there was a language barrier. This was a difficult problem in the world. Byran wanted to curse his father for a moment. Artists could basically speak English. Those who could master 3 languages were too few, not to mention D language was still a small language. Completely helpless. Director Xianxia looked at the other team that had surpassed them and looked at the director. You only know how to find the director and your mother? Byran looked at her actions and sneered. Xianxia impatiently pressed her hair back and coldly said 4 words, shut up, can you? Digression. Although Xianxia wanted to try her best to maintain her persona, she usually restrained the momentum of the number 1 agent. However, at this moment, her head was inadvertently released, and Byran was stunned on the spot. Not to mention Byran, even the production director named by Xianxia was somewhat caught off guard. Director, as long as you rely on your own ability to go up the mountain, no matter what method you use, you will win? Seeing that they were quiet, Xianxia turned around again and looked directly at the director. Raising an eyebrow. The director looked at Xianxia with some surprise and nodded, not knowing why. That's good. Xianxia handsomely snapped her fingers. The camera followed her at this time and saw her directly reach out and stop a car on the side of the mountain road. The car was a local. The local people here don't understand English. A male artist in the team knew what Xianxia wanted to do and directly whispered, it's useless. However, before he finished his sentence, Xianxia passed him and directly communicated with the local in a low voice. She spoke fluent D language. Her voice was low and soft, not as careless and lazy as when she spoke to Byran and the others. The photographer found that when Xianxia spoke to the locals, she was very patient and gentle. The language was also very smooth. This scene not only surprised the director, but even Byran and Xianxia were very surprised. D language, this small language, could Xianxia speak so fluently? Alright, you guys come up, this uncle is willing to take us up the mountain. Xianxia opened the back door and perfunctorily waved to Byran and the others. If there was no comparison with the driver uncle, it would be a little better. Now that there was a comparison, it was even more obvious. The driver uncle was gentle and polite to passers-by, but he was impatient to Byran and Xianxia, these super A-list celebrities. The group of people got in the van. Fortunately, the van was big enough to accommodate the photographer. When the door closed, the brightness in the van instantly became low. Xianxia propped up her chin with her white fingers and looked at the stunned director outside the van. She gave a rare smile. Director, it's not against the rules, right? This trip in the wild, because it was inconvenient, the makeup artist only gave the female star sunscreen. Even so, at this time, under the slightly slanting sunlight, it did not cover Xianxia's beauty that was stolen from her bones. What about Byran's feet? Xianxia looked at Xianxia with stars. In just 2 or 3 sentences, Xianxia changed from a transparent person in the team to a soul figure. There are medical facilities on the mountain. Byran is not in our team. Can the mission continue? Xianxia asked the photographer unhurriedly. The photographer couldn't figure out what Xianxia meant, so he just shook his head. This was a team competition. On the camera, the disappointment on Xianxia's face was obvious. Seeing her like this, Byran didn't know why, but a sentence blurted out, I can endure for 3 days. Hearing this sentence, Xianxia looked at him for the first time. Then she threw the hat in her hand to the side and squatted at Byran's feet. Her right hand casually pinched Byran's ankle a few times. This action was very cool. What are you doing? Byran was so scared that he shrank a bit, affecting his injury, and his face turned white. Yi Xiaohua was too lazy to talk nonsense. While he was talking, he turned his fingers. Everyone could almost hear a clear click sound. Yi Xiaohua, Qin Xian feels the pain. However, at this time, Byran turned his foot. He was ready to shout when he suddenly discovered it didn't hurt. Yi Xiaohua got up and asked for a napkin from the driver. She wiped her fingers one by one and carelessly said, "Don't hinder my normal shooting." "Thank you." Byran looked out of the window somewhat unnaturally at this time, and his face was a little red when he spoke. Yi Xiaohua leaned against the back of the chair and gave a perfunctory end sound. When the car passed by another group of people who were hiking up the mountain, Byran and the others saw the expression of that group of people. This scene was too carefree. Not to mention Byran, even Qin Xian smiled very proudly. When they reached the mountain, they were assigned a luxurious manor as the winners group. Byran took the initiative to help Yi Xiaohua clean up their room. Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. "The big star doesn't dislike me?" "Sorry, I saw Weibo. It said that your father threw a lot of money to the program team to let you in." Byran heard this sentence and his face turned red. "Now I find that you are not the same as the rumors on Weibo. This must be fake." Hearing this sentence, Yi Xiaohua smiled brightly. "That's right, my dad really threw a mountain of gold to the crew." "Little Xiaohua, the crew said that the machines in the house are broken. It's a scam, What do you think we should do?" Not far away, Qin Xian shouted at Yi Xiaohua for help. Byran looked at Yi Xiaohua's back and was somewhat startled. Yi Xiaohua's father's actions had always been the thing he hated the most, but now, Byran clutched his chest. Why was his heart beating so fast? The first episode of 3-Day Challenge was shot in a foreign country for 3 days. Every day, Yi Xiaohua was a new surprise for the director. At first, he was worried about Yi Xiaohua, but she turned out to be the most brilliant one. Now he was waiting for her to go online a week later. Coincidentally, Yi Xiaohua and Xiaohua's variety show were broadcast on the same day. Yi Xiaohua and Liang Gu were in Xiaohua's apartment. He was too lazy to say anything to Yi Xiaohua. He just looked down at Xiaohua's schedule. Just as he was looking, the sound of the door opening suddenly came from outside. Liang Gu tilted his head and saw Qizihua and Xiaohua coming in. Qizihua was wearing a black shirt, which was obviously carefully decorated and looked very outstanding. After he entered the door, his gaze fell on Yi Xiaohua. "Yi Xiaohua, why didn't you go to pick up Xiaohua today? Do you know that she was mistaken for you and was almost taken away in the parking lot?" "It's not related to Xiaohua's matter, they just thought I was her." Xiaohua followed behind him and shook her head. "Fortunately, young Master Qi, you are all right. Next time you encounter such a thing, I will let you go first, do you understand? Your safety is more important than mine." Hearing Xiaohua's voice, Qizihua's expression softened a bit. "How can I leave you and go by myself?" When she said this, Xiaohua's face was obviously red. "You sit down first, I will take the medicine box and bandage your wound." For Xiaohua's sake, he endured his anger. Yi Xiaohua pretended not to find her strange appearance, she just smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't go, otherwise they would have caught me. And Shuer, next time you go to the parking lot, you should pay attention." Xiaohua was full of satisfaction for her own safety. This Yi Xiaohua was still saying in the cool breeze that fortunately it was not her. Qizihua was simply too lazy to look at her. If Xiaohua did not live here, he would probably turn around and leave. Liang Gu pushed his glasses and felt that the atmosphere in the room was different. He was familiar with Qizihua and naturally knew what Qizihua was doing. However, he did not remind Yi Xiaohua that this kind of unscrupulous female star, even if it burst out in the future, it would also be Yi Xiaohua's black spot. He was afraid that Yi Xiaohua would see what Qizihua thought of Xiaohua, and he was also afraid that Yi Xiaohua would expose this to the internet and affect Xiaohua's popularity. He wanted to put Xiaohua on the international stage, so naturally, he would not allow Xiaohua to have the slightest bit of black material. Therefore, he came forward and changed the channel to Xiaohua's variety show, trying to attract Yi Xiaohua's attention. "Xiaohua, you can cooperate with Byran, it is also an opportunity. After this program, you should be able to go further. Although his mouth said so, Lianga did not care about Yi Xiaohua's program. Although Bai Ran's reputation was very high, most of them were girlfriend fans, especially Bai Ran himself hated female stars who went through the back door. It was too difficult for Yi Xiaohua to get a bit of traffic from Bai Ran here. It was estimated that the reality show did not even want to give Yi Xiaohua a few shots. After all, the program group was also afraid of being blackened. After this program, Yi Xiaohua was afraid that Bai Ran's girlfriend fans would not be blackened. Lianga faintly thought. What's more, his channel was all Shue's variety show. Although he had seen the scene, Lianga also wanted to see the effect of the program. This variety show was very important to Shue. Qi Zihua, of course, also knew this. He came tonight to see Shue's debut show. But looking at Shue gently and attentively helping him deal with his wounds, and then looking at Yi Xiaohua leaning on the sofa, the corners of her mouth still hung with an unknown smile. Qi Zihua's heart was angry. He took the remote control and changed the channel to Yi Xiaohua's reality show channel, and then maliciously said, "Shuer, we have seen the scene. Now let's take a look at eldest Miss program. Look at how you make a fool of yourself." Off topic after all, Xiaohua is participating in the program for the first time. Shue put down the medicine box. She knew Yi Xiaohua's real level, she almost didn't understand anything. Such a person going to a reality show was simply a black eye. "Young Master Qi, don't be too strict with Xiaohua, she needs to adapt," she said in a warm and gentle voice. "We're all rookies. Your performance was praised by the veteran host. Why can't she do it?" Qi Zihua didn't move his hand. At this time, the program on TV also began. At the beginning of the program, Yi Xiaohua was obviously excluded, and Bai Ran's dislike was obvious. The others didn't bother with her either. The more Qi Zihua watched, the more serious the ridicule in his eyes became. The comments on the internet hit the nail on the head. Does the production team want to accept rotten eggs? Unexpectedly let my God and Yi Xiaohua form a team? Although I, Bai Ran, have always been cold and aloof, this is the first time I've seen him so obviously disgusted with people. Program team, can you still be good? Did you deliberately arrange her to disgust my male god? Bai Ran is a clear stream in the entertainment circle. He has always had this kind of attitude towards this kind of 18th line pheasant who went through the back door. But this woman made me, Bai Ran, so disregard etiquette. She's really good, smile. Looking at her arrogant look makes me want to laugh. There were tens of thousands of hearts behind the bullet screen. Qi Zihua saw that Yi Xiaohua was still texting with someone without feeling anything. He sneered and took back his eyes. Lianga also glanced at Yi Xiaohua on the side. This artiste who was attached to him was good-looking, but she didn't use her brain and didn't know what was important. In this kind of situation, the comments online were all one-sided, yet she did not have any expression at all. Not to mention anything else, she should at least have some sense of shame. They told her not to bring shame to herself, but she, on the other hand, had offended the entire production team. The internet was already slandering her to such an extent, yet she was still so carefree. This kind of person was either impervious to both praise and humiliation, and would definitely become a great talent in the future, or she was really rotten wood, that couldn't be carved. If it was Shue, it would undoubtedly be the first one. But Yi Xiaohua is really the second kind, playing a good hand of cards to pieces. Alright, let's look at Shue's program. Lianga didn't want to waste time on Yi Xiaohua and directly changed the channel. This time, Qi Zihua didn't stop her. Originally, he just wanted to embarrass Yi Xiaohua, but he didn't expect that the other party basically had no shame, and he was too lazy to say anything to her. The program was transferred to Shue. Because of Qi Zihua's money, the officials gave Shue a very attractive persona, and the bullet screen was full of praise. Brother Liang and Qi Zihua beamed with joy. This was a good first step. They even popped the champagne to celebrate. And on the other side, He Muyun was also watching the program in the office. He was watching Yi Xiaohua's program. This Miss Yi is not bad. His assistant was also on the side, watching without missing a minute. She can even speak a small language like D language. Moreover, why does she look completely different from last time on the show? Last time, he looked like he was wasting money. If he didn't mention this, it would have been fine. When he mentioned this, He Muyun's complexion sank even more. This time, he didn't hold back. He held his cell phone and went outside to give Yi Xiaohua a call. What? Yi Xiaohua leaned against the window and casually looked at Qi Zihua and the others who were celebrating. Her slightly drooping eyelids cast a faint shadow on her face. It was so beautiful that it didn't seem like a person who existed in reality. Compared to the last time, this time, Yi Xiaohua's voice when she spoke to him was extremely cold. He Muyun pinched the cigarette, his gaze sinking even more. What, not pretending? Pretending, Yi Xiaohua chuckled. It's nothing, I'm going to hang up. Zihua is still waiting for me to celebrate. Qi Zihua. Qi Zihua. He Muyun sneered. Do you think that Qi Zihua is really good to you? He's dating you, but he has other ideas, don't you want to know? No matter what ideas he has, as long as he can be together with me, even if it's for a day, I will be very happy. Yi Xiaohua's tone was still infatuated without regret, but her expression was lazy. You don't have to waste time on me. He Muyun hung up the phone. Standing in the same place, he couldn't help but smoke a cigarette. Young Master, Qi family has cut off a big business of Qingyun gang. Young Master Qi has been very dangerous recently. I'm afraid that Qingyun gang will make a big move, should we? The assistant next to him suddenly received a message and immediately reported it to his boss. He remembered that the other party had been paying close attention to Qi family's matters recently. He Muyun was He family's legend. At the age of 16, he wandered on the edge of the world by himself. Just by himself, he sent himself to the number one person in the world that no one dared to offend. Even the He family's people didn't know what cards he had behind him. Just when that group of old people thought that his next step would be to pacify Eastern Europe, he actually turned over a new leaf and unexpectedly returned to the country. He even cautiously opened up the entertainment circle. Although he was a businessman, the people in the underworld would never forget this god of death who had once shocked the world. No matter who, they would give him face. This matter was a matter of life and death for Qi family, but in his eyes, it was just a matter of a few words. Hearing this sentence, He Muyun puffed out a smoke ring, the ruthlessness at the bottom of his eyes gradually disappeared. You go and tell second young master. Just say it? We don't care? The assistant was somewhat baffled. Wasn't the CEO still very concerned about this matter before? Go. He Muyun did not explain and only shot him a glance. His voice was very cold. The assistant did not dare to let out a fart and left like he was fleeing. After he left, the depth at the bottom of He Muyun's eyes did not disperse. He slowly crushed the cigarette in his hand, then raised his hand and looked at the face on the phone screen. He said one word at a time, do you know what kind of thing you have taken a fancy to? On this side, Liang Ge and the others had already finished celebrating for Shui. He carefully told Shui about tomorrow's matters and then left. Leaving together with them were also Qi Zihua and Yi Xiaohua. This apartment was originally Yi Xiaohua and Shui's, but Yi father felt that there was no servant here to take care of Yi Xiaohua. He was not at ease, so he let Yi Xiaohua go home to live. Thinking of this, Qi Zihua looked at Yi Xiaohua's gaze even more sarcastic. In the entire circle, he could not find anyone more delicate than Yi Xiaohua. The three people arrived at the parking lot together. Liang Ge received a phone call in front of the car door. It was from his old rival. This was the first time that the other party took the initiative to contact him. Liang Ge was somewhat surprised. Old Liang, this time I have no choice but to admire you. Your vision is more unique than mine. Originally, I said why did you sign that kind of person? TSK, it seems that ginger is still spicier with age. The old rival on the other side of the phone had no choice but to be convinced. Liang Ge had not yet looked at the follow-up on the internet. In his eyes, Yi Xiaohua was just a rotten wood that could not be helped up. When he heard this sentence, he naturally substituted Shui and smiled. This time, you can admit defeat. I can see Shui's potential in my eyes. Digression, did today's tall flower update on time? No. Also, the plot of flower 57 and 58 has been changed a bit. There is a little cutie who privately asked me whether the male lead's character setting was too tight or not. Although I felt that it was very interesting, In order to promote the correct 3 views, it was still changed. You can go and look at it again. Wait. The person on the other end of the phone heard Liang Ji's words and suddenly froze. What are you talking about, Shui? Haven't you seen the news online? Hearing this, Brother Liang obviously felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly hung up the phone and flipped to Weibo. 7 of the top 10 hot searches on Weibo are about 3 days challenge Yi Xiaohua. Originally, the popularity of Bairan's program was not low. The audience almost all went to watch Bairan. At the beginning, the official blog was also full of scolding. The most popular comment was the one that scolded Yi Xiaohua. But after a third of the show, the most popular person came back and commented, "I'm sorry, my face is swollen. I'm a little suspicious of the rumors on the internet. Our family's little Xiaohua is so handsome and beautiful. She obviously came for Bairan. Why is it that when she stands together with my male god, I can't help but look at her? I can't believe I'm able to see shyness on my Prince Charming Bai's face in my lifetime. WTF. I have to say, Yi Xiaohua, you did a great job. Is this really Yi Xiaohua? You speak D language better than me, a D language learner? Repair a car? God, she even knows how to repair cars? Moreover, he was so familiar with it. It was obvious that he was not just posing. Yi Xiaohua, tell me what you can't do in this world? Get out of the way. Fog grass, am I the only one who is handsome by Yi Xiaohua? F***ck, I'm a girl looking at the screen like an idiot. What did I say? You're not alone, +2, in the first 20 minutes of the program's broadcast, the popular Weibo was still New Little Hua Dan Shui. After that, it was all occupied by Yi Xiaohua. The popular 1 2 3 4 5 6 was all her, it was all because of her. 008 has to sigh that Yi Xiaohua is Yi Xiaohua. Occasionally, a passerby would say, isn't this too exaggerated? Is it so embarrassing to buy a trending topic? But when he clicked on the program, they all came back one by one. Sorry, my face is swollen, please add me to the list. Although there are black fans, there is no doubt that at this time, people on the whole internet are discussing Yi Xiaohua of 3 days challenge. Of course, there were also people who discussed Shui, but most of them compared her with Yi Xiaohua. At the beginning, Shui's group of 3 people was disbanded because of Yi Xiaohua. Most people said that if they left Yi Xiaohua's black system, Shui would go further in the future. But now, some netizens questioned this statement. After all, the 2 of them were once teammates. What was even more coincidental was that in order to gain popularity, Brother Liang's disciple chose the 2 of them to appear on the variety show at the same time. Originally, it was to promote Shui's newly advanced Little Huadan title, and Shui's performance was really good. If there was no Yi Xiaohua, her persona would have been successful, but now that Yi Xiaohua had appeared out of nowhere, even Bairan, who had always been aloof and self-sufficient, couldn't help but forward her official blog, let alone those netizens. Compared with Yi Xiaohua, Shui really had no advantage. The fact that she was ranked 7th on the hot search list of the new rising star, made her look even more awkward and ridiculous. Shui, who was upstairs, was also woken up by her assistant. She saw that she was criticized by netizens as being worthless. She had always had a smooth sailing life, but this was the first time she had been criticized like this. She instantly felt wronged. Swear, Yi Xiaohua is going too far. The assistant was so angry that she wanted to smash her mobile phone. Just because she has money, she can buy hot searches to blacken you? Also, young Master Qi, you obviously have more potential, but you let that backdoor person cooperate with Bairan. At the very least, they should be able to achieve fairness and justice, right? Hearing this sentence, Shui's face also turned white. Xiaohua can have today, I am also very happy. You're stupid. The assistant glanced at Shui and sighed. This child was too simple. Shui, you listen to me, this matter can't be settled like this. Shui bowed her head, her eyes glistening with tears. She held her mobile phone and felt that she was very, very wronged. She knew Yi Xiaohua's strength. Yi Xiaohua was simply not as good as her. It was impossible to have such a big effect. After a long while, she wrote a text message to Qi Zihua, is this society like this? After working hard for half a day, it's not as good as other people throwing money? And in the parking lot, he saw this scene on Weibo. Lianga looked at Qi Zihua with some disbelief. Chief Qi, did you buy hot searches for Yi Xiaohua? Qi Zihua looked at the program playing on his mobile phone, his gaze deep. The Yi Xiaohua on the screen was completely different from the Yi Xiaohua he knew, who could only use money to solve problems. Even he couldn't help but put his gaze on her. At this time, Xianxia sent a text message. He clearly saw her face and suddenly raised his head. The movement on Weibo, was it you who made it? Yi Xiaohua was originally going to get in the car, but when she heard this sentence, she couldn't help but turn her head. She looked at Qi Zihua. Yes, my dad bought hot searches for me. What, you are allowed to stir up Xiaohua's popularity, but my dad is not allowed to buy hot searches for me? In fact, some of these hot searches were bought by He Muyun, and most of them were stirred up by the netizens themselves. Her Yi Xiaohua. At that time, even if she wore glasses, she could still dominate the headlines of the whole network. Did she need to rely on buying hot searches? Are you complaining that the resources I gave you were too little? Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, Qi Zihua sneered. Don't forget, when you came to our company, it was entirely because of Xianxia that I signed you. Now, don't you feel ungrateful? Zihua, you are my boyfriend. Yi Xiaohua deeply looked at Qi Zihua. Her eyes were too penetrating, and her voice was very calm. Hearing this sentence, Qi Zihua reacted. It turned out that Yi Xiaohua was trying to stimulate him. Seeing a lot of women's tricks on him, Qi Zihua naturally felt that this was Yi Xiaohua deliberately trying to attract his attention. Qi Zihua had always hated these tricks. He impatiently looked at her. Yi Xiaohua, I have already told you that Xianxia has potential. She is not like you who has a rich father, so the company praised her like this. Do you know that your jealous appearance, haggling over every little thing, is especially ugly? Off topic, you look especially ugly when you're so calculative and jealous. After Qi Zihua finished this sentence, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he directly turned and went upstairs, presumably to comfort Xianxia. Yi Xiaohua's face didn't have too many uncomfortable expressions, and there was even a trace of a smile on the corner of her mouth. He was not surprised by Qi Zihua's reaction. Lianga stood in the same place. Seeing Yi Xiaohua so carefree, his eyes slightly deepened. He suddenly had a feeling that he had misjudged her before. According to his previous understanding of Yi Xiaohua, the other side is too stupid. Such a character cannot mix in the entertainment circle even if she looks good, because she can kill herself. But what happened just now, if it was anyone else, they would have already broken down and questioned Qi Zihua in dejection. However, Yi Xiaohua's expression did not change, as if she had already expected it. She was terrifyingly calm. Mr. Qi is too. Yi Xiaohua's assistant felt that her 3 views had been challenged, and she opened her mouth. Okay, Yi Xiaohua slightly side eyes, the voice clearly visible lazy indifference, let's go. But the assistant still wanted to say something. Yi Xiaohua opened the door and saw her like this. There was still an obvious smile on his face. Come up. It was clearly a very cold word. Brother Liang could clearly see that in this instant, a sharp light flashed across that lazy face. It reflected on her face and was actually somewhat breathtaking. No wonder the evaluation of her on the internet only had 4 words, Xiaohua beauty. Seeing this scene, Lianga confirmed his own thoughts. It was really his mistake. Originally, he thought that Xianxia's potential was the greatest. Now, it seemed that in this combination, perhaps Yi Xiaohua was the one who hid the deepest. Go back and deal with the matter on the internet. Young Master Qi will not give up. Speaking of this, Lianga looked at Yi Xiaohua with some sympathy. She probably didn't know that Qi Zihua wasn't dating her because of her. No matter how outstanding her performance was, she still couldn't compare to a single finger of Hu Chushua's. Lianga sighed with some regret. Now that Yi Xiaohua had completely offended Qi Zihua, there was no possibility of follow-up development. What a pity. If it was a few years ago, even if she didn't know how to act, he would still make her an A-list celebrity. But for so many years, he had cultivated a lot of A-list celebrities. Now, he only wanted to cultivate a powerful and influential international superstar, not a flower vase. Obviously, Xianxia was very talented and had spirituality in acting. People always had first impressions, even if Xianxia had some potential. In the next few days, Xianxia didn't know why, but he rarely appeared in front of Xianxia and Xianxia. However, Xianxia's announcements came one after another. On the contrary, Xianxia had nothing to do during this period. It was very clear that Xianxia treating the resources of treating the two. Even those who want to hype with Xianxia stay away from her. Yi that the shooting for Yi. With Yi. To Shen. Yi to say, Yi. Yi. Just like that, the filming of the second episode of 3-Day Challenge began. The first episode broke the ratings, so the second episode was missing a member, and Mushing, this guest, parachuted in. Qin sa chen of Xing. Si. Qin to chen to. Yi. Of Xing, of Qin to say, of. In this process, he only ignored Xianxia, he didn't even look at her. Now, anyone can participate in a reality show. Mushing said with a meaningful meaning. The few people around him smiled, but did not dare to speak easily. However, it was clear that their attitude towards Xianxia was a bit lighter. The entertainment circle was full of superficial friends. Even if they didn't get along, they would still pretend in front of the camera. Mushing hated a person so directly, it was really very rare. Especially when the other party was Mushing, In the circle, he was famous for his good temper. He could actually say such insulting words to a person. The staff on the stage looked at each other in dismay. In the end, none of them dared to talk to Xianxia. Little Xianxia, does Qinge have some misunderstanding with you? After the first issue, Qin Xian's view of Xianxia had completely changed. Seeing this scene, she said with some worry. Xianxia took a bite of the apple, the meaning of her smile unclear. Who knows? At this time, Xianxia was still in the mood to nibble on the apple. Qin Xian would be angered to death by her. However, she was also fine. Although they only got along for 3 days in the last issue, she already understood Xianxia's character. She also knew that she was not the same as what was said on the internet. Qin Xian took her cell phone and walked to one side to make a phone call. Mushing walked to his own nanny car. The makeup artist was putting makeup on him. He leaned back in the chair and took his cell phone to make a call. Zihua, my big brother said that Qin Yun Gang will take action tomorrow. You bring more people these few days. Don't be too close to Xianxia. He forwarded the information that his big brother gave him to Zihua. On the other end of the phone, Zihua's expression was extremely dignified. These past few days, he had deliberately avoided Xianxia. Today, he couldn't help but go to the set to see her. He didn't expect that there would be a problem. I am now at Xianxia's set. Rest assured, I will handle this matter well. I won't let her get hurt. Regarding Zihua's ability, Mushing naturally did not doubt it. He hung up the phone, finished his makeup, and went out. As soon as he went out, he saw Xianxia sitting under a sun umbrella, letting her assistant fan her. Mushing's brows instantly tightened. He searched the entire set. Even if it was the A-list female star Qin Xian, she didn't act like a big shot. Thinking about Xianxia on the Jianghu set, wearing a cotton-padded jacket under the scorching sun, she didn't say that she was tired or hot. She worked so hard, but in the end, it was still not as good as Xianxia buying a headline. Mushing had always been in a high position. He had never experienced Xianxia's life, but now he could feel that Xianxia was not easy. If there was no Yi family, he didn't know what Xianxia would be left with, Mushing sneered. He, who was already ready, turned around and returned to his exclusive nanny car. Mushing? The director was preparing to talk to Mushing about the relevant matters, but he didn't see him. It was somewhat strange. Director, Mushing's agent smiled very gently. He looked at Xianxia's direction. Xingji said that as long as Miss Yi is here, he will not participate in this program. 10 minutes later. The director somewhat regretfully walked over to Xianxia. I'm sorry, Miss Yi. Due to special circumstances, you have to withdraw from this reality show. Off topic, there were only a few people in Jingqing who did not know He Muxing's identity. In the entertainment circle, those who dared to offend He Muxing could be counted with one finger. Although the director fancied Yi Xiaohua, compared to He Muxing, Yi Xiaohua was not enough. Fortunately, this girl was tactful and did not say much, letting the director breathe a sigh of relief. After all, they were in the wrong in this matter. He also felt that it was nothing to lose Yi Xiaohua. Although Yi Xiaohua now had some fame, he also knew that the other party did not have a backer. She was just an old man who dug coal. Even if she wanted to do something, she could not turn over any big winds and big waves. It's a pity for this girl. The director sighed, but this was the entertainment circle. She's too naive. The most important thing in the circle is still the personal connections and the backer. She doesn't have anything and dares to go against Shui. Who doesn't know that Shui is a person protected by young Master Qi and movie Emperor He? I'm afraid she hasn't died yet. The girl recommended by Muxing is called Shui, right? When the director heard this, he was silent for a long time before he turned to look at the planner. You go and contact her. Today's shooting will be postponed first. The other people present also did not say anything. They could only say that Yi Xiaohua's luck was bad. However, they completely did not know the next development. You said that Bai Ran is not coming? The director was discussing the script with He Muxing, waiting for Bai Ran, but he did not expect to wait for this news. Yes, our Bai Ran said. Bai Ran's agent was also not afraid of death. He pushed his glasses and was very polite. Since little Xiaohua is not here, it's not interesting for him to stay here. Hearing this sentence, the director almost shook his phone. Even He Muxing raised his head in surprise. This was Bai Ran. He was famous in the circle as a flower on a high mountain. He heard that previously, W country's aristocratic princess had spent thousands of bodyguards to block him at the airport and confess to him. She was lightly brushed off by his sorry, catch a flight sentence. Such a cold person, today, unexpectedly openly stood up for Yi Xiaohua. If this news leaked out, it would definitely set off a shocking wave in the entertainment circle. He originally thought that this was already surprising enough. He did not expect that the next thing would make the director even more panicked. There was also bad news from the finance department. The He Corporation had suddenly withdrawn their investment of over 100 million yuan. Even the site that they had previously booked for the second phase was no longer available. In the entertainment industry, who would dare to invest in a show that the He clan wanted to ban? What's going on? The director panicked. He looked at the planner, who was still there. Did young Master Yun make a mistake? The planners were also dumbfounded. The director also had some connections. He found the phone number of He Muxing's first assistant. We now have second young master and Bai Ran. We will definitely create a new record for variety shows. How come young Master Yun, you dare to kick out someone that young Master Yun stuffed into the reality show? He Muxing's assistant directly interrupted him. I'm afraid you don't want to mix in the entertainment circle anymore. Hearing this, the director's vision darkened. If it wasn't for his willpower, he would have fainted. His back was drenched in cold sweat as he roared at the planner. Didn't you tell me that there was no one behind Yi Xiaohua? Do you know who's behind her? Young Master Yun. Young Master Yun. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and invite that ancestor back. Otherwise, everyone here today will be blacklisted by that person. After saying that, he fell back onto the chair, still in a state of shock. A few minutes ago, the director had sent people away. A few minutes later, the director was like his grandson, begging everywhere for Yi Xiaohua to come back. In the end, if Bai Ran and Qin Xian hadn't opened their mouths, Yi Xiaohua would have been invited back. The second episode started shooting like a raging fire. He Muxing didn't fight for a seat for Shui. He was somewhat puzzled, but the director hemmed and hawed and refused to say the reason. He also didn't say anything. He just let his agent secretly inquire about it. He originally thought that the people in the 3 days challenge didn't like Yi Xiaohua very much, but he didn't expect the reality to be the complete opposite. The people who drew Yi Xiaohua's group couldn't hide the joy on their faces. This episode was a 3-day puzzle in Beijing TV station. It could be said to be a big production. The content was extremely brain-burning. He Mushing wasn't in the same group as Yi Xiaohua. When their group rushed to the 4th level, they just saw Yi Xiaohua and the others rushing to the 5th level, which was a numbers game. When Yi Mushing was in college, he studied the world's lucky numbers games. Yi Xiaohua was bowing her head to write something on the paper. Xianxia beside her seemed to be asking her some questions. She didn't raise her head and directly spat out a sentence. The people in the entertainment circle had always been proud. But the people in Yi Xiaohua's group looked at Yi Xiaohua with undisguised worship. Especially Bai Ran. He Mushing remembered that the other party was a top student at Stanford University. Country's top 5 companies also specially invited Bai Ran, but Bai Ran refused. Although he mixed in the entertainment circle, the economic trend papers he wrote were published in international newspapers. When Bai Ran first made his debut, some people laughed and said that the other party could clearly rely on talent to eat, but he had to rely on his face. But now, such a person looked at Yi Xiaohua's gaze with delight and sincerity. It was very clear that the team was centered around Yi Xiaohua. He Mushing stood on the side, watching this scene with a complicated gaze. The reaction of the people in the crew towards Yi Xiaohua was completely different from the Yi Xiaohua he imagined. He pursed his lips, and after a long while, he smiled sarcastically, mocking himself for paying too much attention to the other party. During the intermission, He Mushing saw Yi Xiaohua pick up a phone call and was about to leave. "Where are you going?" He Mushing frowned. When Yi Xiaohua heard what was said, her footsteps paused. She looked at He Mushing. "If today was not me, but Shui, would you also threaten the director to let me leave?" Movie Emperor He, I don't understand, where did I offend you? Shui is different from you. Hearing this, He Mushing's face instantly sank. It's not the same, letting you and Zihua rush to find resources for her. Yi Xiaohua smiled somewhat sarcastically. Yi Xiaohua, what's with that look in your eyes? This smile was somewhat dazzling, and the good impression he had of her in his heart instantly dissipated. However, fortunately, your group is disbanded. Shui doesn't need to be tied together with you to be blackened. Digression also, you are really different. What Shui has obtained so far is all her own efforts. She has never asked us for anything, and she is not like you who have parents who love you. She will only throw money at the crew. Such a simple person who was not infected by the circle, He Mushing did not want her to be like others. My parents love me. Is there a problem with them throwing money at me? Is it wrong that they have money? When Yi Xiaohua heard this sentence, she quietly tilted her head and looked at He Mushing. Don't tell me that your resources are not given to you by He clan? Hearing this sentence, He Mushing paused, an inexplicable feeling welling up in his heart. But before he could answer, Yi Xiaohua left. Where did Yi Xiaohua go? Behind the agent came over, a little strange, not finished yet. Where did he go? He Mushing held the cell phone in one hand and took the sunglasses that the agent handed over with the other. His tone carried a little sarcasm, it's to meet her lover. He knew that Zihua must have called her at this time. She also knew what she would encounter on that mountain. But He Mushing did not stop him. If Yi Xiaohua was not so vain and only thought about shortcuts, she would not encounter danger. What's more, there was still Shui on the mountain. If Yi Xiaohua didn't go, Shui would be in danger. No matter what, He Mushing would not deliberately remind Yi Xiaohua. He left just like that. He's really a big shot. The agent shook his head and was too lazy to care about Yi Xiaohua. Do you want to go to the mountain in the western suburbs now? When Yi Xiaohua arrived at the holiday villa halfway up the mountain, she received a call from He Muyun. Yi Xiaohua was not surprised that he was so clear about his whereabouts. In every world, the identity behind him was not simple. Yes, Zihua is injured, I am not at ease. Yi Xiaohua said, very sad. However, her expression was not the same. She was playing with her hair casually, looking extremely lazy. Just because of this, you suddenly left, and you would rather invite the whole net to blacken you? He Muyun's voice was suppressing his anger. Yi Xiaohua continued to walk forward, her tone unchanged. This is the first time Zihua has taken the initiative to ask me out. Ask you out on my own accord? Did he ask you out? He's sending you to your death. On Himuyan's side, a quang-dang sound was heard, probably something was broken. You come back for me. Yi Xiaohua looks at Qi Zihua's bodyguard coming out and hangs up the phone directly. Not only did he cut off the call, but he also turned off his phone. Now, she was still deeply in love with Qi Zihua. Knowing that he was injured, she would definitely leave everything behind and rush over. Otherwise, how could it be called true love? Zihua, are you okay? When Yi Xiaohua arrived, Shi Shui was feeding Qi Zihua soup. Qi Zihua was too lazy to even look at Yi Xiaohua. He also didn't ask her how she came in the end. He just casually said N and turned to look at Shi Shui with a very ambiguous gaze. Even a fool would be able to tell. Yi Xiaohua looked at the bloody gauze on his hand and said, let's go down the mountain to find a hospital. After that, she glanced at the sky that was getting dark outside, but they probably couldn't go down the mountain. Qi Zihua didn't even look at her. His heart was wholeheartedly on Shi Shui. How could he listen to her suggestion? Shuer still has one last scene tomorrow morning, wait for her to finish the scene and then leave. But I always feel uneasy. Yi Xiaohua hesitantly said. Shi Shui got along with Qi Zihua these past few days. She already felt Qi Zihua's meticulous care for her. A rich and attentive second generation was so good to her, it was hard for Shi Shui not to be moved. She somewhat didn't dare to look up at Yi Xiaohua. Alright, what do you know? Blindly comparing all day, don't you feel bored? Qi Zihua impatiently roared at Yi Xiaohua. Himuyan said that Qingyun Gang's people would make their move tomorrow. Today, they were all very safe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Shi Shui alone here. What's more, there was still a large number of bodyguards here. However, at this time, the person standing guard outside came in with a panicked face. Young Master Qi, not good, Qingyun Gang's people came. They came? This time, Qi Zihua didn't drink his soup. He sat up in shock. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Didn't Himuyan say that it was Tian? How come they came now? Qi Zihua's personal housekeeper looked at the people in the room, his expression dignified. Qingyun Gang has always been vicious and merciless. Miss Yi, you and Miss Shi go up the mountain to hide from the crew. Young master, we will go down the mountain. No, I won't go. Shi Shui saw everyone's appearance and guessed what the situation was. She immediately retorted. Young Master Qi, in your current situation, how can I abandon you and leave at this time? I will go down the mountain with you. Hearing her, the housekeeper looked at Shi Shui with some admiration and appreciation in his eyes. Yi Xiaohua lowered her eyes, and a sharpness that no one could perceive slid past her eyes. After a long while, she calmly opened her mouth. I will go up the mountain to find someone to save you. You go down the mountain first. Shi Shui and Yi Xiaohua, the reactions of these two people were completely different. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, even Qi Zihua's housekeeper and bodyguards looked at Yi Xiaohua, who was greedy for life and afraid of death, with a bit of ridicule in their eyes. Qi Zihua also deeply looked at Yi Xiaohua. This person always said that she loved him. Did she love him like this? Perhaps she loved him a little, but this kind of love made him feel really nauseous. Digression. The second watch was directly released. Dao Dahua, who was kneeling on the snake, was crying. Oh, not far away, the sound of thunder gradually rose. The weather was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. The dark sky was almost connected to the mountain range. Lightning streaked across the sky like a sharp axe. A storm was coming. As soon as the group left the villa, they were ambushed. Miss Yi, be careful. Although these bodyguards were shouting like this, in fact, they did not have the intention to protect Yi Xiaohua. Instead, they protected Yi Xiaohua airtight without a trace. Have young Master Yan's people arrived yet? Butler Qi asked in a low voice when he saw Qi Zihua's right arm being grazed again. Qi Zihua snorted and shook his head. No one could have thought that Qingyun Gang would make a move at this time. This place was very far from the city, and they simply couldn't wait for Himuyan's people to come. Not to mention that Himuyan's temperament was too eccentric. Qi Zihua also didn't dare to gamble with him. There are surveillance cameras here. Since they dared to take the risk, they must have come prepared. Qi Zihua pressed his temples and leaned against the side of the car. He seemed to have made a decision and said word by word, Uncle Qi, you guys go down the mountain first. At this point, Qi Zihua looked at Yi Xiaohua, Are you going down the mountain? He had long known that Xianxia would not go down the mountain. On the way down the mountain, there were people from Qingyun gang. How could Xianxia go down the mountain to die? I'll go up the mountain to ask the director for help. I won't drag you down. If Qizihua and others pay attention to Xianxia, they can see that there is no panic on her face. Okay, Qizihua interrupted her directly and didn't want to listen to her next words. He said to Butler Qi, you take Shuer down the mountain and leave this to me. The Green Cloud Gang is mainly aiming at me. I have informed my father to take the rescue up the mountain. But young master, you. Butler Qi was horrified. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave. This was a fact. Housekeeper Qi was not a person who did not care about the overall situation. He clenched his teeth and brought Shuer down the mountain. Shuer pulled Qizihua's sleeves and refused to leave. Qizihua patiently advised her that it would be dangerous to be with him. I'm not afraid, Shuer shook her head, glistening tears in her eyes. I'm not afraid of death at all. Qizihua looked at her, his face moved. Finally, he unyieldingly let housekeeper Qi take Shuer away. Then there were only him and Xianxia left. He wanted to go up the mountain with Xianxia and attract most of the firepower of the Qingyun gang in order to let Shuer safely descend the mountain. The villa had been surrounded by an airtight blockade. Qizihua originally thought that Xianxia would turn pale with fright when she was close to death, but he didn't expect that her face didn't change, which made him a little strange. However, this kind of occasion didn't allow him to think too much. It was important to find a breakthrough to go up the mountain. Although he stayed behind, Qizihua had already thought of a way out. He wasn't going to die. Rumble, the lightning above their heads lit up the pitch-black mountain, the pitter-patter of rain fell from the sky. In Qizihua's blurry vision, he could only see a red light flying towards him at an extremely fast speed. This heavy weapon was almost unavoidable, and that was his last consciousness before he fainted. Xianxia stunned Qizihua with a hand knife, and then dragged him into the dense grass of the villa. Qizihua, you have to remember that you are the only one whom Xianxia has loved in her lifetime, but this is also the last time she will help you, the last time she will love you. Regardless of whether we can survive or not, from now on, we will each be well. She was talking about Xianxia, not me. Xianxia stood by his side, the white light cut through the night and reflected on her sparkling white face. The rain mixed with her pitch-black hair, so beautiful that it could captivate people's hearts and souls. She took his coat and resolutely walked into the heavy rain. This was the wish of the previous Xianxia. That silly girl, delusional that Qizihua had loved her, but she didn't know that even if she died, he wouldn't have a little bit of guilt in his heart. From beginning to end, he didn't believe that Xianxia truly loved him. Muyan took his men to the edge of the mountain and found Xianxia. At her feet were scattered people lying in disorder. On the opposite side, there were still several black-clothed big men holding heavy weapons. The weapons in their hands were facing Xianxia. The dagger in her hand was dripping with blood, and the white casual shirt was almost impossible to see its original color. Mixed with the rain dripping down. Just like an azura at the edge of hell, mysterious and seductive. Muyan's gaze didn't directly pass through those people. His deep cold gaze directly fell on Xianxia's body. He didn't even have time to open his umbrella. Even so, it didn't cover his noble and dangerous aura in the slightest. Qizihua, is he worth it for you to be like this? Xianxia glanced at him and didn't speak. Muyan's face, even if Qingyun gang's people turned into ashes, they would still recognize him. Now, even if they were stupid, they could guess that he had a relationship with the Xianxia in front of him. Even for her, he didn't hesitate to dispatch his most elite subordinates. A few years ago, when he mixed with the international community, there were very few people who dared to go against him, because the people who went against him had basically disappeared inexplicably. Young Master Yun, I didn't think of moving against your people, the black-clothed big man at the front pulled the trigger. As long as you are willing to let us go, I will let her live, how about it? Don't do it, I'll let you go. Muyan loosened the gun in his hand, his deep eyes looking at him. If something happens to her in your hands, I guarantee that tomorrow, there will be no more Qingyun gang in this world. Qingyun gang's people pressed Xianxia and retreated. They didn't expect Xianxia to not move at all. She faintly said, "Do I look so easy to bully?" Hall Headchen? They didn't expect that this ordinary woman who mixed with the entertainment circle would say her name in one sentence. The complexion of Hall Headchen, who was holding her hostage, changed greatly. Yi Xiaohua reached out her hand and carelessly wiped the bloodstain on the corner of her mouth. She tilted her head and smiled evilly. "Did you forget who intercepted your goods a week ago? Not Qi family's people?" Hall Headchen's pupils shrank. The next second, a cold blade flashed in front of him and he fell straight down. Looking at his side, Yi Xiaohua's hand was still holding his weapon. She smiled, "Naive, Yi family's group of wastes, how could they snatch it?" You are." Hall Headchen's last sentence was not spoken in the end. Young master, she. Himuyin's assistant stood on one side. He looked at Yi Xiaohua, whose aura was so powerful that it was so mysterious. He was somewhat unable to react. Was this still the rumor on the internet that only knew how to hype up an 18th-tier celebrity? Wasn't she just an ordinary upstart? How did she know so many things about the underworld? Himuyun didn't speak. He just walked towards Yi Xiaohua with large strides. He had just walked to her side when she couldn't support herself and fell down. Her body had not gone through any special training. Being able to support herself until now was already her limit. Seeing Yi Xiaohua, who was defenseless and fainting in his arms, Himuyin's complexion changed greatly. Let Norman quickly roll back. The next day, Qi Zihua woke up in the hospital. "Are you all right?" In order to take care of him, Shui didn't sleep all night. Seeing him wake up, she almost cried tears of joy. "Xiaohua. Last night, Xingji didn't find her. Will she be all right?" Mentioning Yi Xiaohua, Qi Zihua's surprise at seeing Shui also dissipated. "She? As early as when I was unconscious, she ran away." Digression Third Watch, Gao Dehua did not go back on her words. Oh, read the article happily. Shui originally wanted to say that Yi Xiaohua was not that kind of person, but when the words reached her mouth, she didn't know why she didn't say it. When Qi Zihua was hospitalized, there were a lot of people who came to see him. "Yi Xiaohua is in the ICU." When He Mushing said this news, his face was somewhat complicated. On the other hand, another young master on the side said indifferently, "If she hadn't run away, nothing would have happened." TSK, sure enough, actors are heartless. But fortunately, those people from Qingyun gang have been solved. I just don't know which side did it. Alright, don't mention this, it's bad luck. Qi Zihua finally opened his mouth faintly. Left and right, a star who was not even a third-tier star, how could it be worth them spending so much time to discuss? The group of people quickly discussed which god had actually solved the Qingyun gang. During the time that Yi Xiaohua was in the ICU, the second episode of 3-Day Challenge was officially broadcasted. He Mushing also waited until after the broadcast to discover that Yi Xiaohua did not leave halfway through the filming, but used extraordinary perseverance to take Bai Ran and the others through all the checkpoints in half the time. F***ck goddess, can you not fight so hard? I'm very distressed. I said that goddess Xiaohua is the most beautiful, do you have any opinion? To tell you the truth, when I saw Hodge's conjecture, I was stupefied. If it was me, I wouldn't be able to solve it in 10 minutes. At least it would take Lianggu an hour to solve it. In addition, this person's coordinates are Beijing University's Department of Mathematics, PhD these days, without a diploma, even a star doesn't dare to be, Manuel goodbye. Confirmed by my eyes, you are the person I swear to be a fan. Do you want to know about the new top student? If the first episode made Yi Xiaohua popular on Weibo for a week, then the second episode made Yi Xiaohua climb to the peak among the newcomers. In Bai Ran's words, she was the kind of person who was born to be suitable for reality shows. Even Bai Ran and He Mushing, these two big traffic superstars, were not as popular as her in the 3-Day Challenge. In just 2 episodes, she had countless fans. Especially after Bai Ran forwarded her first Weibo post, her fans directly rose from 800,000 to more than 10 million, and it was still rising. When the audience was looking forward to the third episode, they discovered that Yi Xiaohua had been replaced by Shui. This time, the audience went crazy. They could see that Shui was inferior to Yi Xiaohua in all aspects. In particular, of the program's effect was simply out of reach, and the ratings had dropped by half. Why did they suddenly change people? The paparazzi took a video of Xianxia and Xianxia. This time, the netizens were thoroughly angry. For a moment, Xianxia was blackened until there was not a single part of her body left unscathed. She didn't have Xiaohua's valiant mentality. She couldn't help but say one or two bad words. Every time she saw this kind of insulting sunspot, she felt very wronged. She was someone Starry Sky Entertainment had spent a lot of money to promote, and Starry Sky Entertainment had sent out their best public relations. Not only that, even Qi Zihua personally appeared to hold a press conference. Xianxia is my girlfriend, please don't make wild guesses. Then Chief Qi admits that you forced Xianxia into the 3 days challenge? Xianxia and Yi Xiaohua are friends. That day in the cast and crew, the 3 of us were attacked by unknown people. Yi Xiaohua left us and ran away. When she left us, she didn't think that there were people on the mountain, so she was seriously injured and couldn't participate in 3 days challenge. We arranged for Xianxia to go on stage. Do you have any other questions? Starry Sky was well prepared, and even the hospital certificate was sent out. The Water Army successfully brought the topic to Yi Xiaohua. After Yi Xiaohua left the hospital and returned to Xingtian, what she saw was this scene. All of her programs were taken over by Xianxia, and the company didn't arrange other work for her. Half of the fans brought by the 2 programs had become lifelong haters. You should fix your current situation, Liang Ge looked at Yi Xiaohua. When the netizens' anger subsides, I will give you an announcement. Yi Xiaohua's face didn't have the slightest fluctuation. Hearing what was said, she just tilted her head and looked at the 2 black-clothed bodyguards standing behind her. Take it out. The bodyguards immediately opened the box. A stack of RMB appeared in front of Liang Ge. You think I'm one of those directors? Liang Ji's complexion changed. This Yi Xiaohua's courage was so big that she wanted to bribe him face to face, however, Yi Xiaohua just glanced at him and put on her sunglasses. Termination fee. 5 minutes, finish dealing with this matter. The first 3 words were an explanation for Liang Ge, and the latter sentence was said to a young man wearing glasses next to him. This was completely different from the previous Yi Xiaohua. Whether it was her imposing manner or other aspects, Liang Ge was greatly surprised. He didn't know that after Yi Xiaohua finished the plot, there was no need to maintain her persona. Now, she was a new person. Yes, Mississippi. 5 minutes later. Yi Xiaohua took 2 bodyguards and Yi Clan's lawyer out of Starry Sky's front door. When she got on the car, she saw a flash of light. Yi Xiaohua, did you really abandon your good friend and run away? Did you feel ashamed when you abandoned your friend? Aren't you and Xianxia good friends who have gone through life and death together? What do you think of Xianxia's relationship with Chief Qi? You did this kind of thing, how can you still dare to come to Starry Sky? I heard that Starry Sky wants to freeze you, right? Offending Starry Sky, do you still want to mix in the entertainment circle? A group of black-clothed bodyguards who didn't know where appeared isolated this group of reporters from Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua originally wanted to leave, but when she heard the last 2 sentences, her footsteps suddenly stopped. The carelessness on her face faded. Step by step, she retreated to the nearest paparazzi. First of all, whether I feel ashamed or not, my parents don't care. Who do you think you are? Yi Xiaohua held his collar with one hand and took off the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose with the other hand. Her pair of eyes were black and white, and when she looked at people, they were sparkling and full of aura. Then, thanks to the auspicious words, I have just terminated my contract with Starry Sky. Finally, Yi Xiaohua's eyes swept over the faces of all the reporters, and then she put on her glasses again. The corners of her mouth hooked up in an incomparably evil and mischievous arc. Leaving Starry Sky is not my end, but my, Yi Xiaohua's, starting point, understand? Digression Book City's little cuties have recommendation votes, give Huahua a vote. Alas, the keyboard hasn't arrived yet. Gao Dahua, who was kneeling on the roof, sighed and said with some sadness. After Yi Xiaohua finished speaking, she directly got in the car. Half an hour later, she arrived at the top floor of Yi Clan's company. Yi Xiaohua had just pushed the door when she heard 2 people quarreling inside. I don't agree. Yi Clan's artists have always been clean and honest. If we sign her, our Yi Clan entertainment will be blackened. Zhou Qing, don't take it lightly. There are hundreds of millions of people on the internet, each person's spit will spray her to death. A slightly fat middle-aged man said with a flushed face. Sitting opposite him, an elegant woman wearing a black suit knocked on the table and faintly said, I believe in my vision. She will directly come under me and will not affect our company's image. The middle-aged man had already seen Xianxia at this time. He pointed at her and said, Your vision? Your vision is to choose a greedy for life and afraid of death female star who can only enter through the back door. When you signed her, did you ask me, the entertainment director, for my opinion? If it's not good, it will make He clan's stock fall. Where did your courage come from? Hearing this, Zhou Qing's brows slightly twisted. How many of the news on the entertainment circle's internet were true? In any case, when she signed Xianxia, she didn't believe it. Her brother had already signed Xianxia as the female lead of Devil's Territory. Zhou Qing believed in her brother's vision. Therefore, she privately signed Xianxia. But she really didn't consider the situation that the entertainment director said. Sure enough, Zhou Qing didn't consider it. The entertainment director sneered and just wanted to open his mouth to say something. However, at this time, a low and cold voice came from outside the door, I gave you the courage. Zhou Qing and the others looked outside the door and only saw a tall and slender figure. Looking up, it was an excessively handsome face. The entertainment director stood up. He heard He Muyun's meaning and his complexion changed. Yun. Chief Yun, you probably don't know, but this Xianxia's character is not good, she can't be washed clean. Signing her at this time is not. He Muyun took the contract that Zhou Qing handed over with one hand and pulled out a chair with the other. Hearing this, he slightly raised his eyes and said in a cold voice, You have an opinion on my investment? The fat on the entertainment director's face shook. How dare you? Zhou Qing took the new highest S-level contract. This contract had only been signed by He clan 3 times so far. She didn't expect the higher-ups to value Xianxia so much. You really make me worry, she looked at Xianxia with some surprise. What's your next plan? Xianxia heard the words, only tilted her head, and said gently, Yes, within a year, go to the international. Recently, the online hype was all about the 3 days challenge and Xianxia and Xirshui's matter. As soon as Xianxia spoke, a reporter quickly sorted it out and posted it on the internet. Xirshui had not seen Xianxia during this time. When she saw her face on the mobile phone screen, she was somewhat surprised. Isn't Xianxia seriously injured? Why doesn't it look like it? Heavily injured? Qi Zihua, who was next to him, sneered. I'm afraid you're afraid of being blamed by the netizens, so you deliberately found an excuse. The injury on his arm hadn't even healed in half a month. She was seriously injured, but she could come out in half a month, even if he was lying, he should look like he was lying. At this time, the camera had already turned to Xianxia's face. Although it was somewhat shaky, across the screen, Xirshui could feel the sharp light emitted from those eyes. She said, Leaving Starry Sky is not my end, but my, Xianxia's, starting point, understand? Xianxia terminated the contract? Xirshui's eyes widened and she subconsciously looked at Qi Zihua. Zihua, Xianxia, she did not deliberately run away. In that case, it was also excusable for her to do so. Can you not drive her out of the Starry Sky? She likes acting very much. Before Qi Zihua could say anything, Brother Liang, who was beside him, sighed. Xirshui was talented. Everything about her was good, but there was something strange that was not good. She was too simple and too soft-hearted. Such people usually couldn't survive in the circle, otherwise, they would be quickly dyed black by the pool water. She was one of the few people who could always keep her original heart. Liang Go, like Qi Zihua and others, couldn't help but want to protect her. Xirshui, you take a look at Weibo. Now Xianxia is already black in the entertainment circle. Her reputation is so bad that it can't be heard. No matter where she goes, she won't be able to mix around. To be honest, the entertainment industry is not suitable for her. Even if she terminates the contract, she won't be able to survive in this industry. Liang Ge said lightly. He was used to the hypocrisy in the circle. It was the first time he had seen Xianxia do it so obviously. Hearing this sentence, Xirshui also sighed slightly. She also felt that Xianxia was not suitable for the entertainment circle. She didn't want to see Xiaohua running on the road to death. As a close friend, she made a phone call to persuade Xiaohua. Xiaohua, you didn't study well in college. The entertainment circle is really not suitable for you. Listen to me, withdraw from the circle. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for uncle and auntie. Because of you, they have been scolded by a lot of people on the internet. Don't let them trouble themselves for you. Uncle and auntie are also not easy. Good, you sure shui. Behind your back, is this how you treat our family, Xiaohua? In vain, we feel distressed that you don't have parents. Every year, we bring you to our house for the new year. You see, these years, Xiaohua has things that you don't have. Our Xiaohua is living in the ICU for you, but you are splashing dirty water on her on the internet. Do you think we are fools? Shui had not yet spoken when Yi Xiaohua's phone was snatched away by her father. Uncle, how can you think of me like this? I didn't do that. Don't you believe me? Shui's complexion changed. I was wrong about you at the beginning. Don't call our family Xiaohua again in the future. I don't want her to make friends with such a heartless and unscrupulous person like you. Father Yi finished speaking and cut off the phone with a paw sound. He also told Yi Xiaohua not to approach Shui in the future. Yi Xiaohua responded with a beaming smile. On the other end of the phone, Shui was somewhat hurt. She didn't think that Father Yi, who used to dote on her so much, would say such things about her. You are such a good friend, Yi family doesn't want you. It's their loss. Seeing Shui's sad appearance, Qi Zihua pinched her hand and softly comforted her. What do Yi family's several nouveau riche understand? You don't have to be sad for this kind of person. They were good to you before, but it was only for your potential, nothing more. Just now, Father Ye's voice was too loud. That vulgar language made Liang Ji's brows wrinkle. Sure enough, he was an uncultured nouveau riche. Shui, you and Yi Xiaohua are no longer people of the same world. Now that she has terminated her contract with my starry sky, there will absolutely not be any company that dares to take her. Don't have any contact with her again. However, just as Liang said this sentence, the entertainment industry's most mysterious agent, Zhou Qing, sent a Weibo that shocked the entire network. Zhou Qing, He Clan's 4th S-level contract newcomer. Yi Xiaohua Digression 1 was the He Corporation, and the other was the highest level S-level contract. Either of these two would be explosive news in the entertainment industry. Starry Sky Entertainment was a sizable entertainment company, and it had nurtured quite a number of slightly famous artists. Moreover, it had the complicated background of the Qi family behind it, but no matter how complicated it was, it could not compare to the He family. That was the He clan. They were the unshakable big shots with complicated forces. They were famous internationally. How could the Qi family dare to compare with them? It can be said that He clan's S-level contract is every artist's lifelong dream. Even if Yi Xiaohua is a real vase, she can definitely be held up as a superstar. Xiaohua signed a contract with He clan? Sitting in the back seat, Shui's eyes widened. She could not believe this fact. Even she had only signed an A-rank contract with Starry Sky, and this was something that Brother Liang had fought for. In fact, although she introduced Yi Xiaohua to Liang Gu, from beginning to end, Shui had never regarded Yi Xiaohua as an opponent. In fact, she was very clear in her heart that with Yi Xiaohua's acting skills and EQ, it was simply a dream to get ahead. But now, she actually signed a contract of the highest level with He clan? Even for the sky-high signing fee, he sure will hold Yi Xiaohua, and it is only a matter of time before she becomes popular. You signed a contract with the He group? Hearing that, Qi Zihua glanced over, and finally revealed a mocking smile. I knew that she didn't have good intentions in leaving Starry Sky at this time, so it turns out that she found an even stronger backer. I don't know how much she's paid for that S-rank contract. One day, she'll be ruined by her own greed. Even Madam He can't wash away the black marks on her now. Even if she becomes famous, she won't have a good reputation. If you're too greedy, you'll get yourself killed sooner or later. Liang Gu couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the Weibo post that had been forwarded more than 1,000,000 times. Let's not talk about her. Did Director Zhou contact you? Liang Gu suddenly remembered. When Shui heard this, she shook her head slightly. Don't worry, I've asked the assistant director. Director Zhou is very satisfied with your performance that day. If nothing goes wrong, the female lead role will definitely be yours. Plus the 3 days challenge. Speaking up to here, Xianxia smiled. Xianxia, congratulations, you have finally made a name for yourself. Xianxia also smiled. Not to mention anything else, she was very confident in her acting skills. Director Zhou had praised her before, saying that she was born to do this. On the internet, after Zhou Qing posted that Weibo post for a few days, there was no big movement. Xiaohua's fans on Weibo have risen to 20 million, but most of them are anti-fans. 3 days later, Devil's Realm, the game with the largest investment in the past decade and the most luxurious lineup, was officially announced. The male supporting role was He Mushing and another movie emperor who had almost withdrawn from the show. The female supporting role was a movie queen who had won an international award in the circle. In the middle of the 9 pictures, there was only a girl in a costume. She was looking at the camera with clear eyes. The pictures next to her were all top-notch handsome men and beautiful women, but everyone could only see the person in the middle at a glance. There was only one sentence beside it, Spirit Belly Xiaohua. The 6 words were simple and crude, but it was even more explosive than the last time. Almost the whole circle of well-known predecessors accompanied, just for Yi Xiaohua such a leading role. On this day, the whole network was paralyzed, and the maintenance of technical staff overtime was not much better. After Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others learned of this news, for a moment, they felt that the world had gone crazy. The two of them had always thought that the female lead would be Xianxia. They did not expect that it would be changed to Yi Xiaohua midway. It was just like the previous notice in Yi Xiaohua's hands was changed to Xianxia midway. They did not expect that one day, Xianxia could also experience this kind of feeling. Then, there was even worse news. The paparazzi released the photos of Xizihua cheating on Xianxia. Is Yi Xiaohua crazy? Xianxia directly went to find Xizihua. He was a little anxious. He could not help but be anxious. Yi Xiaohua and Xianxia were from the same group. These years, they had made many announcements to compare Yi Xiaohua and Xianxia. Now that they had reached this step, these two people were already standing on the opposite side. Even if there were more anti-fans, Yi Xiaohua's heat was enough to trample on the soles of Xianxia's feet. Moreover, although this cheating on Xianxia did not know, it really gave Xianxia a black eye. Starry Sky President's Office. Xizihua had already called the Public Relations Department. Rest assured, I have already let the Public Relations Department take action. At that time, Xianxia was kind enough to sign her, but at this time, she even joined forces with a financial backer to snatch Xianxia's role. Since this is the case, I want her fans and Director Zhou to see her face clearly. Before the official announcement of Devil's Territory, Zhou Qing also arranged some water armies. She knew that the entertainment industry's matters needed time to be forgotten. After Yi Xiaohua's Devil's Territory became famous, coupled with the guidance of the water armies, these anti-fans naturally forgot the previous matters. She did not expect that at this time, a large wave of water armies would appear. Various major entertainment industry bloggers also posted some similar pictures to prove it. Xianxia's agent, Xianxia, hinted that Director Zhou praised Xianxia. Weibo as proof. Picture then, the question is, why was the female lead changed to Yi Xiaohua? Moreover, at that time, Yi Xiaohua was brought into Starry Sky by Xianxia. I don't need to say it, right? More than half a month ago, Chief Qi also said that Yi Xiaohua abandoned them when they were in danger, and also lied about being seriously ill to win sympathy. Now that everyone sees the lively Yi Xiaohua, what do you think? For Xianxia, this is a typical farmer and snake. The entertainment industry is really plastic flower friendship. I feel sorry for Xianxia, this girl, she is really not easy. After this Weibo post, there was a new heat on the internet. Yi Xiaohua, may I ask, which part of our Xianxia is not good to you? You don't deserve to be Xianxia's friend, you're really disgusting. Smile, I don't dare to scold you, I'm afraid of being praised for next year. Smile, Yi Xiaohua, get out of the entertainment industry. Don't look at the likes of Devil's Territory. Strongly request the crew to replace her, otherwise, in this life, I will not watch Devil's Territory. At the same time, Xizihua posted a message on Weibo. 3 days later, a press conference will be held to clarify the rumors of cheating. All the bloggers who spread rumors will receive my lawyer's letter. After retreating from Weibo, Qi Zihua looked at Liang Gu on one side. Is Shuer alright now? Liang Ji's face was no longer anxious. Once you posted this Weibo, what else can happen to her? Her popularity will rise again. As for Yi Xiaohua, I'm afraid that she will be out of luck. He clans people who signed her will probably regret it to death. Ungrateful, greedy for life, afraid of death, afraid of being scolded, lying about being seriously ill to win sympathy. Even if he clans Heavenly Connection can't cover up these two things. Digression Devil's Territory Crew. Yi Xiaohua was surrounded by a large number of staff members. Standing on the side, He Musheng also had to admit that she was really suitable for this role. Originally, he thought that in such a difficult environment, Yi Xiaohua would definitely not be suitable. He didn't expect that in the 2 days since the start of shooting, Yi Xiaohua didn't complain. Even the fighting scenes were done by herself. Originally, director Zhou also specially prepared a body double for her, but none of them were used. Good. Perfect. Director Zhou couldn't help but praise again. 2 days ago, the crew members who delivered the meal only gave Yi Xiaohua a bowl of vegetables. At that time, He Musheng saw it in his eyes. He originally thought that with her delicate character, she would definitely get angry. He didn't expect that she didn't even look at it and ate it, and then went to discuss acting skills with a senior. In just 2 days, almost all the crew members who originally ignored her because of her bad reputation became her fans. He Musheng looked at the always indifferent best actor senior who was smiling and talking to Yi Xiaohua. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Aren't you very surprised? Director Zhou walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Musheng, set your attitude. Otherwise, even when you're acting with her, you'll be reduced to a foil. You're really at a disadvantage when acting with her. He Musheng didn't speak. Now, he finally knew that Director Zhou wasn't bought. He also knew why he decided that Yi Xiaohua would play this role. Realizing this point, He Musheng was a little confused and felt a sense of disparity. Zhou Qing saw that the senior who had finished chatting with Yi Xiaohua had left, and then went to talk to Yi Xiaohua. Originally, she shouldn't have disturbed Yi Xiaohua's acting at this time, but the online incident had developed too seriously. Not to mention that Qi Zihua still had to hold a press conference to clarify, and also divulge the reason why Yi Xiaohua left Starry Sky. Zhou Qing knew that if this matter wasn't handled well, Yi Xiaohua wouldn't have a chance to turn things around. What do they mean by being ungrateful and greedy to gain sympathy? Zhou Qing looked at Yi Xiaohua, her brows also wrinkled. Is it true? Zhou Qing didn't believe in the online matter, but she still wanted to get a positive answer from Yi Xiaohua here. After she finished asking, Yi Xiaohua's expression almost didn't change. I stayed in the ICU for 15 days. That's right, my attending doctor is Norman. Zhou Qing originally wanted to say that after staying in the ICU for 15 days, he was still alive and kicking, but when he heard the latter part of the sentence, he took back his words. Norman, the most mysterious doctor in the world. Yes, the modern society's genius doctor, even Zhou Qing had heard of this person. But the only thing she was curious about was how Norman saved Yi Xiaohua. Thinking like this, she looked at Yi Xiaohua's eyes more and more full of exploration. Can you contact Norman to issue a certificate for you? Zhou Qing finally thought of this matter and slightly frowned. For someone like Norman to be able to save people was already good enough. Wasn't it a bit difficult to prove it? When will Qi Zihua hold a press conference? Yi Xiaohua picked up the script, looked down, and asked only one sentence. 3 days later. I will solve this matter. Yi Xiaohua looked at Zhou Qing, who was still stunned, and directly gave her a cup of water. Help me fill a cup of water, thank you, Sister Zhou. Zhou Qing involuntarily took the cup and filled it with water. When she handed the water to Yi Xiaohua, she reacted. Wasn't she the manager? Shouldn't she come forward to solve this matter? And what did Yi Xiaohua mean when she said that she would solve it herself? What are you doing? When she returned to her senses, Yi Xiaohua was closing a laptop with a paw sound. Yi Xiaohua unplugged the USB and glanced sideways. I played a game for a while. Saying that, she stuffed the USB into her pocket and returned the laptop to the little big brother of the technical department. She narrowed her eyes and smiled, thank you. The personnel of the technical department blushed and said, you're welcome. The middle-aged man next to him glanced at him. Didn't you say that the computer is your wife? You never let people touch it? This world that looks at one's face really makes people despair. When the little big brother of the technical department heard what he said, he gave him a blank look. Don't say that the goddess wants my computer, even if she wants me, I have to give it to her. Hey, how did my software coding succeed? Wasn't there a flaw just now? Thinking like this, he couldn't help but look at Xianxia. But he saw that the other party had already flipped through the script with a leisurely look. The personnel of the technical department were somewhat suspicious. At the same time, he glanced top floor. The man with black-rimmed glasses was pressing on the keyboard, and the keyboard made a crackling sound. The friend next to him had never seen his expression so dignified and was somewhat surprised. Finally, the glasses youth pounded the table, the monitoring was taken away by someone one step ahead, and the other party also destroyed the source file. I couldn't get it, and my identity was also seen through by the other party. You, a member of the Hacker Alliance, will still be tracked one day? The assistant on the side looked very surprised. Who is the other party? The black-rimmed glasses youth bowed his head in shame. This technique doesn't seem like the people of the underworld. Boss, I'm sorry. Himuyun's deep eyes looked at the constantly jumping code on the computer and didn't speak. After a long while, he took out his cell phone and made a call. What are you doing? He asked in a low voice. Xianxia directly opened a video call. Discussing the script with the senior. Himuyun, who hung up the cell phone, had a burning doubt at the bottom of his eyes, but he didn't think about it again. Go and call Norman back for me. When the assistant heard that, the corner of his mouth twitched. Norman, this unlucky child, ***. 3 days later, Xianxia's clarification press conference started on time. Almost half of the reporters in the city came. Fortunately, the venue that Xianxia prepared was large. Everyone, please be quiet, I will answer your questions one by one. Why did Xianxia break the contract? Because she has a guilty conscience. As for being seriously ill, do you think that her current appearance is like someone who stays in the ICU? Originally, I didn't want to say it, but she bought a water army to slander me and Ms. Xianxia, damaging our starry sky's face. These are all evidence. Xianxia said as he pressed the play button. There were several pictures taken by his cell phone. It could be seen that Xianxia's situation at that time was not good. He was surrounded by Xianxia and his friends, but he didn't see Xiaohua's figure. Everyone can also see that at this critical time, she abandoned me and left by herself. I didn't dare to accept her, so after I woke up, I directly broke up with her. Those pictures on Weibo were also after I broke up with her. Now, I officially announce that Xianxia is my, Xianxia's, honorable girlfriend. At the same time, outside Starry Sky's door, a bright black nanny car stopped with a schwa sound. Sorry, miss, unrelated people can't go in. The security guard dutifully stopped the woman in red in front of him. She was wearing sunglasses and her face couldn't be seen clearly, but from that delicate chin, one could imagine that this woman's face must be incomparably beautiful. Hearing the security guard's words, she slowly took off her sunglasses and used them to push away the security guard's hand little by little. Her fair and slender fingers clamped a work card and stuffed it into his collar. Before entering the door, she turned around. It's me, Xianxia. Digression. The popularity of Xianxia's live broadcast on the internet has exceeded 10 million. If he didn't turn off the bullet screen, he wouldn't be able to see the figures on the screen. The bullet screen was densely packed. However, most people have turned off the barrage, listening to Xianxia's words on the live broadcast. Their mouths are all cursing Xianxia. At this moment, the camera shook. In the next second, a clear face appeared on the screen. That person seemed to have just come out of the set. There was a bright red cherry blossom mark on her forehead. She must have only changed into a jacket in a hurry. When the camera caught her, she was looking at the camera calmly. There was no sign of the breakdown that people imagined. It seems that when Xianxia is in front of the camera, she has never been embarrassed. Seeing the main character appear, the reporters went crazy. At the same time, the number of live broadcasts online also exceeded 40 million. The live broadcast platform was on the verge of collapse. Even so, there were still many people who could not squeeze into the live broadcast platform. Especially when he saw the entertainment director behind Yi Xiaohua, all kinds of speculations came. Director He, what do you think of Yi Xiaohua, this kind of person with a bad character? As a public figure, you should set an example to bring positive energy to people. Do you think Yi Xiaohua's character is suitable to stay in the entertainment circle? Yi Xiaohua, why do you pretend to be seriously ill to win the sympathy of your fans? Don't you feel ashamed? Yi Xiaohua, did you leave Starry Sky because of a guilty conscience? Did you ungratefully rob Shurshua's resources? I didn't want to show up today, but things have affected my parents and director Zhou's crew. I have to stand up and restore the truth to everyone. Yi Xiaohua said softly, and then took out a USB from her pocket. Find the file inside and play it. If it had been someone else, they would have broken down long ago, but she was methodical and her voice did not even tremble. Qi Zihua had already retreated to the side when Yi Xiaohua came. Hearing this, the corner of his mouth evoked a sarcastic smile. He thought that Yi Xiaohua came to beg him to let her go today, but he didn't expect her to say such words. Restore the truth? Wasn't the truth that you were afraid of death and abandoned me to escape? What else was there to restore? At this moment, the big screen behind them lit up. No one would have thought that it was a surveillance video. The surveillance video was from a corner of a certain villa. The thin woman carried the man to a corner and covered him with a camouflage. Then, she took his jacket and left. Her voice could not be heard, but it could be seen that she stayed by the man's side for a long time before she left, and her lips moved slightly. When the rain fell, only her resolute figure could be seen as she left. The last scene was shot from the outside of the villa. Everyone present could clearly see that the woman was wearing a man's coat and leading a dozen armed men up the mountain. The surveillance ended abruptly here. However, whether it was the reporters at the scene or the netizens watching the live broadcast online, all of them stretched their necks to see what happened to the woman in the end. This was not a movie, but a surveillance camera. Even through the surveillance camera, they could feel how dangerous it was. Almost a minute after the recording ended, the audience exclaimed in surprise. Pa, this was the sound of the cigarette in Qi Zihua's hand falling to the ground. He didn't escape. Qi Zihua was saved by her. Heavens! Those men in black in the surveillance are so scary. Seeing the gun in the hands of that man in black, my hands, as a big man, trembled a little. Unexpectedly, one person led all the people of the underworld away. How much courage does this require? If it was me, I would definitely not be able to do it. Even He Clan's director and Zhou Qing did not expect that Yi Xiaohua actually had such a powerful surveillance camera. However, although she did not know about it before, as a banned film agent, Zhou Qing suddenly found the most powerful explanation for Yi Xiaohua. In fact, before this, Xiaohua did not think about releasing this video. Even when she was blackened by the whole network, she did not think about standing up. Xiaohua is that kind of person. She wants to be recognized because of her acting skills. She is very naive, always thinking that people's hearts will be revealed over time. Until Devil's Territory was affected, her parents' daily life was also affected. Also, this press conference that Chief Chi wants to hold. Although I have only been her agent for a few days, I understand her personality very well. She is a stubborn person. As long as she recognizes the people, she can devote her life to them. Speaking up to here, Zhou Qing's calm face also carried a sarcastic expression. But she never knew what kind of things those people she devoted her heart to were. However, I am also very grateful to those people, letting me meet such a good artist, and being able to sign her in my lifetime. Standing on the side, Qi Zihua, who was already shocked to the point of numbness, almost forgot to breathe. In his mind, there was only the scene of the surveillance camera. He always thought that at that time, she was afraid of leaving him seriously injured and ran away. But he did not think that she did not run away, but led those people away for him. He was able to stand here safely until now, all because of her. Miss Yi, there were so many people, how did you escape safely at that time? After a long while, a reporter asked the question that everyone was worried about. Although Yi Xiaohua was still standing safely in front of them, they could not help but worry about that surveillance camera. Hearing this sentence, Qi Zihua also looked at Yi Xiaohua. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to escape. At this time, A bony finger pulled out the microphone in front of Yi Xiaohua. The live broadcast's popularity had already reached 99.9 million. Everyone also saw an angular mixed-race face. That pair of blue glass-like eyes were looking at the screen. This question, I think I am more suitable to answer you than Yi. Who are you? Regarding the man who suddenly appeared, the reporters were even more confused. Don't tell me that at that time, you saved Miss Yi and let her escape safely? Norman did not answer. He just reached out and opened a tablet beside him. While clicking on the play button, he said, I did save her, that's right. But what do you mean by escaping safely? The video was already playing. It should be an operating room. Inside, there were doctors wearing sterile clothes. It should be recording medical research, so the sound in the video could be clearly heard. The patient has no heartbeat, scalpel, electric shock, it should be related to some important research. The video was played for a while and then turned off. Norman turned his head and took the microphone of the reporter in front of him. He glanced at the people under the stage, and then said, as you can see, the person who was full of tubes and almost died was Yi Xiaohua. She escaped safely. As far as I know, that is the ruthless people of Qingyun gang. Can a girl escape safely from their hands? Are you dreaming? Off topic, regarding the sudden appearance of a genius doctor in medical history, the reporters should have been excited. Because this was a hot topic that was comparable to Qizihua's revelation. However, at this time, everyone at the scene did not pay attention to this, but looked at Norman. Did not escape safely, what did this mean? Norman had come today with a mission. On the way, he also heard people say the whole truth, but he was not as thoughtful as Zhou Qing. This time, he did not say anything. He directly pulled Yi Xiaohua's left hand and pulled up her wide sleeves. A wound that had not yet healed appeared in front of everyone. This deep scar, she still has 21 on her body, and a bullet in her heart. The tubes on her body have oxygen and blood transfusion tubes, as well as sterilization tubes. When he said this, Norman's eyes flashed with lingering fear. At that time, I was really afraid that she would not wake up. No one knew what kind of perseverance she relied on to persevere. If He Muyun had not pointed a gun at him at that time, he would have wanted to directly escape. What do you mean by alive and kicking? 2 weeks, even I can only let her wounds heal, I can't let her recover completely. Every step she took, she endured unbearable pain. With all due respect, Norman sneered. I'm not targeting anyone, but who among you can do it? All this, except for Norman and his group, even He Muyun did not know. Zhou Qing looked at Yi Xiaohua with a horrified face. She remembered that the other party had just filmed a fight scene. At this moment, even the bullet screen of the live broadcast stopped for a moment. When Yi Xiaohua came, they were still thinking about what else she could say to defend herself. They did not expect that the next development would exceed their imagination. The monitoring could not be falsified, because it was impossible for Qizihua to help Yi Xiaohua falsify it. Norman's words also could not be falsified. With his identity, it was not necessary for him to be disdainful, not to mention there were medical records. From the beginning to the end, they were played in circles by Qizihua and Shui. Regarding everything that Xingtian and Shui have done, Miss Yi, do you have anything to say? The reporter looked at Yi Xiaohua, his face seemed to have been slapped dozens of times, it was a little painful. Yes, my fans don't feel sad for me. I hope I'm someone who can bring you happiness. When Yi Xiaohua said this, she bitterly looked at the camera. Also, Dad, we have something to talk about, you must not go to our crew. You really shouldn't go. I'm not as serious as Norman said. She had been hiding the fact that she was seriously ill from her parents. This is made public. Yi Xiaohua touches her head. According to the degree of her parents' love for her, I am afraid that the next 3 steps will not leave their eyes. What a headache. Yi Xiaohua didn't stay any longer. After that, she left the scene with her bodyguards. She still had to film. From the beginning to the end, he did not look at Qizihua, nor did he say a word about what happened between them. The live broadcast was uploaded to the internet. Some of the old fans, who refused to give up no matter how badly they were slandered, finally burst into tears. The truth is out. I really love our little Xiaohua. I just want to ask Shui and Starry Sky people, do your faces hurt? It turns out that little Xiaohua left Starry Sky not because of a guilty conscience, but because she was disheartened. I really feel sorry for her. Not for any reason, just because the two people who treated her with almost everything in those few days wanted to force her to death. If it were me, I would have long lost the courage. Suddenly, I understand why Byran would rather be slandered than delete that Weibo post about listening to her, because this person is worth it. Excuse me, I ate the keyboard, can Goddess Ye's fan support group count me in? I was the one who said that if Yi Xiaohua didn't do those things, she would eat the keyboard live. I'm used to seeing people selling their character in the circle. A few days ago, I saw a certain female star selling her misery, saying that she was an orphan, how inspirational she was. To tell the truth, since Yi Xiaohua's debut, I really haven't seen her cry on the screen. She is really an honest female star who won't sell her misery. If Starry Sky didn't force her too much, I don't think she would have come forward today. From a certain point of view, I should thank Starry Sky, letting me know what kind of person I'm a fan of. This person, she is worth my life. Yi Xiaohua, I warn you, you are not allowed to show off to me in the future, do you hear me? After Yi Xiaohua left, Starry Sky's bodyguards also asked the reporters to leave one by one. After Qi Zihua's character Norman appeared, he powerlessly fell on the marble floor. He couldn't imagine that she was discharged from the hospital before her injury was completely healed. After she came out, she heard him and Shui maliciously speculating and slandering her. He didn't even listen to her words of defense. Just like that, he made the final decision on her. He couldn't imagine how cold-hearted this person, who loved him with her life, was, in the end, disappointed to the extent that she went to terminate the contract with Starry Sky. Qi Zihua covered his face with his hands, and a drop of tear quietly slipped from the gap between his fingers. The crew was almost all closed. Yi Xiaohua and the others were, and so were Shui and the others. Shui finished filming in the United States. Just as she got off the plane and came back, Lianga received a call from the company. After he finished answering, his complexion changed. The lead actor of Tomorrow has been replaced by Yi Xiaohua. Lianga couldn't believe it. Shui narrowed her eyes. He clan still dares to openly snatch resources at this time? This time, Lianga shook his head, and the look on his face was even more strange. It's Chief Qi. Tomorrow was a literary and artistic film that Starry Sky had invested in. It had long been given to Shui as the female lead. Why did Qi Zihua give it to Yi Xiaohua? Liang Ji's brows wrinkled very tightly. Shui had always been awe-inspiring and hated this kind of thing that went through the back door. Especially when the other party was Yi Xiaohua. In the past, when Yi Xiaohua was still in Starry Sky, Qi Zihua informed her of Yi Xiaohua's resources. This time, the plot was reversed. He personally gave her the lead actor role to Yi Xiaohua. Young Master Qi, I don't understand. The director clearly chose me and also signed a contract. How did it become Xiaohua? Shui almost didn't rest. She went directly to Starry Sky to find Qi Zihua. She was very angry and puzzled. Qi Zihua's assistant knew Shui. When he opened the door, he gave her a strange look. In the depths of that look, there was also some contempt. This made Liang Ji's heart, who was standing not far away, thump. These days after they left Z country, there seemed to be some big changes, but, didn't young Master Qi also hold a press conference? Shui, who was immersed in anger, didn't notice the change in the surrounding atmosphere. She just walked in disappointedly and looked at Qi Zihua. I know that we poor people are not the same as you people who were born with a golden spoon. You can move your fingers and stuff some money in, and you can get what you want. This world is already so unfair, but Zihua, I never thought that one day, you would be like those people. Digression today is a long-lost normal update. Gao Hua is the same as Great God Yi. I also hope that I can always be a person who can bring you happiness. You are really a group of little cuties. The luckiest thing in your life was probably that time when you wrote your first book. Don't be discouraged, because I will let you see a better and more outstanding Gao Hua. Do you think so? Qi Zihua hadn't slept well these past 2 days, and the bottom of his eyes were dark green. He looked at Shui, and the bottom of his eyes was somewhat deep. Tomorrow was originally prepared for Yi Xiaohua, and this role was originally given to her. Shui didn't know why Qi Zihua had become like this after she returned from a trip to the country. She looked at Qi Zihua in pain. If everything can be solved with money, then what's the point of our existence? I've been on a diet for half a month for tomorrow, and this is what I get. If you want the lead role of tomorrow, can't you fight for it with your own acting skills? Okay. Qi Zihua lit a cigarette and said calmly, the audition for the female lead of tomorrow will be at 2 p.m. this afternoon. In fact, Yi Xiaohua doesn't answer his phone at all. He doesn't have a chance to put this role into her hands. Dieting for half a month? How was that compared to Yi Xiaohua, who was seriously injured for half a month without saying a word? If Norman had not appeared, they would not have known that the woman had suffered such a serious injury during filming. Compared to Shui, who was always hanging in her mouth at the drop of a hat, sending out an announcement to sell her misery and sell her hard work, Qi Zihua suddenly understood a little bit. A crying child has candy to eat. Thank you, young Master Qi. Hearing this sentence, Shui breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is a fair competition opportunity, how can other people be her opponents, especially Yi Xiaohua? Shui saw that Qi Zihua had no intention of talking to her. She pursed her lips and then walked out of the office. Today, she finally realized that one could do whatever one wanted with money in this world. Watching her walk out, Qi Zihua did not move for a long time. Things had developed to this point, most of it was his own fault. It could be said that Shui was almost innocent. How would he deal with this innocent person? Previously, when he decided to be together with Shui, it was only because the other party stayed behind in that kind of dangerous moment, which made him feel moved. But no matter what happened, she still went down the mountain with the housekeeper and the others. Only Yi Xiaohua stubbornly said to go to the mountain, but in the end, to save him alone led the group of black men away, and almost died because of her. It was impossible to be with her. Qi Zihua knew that even if he closed his eyes, he would still see that person's shadow. Shui told Liang Ge that the matter of the role had been resolved, and then she went to the mall to buy things for the people of the orphanage. She came from an orphanage. Back then, Brother Liang even created a strong and independent persona for her. This made the netizens feel even more sorry for her. Every time she bought things for the orphanage, she would be very generous, so the children in the orphanage liked her very much. Qi Zihua also noticed her because of her kindness. She didn't have enough to eat and wear, but she still bought so many things for the children in the orphanage. Miss, you don't have enough money on your card. But when it was time to pay the bill, the shop assistant looked at her clothes with a complicated look. Hearing this sentence, Shui's face stiffened. So, sorry. Although she was wearing sunglasses, her face was still red. I don't want these things anymore. She fled out of the mall and went to the nearby bank to check her money. Although she had shot a few plays and received a few notices, she was still a newcomer. She also received a newcomer's salary. The assistant agent's fees were deducted from her salary, and there were all kinds of other miscellaneous expenses. The company also took a 45% commission. Although Shui grew up in an orphanage, these people, Father Yi and Mother Yi, were very good to her. Every time they transferred money to her card, it was more than 5 digits. On weekdays, they bought things for Yi Xiaohua. Therefore, the things she used were all high grade. Therefore, she could buy things for the children in the orphanage with extravagant spending. It could be said that although she was an orphan, she never worried about food and clothing, nor did she worry about not having money to spend. Now that Father Yi and Mother Yi had cut off contact with her, the money that should have been transferred to her card these days had not been transferred, and they also did not buy things for her. All the useful things for her had to be transferred from her own card. In this way, the money on the card was not enough. However, Shui was not aware of this. She just thought that Father Yi and Mother Yi did not know right from wrong. For Yi Xiaohua, they really cut off contact with her. It was inevitable that she resented Yi family in her heart. Yi Xiaohua originally did not want to audition, but the director of Tomorrow and director Zhou knew each other, so she asked director Zhou to let her come. Yi Xiaohua could not refuse director Zhou's favor, so she had to come. She just did not expect to see Shui and he mushing at the audition site. Most of the artists in the entertainment circle knew that the director of Tomorrow had taken a fancy to Yi Xiaohua, so they did not have the intention of asking for trouble. Generally, they came to audition for the second female lead and third female lead. Xiaohua, you walk slowly. I will talk to the director later. You take a break and drink some soup before you audition. This soup was given to me by uncle. Zhou Qing followed behind Yi Xiaohua with a thermos, and several assistants took care of her very meticulously. Shi Shui did not deliberately greet Yi Xiaohua. Her two big-budget movies were about to go on the market. At that time, her value would be different from now. If it was in the past, she would have told Yi Xiaohua about going to Hollywood. But now, she did not want to tell her at all. She did not want to let Yi Xiaohua take advantage of this. Xiaohua has always been like that, but I did not expect that she would not change in the crew. She is more famous than Xinggu. Shi Shui looked at the people in the crew moving a stool for Yi Xiaohua. Originally, He Mushing would respond, but she did not expect that this time, He Mushing would not speak. He just looked at her somewhat strangely. You don't have to be too tired. This time, the female lead is definitely yours. Zhou Qing's voice was neither loud nor small. We are just going through the motions. Hearing this, Shi Shui lowered her eyes and sneered. They still did not know that Qi Zihua did not let the director decide. Zhou Qing also did not know that Yi Xiaohua had a long face. In fact, she did not have a bit of acting skills. No one was clearer about this than her. That was why the director of Jianghu had fancied her at first glance. The audition was closed, and Shi Shui was the last audition for the female lead. In fact, after the audition, each artist would be notified 2 or 3 days later. However, the female lead of tomorrow was announced on the spot. When the director came out from the inside, Shi Shui stood up. Her mouth hooked up into a moderate smile. The corner of her eyes also looked towards Yi Xiaohua's side. She could not hide her pride. However, the director directly passed her and walked towards Yi Xiaohua with a beaming smile. Little Xiaohua, I have long wanted to cooperate with you. This time, I finally waited for you. Shi Shui was shocked by this scene and her anger soared. She looked at Yi Xiaohua and the others not far away and sneered, how could it be her? Yi Xiaohua, I did not expect you to be a dog that cannot change eating shit. No matter which crew you are in, you are willing to throw money. How much money did you throw this time? Digression. Hearing her words, everyone's movements froze for a moment. Yi Xiaohua was still holding a thermos cup in her hand as she looked at Shi Shui in surprise. Although the director standing next to Yi Xiaohua doesn't pay much attention to the development of the entertainment circle, he still has some understanding of the previous period of time. He also recognized Shi Shui. You're such a young girl, how can your mind be filled with such thoughts? The director looked at Shi Shui, his face full of seriousness. Little Xiaohua was invited by me with great difficulty. I am much clearer than you about her character. What kind of identity do you have and what kind of reason do you have to say that about her? Men, chase these two away from me. From childhood to adulthood, Shi Shui was the model student of the orphanage. This was the first time that she was so severely criticized. Moreover, everyone looked at her as if she was joking. There was no sympathy at all. Before she could say anything, she was chased out by 2 bodyguards. Shi Shui was stupefied from beginning to end. After all, He Mushing had taken care of Shi Shui before. Although such a thing happened, in the end, it was also Qi Zihua's fault. He himself had the opportunity to stop Qi Zihua, but he did not, so he was not much better than Shi Shui. Shi Shui, you just returned home, right? He Mushing followed behind Shi Shui and arrived at the audition door with them. Shi Shui had just been lectured by the director in front of everyone. At this time, she was still somewhat wronged, especially when she heard that He Mushing did not comfort her. Tears swirled in her eyes. Shi Shui and her agent had set their sights very high. They had long been eyeing the foreign market. When Liang Gu was abroad, he used his contacts everywhere to find foreign resources for Shi Shui. These were resources that Qi Zihua found very difficult to find. He wanted to turn Shi Shui into an international superstar. Why would he pay attention to news from within the country, and for some reason, no one in Starry Sky told them what had happened at the press conference that day. Then, take a look at this. He Mushing took the video that his assistant had already found and showed it to Shi Shui. Although Shi Shui was an orphan, she always felt that she was not worse than others, especially compared to Yi Xiaohua. Although Yi Xiaohua's family was rich, her character was not good, her perseverance was not as good as her own, and her ability in all aspects was not as good as her. Especially that night when she abandoned Qi Zihua and ran away, Shi Shui knew that Yi Xiaohua and Qi Zihua would not be together. But what did she see now? The greedy and cowardly Yi Xiaohua they spurned turned out to be the one who saved all of them, but what did she do? When Yi Xiaohua was still seriously injured, not only did she not stand up to protect her, but she also hit her when she was down. She even felt that the other party left Starry Sky because of a guilty conscience? You even advised him to leave the entertainment industry. She even thought that Yi Xiaohua was throwing money at the crew again. No wonder those people were looking at him like that. She simply did not dare to raise her head to look at He Mushing's eyes. Her face was almost burning as she fled. Yi Xiaohua's Devil's Territory and Shi Shui's Jianghu were released almost at the same time. This program group is unexpectedly stirring up trouble. Zhou Qing looked at Yi Xiaohua's cold eyes and whispered to the assistant on her side, "Don't worry about them, be careful of Shi Shui." The assistant nodded solemnly. This was a live variety show, and it was #1 in viewership on Toilet Bowl TV. When Yi Xiaohua went on stage, she saw that the crew of Jianghu was also there. However, there were not many things in the world that could surprise Yi Xiaohua. Even if the crew moved the camera to her face, there was no change in her expression. The on-site planner felt a little regretful. However, with these two crews together, she was not afraid that she would not be able to find the explosive point. We know that Brother Xing has an important role in both crews. I don't know which female lead Brother Xing prefers to cooperate with. The host was stirring up trouble again. This was also the most important issue of this program group. The camera immediately turned to He Mushing's perfect and handsome face. Shi Shui stood at a place far away from He Mushing. When she heard what was said, she slightly turned her face to the side. She somewhat shyly and nervously looked at He Mushing. She knew that He Mushing had always liked her acting skills. The acting skills of the two female leads are very good, they don't seem like newcomers. However, I personally feel that Xiaohua gives me a greater sense of immersion. He Mushing smiled extremely gently. And Shi Shui's expression instantly stiffened. Yi Xiaohua's expression almost did not change when she was named by the movie king. Her smile was still very light. Today, you are forming a group to praise me, right? I'm telling you, this time, my dad doesn't have any hidden rules for me. Little Xiaohua, the movie king, has been waiting for your praise. You have been expressionless all this time. What do you mean? 2333, why is my fans goddess so honest? It's nothing, it's nothing. Goddess, I have a lot of money. I will help you throw money. Please be sure to accept my hidden rules. Yi Xiaohua easily picked up this joke. The host also did not question further. Instead, he smiled and said, Little Xiaohua, I heard that your fans on Weibo have been calling for you to take a selfie. Do you have anything to say about this? After Yi Xiaohua finished listening, her face became serious. It's impossible to take a selfie. It's impossible to take a selfie in this life. Only by not taking a selfie can I maintain my current life. I'll be damned if I believe you. Ha 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 Yi Xiaohua, you are a snake spirit. Goddess, so you are so pitiful. Don't shoot anymore. When you come back, I will steal an electric car to support you. This time, the program did not have the azure field that she had imagined. On the contrary, because of Yi Xiaohua, she added a lot of jokes. On the contrary, every time Shi Shui spoke, the host rarely threw jokes at her, and the audience did not like her. The director can choose me, I am very grateful to him. I am not like other people who invest a lot in the crew. The camera finally turned to Shi Shui's side. Although after knowing the truth, she felt very sorry for Yi Xiaohua. But in this program, everyone was paying attention to Yi Xiaohua. She stood on the side like a jumping clown. Her heart was inevitably a little depressed. She thought that this was probably the fickleness of the world. It was inevitable that she would speak with a bit of emotion, which also brought a wave of rhythm to Yi Xiaohua. Digression: we, these ordinary people, can only rely on ourselves. Shi Shui spoke very sincerely. Her orphan persona had long been a secret. Many people saw her like this and really had a bit of sympathy. After all, in this world, there was a clear saying, you are weak, you are reasonable. Shi Shui's words had a hidden meaning. For a time, the bullet screen had a few conspiracy theories, washing Xiaoxue's innocence a bit more. Jianghua's Director Yu and Director Zhou also knew each other and stood on one side with Director Zhou. When the two cruise referees heard Xiaoxue's words, he meaningfully looked at Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, do you think of Xiaohua like this? Director Yu glanced at Xiaoxue. The topic was finally brought to her. Xiaoxue thought that this was Director Yu helping her and sighed. Yes, from a young age, the dean told me that we, this kind of people, are different from other people. About 3 months ago, I wanted to go to the capital's university to look for fresh blood. That night, I was talking with the dean of the performance department when a female student from the economics department came to me with a card, saying that she wanted to invest in our crew and let me give her a chance. Director Yu faintly said. Xiaoxue thought that this was probably Yi Xiaohua. She didn't expect to meet her and unexpectedly say it. Director Yu. When Yi Xiaohua heard the sentence, she couldn't help but frown. At the same time, the bullet screen also began to have some black fans appear. I guess that person is Yi Xiaohua, she is from the economics department. Director Yu is good, you have the courage to expose the darkness of the entertainment circle. Those who brag about Yi Xiaohua, is your face okay? I'm really laughing to death. Yi Xiaohua took the money to find Director Yu. As a result, Director Yu still took a fancy to our family Xiaoxue. Yi Xiaohua, you didn't expect it, Director Yu actually said it at this time? This was a live broadcast, even the chief director had no way to stop Director Yu. However, because of this, the program's ratings rose again. He Musheng also didn't think that Yi Xiaohua had done this kind of thing, but he also spoke out to stop it. Director Yu, this kind of words, in his heart, he somewhat felt that Yi Xiaohua was not that kind of person. After understanding her these days, he knew that her father didn't want her to suffer grievances. In fact, was it wrong for her father to throw money at her? Shengge, can you let Director Yu finish speaking? Xiaoxue directly interrupted He Musheng's words. Hearing this sentence, Director Yu looked at Xiaoxue. It was unclear what was in the bottom of his eyes. Xiaoxue was somewhat nervous under her gaze. Yi Xiaohua just pressed her temple and sighed. She did this to make the audience believe Director Yu's words even more. Director Yu also saw Yi Xiaohua like this. He smiled and shook his head. You guys are right. That person is little Xiaohua. I said that person was Yi Xiaohua, right? What's the matter with the brainless fans? Do they still need to clear their names? Do you want me to pass you a microphone? Little Xiaohua, don't go by yourself next time. I'll go instead of you. How can you do this kind of thing by yourself? Why are you imagining a domineering president? To be reasonable for so long, Xiaohua has always been so cold. Director Yu, please be sure to describe the appearance of Xiaohua, begging you. Let us be cute. I will throw money at your next movie, really. However, it was still Yi Xiaohua's brainless fans who occupied the majority. After they had experienced the whole internet hating them, it was just as they had said. No matter what kind of scandal there was, it wouldn't make them waver. They said that they would be fans of their family's goddessi for a lifetime. How could they leave halfway? Director Zhou on the side felt that there was something inside. He looked at Director Yu. Wait, you finish, don't say half of it. Yi family's group of honest people, Director Zhou didn't think that Yi Xiaohua was that kind of person. Moreover, with her acting skills, did she still need to throw money? He was afraid that she needed the director to throw money at her. In fact, it's nothing. I thought that she was in the acting department. Seeing her image, I also felt that she was more in line with the female lead in my heart. I let her perform a plot. I didn't expect that although she was in the economics department, she was born to eat the bowl of rice of an actress. As you can imagine, I took a fancy to her at a glance. He Musheng and Xiaoxue were very surprised, but in the end, Director Yu chose Xiaoxue. I didn't expect her to refuse me. Director Yu's pair of astute eyes looked at Xiaoxue. I have never given up on good seedlings. Moreover, she came to me with a huge sum of money, isn't it just to get a role? In fact, it was indeed for the female lead, but not for herself. She said that she had a very, very good friend, a very outstanding talent in the acting department. Her acting skills were much better than hers, but because the people in the department were jealous of her, she lost a lot of opportunities in vain. She begged me to give her friend a chance. Her friend will definitely become an international superstar. Director Yu's voice was still very indifferent. Where did I see such a stupid person? She stuck to me for 3 days, and finally, I impatiently agreed to her. However, I also made an agreement with Xiaohua that the next female lead must be her. Director Yu glanced at Shui, his tone mocking. I just didn't expect that her friend would never know. She thought that I really took a fancy to her at a glance in the crowd. How could I take a fancy to a newcomer at a glance? She didn't perform anything. I'm not sick to gamble my own future. I'm not saying that I'm bullying people, Director Yu sighed. I just can't bear to see a certain fool do so much in silence, but never say it. The host was also somewhat inconceivable. It was the first time she saw this kind of friend in the circle. Director Yu, the friend that little Xiaohua said, is it Shui? Digression yes ah. When Director Yu said this sentence, he was also very indifferent. He simply did not care whether Shui's complexion was somewhat pale. He just followed what he said and could not see Xiaohua pay so much. He mushing stood on the side. When his eyes touched Xiaohua's expression, which had hardly changed, he had a kind of astringent feeling. After this program was broadcast, several waves of inside information exploded on the internet. Who could know that this Xiaohua, who was rumored to only go through the back door, was looking for all the resources for Shui. Shui was not only a person full of lies, the one who truly repaid kindness with enmity was also her. This not only aroused the anger of Xiaohua's fans, but even passers-by also despised such a person. Shui consumed her last bit of popularity. Shui, in the end, what's going on? Several bloggers in the entertainment circle posted your black material, and several paparazzi asked me if I wanted to buy your black material. In the end, what did you do? Lianga called Shui in a panic. Shui was startled. I don't know. It was Xiaohua who gave me resources when I didn't know. I don't know anything. How can they say that? But she also did not think that when Father Yi gave Xiaohua resources, Xiaohua also did not know. Zihua, you clearly know that this was not done by me. Why didn't you help me clarify? Shui was used to looking for Zihua. Zihua unhurriedly lit a cigarette. You also knew that Xiaohua did not bribe those people, right? Why didn't you clarify for her? Hearing this, Shui's complexion stiffened. In order to show fairness, you will be treated the same as the other newcomers in the company. Zihua looked at her indifferently and called the security guard to take Shui away. The reason why Shui could become popular so quickly in her previous life was entirely because of Zihua and He Muxing's escort. In this life, she carried a black material that could not be washed clean. Zihua would not give her resources. Even if there was Liang Ge, it would be of no help. Moreover, Liang Ge, Starry Sky's gold medal manager, was also implicated by her and became a street rat. Starry Sky was also suppressed by unknown forces and soon went bankrupt. Most of its artists were taken over by He clan, except for Shui. Shui didn't even have the most basic salary. She moved into the narrow and dark slums. Although she was an orphan, she had never lived in this kind of house since childhood. All this made her collapse endlessly. It's useless for you to find me. With your current appearance, even if you give it to Big Boss and Xia, they won't want it. Lianga looked at her one last time. This is the last time I see you. His life was a bit better than Shui's, but it was not much better. He stood at the end of the street, feeling a little lost. He was a top agent. What had caused him to become like this? At the same time, the billboard in the square was showing the scene of Xiaohua receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award. The position of Zhou Qing's chief agent was stable. Xiaohua's first movie, The Devil's Territory, was well received, and countless movie critics spent a lot of ink to praise her. For a time, she overshadowed the veteran Best Actress and Best Actor King in this movie and won the Best Actress award. At that time, countless people on the internet sighed that the starting point of Xiaohua's play was too high. In the future, there would be no breakthrough and it would be difficult to have any greater achievements. But no one thought that this movie was not the end of her life, but the beginning of her star journey. Even a famous movie critic on the internet had such an evaluation. Within 1 year, she won the Lifetime Achievement Award. This kind of person, other than being a genius, what else can you say? Even though he knew that he shouldn't, Lianga still couldn't help but think, at that time, if the one he wanted to support was Xianxia, wouldn't he be the one to witness the scene? Boss, I found the news of that. Why? A black-rimmed teenager wearing glasses excitedly rushed into Yi Clan's office. Even if his nerves were thick, he could feel the unusual atmosphere in the office. Yi Xiaohua died, and even Norman had no way to save her. It was a miracle that her body could be saved at that time, but she disregarded her own body and received so many scenes in a few years. Even a body made of iron could not bear it. On the day of the funeral, Qi Zihua, dressed in black, stood far away on the side. His whole person was no longer the elegant demeanor of Qi family's second young master. Yi Xiaohua's death hit him even harder. He would torture himself in remorse for the rest of his life, so He Muyun did not make a move on him. Mom, what are you crying for? At the school, a little boy puzzledly looked at his mother, who suddenly burst into tears. Do you know Yi Xiaohua? I know, that's a female star that Mom liked before she gave birth to me. No, the woman smiled and touched his head. She is our youth. The business legend He Muyun was unmarried throughout his life. No one dared to guess. Only after his death, his experience with Yi Xiaohua was made into a biography and a movie. Golden Wind and Jade Du met, seeing Xiaohua was a lifelong mistake. Ding. Exceeding the mainline task, the system rewards 350 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 350 points. Ding. System 008 serves the host. 350 points have been received. Asking the host to choose the method of disengagement. 1. Choose to leave the host's copy. 2. Directly disengage. This time, Yi Xiaohua did not hesitate. Directly disengage. Xiaohua, hurry up, the competition is about to start. When she woke up again, she heard a chattering voice. She responded without batting an eyelid as she followed the girl beside her into the crowd. Ah, Su Qinghao, he is so handsome. Yi Xiaohua was taken to the first row by the girl, where 4 people had taken a good position for them. Su Qinghao was the school's most handsome boy in 3rd high school. Not only that, he was also permanently in the top 3 of the grade. He was the object of all the girls' fantasy. The girl called Su Qinghao, and the boy called in Tong Tong. Did you see, Su Qinghao's opposite is in Tong Tong. She is the school flower and top student of 1st high school. I heard that her family is super rich. The girl beside Yi Xiaohua was obviously a gossip. She said with some envy. This was a city-level Go competition, and Tong Tong took it for granted to win the 1st place. Qinghao, congratulations on getting the 2nd prize. With the bonus points, you basically have no big problem going to Jing University. Did you see, 3rd high school's flower Yi Xiaohua has come to see you, why don't you go and say hello? Su Qinghao's roommate winked at him. Su Qinghao did not look at her, but looked at the elegant and noble Tong Tong on the podium. She has a very different temperament from ordinary people. Yi Xiaohua is beautiful, but Su Qinghao also knows that her parents are only doctors in the hospital. He comes from a small town and sees a long term. And her results can only be said to be ordinary, especially with Tong Tong of 1st high school as a comparison. 1st high school and 3rd high school are 2 different places. One is a concentration camp for top students, and the other is a gathering place for ordinary people. After all, he is just an ordinary person. He does not know the famous and family, nor does he know the mysterious identity of Tong Tong. But he saw that the car that picked her up yesterday was a Bugatti. Su Qinghao looks down. He heard that Tong Tong's ideal school is Jing University, and his final goal is also Jing University. Yi Xiaohua followed the sea of people out of the auditorium, receiving the plot in her mind. End of chapter 76. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.